Hey guys, how are you? Like this video for more interesting daily updates.
Chapter 1. In 2025, human biogenetic engineering entered God's forbidden zone. Pandora's box was accidentally opened, and the world entered the era of zombie apocalypse. The will of the earth is awakened, and human beings are digitalized. From now on, killing zombies can gain experience, and those who are lucky will also explode equipment when killing zombies. Since then, human beings have had a chance to breathe and began to gradually regain lost ground. The good times didn't last long. 1 month after the doomsday crisis broke out, powerful alien species appeared among the zombies, and there were more mutant beasts evolved from animals. Human beings were hit hard and almost despaired. But at this moment, the gods from heaven seemed to have reached an agreement with the will of the earth, and secret realms of different levels began to appear around the world, allowing human beings to strengthen themselves more quickly. And the Protoss acts like an NPC, helping humans change jobs, transform weapons and equipment, and impart various skills. At the same time, various treasure chests appeared all over the world, and some people even encountered cursed treasure chests, and were directly wiped out by monsters falling from the sky after opening them. Human beings struggled to counterattack, but the land area was greatly shrunk, and finally the three major alliance countries were established: Daxia, Stars and Stripes, and Europe. This is 2026, the second year of digitization of human beings. The demons and Protoss descended from heaven all over the world are fighting with all parties, and human beings are once again in a precarious situation. The demons are a dark race. The main target is the gods, followed by the human race, and occasionally attack the zombie race and mutant beasts. Countless human beings have emerged to fight against the demons. In this year, the will of the earth and the gods joined forces to transform the apocalyptic world again, making the real society like an online game. Since then, humans, zombies, mutant beasts, Protoss, demons, and other alien races. All parties are intertwined and killed each other, but human beings, as the weakest party, can only gain more living space by fighting hard. However, no one knows that today when all human beings in the world are digitized, there is still one person who is not digitized. Huaxia Kingdom. Hanmu City, which was originally the capital of Baihu Province, has always been a battleground for all parties due to its superior geographical location. Changwu District, on a certain street. Li Yun was lazily standing at the counter on the first floor of the armor shop. This is a shop opened by the Protoss. He works as a salesperson here, and his salary is 10 black crystals a month, which can barely guarantee his own food and clothing. The second floor of the store is where the Protoss Paladin mentors are located. Players who have reached level 10 often go upstairs to change jobs. Generally, after they change jobs, they will go to the counter to buy 1 or 2 pieces of white armor to enrich themselves. Because in the doomsday world of online games, the equipment drop rate is so low that killing 100 ordinary zombies may not get a piece of white equipment. Therefore, there is still a great market demand for a large number of white equipment and a small amount of blue magic equipment placed on the counter of the store. Currently known item levels are gray, valueless, white, common items, blue, magic items, bright gold, rare items, orange, legendary items, and green, sacred items. These 6 levels, except for the gray items that can only be thrown in the store for recycling, the white items have value, and they start to have different attribute prefixes and suffixes. The difference ranges from 5 to 10 times. However, even if the opening of the online game until the second year, people with full-body shiny gold equipment are rare, and they are the best of mankind. It is said that there are still top figures who own a very small amount of legendary equipment, and that is entirely based on rumors. So even if it is white equipment, the value is not cheap. The currencies of the 3 major human alliances still use their respective currencies before the end of the world, but the real hard currency is the black crystal, which is produced by killing demons, mutant beasts, and zombies with a certain chance. Black crystals have a wide range of uses, such as material and equipment transactions between players, magic item repairs by Protoss blacksmiths, forging, etc. Therefore, the value of black crystals is extremely high. One black crystal can be exchanged for 1000 Huaxia coins, which is enough for ordinary people to spend a week in the last days. How do you sell this lock armor? At this moment, a player came down from the second floor and asked, pointing to a lock armor in the counter. 10th level giant bear lock armor, 15 black crystals. Li Yun glanced at the equipment and stretched out 5 fingers. 12 pieces, can you sell them? Obviously the other party felt that it was too expensive, so he asked for a counter offer. Giant bear's chain armor. Breastplate. 36 defense. Plus 15 stamina. Durability, 60. Requires level, 10. You can buy the ordinary chainmail with no prefix next to it. It doesn't have 15 stamina, but only 10 black crystals. Li Yun glanced at the other party, shook his head, and sat down on the chair relaxedly. After selling equipment here for more than half a year, he can tell at a glance who the other party is. He doesn't have much money, but he wants to be cheap. Anyway, the equipment that increases physical strength is easy to sell. It depends on the other party's choice. Seeing Li Yun's attitude, the other party knew that he couldn't make a profit, so he finally gritted his teeth and said, 15 is 15, I'll buy it. Money and goods cleared. The player put on the giant chest lock armor with excitement, then turned and left the store, most likely going to the wild to experience the power of the new equipment. Why? Li Yun sat back on the chair and couldn't help but heaved a long sigh. He was a little bored, to be precise, he was very upset. He's the one who doesn't digitize. Chapter 2. In this apocalyptic world where everyone fights monsters and upgrades, and is constantly strengthening, he can't do anything, and he has to prevent people from finding out that he is a different kind. In order to avoid trouble, he simply hid and worked in a shop opened by the Protoss, and he did it for more than half a year. As time passed, the midday sun cast a silhouette on the door curtain, and Li Yun was drowsy. The zombies are the weakest during this time period. Most of the players are fighting in the wild, and rarely come to change jobs or buy equipment. It's okay to be lazy, and he fell asleep in a daze. There is alien energy eroding the master, resist. There is alien energy eroding the master, resist. There is a different kind of energy eroding the master, and the resistance failed. Ding! The digitization of the host's body is detected, the ultimate defense is activated, and the 100-fold luck system is bound. Li Yun lost all sleepiness and sat up suddenly. Open the character panel. He had heard the players say it many times, and he opened the panel like a gourd. A translucent panel appeared before his eyes. Li Yun. Level 1, 0/1000. Occupation, casual, not transferred. Health, 90. Mana, 100. Strength, 10, affects physical attack power. Agility, 9, affects movement speed and dodge. Intelligence, 10, affects magic attack power and resistance. Physical fitness, 9, affects health. Armor, 8, reduces damage to you from enemies of the same level. Damage, 3, damage caused by normal attacks on enemies of the same level. Skills, none. Title, none. Sombra coin, 0. System talent 100 times luck, the probability of obtaining items is increased by 100 times, and the level of obtaining items is at least +1. In the evening, the setting sun was like blood, and the half-round red sun was facing the horizon to refuse or welcome, but Li Yun was in a daze on the way home, because he didn't expect that the reason why he couldn't convert the data was because of the system's resistance. The resistance is a full year. God, a year, it's not a day or a week, it's a whole year. In a year, I don't know how many people have become strong, and powerful, raising their hands to shake the clouds and rain, and stomping their feet to shake the mountains. As for myself, I worked for the Protoss like a gopher, and I worked for nearly a year. The source of everything turned out to be the system resisting the will of the earth. Who can I ask to reason with this? If the system hadn't bound him with 100 times luck talent, Li Yun would have been forced to jump 3 feet high, and would be able to curse at others. 100 times lucky. It's interesting to see this. Looking at the system talents on his character panel, Li Yun felt quite clever. In the past year, although he has not become a player, but in a place like the store where he has a lot of dealings with players, he has learned nothing less than players. Many people have talent, but it is generally limited to the enhancement of a specific attribute and the enhancement of skill effects. Against the sky, in some special environments, players can display stronger strength, but such a special talent as myself is unheard of. 100 times of luck, as the name suggests, can steal 100 times of luck from the world to bless oneself. The system said in detail, the chance of obtaining items is increased by 100 times, and the level of items obtained is at least +1. Think about it, other players may not get a piece of white equipment if they fight 100 zombies, but they may get one if they fight one. Pick it up and have a look, ding. Quality +1, white items become magic items in seconds, and even quality +2 seconds become rare items. Will other people's envious eyes turn green? Thinking about it makes me feel good. Moreover, although the difference between magic items and white items is only 1 grade, it seems that there is not much difference, but the value is sky high. No matter how high quality white equipment is, even if you add a prefix or a suffix, the price will not exceed 60 black crystals in the end, and the price of naked magic items starts at this price. The price of top quality magic items can reach hundreds of thousands of black crystals. As for rare items, there is a price but no market. Thinking of this, Li Yun almost couldn't hold back his excitement, and impulsively wanted to go out to find zombies to try his hands now. But the year of carefulness and forbearance, the perseverance that sharpened his character, finally he held back. Li Yun returned to his residence. The doomsday crisis, various zombie monsters, destroyed many buildings, the housing prices in safe areas are more expensive, and those who can own houses are either local tyrants or high-end players. Li Yun couldn't afford it, so he could only rent a small house in a remote area, about 10 square meters, with a bed, a table, and a cabinet. Back home, Li Yun breathed a sigh of relief, like walking around the city with 50 million unredeemed lottery tickets, always worried that someone would rush out and see him through. Similar to persecution paranoia, everyone looks like a bad guy along the way. Close the doors and windows, then lie back on the bed, thinking about the talent of this system. The explosion rate is increased by 100 times, and the level of the obtained item is at least +1, and the level of the obtained item is at least +1. Li Yun thought, if he had a magic weapon and went out to kill 1 or 2 levels of low-level zombies, it would be like chopping melons and vegetables, and the level would rise rapidly. Thinking of obtaining magic weapons, he felt a sudden movement in his heart. Chapter 3. Traded from someone else, or purchased from a store, is this considered an acquisition? You can go to the market stalls and buy a cheap weapon to verify it. If it can improve the item level, that's it. However, some cover-ups are required. The material and texture of white weapons and magic weapons are obviously different. Once someone accidentally recognizes it, don't say go out to kill zombies. The first person to be killed is yourself. People's hearts are sinister, and in the doomsday era when the legal system collapses, people follow the most primitive law of the jungle. He has seen many robberies and murders for money and equipment, and he deeply understands this truth. Li Yun took out the 16 black crystals he had saved from frugality from the dark compartment, put them into the player's bag, closed the door and went straight to the market. After walking for about half an hour, they came to the crowded bazaar in the east. At this time, the players were active, and the various trophies they harvested after fighting all day were constantly brought to the bazaar for sale or exchange. The yelling of the stall players came one after another. The traumatic axe used at level 13 increases weapon damage by 8 points, and the second damage is as high as 26. It only sells 50 black crystals. If you want to buy it, hurry up. The Ring of the Eagle used by the 9th level, plus 10 strength, the best for newcomers, 80 black crystals vomiting blood, big sale. Li Yun shuttled among the stalls, looking for first level blank weapons, one-handed axes, daggers, short swords, etc. can be used. In the Hanmu area, the general player level is between 15 and 25, and most of the equipment that is bought out is around level 10. Level 1 equipment was hard to find, so Li Yun didn't see any stalls selling it after wandering around. Li Yun stopped in his tracks. The lowest level weapon in the weapon store is a whiteboard one-handed sword used at level 3, and the price is 6 black crystals, which is not suitable for his current level. Then just set up a stall to buy it yourself. He talked nicely to a middle-aged man who sold rubies at a roadside stall, found him a pen and paper, wrote 5 black crystals on the paper to buy a first-level weapon, and then opened the stall, quietly waiting for players to come to trade. After waiting for a full hour, several players came to ask if they wanted level 3 or 5 weapons, but Li Yun shook his head and refused. At this time, a beautiful player in her early 20s came over. She glanced at the piece of paper in front of Li Yun and stopped. I have a one-handed sword as a first-level weapon, but it's almost out of durability. Do you want it? Look at the goods. The beauty submitted a transaction application, and Li Yun clicked to agree, and the translucent transaction panel that popped up in front of him showed that the other party's name was Lin Xin, and her grade was 19. Dagger. Sword. 5.2 damage/second. 4 to 5 damage. 1.4 attack speed. Durable 3/55. Requires level 1. The durability is too low. I need at least 1 black crystal to repair it. I can only give you 4 black crystals. Li Yun entered 4 in the transaction amount and clicked to confirm. Deal. Lin Xin said, but she didn't confirm the transaction. After a few seconds, she put a magic item box with a level 1 on the transaction interface. I got this box by accident 2 days ago. The level is too low for me. I'll buy you 10 black crystals, do you want it? Hey! Li Yun raised his head in surprise. It turned out to be a first-level magic item box. After opening it, a first-level magic item would definitely come out. And with 100 times the talent of luck, opening the box will definitely get a bright gold rare item. If you change it, you must change it or not, you are a fool. Quickly enter 14, click confirm, and then the other party also click confirm. In an instant, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Get the dagger. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a first-level magic box, opening 100 times luck, item level +2, and obtaining a first-level legendary treasure box. Immediately, besides an ordinary dagger lying in the 50 grids of personal baggage, there was also a treasure chest emitting orange light. FK, shit. The short sword has not changed, but the box has somehow become a legendary treasure box. Li Yun's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard. It must be known that more than half a year ago, the auction house once auctioned a first-level rare item treasure box, and sold 2,000 black crystals. Every time the level of the treasure box increases, the value increases by at least 5 times. The legendary treasure box is 2 levels higher than the magic treasure box, which is 25 times. It is worth at least 10,000 black crystals, and it is worth at least 10 million when converted into Huaxia coins. At the very beginning, a legendary item is really worth the price, because a treasure chest of this level can no longer be measured by money. Because the stuff out of the legendary treasure chest is not only equipment, but also various props, necklaces, rings, pet eggs, skill books, scrolls, etc., etc., are all possible. Such as advanced skill books, scrolls, pet eggs, etc. are of super high value, which can make people's strength skyrocket. As long as they are out, they will definitely become rich overnight. Li Yun knew that it was impossible to sell this thing, and he couldn't let it out. He didn't have enough strength, and he was courting death if he took this thing out. He was very clear about this. If you can't sell it, you can only use it yourself. Chapter 4. Because it is very important that in the year when the end is coming, Li Yun has no digitization, so he dare not go out to fight at all, because his opponents are not only zombies, but also players, who are not my race, and their hearts must be different. This sentence is not a joke. Now he has no worries, and with the blessing of the heaven-defying system, his originally gloomy life seems to be ignited with a raging fire, and something called ambition grows wantonly in his heart. Who doesn't want to be the supreme being and dominate everything? Li Yun used to only dare to think about it in his dreams, because he didn't even have the qualifications to move forward. Now he is not only qualified, but also has a system that defies the sky. He can't give up this opportunity. It has been a year since the end of the day, but the will of the earth and the Protoss to promote the online game of the end of the day did not happen overnight, because at the end of last month, the highest level was still limited to level 30, and the opening of level 40 just started this month. This is January 3rd of the last year. The mainstream players are at level 25 or 6, and a small number of high-end players and local tyrants are at level 30. It is estimated that they are all trying to reach level 40 in the near future. If he wants to catch up with the mainstream player level as soon as possible, he must be mentally prepared to endure hardships and stand hard work. Li Yun is not afraid of hardships, but he is afraid that he will not see hope. Now he has the opportunity to fight, and he must cherish it. With a heaven-defying means like 100 times luck, he doesn't believe that there will be no place for him in the future world. Okay, the transaction is complete. It's not easy for you to turn from a life professional to a combat professional. Be careful when fighting, don't die so soon, add friends, and there will be low-level equipment that will sell you cheap later. Lin Xin requests to add you as a friend. A dialog box pops up. Li Yun looked up in surprise and saw Lin Xin nodding and smiling at him. Forget it, no matter how beautiful players add friends, then add it. Li Yun clicks to confirm. You have become friends. Lin Xin waved his hand, turned and left. Li Yun glanced at the friend panel. There was a lonely Lin Xin. It showed that her occupation was a mage, and her level was as high as level 19. Mage is almost the profession with the highest output among all professions. Lin Xin's output at level 19 should be considerable. Anyway, Li Yun knows that he can only look up to him now. In the era of doomsday online games, players can change jobs when they reach level 10. There are 6 career directions to choose from. They are Warrior, Mage, Priest, Rogue, Hunter, Paladin. Similar to the online games I played before, fighters resist monsters, mages, thieves, hunters output, priests assist in increasing blood, and paladins can resist, output, and heal, but they are not powerful. It depends on each person's temperament and preferences. Li Yun returned home quickly. There is nothing to think about now, just open the legendary treasure chest, just do it in one word. Level 1 treasure chests don't have locks and can be opened directly. It is said that treasure chests with locks need to be after level 10. There are several ways to unlock them, but the easiest way is to find thieves, who are born to be experts in lock picking. Ding! Has the player opened the legendary treasure chest? When opening the legendary treasure chest game, a prompt would appear. Li Yun clicked to open it without hesitation. At that moment, the lid of the dark golden legendary treasure chest was slowly opened, and strands of dark golden light came out immediately. Li Yun's heart almost popped out of his throat. 100% of the legendary treasure chest will produce a legendary item, more than 10% will produce a sacred item, and several items of other levels. I hope that the legendary items unearthed from the treasure chest are not equipment, because there is only one level, and no matter how high the attributes are, they will be eliminated soon. I hope that they are other items such as skill books, pet egg scrolls, etc., and their actual use value is higher. I don't know if the 100 times luck can work again. Sitting on the bed, Li Yun thought to himself. Don't expect the 10% chance of getting a sacred item, just have a legendary item. Ding! 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 At this moment, the legendary treasure chest was opened, many items covered the floor, and beams of light rose up in the room. 2 dazzling green lights, 2 dazzling orange lights. The system prompt sounds at an appropriate time. Ding! 100 times luck is activated, and the explosion rate is increased 100 times. Congratulations on obtaining the Sacred Skill Book, item level +1, and the Ancient Sacred Skill Heaven's Wrath. Wrath of Heaven. Ancient Holy Abilities. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Summons a Holy Ray of Retribution that deals 1800%, plus 80% asterisk level, weapon damage, as holy damage, to all enemies within 30 yards over 6 seconds. This is an ancient divine spell that requires no mana to cast. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the legendary skill book, 100 times luck is opened, the item level is +1, and the sacred skill Bleeding and Cutting is obtained. Bleeding and Cutting. Sacred skills. A sweeping blow that causes all enemies in a fan up to 20 yards to bleed for 1200%, plus 40% asterisk level, weapon damage, as physical, over 5 seconds. This is a divine spell that costs no mana to cast. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a rare item, item level +1, and a legendary item Hand Axe of King Slaughtering Wounds. Chapter 5. Hand Axe of King Slaughter Wound. Legendary Axe. 36.8 damage/second. 18 to 24 damage. 1.3 attack speed. Plus 8 to 10 damage, plus 25 strength, plus 23 stamina, plus 24 intelligence. 3% increased attack speed. Whenever an enemy is hit, there is a 5 to 10% chance to critically hit it, dealing 300 to 400% weapon damage, as bleed damage. Durable 65/65. Requires level 5. Some say the axe hates flesh and blood. Ding! Congratulations on getting a rare item, item level +1, and a legendary item Gem of Pain. Gem of Pain. Legendary Gem. Critical hits cause enemies to bleed and take 3000%, plus 50% asterisk level, weapon damage, as physical damage, over 3 seconds. Gain Blood Frenzy, increasing your attack speed by 4% for each bleeding enemy within 30 yards. Requires level 15. Requires level 1. Every time the enemy is wounded and bleeds, it can make it feel excited. Get 45 black crystals, item level +1, get 450 black crystals. Li Yun put the items into the bag one by one, and his head became more and more confused. He wondered if he was the real son of the system. The various item attributes that exploded made him flustered. The explosion rate was 100 times, and the item quality was at least +1. This bonus is terrible. The legendary treasure chest has a 10% chance to produce sacred items. Even if the sacred items are produced, they are usually given as equipment at most. Unexpectedly, the 100-fold explosion rate will directly open the sacred skill book, and then upgrade the quality by 1 level. The ancient sacred skill book Heaven's Fury. In addition, the super high explosion rate directly gave the sacred skill Bleeding and Cutting, the legendary equipment Hand Axe of King Slaughtering Wounds, the legendary Gem of Pain, in addition to 2 pieces of bright gold rare equipment, 4 pieces of magic equipment, none of the white equipment. Li Yun took a look at the 2 pieces of bright gold rare equipment, one of which was a one-handed sword, a level 1 weapon, and the other was a level 5 breastplate. Subtle Leech Saber. Rare Sword. 14.8 damage/second. 8 to 10 damage. 1.4 attack speed. Plus 15 strength. Critical strike damage increased by 13%. Plus 45 restore life on hit. 2% increased attack speed. Durability, 45/45. Requires level 1. Giant Bear's Leather Jacket. Rare Breastplate. 40 armor. Plus 10 strength. Plus 11 stamina. Restore 3 points restore life per second. Durability 70/70. Requires level 5. Among the 4 pieces of magic equipment, there is a first level Spirit Snake Dagger that can be used, and the other 2 pieces of level 5 and level 7 equipment cannot be used for the time being. Wrist of the Spirit Serpent. Magic Bracers. 9 armor. Restore 2 points restore life every second. Durability 40/40. Requirement level 1. Sharp Dagger of Trauma. Magic Sword. 10.5 damage/second. 7 to 9 damage. Plus 2 to 3 damage. Plus 8 stamina. 2% increased attack speed. 1.4 attack speed. Durable 65/65. Requires level 1. If more than half a year ago, this magic sword alone could definitely sell for more than 50 black crystals. At that time, the exchange rate of black crystals was 1 to 5,000 RMB, which was 250,000 RMB. Level 1 equipment is not worth much now, but if low-level players need it, I believe they are willing to buy it for about 30 black crystals, which is 60,000 yuan, and I have 3 months' salary. No wonder high-level players are so rich. Everyone has 12 equipment slots. Armor bar, head, shoulders, chest, hands, wrists, waist, foot. Weapon bar, main hand, deputy hand. Accessories bar, neck, left hand, right hand. Equip Serious Leech Saber to the main hand, Sharp Dagger of Trauma to the off hand, Snake Bracers. Equip it on the wrist, learn the ancient sacred skill Wrath of Heaven, learn the sacred skill Bleeding and Cutting. Li Yun couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart, and immediately opened the list of his character attributes to see how strong he is. Li Yun. Level 1, 0/1200. Occupation, casual, not transferred. Health, 170. Mana, 100. Strength, 25, affects physical attack power. Agility, 9, affects movement speed and dodge. Intelligence, 10, affects magic attack power and resistance. Physical fitness, 17, affects health. Armor, 36, reduces damage to you from enemies of the same level. Damage, 25.6, damage caused by normal attacks on enemies of the same level. Skills, Ancient Sacred Skill Heaven's Wrath, Holy Skill Bleeding and Cutting. Title, None. Black Crystal Coin, 452. System Talent 100 times Luck, the probability of obtaining items is increased by 100 times, and the level of obtaining items is at least +1. The biggest changes are health, armor, damage, and skills. The health value has increased from 90 to 170, nearly doubled, and the safety of the battle has been greatly improved. Only by living can you have everything. The importance of life value is self-evident. Armor increased to 36, should be able to reduce a lot of monster damage. Looking at the damage again, it has increased from 3 to 25.6, which is a huge increase. You must know that every time you upgrade a level, the player will get a certain percentage of attribute points. In addition, he will get an additional 5 free attribute points. It can be said that a 10th level player in white clothes, with full strength, the damage data is nothing more than that. With this kind of damage, it would be easier and more enjoyable to fight low-level monsters of several levels, every second. At the same time, he opened the skill bar. After changing jobs at the 10th level, each profession will have professional skills. You can learn the corresponding level of professional skills from the professional tutor. If you want to obtain the skills of other professions, you can only pass the skill book. However, after the job change, the main attributes of each profession are different, such as fighters add strength, mages, priests add intelligence, thieves, hunters add agility, paladins strength and intelligence. If warriors learn the skills of mages, the magic damage dealt it will be pitifully low, and the gain outweighs the loss. Chapter 6. But for the ancient sacred skill Heaven's Wrath, the holy skill Bleeding and Cutting, this appalling high injury group skill, and does not need to consume mana, and can be released when the CD is ready, he has never heard of such skills. Because the highest level skill book he had ever heard was the rare level, it was a paladin who had learned the priest's rare skill Awakening, which could recover mana during battles, so that person's endurance became terrifyingly high, and it is strongly sought after by the players of the lower secret dungeon, and the equipment is constantly updated. It is said that the current strength is enough to rank among the top 100 in Changwu district. After reading the list of character attributes, Li Yun couldn't hold back his excitement, and lay on the bed until dawn. In the west of Changwu district, the low-level zombie area is in the east. It takes nearly 2.5 hours to get there from the west to the east. After improving his strength and physical fitness, it may take only 1 hour for Li Yun to get there. After an hour, Li Yun came to the east of Changwu district, the low-level zombie area. Many players came in and out at the gate of the city. Even after a year of doomsday online games, many players still chose to kill zombies. Because after the level is high, with the improvement of attribute equipment, it is easier to kill zombies, and the safety is greatly improved. In addition, the killing speed is fast, and although the experience value has a gain or loss, it can still be improved. If the number of kills is large, the probability of getting equipment is high, maybe a magic equipment is produced, and the shotgun can be replaced immediately. Not life-threatening, with experience to get, and possibly equipment, anyone knows how to choose. Not everyone is willing to take great risks to rapidly improve. Arriving at the gate of the city, various voices came over immediately. The 12th level zombie area is open, and there is a shortage of warrior priests. Level 20 dungeon Dark Forest, come a priest, come a paladin, and distribute equipment according to needs. Here comes the thieves, go to the 10th level dungeon Death Mine to scan the treasure chest, the lockpicking proficiency is not less than 50, please respect yourself when you join the group. Inside and outside the city gate, many voices rang out. Some players formed a team to gain experience, and some powerful players chose to go to the dungeon to obtain high income. In the wild area in the eastern part of Changwu district, there are low and intermediate level copies distributed. Level 10 Dungeon Death Mine. Level 15 copy Big Stone Heights. Level 20 copy Dark Forest. Li Yun had heard of these dungeons, but had nothing to do with them, because he couldn't go to any of them because of insufficient levels. On the way out of the city, Li Yun was very low-key, holding only a dull wounds-sensitive dagger in his hand, mixed with other teams going out of the city, and even took the initiative to laugh and chat with others. There is a reason for this, because there are many hunters in this area, and their targets are those lone rangers who think they are powerful. Those who dare to go out alone must have good strength and good equipment, but in the apocalyptic era, the law collapsed, and the Huxia Congress took care of it, but that was a big deal, and no one would care about the disappearance of a few low-level players for no reason. On the way out of the city for a kilometer or two, Li Yun had a relaxed expression, chatting with unfamiliar team members, laughing and cursing, and immediately disappeared from all sights after leaving the city. After hours, Li Yun appeared near a river beach, which was not far from the Yangtze River. He traveled all the way. According to the game map and the news he had heard from a salesman before, there were low-level zombies here, so he came. Be low-key and careful in everything, the first element of doomsday survival. No matter how your strength changes, you must keep it in mind, Li Yun warned himself. Hoo. After calming down, he began to look for traces of zombies, and soon found a few zombies not far ahead, wandering aimlessly. Work. Li Yun equipped the rare sword in his main hand, held two weapons, aimed at a single zombie and rushed forward. Zombie. Level, LV1. HP, 350. Mana, 0. Attack power, 20 to 30. Skills, Claw Sweep, a powerful blow, causing damage equal to 1.3 times the attack power of zombies. Explanation: ordinary zombies only have eating instincts, and they move slowly. The only thing to be careful is that they will act in groups when they are alarmed. When he got close to 8 or 9 meters, the data characteristics of the zombies immediately appeared in front of his eyes. Li Yun clenched the two swords in his hands. To be honest, this was the first time he faced the zombies in the wild. He was somewhat nervous in his heart, but the powerful character attributes give him confidence. He's pretty cool. Whoosh! The rare sword in his right hand slashed out. Li Yun used 8 parts of his strength, and a white wound appeared on the top of the zombie's head. -70. Immediately afterwards, the left-hand magic sword also arrived, and another white injury appeared above the zombie's head. -42. A damage that can be called terrifying compared to ordinary first-level players appeared, which was 5 or 6 times that of others. The zombie's blood volume was reduced by 1/3, and it was immediately enraged. The zombie's sharp claws flashed, and it released the skill Claw Sweeping. Li Yun didn't dodge, and deliberately tried the zombie damage. -16. 1/10 of the blood volume was knocked out. Yes, according to other players, they lost at least a quarter of their blood volume when they were hit by zombie skills at the first level. Chapter 7. Li Yun hit the zombie's chest with a backhand sword, causing another injury. -68. At the same time, a +16 appeared above his head, and his life was fully restored. The corners of his mouth were turned up, which was the effect of the +45 hit recovery life on the rare sword. Ho 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 ho! The other zombies were startled, their ugly mouths roared, and they rushed here. Sacred skill Bleeding and Cutting, released. Boom! The rare long sword slashed and hit the zombies. A 20-yard-long blood-colored fan-shaped energy swept out from the sword, covering all the zombies in front. -150. -150. -334. Pieces of white damage popped out, mixed with a yellow crit damage -300, and the zombies in front of him died immediately. The rushing zombies persisted for less than 3 seconds, and they fell to the ground and died a few meters away from Li Yun. Ding! Congratulations on killing zombies and gaining 40 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on killing zombies and gaining 40 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on killing zombies and gaining 40 experience points. Each LV1 zombie provides 40 experience. If you want to upgrade, you need to kill 30 zombies. With Li Yun's killing speed, it won't take long. The river beach where he is located, because the level of zombies is too low, and the distance from the city gate is not short, few players come here nowadays. So Li Yun is here to farm monsters, and he hardly has to worry about being disturbed. Otherwise, with his abnormal speed of spawning monsters, 100% of them will be found abnormal by others. Once they have a dislike for him, trouble will come. -338. -150. -150. Not far ahead, Li Yun released Bleeding and Cutting again, and several other zombies were instantly killed. Hey! Just when Li Yun was about to look for the next group of zombies, he saw a light shining on the corpses that fell just now. His eyes lit up, he stepped forward and kicked away the zombies, and picked up the shiny objects on the ground. Ding! Congratulations on getting the boots, 100 times luck is opened, item quality +1, and you get speed apprentice boots. Fast apprentice boots. Magic boots. 17 armor. Plus 10 agility. Plus 5% movement speed. Durability, 50/50ths. Requires level 1. Li Yun was very surprised. He killed less than 10 zombies, and a boot exploded. Although the low-level white equipment is the worst level in the equipment, this is the end of the online game, and the explosion rate is extremely low, which is outrageous. If someone kills hundreds of ordinary monsters, they may not be able to explode the equipment. The release of equipment so quickly is most likely due to the impact of 100 times the explosion rate brought about by 100 times luck. It is difficult for others to spawn monsters to get equipment, but for Li Yun, it is not a problem at all. No need to think about it anymore, just put the speed apprentice short boots on the feet, increase the agility by 10 points, and the speed is much faster, not to mention plus 5% movement speed. Li Yun obviously feels that running the map faster by himself. Ding! Congratulations on killing zombies and gaining 40 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on killing zombies and gaining 40 experience points. In 10 minutes or so, Li Yun cleaned up the zombies in this section, and the experience has changed from 0 to 1080. The main time is spent on finding zombies, and killing monsters does not take much time. This has to be known by other players that they have the intention to kill, but Li Yun will not consider these. He is looking for a new group of zombies. From the doomsday crisis to the present, it has been more than a year. He has been staying in the city like an otaku. Now that his life is different, it is natural to seize the time to grow and develop. He also wants to see the top of the mountain. Once again, a group of zombies were wiped out, and light once again appeared in the pile of zombies. Ding! Congratulations on getting the hand axe, 100 times luck is opened, the quality of the item is +1, and you get the eagle hand axe. Picking it up, it was another magic hand axe. The level of zombies here is too low and they can only get white clothes. Even if the quality is +1, they can only get magic items. Comparing the attributes of the hand axe with the weapon in hand, the hand axe has added 9 points of agility, and the overall second damage of 8.7 is not as good as the 10.5 of the offhand magic sword. In fact, in this area, you occasionally encounter more advanced zombies, such as the blue-named zombie elite. Zombie elites are stronger than ordinary zombies, and their various attributes are multiplied several times, which is quite dangerous for ordinary players. But in the eyes of powerful players, it is a treasure trove of equipment. Above the zombie elite, there is a higher level gold named zombie leader. This kind of zombie leader has a chance to burst out with rare gold outfits. Once discovered, countless players will flock to it. As for the legendary purple zombie boss, that kind of existence actually provokes fewer players. As long as you provide a specific location, you can get a piece of magic equipment that suits you from the Grand Guild. It is said that there are thieves who specialize in this, relying on selling information and coordinates made a fortune. Generally speaking, the purple named zombie boss is a big guild, and only big organizations can play well. Only they dare to stroke the tiger's beard and pursue excess returns and great fame. But Li Yun doesn't have to think so far. Now the main thing is to improve the level. Without the support of high-level and powerful equipment, no matter how powerful the talent and skills are, he will be abused by advanced players. Chapter 8. Today's mainstream players go up to level 25, and it is not uncommon for them to be injured in seconds. In comparison, Li Yun is still too weak. There is an old saying that one is not a genius if he dies young. 1 year later than others, it is unavoidable to fall behind a lot. Put away the eagle hand axe, Li Yun set off again to find zombies to level up. There are only 4 pieces of equipment in the 12 pieces of equipment, and the other parts are empty. But Li Yun is not in a hurry, he will have it sooner or later. For example, a ring needs to be worn at a minimum level of 3, and a necklace can only be obtained at a minimum of 10. Pack. Ding! Congratulations, the player has been promoted to the second level and has obtained 5 free attribute points. A white light rises from Li Yun, his level is from 1 to 2. Since Li Yun came to Jiangtan to fight zombies, it took no more than 20 minutes to upgrade to a level. You must know that it took a day for many players to upgrade to the first level, because when leveling, the zombies who are alone are easy to be snatched by others, and a group of zombies dare not go up. It is safer to play in a team, but the experience is shared equally, and it can be upgraded to a certain extent. It is torture. Add all 5 attributes to strength, you can farm zombies with higher levels. Level 1 zombies can instantly kill a bunch of zombies with one skill. Such experience is no longer enough for him, and he can gain more experience by brushing higher level zombies. Walking along the river beach, a group of 5th level zombies was soon discovered. Zombie. Level, LV5. HP, 2600. Mana, 0. Attack power, 150 to 230. Skills, Claw Sweep, a powerful blow, causing damage equal to 1.3 times the attack power of zombies. Explanation: ordinary zombies only have eating instincts, and they move slowly. The only thing to be careful is that they will act in groups when they are alarmed. Li Yun glanced at the skills. Wrath of Heaven. Ancient Holy Abilities. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Summons a Holy Ray of Retribution, dealing 1960%, plus 80% *2 level, weapon damage, as holy damage, to all enemies within 30 yards within 6 seconds. This is an ancient divine spell that requires no mana to cast. The Wrath of Heaven. With the long sword in Li Yun's hand slashing, with him as the center of the circle, a milky white holy light beam with a radius of 30 yards suddenly descended from the sky, covering 4 or 5 zombies in front of him. This is the first time he has released the Heaven's Wrath skill. -250. -500. -250. A series of injuries floated from the zombie, and within a few seconds, half of the zombie's blood volume was removed. Heaven's Wrath is an area skill, and enemies within 30 yards will be hurt, but he never thought that the damage of this Heaven's Wrath would be so high. If it is hitting a level 1 zombie, it is believed that the damage per jump will not be less than 400. Ho 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 ho! The zombies were shrouded in the sacred beam of light, and their black pupils emitted a strange bloody light, roaring and approaching quickly. Li Yun still has spare time to take a look at his skills, and he bleeds and hurts. Bleeding and cutting. Sacred skills. A sweeping blow that causes all enemies within 20 yards to bleed for 1280%, plus 40% *2 level, weapon damage, as physical damage, over 5 seconds. This is a divine spell that costs no mana to cast. Bleeding and cutting. The rare long sword slashed at the front zombie, and a 20-yard-long blood-colored fan-shaped energy swept out from the sword, hitting all the zombies in front. -448. -200. -200. Another large area of yellow and white damage floated up, and the blood bars of all the zombies dropped at a speed almost visible to the naked eye. A zombie in the group of corpses suddenly accelerated, came up to Li Yun's arm in lightning speed. It was so sudden that Li Yun, who was inexperienced in combat, had no time to dodge and took a damage. -110. Holy crap, most of the blood tank disappeared in an instant. If there was a critical hit, it would be seconds away. Li Yun's back felt goosebumps. With sharp eyes and quick hands, it is 2 swords to swipe at the bloodless zombies. -55. -45. When the zombie died, 2 plus 45s appeared on Li Yun's head, and his blood volume recovered to 90 points, almost full of blood. Awesome! Li Yun was excited. Sensitive Leech Saber, the attribute on this rare sword, plus 45 hits to restore life, is 2 JB awesome. Ding! Congratulations on killing the zombies and gaining 70 experience points. Because of your leapfrog killing, you get 28 experience points. The rare sword in his hand swung out again, slashing another zombie, bleeding and cutting again. Li Yun took a few steps back, opened a distance and waited for the zombie to die. Ding! Congratulations on killing the zombies and gaining 70 experience points. Because of your leapfrog killing, you get 28 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on killing the zombies and gaining 70 experience points. Because of your leapfrog killing, you get 28 experience points. Leapfrogging to kill level 5 zombies, one has nearly 100 experience points, which is 2.5 times the 40 experience points of level 1 zombies. Sure enough, the risks and benefits are directly proportional. Li Yun glanced at the character panel, and he needed 2,700 experience points to level up to level 2. After killing 6 level 5 zombies, he gained nearly 600 experience points and he could level up quickly like this. It was like a rocket. Scrub. At this time, from the jungle not far away, there was the sound of trees shaking. Listening to the sound and looking at the direction, something is constantly approaching Li Yun. Chapter 9. In the jungle, the trees vibrated, and the continuous brushing sound made people feel frightened. If this was yesterday, Li Yun would definitely turn around and run away. But now Li Yun is watching, this is the confidence brought by strength, he calmly stares at the jungle ahead. Roar! The vegetation swayed, and a tall monster jumped out of it. This is a tall zombie with thick bones, sharp claws, and a dark body. It is difficult to recognize at first glance. Zombie Elite. Li Yun's pupils shrank sharply, he didn't expect to be so lucky, he directly bumped into a big guy. Crisis, opportunity, if he dealt with it well, maybe a piece of powerful equipment was beckoning to him. You must know that zombie elites may not be able to produce 1 out of 1,000 ordinary zombies. It is relatively rare and should not be missed. However, Li Yun's current level is only level 2. Before he saw the attributes of the zombie elite, he knew that the level of the zombie elite in and out of the 5th level area would only be higher, and fighting it would easily lead to level suppression. Zombie Elite. Level, LV9. HP, 28,000. Mana, 0. Attack Power, 750-1100. Skill, Claw Sweep, a powerful blow, causing damage equal to 1.5 times the attack power of zombies. Skill, Virus Pollution, spreading virus after hitting the human body, losing 20 points of life per second, lasting for 5 seconds. It has a huge body size, and its skills are not easily interrupted when attacked. Explanation: zombie elites have residual intelligence in life and are far stronger than ordinary zombies. Please be careful of its viruses and bites. While the zombie elite was still approaching, Li Yun quickly glanced at the attributes of the zombie elite, and his face became unprecedentedly dignified. The 9th level zombie elite directly crushes Li Yun in terms of attributes, and its blood volume is also super thick, and if it is directly attacked by it once, Li Yun will die. If an ordinary player met it, he would absolutely turn his head and leave. You must know that even a 10th level professional transfer player, with a full body of white equipment, can't withstand its several attacks, so he must form a team to deal with it. But Li Yun only hesitated for a moment, then made up his mind to deal with it and slaughtered it. Zombie elites are very rare and not easy to meet. Although they are extremely dangerous, if they are slaughtered, there is a great possibility of magical equipment appearing, which is very tempting to him. Moreover, Li Yun also believes that with the blessing of 100 times luck, once the equipment is out, it may be a rare gold equipment, and his heart is pounding. People make money and birds die for food. The ancients never deceived others. Just when Li Yun was thinking, the zombie elite was already approaching him. Although the zombie elite moves faster than ordinary zombies, just like ordinary people trotting, but Li Yun's attributes are not what they used to be, and the speed is completely worthy of it. Tightening the long sword in his hand, Li Yun held his breath and stared at the approaching zombie elite to release the skill Heaven's Fury. With a swipe of the rare sword, a milky white pillar of holy light with a radius of 30 yards descended from the sky, covering the zombie elite in front. -180. -180. -180. The enraged zombie elite quickly rushed towards Li Yun. Moving around, Li Yun avoided the zombie elite's sharp claws, and slashed the zombie elite's rib with a sideways sword, and at the same time activated the skill Bleeding and Cutting. -140. -140. -140. Level Restraint and Monster Defense are improved, which greatly reduces the damage of skills. Li Yun calmly calculated that one round of skills can kill about 1800 HP of the zombie elite, and it will take nearly 10 to 15 rounds to kill it. Don't be impatient, deal with it calmly. Walking around and releasing skills reasonably, Li Yun is like a dancer on the tip of a knife, constantly draining the blood of zombie elites. A few minutes later, with another Heaven's Wrath, it came out. -180. -180. -390. The chasing zombie elite fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations on killing the zombie elite and gaining 1500 experience points. Because of your leapfrog killing, you have gained 1200 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the player who has been promoted to level 3 and has obtained 5 free attribute points. The experience brought by the zombie elite directly promoted Li Yun to the 3rd level, which was beyond his expectation, because he was supposed to be promoted to the 2nd level with about 2100 experience points, but now he can reach it in one step. Not paying too much attention to the increase in level, Li Yun hurriedly looked at the fallen zombie elite, and he heard 3 other notifications that the item was strengthened and dropped. And saw a dark golden beam rise up, and a legendary item was released. A huge axe emitting a dark golden light lay on the ground. Although I haven't seen the attributes yet, Li Yun can feel the extraordinariness of this weapon through its shape. Giant axes are generally used by warriors or paladins, but anyone who has not changed their profession can pick up and use them. He stepped forward and picked up the giant axe. The Ripper. Legendary Axe Hands. 82.8 damage/second. 49 to 58 damage. Plus 9 to 11 damage. 1.0 attack speed. Plus 61 strength, plus 55 agility, plus 62 stamina. Has a 24 to 29% chance to cause a bleed effect over 3 seconds, dealing 300 to 400% weapon damage. Socket 1. Durability 40/45. Requires level 10. FK the world. The attribute of this legendary giant axe is too hot. A level 10 weapon with 82.8 damage per second needs to be believed. Generally, the second damage of level 10 white heavy weapons is between 14 to 16, and the second damage of magic heavy weapons is only about 22. This time, the second damage has been increased several times. After the blessing and amplification of 2 sacred skills, the damage of this axe is definitely a group of seconds, every second, every second, every second. Chapter 10. In addition, 61 strength, 55 agility, and 62 stamina are added. The super high attributes will make Li Yun's strength skyrocket. And it even comes with a bleeding skill, which strengthens the output of weapons, which is extremely brutal. It's a pity that it can't be used until level 10. But this also greatly increased Li Yun's interest in upgrading. There is another golden equipment on the ground. Lion's Thick Talisman. Rare Talisman. Plus 35 Strength. Plus 32 Intelligence. Physical skills deal 7% increased damage. Critical strike chance increased by 2%. Socket 1. Durable 35 to 35. Requires level 9. The talisman was released, and it turned out to be a rare talisman. Li Yun really wanted to laugh 3 times, saying that the 10th level full stack is definitely not bragging. This talisman adds 35 strength and 32 intelligence, very good main attributes. If intelligence is replaced by physical strength, it may be better at this stage. The damage caused by physical skills is increased by 7%, terrible. Crit chance increased by 2%, scary. It can be said to have a huge impact on the improvement of output. If it is obtained by ordinary players, it will not be replaced after using it at level 30. The most important thing is that it also has a setting hole, which can be set with the legendary pain increasing gem. Gem of Pain. Legendary gem. Critical hits cause enemies to bleed and take 3000%, plus 50% asterisk level, weapon damage, as physical damage, over 3 seconds. Gain Blood Frenzy, increasing your attack speed by 4% for each bleeding enemy within 30 yards. Requires level 10. Requires level 1. Every time the enemy is wounded and bleeds, it can make it feel excited. Ding! Li Yun picked up Gem of Pain and inlaid it into the amulet. Thick Talisman of the Lion. Rare Talisman. Plus 35 Strength. Plus 32 Intelligence. Physical skills deal 7% increased damage. Critical strike chance increased by 2%. The critical hit causes the enemy to bleed and take 3100%, plus 50% asterisk 2 level, weapon damage, as physical damage, within 3 seconds. Gain Blood Frenzy, increasing your attack speed by 4% for each bleeding enemy within 30 yards. Requires level 10. Looking at the 2 pieces of equipment, the Ripper and Lion's Thick Talisman, Li Yun just wanted to upgrade them. The last item picked up turned out to be a gem. Square Emerald. Gem. Can be socketed into equipment that has sockets. Helmet, 20% extra currency dropped by monsters. Weapons, crit damage increased by 60%. Miscellaneous, plus 30 dexterity. Requires level 1. Li Yun checked the system prompts and found that the quality of this gem had actually increased by plus 2, directly upgrading from a broken emerald to a square emerald. Embed the gem into the Ripper, and directly add a 60% increase in critical strike damage. Finally, there are 150 black crystals on the ground, pick them all up, the black crystal coins on the body, 602. Add all 5 free attribute points to strength. It's time to kill more monsters and upgrade, otherwise the level is too low. Looking at a bunch of top quality equipment drooling. He resolutely stepped deeper into the river beach, and not long after, there were huge white sacred beams of light constantly rising from the forest and grassland. Ding! Congratulations on killing zombies and gaining 70 experience points. Because of your leapfrog killing, you get 21 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on killing zombies and gaining 70 experience points. Because of your leapfrog killing, you get 21 experience points. A series of reminders sounded, and half an hour later, Li Yun's body glowed white. He was upgraded to level 4, gained 5 free attribute points, and equipped a level 4 leather glove from his luggage. Splash leather gloves. Magic gloves. Plus 16 stamina. Has a chance to deal 7% area damage on hit. Durability, 55/65. Requirement level, 4. Li Yun's free attribute points are all added to strength, and he glanced at the main attributes of the character panel. Damage, 31.2, blood volume, 390. Continue to brush monsters to upgrade, and after an hour, he rose to level 5. Put on a level 5 magic ring and a level 5 magic leather hat that came out of killing monsters, and also put on the level 5 rare chest armor that was obtained from the box before. Equipment attributes are as follows. Giant Bear Spirit Snake Ring. Plus 10 stamina. Restore 6 points of life per second. Durability, 45/55. Requirement level, 5. Lion's leather hat. Magic helmet. 28 armor. Plus 16 strength. Durability, 70/70. Requires level, 5. Giant bear's leather jacket. Rare breastplate. 40 armor. Plus 10 strength. Plus 11 stamina. Restore 3 points. Restore life per second. Durability 70/70. Requires level, 5. The main event is coming. Remove sharp dagger of trauma from the offhand, move sensitivity leech saber to the offhand, and equip the legendary axe hand axe of King Slaughter trauma to the main hand. Hand axe of King Slaughter wound. Legendary axe. 36.8 damage/second. 18 to 24 damage. 1.3 attack speed. Plus 8 to 10 damage, plus 25 strength, plus 23 stamina, plus 24 intelligence. 3% increased attack speed. Whenever an enemy is hit, there is a 5 to 10% chance to critically hit it, dealing 300 to 400% weapon damage, as physical damage. Durable 65/65. Requires level, 5. Some say the axe hates flesh and blood. After adjusting all the equipment, Li Yun smiled silently as he looked at the more than 20 pieces of magic-grade equipment in his backpack. Immediately, he excitedly called up the character panel to check his attributes. Chapter 11. Li Yun. Level 5, 340/9000. Occupation, casual, not transferred. HP, 790. Mana, 390. Strength, 104, affects physical attack power. Agility, 19, affects movement speed and dodge. Intelligence, 39, affects magic attack power and resistance. Physical fitness, 79, affects health. Armor, 172, reduces damage to you from enemies of the same level. Damage, 76.3, damage caused by normal attacks on enemies of the same level. Skill, Ancient Sacred Skill Heaven's Wrath. Wrath of Heaven. Ancient Holy Abilities. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Summons a Holy Ray of Retribution, dealing 2200%, plus 80% *5 level, weapon damage, as holy damage, to all enemies within 30 yards within 6 seconds. This is an ancient divine spell that requires no mana to cast. Holy skill Bleeding and Cutting. Bleeding and Cutting. Sacred skills. A sweeping blow that causes all enemies within 20 yards to bleed for 1400%, plus 40% *5 level, weapon damage, as physical damage, over 5 seconds. This is a divine spell that costs no mana to cast. Title, None. Black Crystal Coin, 602. System Talent 100 times Luck, the probability of obtaining items is increased by 100 times, and the level of obtaining items is at least +1. Hiss. After reading the character attributes, Li Yun took a deep breath. Rare equipment and legendary equipment greatly improved the character. His character attributes are directly catching up with ordinary players at level 20, which is simply frightening. Looking at the system map, Li Yun walked directly towards a small town marked on the map. Great rivers and mountains, a desolate. After the doomsday crisis, the living space of human beings has been greatly compressed, and now it is mainly concentrated in some super big cities, as well as satellite cities around the big cities. On the current Earth, most of the land is occupied by various monsters, and humans rarely set foot on it. The town Li Yun is going to now used to be a university town. After the outbreak of the doomsday crisis, it was completely ruled by zombies. In places like university towns, there are a lot of transformed zombies and concentrated, which is convenient for Li Yun to spawn monsters and upgrade. The smoke is lingering, and the air in Hanwoo is still so bad even in the last days. In Li Yun's sight, a small town gradually appeared, with damaged buildings everywhere, and some zombies wandering here and there. Similar buildings in the university town can be seen in the east of the town. Li Yun exhaled, it should be here. The level of zombies in this area is slightly higher, above level 10. Because of the dense number of players, it is difficult for ordinary players to come here, and the level of zombies will gradually increase after killing few people, but it is not a big threat to Li Yun. It is more reassuring to come here. As long as he didn't encounter monsters above the level of the boss, he would clean them up one by one. The experience here was enough for him to rise to a dozen levels. Soon, Li Yun came to the edge of the town, and there was a small square in front of it. Maybe more than a year ago, there were ants dancing in the square, but now it is a mess. Around the small square, there were more than a dozen zombies roaming around. They didn't notice Li Yun's arrival. Li Yun stepped forward directly. Roar! Some zombies sensed the smell of sweet blood and roared excitedly. They looked at Li Yun, and their dead pupils emitted a strange light. The nearest zombie, about 20 yards away, had a shriveled basketball hanging on its jet black arm. It waved its arm, wanting to taste Li Yun's blood. As the zombie approached, its message appeared in front of Li Yun. Zombie. Level, LV11. HP, 1300. Mana, 0. Attack power, 70 to 90. Skills, Claw Sweep, a powerful blow, causing damage equal to 1.3 times the attack power of zombies. Explanation: ordinary zombies only have eating instincts, and they move slowly. The only thing to be careful is that they will act in groups when they are alarmed. The basic attributes of zombies are the same, but the blood damage is higher. Unless there are mutated zombies, it is said that they will have powerful skills. Bleeding and cutting. Li Yun waved the legendary axe calmly, and slashed down on the zombie's head. Then the skills were released, and half of the zombie's head exploded. -1510. A huge yellow critical strike lighted up from above the zombie's head, and it was instantly killed. Ding! Congratulations to the player for gaining 115 experience points. Since you leap to kill monsters, you will gain an additional 66 experience points. After the bleeding and cutting skill breaks the head of the zombie, it spreads to the back of the zombie in a fan shape of 120 degrees Celsius, covering the 7 or 8 zombies rushing behind it one by one. -545. -590. -1486. I saw that the zombies behind moved a few steps and fell to the ground one by one. After 3 seconds, all 7 or 8 zombies in the area covered by the skill died. At the same time, the remaining zombies were approaching Li Yun. Li Yun swung his sword and axe, and the sky suddenly lit up with holy light, and the wrath of heaven was released, covering all the approaching zombies. -710. -790. -1946. Ding! Almost in an instant, a piece of experience was swiping the screen, and a skill instantly killed more than a dozen zombies, and Li Yun immediately felt the thrill of upgrading. The experience bar is beating one by one, and the experience has almost reached level 6. In the distance, more zombies were alarmed and rushed towards here indistinctly. Chapter 12. Wang Qiang is a level 21 thief. He is considered a very inconspicuous character among the players and is not taken seriously. In fact, besides this, he has another identity, the secret agent of the assassination organization. The Dark Assassin Organization is a mysterious large-scale underground organization with strict organization and powerful and superb members. As far as the external business shown by the organization is concerned, there are ambushes in the wild, acceptance of various assassination commissions, and sales of various information, including the location of various monster leaders or bosses. As for whether there are other deeper activities in the shadow, it is beyond Wang Qiang's access. He is just a person in charge of detecting the location of monster leaders or bosses in the Chengwu area. Occasionally, Wang Qiang will also make a guest appearance. When he meets a lone ranger in the wilderness, he will use secret means to notify the organization to come, hunt and kill players and get dividends. A few days ago, he thought that a zombie boss might evolve here in the university city. So a small team was encouraged to say that there are many zombies and high experience here, and let them come here to practice leveling and treasure. The real purpose is to use a small team to find out whether a zombie leader has really evolved here. If there is a zombie boss, it will be a surprise. There are ways to deal with the team and the boss. Of course, if there is no boss, pure leveling is not bad. Including him, the team has 25 members, with levels ranging from a dozen to over 20. Originally, for such a team, it would be very easy and pleasant to practice leveling and playing treasures in the university city, and to scout for news. But unexpectedly, a demon of unknown rank suddenly descended from the sky in the university city. Inspired by the power of the demon, the zombies rioted instantly. Thousands of zombies rushed towards them, fearing no pain, no fear of life and death. Even though everyone had exerted 120% of their strength, they were still invincible, and the entire team was killed. At the critical moment, Wang Qiang put on top-grade magic equipment, used the thief's unique skills to escape, abandoned the team members who protected him, and successfully escaped from the concentrated area of zombies. But even so, at this moment behind Wang Qiang, there are still hundreds of zombies chasing him, making him dare not stop. The zombies were not moving fast, but they couldn't hold back the large number of them. Not only did the number of zombies behind them not decrease, but they tended to gather more and more from various areas. Damn it, why are there so many zombies? While cursing, Wang Qiang ran for his life to an area with fewer zombies. At the same time, he complained in his heart that the people in the team were all rubbish, and they didn't have a decent outbreak until they died, otherwise they could attract zombies and allow him to escape further. Once you escape, report the news that there are demons here, and the organization will definitely arrange personnel to kill the demons. Once you succeed, you will definitely benefit a lot. Boom! Suddenly, from not far away, there was an explosion. Wang Qiang saw that there were bursts of silver-white skill rays of light rising there. There are players. And it's a master. If he dared to make such a big noise in a zombie-intensive area, that person must be very strong. If not, he would not dare to do so. Wang Qiang quickened his pace, quickly crossed 2 fallen streets, and finally saw the strong man. It was a young man who was slashing around with a sword and an axe in his hand, and fan-shaped bloody energy shot out from the weapon in his hand. Wherever the blood energy went, the zombies were almost instantly killed, and there was no room for resistance. Judging from the surrounding ground, there were countless zombie corpses lying down, all of which should have been killed by this young man. Boss, help! Wang Qiang's eyes were on fire, and he shouted for help to Li Yun. Li Yun was immersed in the thrill of killing monsters at this time, when he suddenly heard a cry for help not far away, and immediately looked over. I saw a man in leather armor covered in blood, running like himself in a panic, followed by countless zombies, so I understood what happened. His face turned slightly cold, displeased with the man's behavior. You must know that there are so many zombies behind him. If he hadn't been here and changed to a low-level leveling team, the result would definitely be wiped out. Fortunately, he is here, he is not sensitive to the number of zombies. The zombies here are all in the 10th level, less than 20th level, and they are not a big threat to Li Yun. No matter how many come, just pay a little attention, and they can all be dealt with. The wrath of heaven. Holy light descended from the sky, enveloping the zombies behind the man. -810. -890. -2246. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 zombies had been instantly killed by Li Yun. At this time, Li Yun was already at level 7, and there was an extra belt with 12 additional power on his waist, which increased his damage a lot and his attack power was even more terrifying. "Boss, thank you." Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wang Qiang ran behind Li Yun and thanked him hurriedly. He saw Li Yun's terrifying damage, an absolute boss, such a terrifying group damage skill, could it be an advanced skill that is highly played at level 30 or above? He was relieved, he believed he was saved from the strength shown by Li Yun. Even if the devil came, the man was not helpless, and he could escape no matter what. Li Yun ignored Wang Qiang, but rushed towards the zombies brought by Wang Qiang. So many zombies are simply experience points for moving, and I feel uneasy if I don't accept them. Zombies were densely packed, roughly estimated at no less than 1,000, enough for him to rise to level 10. Even better, Li Yun didn't have to look for them, they came to the door by themselves. Chapter 13. Bleeding and Cutting. The Wrath of Heaven. Li Yun held the legendary axe and swung it forward. A 60-yard diameter, almost 54-meter diameter pillar of holy light shrouded it. It was so dazzling that Wang Qiang, who was watching, was excited and admired Li Yun's strength even more. It can be seen that Li Yun rushed into the crowd of zombies, the pillar of holy light enveloped him, waves of fan-shaped bloody energy rushed out from his two weapons, and the zombies in front of him were blown away and smashed to pieces. A lot of yellow and white damage floated from the heads of the zombies around him, which was directly crushed. -645. -708. -1686. Every second, damage ranging from 600 to 900 jumps from the top of the zombie's head, and more than 1000 to 2000 critical damage. In less than 2 seconds, the zombies within 20 to 30 yards around Li Yun were wiped out, and there were no less than 100 dead zombies. Li Yun's footsteps didn't stop, walking through the zombie crowd with huge damage. Wang Qiang next to him saw such a scene, his eyes were full of disbelief. What the hell is this skill? It's really crazy. And the axe in his right hand doesn't seem to be an ordinary magic weapon. Could it be a rare gold outfit? Wang Qiang has never seen a player who spawns monsters as easily as Li Yun, and he is destructive when he comes up, and what is strange is that the dual-wielding weapons are generally melee professionals, fighters, or thieves, but why he can release the paladin's long-distance attacking sacred skills, is it a hidden profession? He was so shocked that he froze there without words. In 10 minutes, the time has passed. The upgraded white light has already flashed from Li Yun twice. Almost all the zombies brought by Wang Qiang were killed by him, and the dropped equipment was collected by Li Yun immediately. Fortunately, no legendary items were dropped, otherwise he would have killed Wang Qiang directly to avoid leaking the news. Seeing that there were very few zombies around him, Li Yun withdrew his skills and walked towards the university city without looking back. Seeing this, Wang Qiang's eyes flickered, and he followed. "Boss, wait for me." He started sprinting, caught up with Li Yun who was about to disappear behind the gate, and shouted hurriedly. Because Wang Qiang felt that this time he met a real thigh, if he followed behind him and hugged this thick thigh, it would even be more promising than staying in the dark. Moreover, Wang Qiang believes in his own strength, so he can continuously provide Li Yun with information about the monster leader and the location of the boss. With Li Yun's strength, he can take down the boss. The requirements for equipment and items will come naturally. This is the case in the doomsday era. The weak attach themselves to the strong and show their value, making survival easier. Like many female stars before the doomsday, they are not all attached to the strong and local tyrants, and they are still living happily and happily. Naturally, he also has ambitions, wanting to become a strong local tyrant, call the wind and rain, and become a dignitary in front of others. What else do you need? Li Yun stopped and asked calmly. For Wang Qiang, Li Yun doesn't want to have more intersections. As for saving him, it was like a dog biting a chicken. The dog meat was useful to him, so he killed the dog and the chicken got away with luck. The most important thing is that Li Yun looks powerful, but he is actually weak compared to the top players, even an ant that can be slaughtered casually. As for the secrets about him, it is determined not to be revealed, and it would be bad if it caused the strong to covet him. Looking at Li Yun's indifferent face, Wang Qiang didn't have the slightest intention of giving up. He said enthusiastically, "Boss, let me be your follower. I can tell you the location of the bosses in this area. The best equipment is within your reach. Then you can just give me some unused equipment." Wang Qiang's expression and words were very provocative. If it were an ordinary strong man, he would probably agree. After all, it is indeed a win-win situation. But Li Yun was not moved by it at all, because Wang Qiang couldn't break through such a deep place alone, so there must be a team, and the team disappeared, and he was the only one who escaped. Whether it's his superb means, or he betrayed his teammates, if he cooperates with such a person, he will not hesitate to seek skin from a tiger, and sooner or later something will happen. Li Yun gave him a cold look and said, "I killed all the zombies chasing you. Go that way. There are no zombies along the way. You can leave safely." Li Yun pointed to the way he came from. He almost killed zombies on this way, and the safety was raised to the highest level. Even players of several levels can pass smoothly, not to mention Wang Qiang who is fully equipped. "But I just want to follow you, and I will follow you regardless of the mountains of swords and seas of fire." Wang Qiang straightened his face and said righteously. He believed it himself. "I'll say it one last time, you leave along this road, if you don't go, don't blame me for being rude." Li Yun had lost the patience to entangle with Wang Qiang, and the 10th level was imminent, he said indifferently. "Boss you." Seeing Li Yun like this, a trace of anger flashed across Wang Qiang's face, but he suppressed it. "Boss, there is a newly born demon in the central area of the university city. This is my greatest sincerity." Chapter 14. Demon. This is a good thing that can kill people, top-grade equipment, high-level accessories, high-level skill books, high-level forging materials, any good thing you can think of, it may drop, but you must have the strength to get rid of it. It is said that 2 months ago, there was a top guild in Europe called the Peak of the Gods, with an average staff level of 26 and many top players at level 30, who challenged a 3-star demon. In the end, the 2 top team members were all wiped out, and the demon was seriously injured and was picked by another first-level trade union, Phoenix, and several pieces of top-level equipment were revealed. Since then, the top of the gods has been reduced from the top worker to the first class, and the Phoenix has been promoted from the first-class union to the top, which shows the power of the devil and the high drop rate. Li Yun turned his head and walked towards the center of the university town. The newborn demon should be starless. Generally speaking, there is only one natal skill. You must know that every time a demon has an extra star, there will be an extra natal skill, and the combat power will increase almost exponentially. If it is a multi-star demon, he can only avoid it for the time being, and he is not so arrogant that he wants to die. A smile appeared on the corner of Wang Qiang's mouth, and he quickly started to keep up with Li Yun. "The boss knows my benefits." After a few seconds of excitement, his pupils shrank sharply. Because Li Yun stopped in front of him, turned around and slashed with an axe. The huge fan-shaped bloody skill rushed towards him, flying sand and rolling stones, knocking him back several steps. "The next attack will not be a peaceful one, so please do it." Li Yun in front said and left immediately. "Too much deceit." Wang Qiang's face turned red and blue. Although his strength was mediocre, he was still highly valued by the high level inside the Dark Assassin because of his agility and alertness in manipulating thieves. Li Yun's treatment of him like this made him extremely excited. Big anger. "If you dare to fool and humiliate me, you will definitely pay the price in blood." Wang Qiang gritted his teeth, his chest heaved rapidly, and left in the direction indicated by Li Yun. In the university city, dense crowds of zombies are suddenly rushing towards the middle area, as if something there is calling them. Li Yun put on the 9th level necklace, Heavy Eagle necklace, with as much as 32 points of strength, 2% critical strike chance, 7% increase in physical skill damage, and most importantly, the inlaid one, a legendary gem of pain. Li Yun is approaching the center, and his Light of Heaven skill has been brought into full play by him. As far as the eye can see, a large number of zombies died one by one in the sacred beam of light. After these zombies fell to the ground, more zombies rushed up one after another. Among the damage, a group of huge and dazzling damage numbers suddenly appeared. -2,854. -7,250. -3,048. Li Yun was excited to know that this was caused by the bleeding damage triggered by the pain-increasing gem after a critical strike, and a shocking 7,250 damage was dealt out by a critical strike. It is estimated that Blood Bowl players at level 20 can kill them in one hit. He immediately felt his own strength, and he had a faint anticipation for the devil in his heart. No one has really counted how many zombies there are in a university town. But more than a year ago, there were no less than 40,000 students in this university town plus surrounding service personnel. Even if the conversion rate is 60%, it is conservatively estimated that there are 20,000 to 30,000 zombies here. Fortunately, the attributes of most of the zombies are just like that, and there is not much danger to Li Yun. Natural monster experience pool, of course, is only for Li Yun. For ordinary players, although they also have group attack skills, they do not have strong equipment support, and the damage is too low, so it is impossible to instantly kill zombies of the same level. And the real high-level players are often in the dungeon secret realm, and they don't bother to come to this kind of place. Killing hundreds of zombies often only results in 1 or 2 white outfits. Who cares? Ding! Congratulations to the player for reaching level 10 and gaining 5 free attribute points. Ding! The player has reached level 10, please go to the instructor to change jobs in time. Ding! The player has reached level 10, please go to the instructor to change jobs in time. Ding! The player has reached level 10, please go to the instructor to change jobs in time. Li Yun raised his brows when 3 prompts sounded in a hurry. In just a few minutes, he rose to the 10th level, which is tantamount to riding a rocket. The zombies killed by Li Yun didn't have 1,000, but hundreds, which was extremely terrifying. The 10th level upgrade experience suddenly rose to 50,000. Li Yun didn't say anything. In his 50-slot backpack, the equipment was almost full, and the legendary two-handed axe the Ripper was lying quietly in it. Taking advantage of the gap between the Wrath of Heaven skill to clear out a wave of zombies, Li Yun replaced with a Ripper. Then take a look at the main attributes of the character panel. Damage, 115.4. HP, 1150. Li Yun smiled slightly, he moved, and swung the legendary giant axe in his hand at the rushing zombies. Bleeding and cutting. -1,368. -1,435. -5,850. It actually cleared all the monsters 20 yards ahead with one blow, without waiting for the second jump of bleeding damage. Li Yun's eyelids twitched. After switching to the legendary giant axe the Ripper, Nima's damage was too brutal. But I like it. Chapter 15. The damage of each jump of bleeding and cutting is directly doubled, reaching about 1,400. The critical strike damage attached to the emerald on the weapon is increased by 60%, and the superimposed character's own critical strike damage is 44%, and the critical strike directly deals 6,000 damage. Among thousands of monsters, Li Yun almost shouted, "Who else?" Ho 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 ho! The rapidly dying zombies here finally alarmed a certain existence in the middle area, and it let out a sky-shattering roar. Ding! Regional mission released, destroy demons. Tasks reward different levels of experience and treasure chests according to the damage contribution. The highest level can get the legendary treasure chest. Players are invited to actively participate. The red announcement was released 3 times in one go. The reward is very generous. Li Yun looked at the announcement and thought to himself. Coming. Soon, Li Yun narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. A demon rushed out of the student apartment building, jumping towards here, very fast. Visually, the demon can be more than 3 meters tall, with a shiny black body, and a pair of small fleshy wings on the back, which keep opening and closing as the demon leaps. $. The approaching demon suddenly yelled an unknown demonic language at Li Yun, and it could be seen that there was anger on its ferocious face. Who does a monster roar at? At this moment, the attributes of the devil appeared in front of Li Yun. Nascent Molten Demon. Level LV12. HP, 250,000. Mana, 20,000. Attack power, 3,500 to 4,500. Natal skill, Molten Fire. The demon spits out extremely high temperature magic flames, burning everything. Attributes, Demon Physique, Swiftness, Short Distance Flying. Grass. Li Yun hesitated in seconds, wanting to turn around and leave. It can fly and breathe fire, and its attack power of 4,000 points will die if it touches it. But in his hand, he was unambiguous and directly launched the skill. The Wrath of Heaven. Miraculous milky white holy light descended from the sky, enveloping the nascent molten demon. Surprise and anger suddenly appeared on the demon's face, and a huge injury burst out from above its head. Minus 15,200. Immediately, a series of injuries floated from the head of the running demon. Minus 3,900. Minus 4,050. Minus 15,400. And when Li Yun's first injury lighted up, he had already rushed to the fallen street where he came from without looking back. He instantly understood 2 things. First, the holy light has a significant bonus effect on the damage of demons, and the physique of demons has become its weakness. Second, if you want to kill this demon, you must find a terrain that can effectively restrict the demon's movement. Fallen Street is the best place for you to choose. Li Yun's speed can make Bolt unmatched, but the devil is still approaching quickly. In just a dozen seconds, Fallen Street was already in sight, and a burning sensation suddenly hit behind him, and Li Yun's heart suddenly rang. Jumping violently to the side, out of the corner of his eye he saw a ball of black inflammation the size of a basketball passing by. Minus 380. Why is the attack so high? It bleeds like this after being scalded by the black flame. Wouldn't a direct hit be death? Li Yun didn't have time to think, and continued to run forward after landing. Boom! The black flame that passed by hit the ground on the left, and there was a violent explosion immediately, with huge flames radiating. Li Yun had no choice but to turn right and crashed into a coffee shop on the street. Among the glass shards flying all over the sky, a milky white holy light descended from the sky again, enveloping the chasing demons. Minus 4,065. Minus 15,480. Minus 4,116. The demon took damage several times in a row, and his pace slowed down a bit. Li Yun took the opportunity to pass through the coffee shop, opened the back door of the shop with an axe, and appeared on Degenerate Street. He glanced at the blood volume of the demon locked on the interface. Nascent Molten Demon. HP, 167,800/250000. There is a show, see how I play you to death. Walk around, walk through the alleys. Move around, sneak attack on the hair salon. A few minutes later, when half of Degenerate Street was burned, the bloody demon spread his wings and ran away. Die! Li Yun pursued. Call out! Even faster than Li Yun's voice was a vibrating arrow with sharp whistling, flying from a flower bed and hitting the demon's wings fiercely. Minus 2,150. The demon staggered to the ground. Grass! Someone steals the monster. With a thought, Li Yun turned on the all-hands attack mode and rushed directly to the direction of the arrow. The Wrath of Heaven. The ancient sacred skill of CD was directly released by Li Yun, and the attack range of 60 yards before and after was obviously beyond the attacker's expectation. A huge red damage rose from the flower bed. -2430. A male hunter in leather armor rolled directly from the flower bed, obviously dead. His bow and arrow, leather armor, leather hat, and other equipment were all thrown from his body. The demon was also within the range of the skill, and as a -4086 damage rose from its head, it screamed and fell to the ground. Clang! 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 A pile of items appeared beside the demon, and 5 beams of light rose from the items, 2 were green, and 3 were dark gold. Get legendary items. Sacred items are out. Chapter 16. Ding! Congratulations to the player who killed the newborn molten demon and gained 40,000 experience. Due to the huge difference in strength from the demon, the reward is 50,000 experience. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining the legendary skill, the luck has been multiplied, the item level +1, and the sacred skill Heaven Strike. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining the legendary skill, the luck has been multiplied, the item level +1, and the sacred skill Dual Wielding Dual Weapons. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining the rare weapon, the luck has been multiplied, the item level +1, and the legendary weapon Infinity Blade. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining the rare Forging Blueprint, the luck has been multiplied, the item level +1, and the legendary Shield Forging Blueprint Wall of Bones. Ding! Congratulations to the player for getting the rare Demon Material 1, the luck is multiplied, the item level is +1, and the legendary Demon Material 1 is obtained. Ding! Get 5,500 black crystals. Ding! Congratulations to the player for completing the task of eliminating demons. You will be rewarded with 100,000 experience points and a level 20 dark gold treasure chest *1. The white light on Li Yun's body jumped up 3 times in a row, directly rising to the 13th level. Put all the items on the ground into the bag, including the level 27 rare bow that the hunter burst out, and several other magical equipment. 50 grids of baggage grids were not enough. Li Yun had to throw away 6 or 7 pieces of low-level magic equipment with bad attributes in the baggage. After the demon died, the zombie riot stopped and began their wandering life again. Li Yun found a new kind of zombie in the scattered zombie group, demonized zombie. The level is the same as that of ordinary zombies, but the blood volume and damage have been nearly doubled, and a new skill has been added. The claws are equipped with magic flames. After hitting, they lose 40 blood every second for 6 seconds. Li Yun killed one casually and gained 260 experience, which is not bad, but the number of such zombies transformed by demons is not much, otherwise it would be a better target for leveling. No wonder the Will of the Earth issued regional missions. If ordinary zombies are transformed by demons in this way, it will inevitably become a disaster. Moreover, once the demon evolves and grows, it will cause more damage to the earth, because Li Yun found that the place where the demon flame has been burned has lost all nutrients. After a little renovation, Li Yun set foot on the road back to the city. The backpack is already full, so it doesn't make much sense to continue farming monsters. After all, as the level increases, the experience of the zombies here has dropped sharply. Li Yun was very impressed by the way he came, because he was killed all the way here, and the corpses of zombies that have not been refreshed by the will of the earth are the best signposts. Walking on the road, Li Yun faintly felt that the will of the earth seemed to be fighting for some kind of control with the demons. After thinking about it, it was also a fight between gods, and they should do their own things well first. Blow back to the sky. Sacred skills. Cooldown, 10 seconds. A burst of divine power heals you and allies within 12 yards for 400%, 40% * level, of weapon damage. Companions healed by Healing Strike increase their movement speed by 40% for 5 seconds. This is a divine spell that costs no mana to cast. Good skill. Healing and life-saving are top-notch. Li Yun's eyes lit up, and he learned blow to the sky as soon as he raised his hand. Blow back to heaven. A circle of green light suddenly spread out from Li Yun's body, covering the surrounding 12-yard space. Plus 3,680. A huge amount of green healing emerges from the top of his head. Moreover, there was a wall of wind surrounding his body. He lifted his legs and ran forward at an extremely fast speed. He ran a full 100 meters away in 5 seconds. Li Yun stopped and nodded in satisfaction. This skill not only increases blood volume, but also can be used as an acceleration skill, which is very powerful. Involuntarily, he looked at another skill book in the baggage: dual-wielding dual weapons. Dual-wielding dual weapons. Holy Spirit passive skill. Holy power is added, allowing you to control two two-handed equipment at the same time. Li Yun slapped the skill book and learned it. His heart was beating uncontrollably. It was unbelievable that this passivity could allow people to hold two two-handed weapons. His eyes searched in the baggage, and he found a new legendary weapon. Infinity Blade. Legendary two-handed heavy weapon. 121.8 damage/second. 70 to 76 damage. 1.0 attack speed. Main attribute. Plus 4% damage. Plus 655 hit restore life. Plus 26 to 35 holy damage. Plus 128 strength, plus 125 stamina. Whole *1. Durable 45/45. Requirement level, 20. Only the dead have witnessed the end of the war. Li Yun was drooling looking at this legendary heavy weapon, with a high second damage of 121.8, plus holy damage with 655 blood-sucking points and a socket. It's a pity that such a good weapon can't be equipped, it needs level 20, Li Yun wailed in his heart. With regretful eyes, he found the 5th level legendary axe from the baggage, and tried to equip it to his deputy. Ding! There is an extra level 5 legendary hand axe in the offhand position. Looking at the character's attributes, the damage per second jumped from 134.5 to 171.8, and the blood volume soared to 1530 directly. This second injury is comparable to that of a level 30 ordinary player. Except for a little less blood, there is nothing wrong with it. Li Yun is very satisfied with the attributes. By the way, there is also a blueprint for crafting a legendary shield. Chapter 17. Wall of Bones. Legendary Shield. 215 to 240, Armor. Plus, 10.5 to 17.5%, Block Chance. Main Attribute. Plus, 80 to 90, Stamina. Plus, 11 to 20, All Elemental Resistances. Secondary Attributes. Has a 25 to 35% chance to be protected by a wall of bones when hit. Random attribute plus 3. Durability, 30 to 45. Requires level, 20. Named after the Battle of the Grand Canyon, the warriors forged their shields from the bones of their comrades during the long and vicious battle. Cost, 800 black crystals, common materials 10, magic materials 10, rare materials *5, materials can be obtained by dismantling equipment by blacksmiths. Good things for 20th level fighters and paladins. It seems that it is necessary to learn blacksmith skills after returning to the city. After learning the blueprints, you only need to gather the blueprints and materials to create them. The finished equipment can be said to be invaluable. Li Yun could even imagine that if the finished Wall of Bones legendary shield was thrown at the auction house, it would cause a huge commotion and how many black crystals would be auctioned. The other horn-like legendary demon material, I don't know what it's used for, so let's put it away for now. The level 20 legendary treasure chest is locked and cannot be opened for the time being. I will find a way to get a prop to open it later. The distance of dozens of kilometers was quickly passed while Li Yun was constantly checking the equipment items. It can be seen from a distance that the huge city gate in the east of Changwu district stands tall, and there are many low-level players in the surrounding area who are teaming up to fight monsters and level up. 30 to 40 meters away from Li Yun, there was a team of 4th and 5th level players fighting monsters. 4 or 5 players tacitly surrounded and beat a zombie, and killed the zombie without any damage in a few tens of seconds. This can't help but make Li Yun sigh with emotion. If it weren't for the lucky luck system, he might not even be able to match these players, so he probably shouted, "Boss, please hug your thighs," and nodded and bowed behind the advanced players. It is also impossible to fight zombies alone at the beginning of the game, and the equipment is full of burdens. Without looking at the player Digwai carefully, he walked towards the city gate. "Brother Long, it's him." Just as he was approaching the passageway of the city gate, a slightly familiar voice suddenly came from his ear. Before Li Yun could understand, hundreds of players surrounded him with cold eyes. Headed by a tall and strong player, a huge scythe in his hand is eye-catching. Beside this player stood the young man he had rescued in the university city. "What are you doing?" Li Yun frowned slightly, and asked these people coldly. With so many people coming for trouble, it seems like something bad has happened. But Li Yun didn't panic. The equipment of these players is not very good, and they must not be too strong. Among these people, most of them have white clothes, only some of them have magic equipment, and they can't fit together, and very few can equip a complete set of magic equipment. After a series of battles with zombies and demons, he is no longer a rookie, and has a clear understanding of his own strength. These people are no threat to him. "Little thing, you framed my brother to death, murdered and robbed the boss, and even dared to swagger back to the city. You are not a coward." The leader of the strong players took a step forward and said to Li Yun, "Frame your brother and grab the boss." Li Yun looked at the complacent young man next to the strong player, and understood everything, and his face turned cold immediately. "You'd better investigate clearly how your brother died, and don't be betrayed by the people around you. I have nothing to do with this matter." Now Li Yun understands what it means to be a villain like a ghost. That young man is really hateful. "Obviously I saved him easily, so it's okay to be ungrateful to Dade, but I still want to bite back. Obviously it's revenge for not taking him with me." "Bullshit, my group of brothers with equipment in the 20s will be killed by zombies in the 20s. Who will believe me if I tell them?" The strong player chopped the sickle hard on the ground. Wang Jiang said aggrievedly from the side, "Brother Niu and I were hunting zombies in the university town, and suddenly we met a zombie elite of level 15. Everyone knows what such an elite means. We stepped forward to besiege and seriously injured that elite. But he came out to attack us. Brother Niu was killed by him, and the others were also killed by him by taking advantage of the elite's dying rage. If it weren't for my good escape skills, no one would know about this matter forever." What Wang Jiang said was precise, coupled with that expression of extreme grievance and resentment. Anyone could see that this was the case. Li Yun's eyes were slightly cold, and his anger gradually rose in his heart. This kind of person deserves to die. If he bites back when he doesn't get any benefit, he deserves to die extremely. But Li Yun just raised his eyelids and said, "Humph, he made up this matter. Believe it or not, it's useless to talk more, just do it if you want." Li Yun knew that Wang Jiang had turned right from wrong, so he was too lazy to talk nonsense. In the past, he couldn't afford to provoke each of these people, but now, Lord Ma has eyes and Li Yun will let them know. With Li Yun's current strength, as long as he is not a player with more than 20 levels of full-body magic equipment, he is confident that he will always come to deliver food. "Boy, you still dare to be so arrogant at this time. You are the first one I have seen in so many years. I hope you don't cry later." Chapter 18. The burly player waved his hand, and slowly retreated to watch the show, while the people around Li Yun drew their weapons and slowly approached him, squeezing Li Yun's movement space from all directions. A living person is much more valuable than a dead person, and can be squeezed to the limit. It is far from being equipped after killing a few pieces. They are very experienced. Look, there's something going on there. Isn't this the Scythe Liu's group of people, Made, who usually run amok in the low-level areas, and now they are messing with people again? They are really bastards. There is only one person in the middle. It seems that there is a lot of bad luck and bad luck. What happened to Li Yun here attracted the attention of many players outside the city gate, but they were all watching and discussing from the sidelines, and there was no one who stepped forward to attack the hero. This is the case in the last days. One thing more is worse than one thing less. If you trouble others, you will make yourself trouble. Although Huaxia officials have some protective measures for low-level players, after all, unlike a year ago, morality and law have collapsed a lot, and force is the last word. Even if Li Yun died there, no one would pursue the sickle Lu. The end of the day, no one will die, I can't control it. And no one thinks that Li Yun will survive. After all, there are hundreds of people surrounded by one person, and 2 fists are hard to beat with 4 hands. Li Yun stood there calmly, with cold eyes, slowly watching every player present. Li Yun has never killed anyone. Before the end of the world, he did not have such an opportunity, and after the end of the world, he did not have such strength. Now, there was a good chance he was going to kill. In this era of the weak and the strong, if others take the initiative to kill you, you don't need to use stronger means to fight back, and you can only be reduced to a meal. The 2 legendary axes, one large and one small, drooped slightly in Li Yun's hands, then stabilized at a certain angle and did not move. There is a wind blowing across the wilderness, bringing a soft whimper. A wave of holy energy quietly emerged from Li Yun's body, and the surroundings suddenly lit up with holy light. At this moment, the people surrounding Li Yun squinted their eyes subconsciously. The wrath of heaven. -2480. -10,890. -2570. The sacred light centered on Li Yun enveloped the earth, and the dozens of people around him lay on the ground with blood splattered, without any movement. Where these people originally stood, the equipment on their bodies exploded. A piece of ordinary white equipment and scattered blue magic equipment lay quietly beside them. If it was on a normal day, with so many pieces of equipment, even magic equipment, scattered on the ground like this, everyone would have rushed forward and fought. But at this time, no one dared to move, all the people surrounding Li Yun just stared at him blankly. Everyone's expressions were wonderful, apart from shock, they did not expect such a result at all. This is impossible. Isn't he an ordinary player? Even if the level is higher, the damage will not be so terrible. Boss, what shall we do? As soon as Li Yun made a move, he directly suppressed the field, leaving those who were about to besiege him stunned on the spot, in a dilemma. Originally, Li Yun was holding 2 strangely shaped axes in his hands, and everyone thought he was a player who liked to pretend. After all, no one has ever seen legendary weapons, and no one would think in that direction. They have seen too many exaggerated and bluffing weapons, but they are all silver like wax gun heads, and no one will take them seriously. But Li Yun released the holy light, which confuses everyone. When the paladin has such a terrible kill, this profession is the existence of the bottom of the occupational damage. Either rush to the front to be a coolie T, or to be an auxiliary nurse in the back. Although there are paladins with output flow, the damage is not the same at all. Sickle Lu and the others are in a dilemma, but Li Yun has no intention of letting them go. This is a wild place, a lawless place. Hands are not allowed in the city, and even the control is stricter than before the doomsday. It is to let everyone share the same hatred, and the guns are unanimous. Die without fighting. But outside the city, that's where the bestiality is unleashed, and you can do whatever you want. It can be said that Li Yun wiped out nearly 100 people in front of him, and there will be no sanctions on him. Besides, others provoked him first. Bleeding and cutting. Before these people could make a move, bloody waves surged from Li Yun's giant axe, and a fan-shaped bloody energy covered them. Minus 1890. Minus 1945. Minus 8125. Nearly 20 players were reimbursed at one time, and none of them survived until the second. Most of these players are in their teens or 20s, with a blood volume of about 1000 to death, and they have no power to fight back against Li Yun's skill damage. Li Yun's damage terrified them. He actually had a second extremely terrifying group injury skill. No one knew how many cards he had. Bet on his skill cooling CD, what if he still has group attack skills? If you rush up, you will die. Chapter 19. Now they didn't even hit a hair of the enemy, and they buried dozens of people. This is no longer possible to fight, completely crushed by strength, the opponent is simply a devil. And this is the end of the world, there is only one life, they are digitized, but it does not mean that they will not die, which makes them move back. I don't want to die, my child is only 1 year old, I'm sorry boss. Boss, I was wrong, let me go. How to fight this? A paladin is so strong that he hasn't even given himself a bite. It's not something we can fight against anyway. Immediately, some of these people backed away. Sickle Lu was behind these people. Seeing the scene evolve like this, knowing that he had kicked a super steel plate, he couldn't help being scared in his heart. Withdraw. He knew that Li Yun was not something they could deal with, he could leave as much as he could, at least he still had a chance to make a comeback, if he didn't leave, it would be too late. At this time, in the heart of Sickle Lu, the person he hated the most was not Li Yun, but Wang Qiang, who stood beside him with a stern face. If he was not worried about his subordinate's mutiny, he really wanted to cut him in two with a sickle. Withdraw. Do you think you can still leave? Li Yun looked at the actions of these people and said coldly. He is not going to let these people go at all, the best enemy is the dead, and he will never do things that will not be eradicated. In these last days, I don't know how many people end up dead without a whole body because of a momentary soft-heartedness. Blow back to heaven. Plus 4560. Li Yun gave himself a sip of milk, accelerated for 5 seconds, and almost pulled out the afterimage of his body and rushed into the middle of the crowd. The wrath of heaven. A huge pillar of holy light descended from the sky, covering the space around Li Yun. Those who were enveloped by the holy beam of light immediately felt their scalps go numb, and the shadow of death emerged, and in the next moment, an unrivaled energy squeezed down like mountains and seas. Minus 2480. Minus 10890. Minus 25680. Exaggerated injuries emerged from the heads of these players one after another. In just a blink of an eye, there was no one standing around Li Yun. The people who besieged Li Yun before, except for Sickle Lu and Wang Qiang, who had been retreating when they saw the situation was not good, were all reimbursed. The wind wall on his body gradually dissipated, and Li Yun walked towards Sickle Lu and Wang Qiang step by step. Now believe that I didn't lie to you, was he the one who lied to you? Li Yun said jokingly to Sickle Lu. Believe it, I believe it. Sickle Lu said hurriedly. At this time, he didn't know that Wang Qiang was in the middle, so he could buy a piece of tofu and kill him. I completely hated Wang Qiang in my heart, and all the good days of struggle would come to an abrupt end. If Li Yun didn't dare to move in front of him, he would definitely kill Wang Qiang with a scythe. The letter is late. Li Yun swung the huge axe in his hand and slashed at the Sickle Lu. Minus 2336. Sickle Lu, who made a blocking movement, died without any other struggles after being hit by the fan-shaped blood-colored energy. Li Yun looked at Wang Qiang indifferently. Wang Qiang looked at Li Yun's expressionless eyes, and his whole body was sifted. benefactor. With a thud, Wang Qiang fell to his knees, and he hurriedly said, "Benefactor, I was wrong, please don't kill me, I've been fooled by lard, I shouldn't have brought people to ambush you, you forgive me." Wang Qiang really regretted it at this moment. He thought that Li Yun's high damage to zombies might be due to some kind of skill restraint. It was impossible to deal that kind of damage to players. To this point. Hee. Li Yun laughed. Hearing Li Yun's sneer, Wang Qiang's heart trembled. He had no choice but to tell the organization to save his life. It's impossible for such a powerful player not to know about the assassination. You can't kill me. I'm an assassin. I've already left a message to the organization on a regular basis, saying that you killed the demon and obtained the legendary item. If I die, the information will be passed on to the organization at that time. I will hunt you down to heaven and earth without a way. Have you finished talking? Li Yun said impatiently, I will eat anything, except threats. The sense of crisis in Wang Qiang's heart rose to the peak. You can't kill me, you will regret it. However, Li Yun raised his axe and fell, and Wang Qiang was also beheaded on the spot by him. There is a dead silence here at the city gate, except for the sound of the wind. All the onlookers didn't even dare to take a breath, they all looked at Li Yun in front of the city gate in shock, who looked like a demon god. Originally they were still aggrieved by what happened to Li Yun, but in just a few minutes, things changed drastically, beyond everyone's expectations. Paladins have such a strong combat power. One hit 100, complete victory. Brightly blinded their titanium alloy dog eyes, the facts were in front of everyone, they couldn't help but not believe it. Is this still a paladin, insta-kill? Unbelievable, could it be that this person is a level 40 powerhouse? There are so many pieces of equipment on the ground, it's a pity that I dare not pick up any of them. The crowd of onlookers talked a lot. They have a deep desire for equipment, but because of Li Yun's strength, no one dares to step forward to steal it. Chapter 20. There are at least 200 to 300 pieces of equipment all over the floor. This is a number that makes people want to go crazy and kill people. In this apocalyptic world, the scene where hundreds of pieces of equipment are put together, many people probably only see this once in their lifetime. It is really going to drive people crazy. But Li Yun's strength is what they have seen with their own eyes. No player in this area will be his opponent. Even Lu with a sickle can't lead hundreds of people, let alone them. Li Yun stood there quietly, as if thinking about something. It's a pity to waste so much equipment. After thinking for a long time, Li Yun said. The backpack was already full, and it was obvious that it was impossible to pick up the equipment, let alone take it away. But if you let these equipments lie here like this, for Li Yun, who is used to frugality, he will not be able to pass this level in his heart. At a glance, in addition to the common equipment all over the floor, there are also several pieces of magic equipment. One piece of ordinary equipment above level 10 has 5 black crystals at the bottom. There are 200 pieces here, so at least 1000 black crystals are available. For magical equipment above level 10, the base price is 80 black gold, even if there are 5 pieces, it is still 400 black gold, and the base 1400 black gold is just thrown away. Li Yun is afraid that he will not be able to sleep at night. After thinking about it, Li Yun looked around at the crowd and had an idea in his mind. It's time to change the equipment. 3 pieces of ordinary materials are exchanged for 1 piece of ordinary equipment, and 3 pieces of magic materials are exchanged for 1 piece of magic equipment. They are only for sale, so hurry up if you want to exchange. At that moment, Li Yun yelled directly at the surrounding crowd. All the players around here are leveling players. The level is generally not high. Ordinary equipment is the best equipment for them. You must know that some people still carry modern machetes in their hands. So these equipments are something they need very much, so they can't help being uneasy. Li Yun set the price like this, and the players' eyes lit up, because they knew that he was losing money. Because to forge equipment at a blacksmith, generally at least 5 pieces of materials can be used to create a piece of equipment of the same level, but Li Yun only sells 3 pieces, so they make a profit, and if they buy top quality equipment, they can make a lot of money. Many people are tempted. You must know that if the equipment is not used, at least 3 pieces of materials can be produced when it is disassembled. But why would he change it like this? Even if the luggage can't fit, it's fine to ask someone to transport the equipment back to the city to sell or disassemble it. Some people have doubts. So, not long after Li Yun finished speaking, a girl in her 20s came up to ask, "Is what you said true? You won't regret it if you change it like this. You won't get rid of us after the change, and when the time comes, the things will come back again. It's all back to you." The girl's question is considered to be on the right point. If you exchange the materials that you occasionally get in your hand, and someone else's skill blows out all the equipment, and then takes your own life, it will be taken advantage of. Li Yun couldn't help but laugh. He deserves to be in the field, so he is very defensive. Good question, I agree to pick one of these first, and you can go to the city after you change, so you don't have to worry about me shooting you. After Li Yun finished speaking, the girl's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly went to pick up a long sword and came back. A one-handed sword with 10.2 damage per second at level 10 has added 9 points of physical strength. Congratulations, girl. Li Yun looked at the attributes of the sword, smiled and took the 3 pieces of ordinary materials handed over by the girl, and handed the sword back to her. Everyone was amazed. The market price of this sword was at least 40 black crystals, and she could buy 5 or 6 ordinary swords, and she only spent 1, so the girl made a lot of money. The girl took the sword and entered the city excitedly. Seeing that someone took the lead in a successful transaction, everyone couldn't hold back, calling friends and calling for friends, discussing and exchanging in various ways. The crowd rushed forward. "I want a one-handed hammer. I want a fur hat. I want the belt. I want." 3 pieces of materials can be exchanged for 1 piece of equipment, and everyone's enthusiasm is mobilized when they go there to do such a good business. Ha ha ha. The dagger with agility at level 11 makes a lot of money, just in time for changing jobs as a thief. FK, the 10th level staff doesn't have any additional attributes. This piece of equipment is too bad, so it can only be disassembled. Give me another staff. I've made a lot of money. I've always wanted a pair of running shoes. This pair of shoes actually increases the speed by 6%. It's too much. I'm so happy. Most of the people who bought things from Li Yun were smiling, and some people who were not satisfied with the purchases rushed back to the city to find a blacksmith to disassemble the materials, and then brought the materials back to exchange equipment. Unexpectedly, such a person actually got a big top-quality item, and sold it for a large sum of black crystals, enough to buy him a whole body of ordinary equipment. The one who earns the most is Li Yun, no matter how the players get the materials, anyway, they have the materials with one hand and the equipment with the other. There were these kinds of materials in his luggage, which happened to be stacked together, and soon the equipment was exchanged with the players who came after hearing the news. Not long after, a few strong men came out of the city, trying to snatch the magic equipment that was not easy to exchange, but they were all beheaded by Li Yun on the spot, and some equipment was donated in vain. "Boss, good kill!" A player shouted excitedly, rushing forward to ask for a change to someone else's newly released equipment. Chapter 21. I'm so crazy. Li Yun smiled and took the exchange materials handed over by the players. Finally, someone from the city came out and exchanged all the magic equipment. When the matter came to an end, Li Yun looked at the 954 pieces of ordinary materials and 80 pieces of magic materials in the package, and nodded with satisfaction. After the exchange, Li Yun did not stay outside the city for long, and then directly entered the city. Back in Chengwu City, Li Yun has a relaxed feeling. No matter how chaotic it is outside the city, the urban area still maintains stability and peace. After all, every city point is guarded and maintained by powerful state agencies. Even the top powerhouses would not dare to make mistakes at will. If they do evil in the urban area at will, they will be wanted by the country, and then they will face the sanctions of the ruling force. Walking on the familiar street, Li Yun felt as if he had passed away, full of emotion. Before yesterday, he was still an ordinary person without digitalization, and he usually acted in secret, but now he is a level 13 player. The urban area of Changwu district is not small, so it is relatively prosperous here, and there is an auction house for consignment auctions of equipment and items in the central area. That is to hang your own equipment and items in the auction house, enter the price, and if someone buys it, the currency will go directly to the mailbox. This is also the result of the efforts of all parties, allowing all levels of equipment to flow in the market to balance and enhance the overall strength of human beings, so as not to waste equipment vacantly. When he came to the auction house, Li Yun anonymously auctioned off all the equipment in his luggage that he didn't need. For 20 pieces below the 10th level, the price was listed at a reserve price of 70 black crystals, and for 16 pieces above the 10th level, the reserve price was 150 black crystals, all without a fixed price. The one with the highest price will get it. Li Yun has seen it, and there are many small gems in it. I believe that the final transaction price will not disappoint him. If he sells all of them, he will have several thousand black crystals. It's just a day of getting rich. The luggage was not big enough, so Li Yun spent 100 black crystals and bought 4 bags with a space of 60 spaces. After putting them in, the overall luggage space reached 310 spaces. Of course, there is still the burden of a larger space, but Li Yun feels that it is not necessary for the time being. Leaving the auction house, Li Yun came to the Protoss blacksmith, talked to the blacksmith, and sought blacksmith services. Blacksmiths provide repair equipment, dismantling and crafting services. The repair equipment will be charged according to the level of equipment and the degree of damage. There is no fee for disassembly. For building equipment, there is a list of equipment for building at the blacksmith. Players provide materials according to the list, pay the corresponding building fee, and get the equipment soon. As for the special blueprint provided by the player, it is exclusive, similar to a patent certificate, bound with an ID card. The blacksmith will only create it for this player, and will never disclose it. Of course, if the blueprints of different players are the same, it does not constitute infringement. Li Yun bound the blueprint of Wall of Bones to his ID card, looked at the build interface. There were 3 rare materials in the package, and there were still 2 left, and the other materials were enough, so he went directly to the auction house to pay a high price of 800 black crystals, purchased 2 rare materials. Build a wall of bones. The Protoss blacksmith received the building materials, charged a building fee of 800 black crystals, and then went to the workbench to start building equipment. A few minutes later, the Protoss blacksmith opened the workbench. Ding! Get the legendary shield, activate 100 times luck, item level +1, and get Holy Wall of Bones. You are very lucky, the grade of this piece of equipment has been improved. The Protoss blacksmith walked over with a shield. Li Yun took the shield with surprise on his face. Holy Wall of Bones. Holy Shield. 280 armor. Plus 28.5% chance to block. Main attribute. Plus 110 stamina. Plus 35 all elemental resistance. Secondary attributes. 45% chance to be protected by bone shield wall when hit. Plus 105 strength. Critical strike chance increased plus 4%. Level requirements, LV10. Durability, 45 to 45. Requires level, 20. Named after the Battle of the Grand Canyon, the warriors forged their shields from the bones of their comrades during the long and vicious battle. Li Yun's eyes were fixed on the level requirement, LV10, and this sacred shield could be equipped at level 10. He hastily removed the 5th level legendary hand axe, and directly equipped it with Holy Wall of Bones in his offhand. Looking at the character's attributes that suddenly skyrocketed, Li Yun nodded. It's time to change jobs at level 10. Come to the familiar armor shop and go up to the 2nd floor. I want to change my job to be a paladin. Li Yun said to the paladin mentor. You have a legendary demon certificate on your body, do you want to change to a hidden professional holy knight? The instructor glanced at Li Yun and said with a smile. It is a fool to hide a profession and not change it. Transfer. Transfer to holy knight. Li Yun said without hesitation. Bring me the certificate, and I'll change jobs for you. The instructor smiled and stretched out his right hand. Li Yun searched in the baggage, found the legendary demon material dropped by the demon, and handed it over. The instructor took the material with a smile and looked at it. That's right, that's it. Then he nodded slightly to Li Yun, and then waved his hand at Li Yun. A stream of light flew out of his hand and enveloped Li Yun. The system beep will sound immediately. Chapter 22. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining the hidden professional holy knight, with 100 times luck activated, professional level +2, and the player has successfully transferred to the ancient god child. Ding! Your attributes have been reset. Ding! Since you have changed your job to the ancient son of God, you have gained a talent bonus, all damage has been increased to 200%, and the damage to demons has been increased by an additional 200%. Ding! Since you changed your job to the ancient son of God, you have gained a talent bonus, and the effect of all healing and halo skills has increased by 500%. The system prompts sounded one after another, and the last 2 talents made Li Yun dumbfounded. The first talent, all damage is increased to 200%, no need to explain, 1 knife is worth 2, and all damage is doubled. In addition, the damage to demons will be doubled. Nowadays, demons, zombies, and mutant beasts are all considered demons. As for the second talent, Li Yun was ecstatic and even a little nervous. All healing and aura effects are increased by 500%, which is a direct increase of 6 times. The boost effect is terrifying. You must know the law of war and animal husbandry, jokingly known as the Iron Triangle of online games, and it is the same in Doomsday online games. It can be seen that priests are very popular. Priests are commonly known as nurses, while paladins are commonly known as fathers. These are both very popular professions. Daddy has a lot of aura skills. Before starting the fight, put the appropriate aura, and then you can stand behind the team and play soy sauce. If you provide some damage or treatment appropriately, it will be even more OJBK. As for the nanny, it is even more awesome. Although there are not many halo skills, but the healing amount is large. If you are empty of health, give you a bite of healing, and it will be fierce immediately, and it can also purify some, such as curses, diseases, and deceleration. Negative state. Ancient God Child, a hidden advanced profession, not only has damage, but also has halo and healing skills, which is amazing. Li Yun can think of how he should hang himself in the future. First, I said with a shy face, "Hello everyone, I am a baby daddy, I hope you will take care of me along the way." Then after entering the dungeon of the secret realm, add halos to everyone and paddle decisively. If the team is strong, then lie down. If the team is scumbag, stand up and kill everyone with 1 skill. When the boss comes, it will be killed 3 times, 5 times, and 2 times, just waiting for the teammates to call daddy. This FG is super pretentious, it's too much. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Is this a low tide for a long time, and the system exploded to give a super invincible climax? Li Yun took a deep breath, opened his character panel, and began to view the attribute list. Li Yun. Level 13, 13340/69000. Occupation, Paladin, son of ancient god. HP, 3660. Mana, 1590. Strength, 366, affects physical attack power. Agility, 138, affects movement speed and dodge. Intelligence, 159, affects magic attack power and resistance. Physical fitness, 288, affects health. Armor, 668, reduces damage to you from enemies of the same level. Damage, 324.3, damage caused by normal attacks on enemies of the same level. Skills, Ancient Sacred Skill Heaven's Wrath, Holy Skill Bleeding and Cutting, Holy Skill Heavenly Strike, Holy God Passive Skill Dual Wielding Dual Weapons. Title, Primary Demon Slayer, increases damage to demons by 20%. Black Crystal Coin, 5202. System Talent 100 times Luck, the probability of obtaining items is increased by 100 times, and the level of obtaining items is at least +1. System Talent Ancient Physique, increase all damage to 200%, and increase damage to demons by an additional 200%. System Talent Shenzi Halo, all healing and halo skills, the effect is increased by 500%. Except for the attributes attached to the equipment, the basic attributes have been increased by at least 5 times. This template is simply inhuman, and it feels like it is tailor-made according to the boss template. He opened the skill bar, and after he changed jobs, a job skill tree would appear, from which he could learn this job skill. If he wanted to learn a different job skill, he needed a skill book to learn it, just like his 4 sacred skills, all of which were learned through skill books. After opening the skill bar, 3 professional skills appeared in front of his eyes. Holy Flame Slash. Generate, 5 mana. Sanctify the air in front of you, dealing 650%, plus 20% asterisk level, weapon damage. Holy Flame comes with pure lightning power, with a 25% chance to stun the enemy for 2 seconds. God's Mercy. Cost, 50 mana. Sanctify the surrounding 20 yards of ground for 10 seconds. When you and your companions stand on the holy ground, you can restore 1180, plus 300% weapon damage, points of health per second. Enemies standing on the holy ground take 250% weapon damage per second. Blessing of Courage. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Increases the attack speed of you and your allies by 20% for 10 seconds. Blessing of Courage also increases your critical strike damage by 50%. Level 20 skills, cannot be checked if the level has not yet been reached. It is currently grayed out and cannot be viewed. After reading the skill description, Li Yun chose to learn all 3 skills. Ding! Congratulations on learning Holy Flame Slash. Ding! Congratulations on learning the Mercy of God. Ding! Congratulations on learning the Blessing of Courage. Hidden occupations are hidden occupations, and their occupational skills are extremely powerful. Li Yun quickly calculated in his heart, his current damage is 342.3, if he adds a Blessing of Courage, the damage will directly exceed 400, if such a high base damage is released, the damage caused to the monster will be extremely terrifying. Take Holy Flame Slash as an example, excluding the attack speed of the weapon, it is completely based on 400 damage. If you are level 13, your skill will play 9.1 times the weapon damage, 400 asterisk 9.1 equals 3640. Talent damage increased to 200%, that is 3640 asterisk 2 equals 7280 damage. When encountering demon monsters, the damage will be doubled again, 7280 asterisk 3 equals 21840. The critical strike damage has not been calculated yet. Once a critical strike occurs, the damage can directly reach 50,000 to 60,000. At this level, this kind of damage is simply appalling. A level 30 full body player with rare equipment has an estimated blood volume of only 10,000 to 20,000, and if he is unlucky, he will be killed in a single hit for a critical strike. How terrifying is this? Stepping directly into the ranks of first-class players, Li Yun has this confidence. Does this look like a grandpa? This is a Tyrannosaurus Rex in daddy's skin. Powerful. Invincible. At this moment, Li Yun is full of ambitions. All the resentment and melancholy for more than a year have completely disappeared, leaving only her yearning for a better life. Chapter 23. Li Yun couldn't bear it any longer after the urban area was slightly renovated for most of the day. Now that the level is so low, upgrading is king. The 13th level is rather embarrassing, and there are not many leveling points for Li Yun to choose from around here. There were not a few people who received the regional mission yesterday. Although the mission was completed by the lucky one, the demonized zombies left behind attracted the attention of a large number of players. At this time, the university city is estimated to be overcrowded with players. Li Yun shook his head and smiled wryly. The small group of zombies has too little experience, and the upgrade is too slow, and now that the level is high, the experience bonus is gone, and even the experience will be reduced, which is not worth it. There are almost no high-level monster areas in this area. The closer to the big city, the lower the level of monsters, because they have been cleaned up many times and the monsters lack growth. But Li Yun is not too anxious, because there are still good ways to upgrade treasures, that is dungeons and secret realms, but dungeons can be opened at level 10, while secret realms need to be opened at level 30. The current equipment on Li Yun's body, apart from weapons and shields that are legendary and above, there are 2 or 3 rare equipments, and the rest are all magic equipment, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. For higher grade equipment, dungeons can currently be produced. Outside the western city, somewhere in the woods, Li Yun was here, looking at the zombies in front of him. The Wrath of Heaven. -11,840. -45,690. -44,894. Blinding wounds flew out from the heads of the zombies one by one, and the zombies fell to the ground immediately. Hey! Level 16 zombies are not challenging at all. The minimum damage of more than 10,000 and the maximum of 40,000 to 50,000 were hit by a player of level 13. If someone saw this scene, it would be unbelievable. Because an ordinary player of more than 10 levels can deal 600 or 700 damage at most when using powerful skills, which still requires a certain basic equipment. But Li Yun was not satisfied when he saw such harm. He turned his attention to the zombies walking by the lake, and stepped forward to swing the legendary giant axe. Holy flame cut! In the void ahead, the air was suddenly bright and hot, condensing into a giant axe of holy flames. Puff! The giant axe of the holy flame slammed down, and a zombie with a fierce face could be seen in front of him. Before he could make any movements, he was smashed to pieces by the holy flame, leaving no residue. -23,250. More than 20,000 injuries appeared above the shattered zombies, and Li Yun was also taken aback by the injuries. This is not a critical strike. If it is a critical strike, the damage is close to 100,000. Can a full-level player at level 40 handle it? Of course, the level is suppressed too much, and critical strikes are almost impossible to deal with, and once the basic damage does not break the defense, there will be no damage, and high damage is even more of a joke. However, after seeing the power of these skills, Li Yun also walked towards the dungeon secret realm with a relaxed and cheerful mind. Level 10 Dungeon Death Mine, missing an enemy, missing a thief, 3 equals 2. 25 high-level players have brought a copy of the blue door, and the equipment is distributed according to needs. Each person has 3 black crystals, and there are 2 places left. Players with more than 30 injuries per second join the group to ensure efficiency. In the dungeon area of the Western Wilderness, there were all kinds of shouts, all of them were dungeon players who formed a team and leveled up. The lowest level required to enter the 10th level dungeon is level 10, and it is the only dungeon that Li Yun can currently enter. For most 10-level players, the death mine is the copy they most want to think about. Because in the dungeon, the player will not really die. Once outside, they can be resurrected, but it will consume the durability of the equipment. Moreover, the equipment explosion rate of the dungeon is obviously higher than that of the wild, which is why the dungeon is so popular. However, not just any player can clear the dungeon. It is said that level 10 can enter, but the strength of level 10 is far from enough. A team of people enters to deliver food. Generally, it is possible to pass the normal dungeon until the 14th or 5th level is reached. Dungeons are generally divided into 5 levels: common white door dungeons, magic blue door dungeons, rare golden door dungeons, legendary orange door dungeons, and sacred green door dungeons. Ordinary white door dungeons can be passed after reaching the general level, while magic blue door dungeons need to have a certain level and equipment support. As for the rare golden gate dungeon, it is beyond the reach of ordinary players. It requires the team's hardware level to reach a high level, and it is possible to pass the level with a tacit cooperation. As for the legendary Orange Gate dungeon, it needs the cooperation of top star players at this stage to pass it occasionally, and every time it passes it will cause a huge sensation. As for the copy of the Holy God's Green Gate, since the opening of the copy after the end of the day, there has not been a copy of this level that has been conquered by players. It's not that the dungeon of the Holy Spirit is so terrifying, it's just that the dungeon has an upper limit to enter the level, and it cannot exceed level 15 of the dungeon level. Once it exceeds, it cannot be entered again. There used to be a star team that brushed the death mine 5 times a day, and failed to clear the copy of the Green Gate of the Holy Spirit from level 25 to level 26. One can imagine the difficulty. That's why until now, no one has cleared the Holy God mode of each dungeon. It is said that no one has cleared the level of legendary difficulty in dungeons above level 30. The requirement for entering the dungeon is that there should be no less than 3 people in the team, and Li Yun needs to mix up a team first. Chapter 24. Because he doesn't know much about the dungeon situation, if he forms a team with others, he can learn more about the dungeon more quickly, so that he won't fight unprepared for everything. His grandma has a leg, isn't that 24th level paladin coming? Not far from Li Yun, a female warrior with short red hair was cursing at 3 teammates around her. It can be seen that this female warrior is fully equipped, and her whole body is no less than magic equipment. 1 or 2 pieces are even rare equipment, because she did not turn off the appearance color of the equipment, so it is easy to identify. And the 3 players around her, looking at their weapons and equipment, are obviously a male thief, a male mage, and a female priest. If there is another paladin or output profession, they will be a standard dungeon team. Boss Gong, if it's just the 4 of us downloading the dungeon, the rare level is still easy to win. A thief said calmly. Judging from the light emitted by the sword and dagger in the thief's hand, the sword in the main hand is a rare gold outfit, and the dagger in the offhand is also a magic dagger. No wonder the 4 of them are so confident that they have passed the rare level dungeon. The female warrior known as Boss Gong said angrily, I originally wanted to challenge the legendary one today, but if the paladin doesn't come, let's go for the rare one. This team is strong. After listening to their conversation, Li Yun clearly felt that their team was not an ordinary team, and the members' levels should be close to 24 or 5. And judging from the color of the equipment, it can be said that it belongs to the top existence in this level. Such a team is assembled, let alone, it is possible to challenge the legendary dungeon that passed level 10. If he joins such a team, Li Yun believes that not only will he save energy, but he will also get a lot of inside information about the dungeon. Without hesitation, Li Yun stepped forward and introduced himself. I see that your team lacks a DPS or paladin, why don't you let me join the team? You. Boss Gong looked Li Yun up and down for a while, and then said, Paladin, the equipment is quite complete, and there is also a shield. If you are capable, and you are willing to obey the command, you can join the team and try it out. Originally, when the female soldier saw Li Yun recommending herself, she was a little disapproving at first, but after seeing Li Yun's full load, she changed slightly. It can be mixed to full capacity, although it is all white equipment, because Li Yun turned off the equipment light. It is not an ordinary player. If possible, it can be absorbed and cultivated. The mage in the team frowned and said, "Captain, what's the use of the paladin's poor equipment? That is, there is no output, and it can't provide advanced aura and treatment. It is better not to wear it. It is completely a drag." The mage is right. The paladin is a panacea role in all professions. He can do everything, but he can do everything in a mediocre way. Especially when the equipment is not good, almost everything is normal. After thinking for a few seconds, Boss Gong said, "Anyway, that paladin isn't coming today, so just take it with you, and treat it as a new friend to experience a high-level dungeon." After saying that, Boss Gong directly sent a team invitation to Li Yun. Of course Li Yun readily accepted and joined the team. For some contempt and gossip from other people, Li Yun didn't feel at ease. For those who are really confident, they don't care about some noise at all. If you show your strength at the critical moment, you will be respected, and people will cry and call you dad. The 13th level paladin. I really don't know what to do. As soon as he entered the team, Li Yun's level was discovered, and the mage immediately started a new round of ridicule. At this time, even the female fighter who recruited Li Yun into the team was a little speechless, and said with a wry smile, "Forget it, we are in a hurry, the 13th level is the 13th level, anyway, I don't rely on him. That little guy, my name is Gonglina, into the dungeon in the future, don't run around and pay attention to the instructions." Gonglina is the captain and the only fighter tank in the team. For Gonglina, Li Yun is just an existence with a very low sense of existence. Fortunately, she is a paladin. Li Yun's hidden occupation is not displayed on the team pattern. Gaga status is better than nothing. The level is too low, and the difference is too big. There is no training value at all, and the attitude is obviously cold. Li Yun didn't speak, he looked at the levels of these people on the team panel. Gonglina is at level 25, and the other three are at level 24. Let's go. Gonglina didn't delay too much, and after she finished speaking, she led Li Yun and others to the dungeon assembly stone. The dungeon collection stone is a special place to open the dungeon portal and send players into the dungeon. All players enter the dungeon through it. After playing many dungeons, Gonglina chose the dungeon death mine with ease. The light gate appeared on the collection stone, and began to change colors in sequence: white, blue, golden. The color of the light door finally stagnated on green. Gonglina was taken aback for a moment, she was in a bad mood, and accidentally clicked into the copy of the Holy Spirit. But it was too late, as the green light came on, Li Yun's team all disappeared in place. Chapter 25. Welcome to the Holy Dungeon Challenge. As the system beeped, the 5 people in the team had different expressions. What are you doing? Could it be that I misheard? Holy copy. Boss Gong, what are you doing? Boss Gong, you are awesome. How dare you directly challenge the sacred dungeon with a drag oil bottle? GG, it's enough for us to challenge the legendary dungeon, and challenge the sacred in one step, it's a waste of a dungeon. Except for Li Yun and Gonglina, the other 3 spoke one after another, all of them were negative and pessimistic. Their strength is considered very good among players of the same level, but they have a little confidence in the face of legends, and there is still a distance like a natural barrier for the sacred dungeon. Since the opening of the dungeon, many famous masters have teamed up to challenge the sacred dungeon, but none of them can pass the level, which shows how difficult it is. Gonglina came out and said apologetically, "Everyone, it was my mistake this time. I missed the sacred level dungeon, but since it's here, I'll try to play a holy dungeon. Let's see how powerful it is, don't waste this chance to copy." The matter has come to this point, and everyone has no better way, so try to fight. After all, I have never seen a copy of the Holy Spirit, and I am still curious. It's a rare opportunity, and you won't really die anyway, so it's good to experience it, and it's also a kind of talk after you go out. Li Yun stood at the side relatively calmly. The first dungeon is a sacred dungeon, and he will have to weigh it when he has a chance. The mine is dim, and the entire dungeon seems to be shrouded in cold fear. The cave is deep and quiet, and there seems to be tinkling and knocking sounds coming from the depths of the cave, but if you listen carefully, it seems to be there. The line of sight cannot reach far, so that the scenery ahead is difficult to distinguish, which makes people feel very depressed. Just the horrible and claustrophobic surrounding environment can't help but make people feel retreated. Let's go ahead and take a look. Be careful to move slowly, and everyone should be vigilant. Gonglina, as the tank and captain, stood up and said without hesitation. Li Yun and the others have no objection either. After all, this dungeon is considered brand new for everyone, so they can only take one step at a time. Gradually, everyone followed Gonglina and walked slowly towards the depths of the cave, taking each step lightly, fearing that they would be instantly killed by the monster that suddenly jumped out of the cave. Ding ding ding! After walking for a short time, just after turning a corner, a large hole appeared in front of him. Suddenly there was a strange sound in the hole, which made everyone stop in a hurry. Attention, monsters may be coming. Gonglina said vigilantly. After all, this is a sacred dungeon, and no one dares to be careless. If it is a little careless, it is very likely that the group will be wiped out. Although it can be resurrected outside, no one wants to experience the horrible feeling of being bitten to death by a monster. The monster is at the edge of the cave. Li Yun's ancient godchild physique allowed him to roughly see some of the situation in the big cave. There were hideous zombies approaching here with miners' picks in their hands. Everyone was immediately involved in the battle. Mutated miner zombie, holy level. Level, LV22. HP, 25,000. Mana, 0. Attack power, 1250 to 1650. Skills, Fatal Throw, Sharp Blow. Mutated miner throws miner pickaxe in hand, hitting deals 1 to 2 times attack damage of zombies. Skill, Virus Pollution, spreading virus after hitting the human body, losing 200 life points per second, lasting 8 seconds. Explanation: mutated zombies have residual intelligence, strong attack speed and movement speed. Please be careful of its viruses and throwing. Attribute: Devil. These mutated miner zombies quickly appeared in everyone's eyes, and their nightmarishly strong attributes made everyone gasp. The mutated zombies in the holy dungeon are so terrifying, the thief in the team said calmly. He has killed level 22 zombies in the wild, with about 5,000 HP and 300 to 400 damage. But this mutated zombie has 25,000 health, and its damage directly exceeds 1,000, which is simply stronger than elite monsters. You must know that except for Gonglina, everyone else's blood volume is only over 1,000, and if they are accidentally touched by a monster, they may be instantly killed. How to play this is really scalp-numbing. I'll go up to fight against the monsters. After pulling back, the thief mage will deal damage, and the priest will pay attention to healing. Gonglina was still calm, and ordered to go forward to pick up the monsters. There were not many mutated zombies running over from the edge of the cave, only 12, but they brought enormous pressure to the team. Whoosh! Minus 1,380. A zombie approached Gonglina, raised its hand and threw out the miner's pickaxe. The pickaxe accurately hit the armor on her upper body, and a damage shot out from the top of Gonglina's head, and a quarter of her health was directly emptied. It can be seen that her blood volume is close to 6,000, a player at her level is considered very good, and her defense is not low, otherwise the damage will be higher. The 12 mutated miner zombies on the opposite side lined up densely, making one's scalp numb and despair. Chapter 26. Ice Storm. When the zombies attacked Gonglina, the sorcerer was not idle. He waved the staff in his hand, a thick ice element rippling on his body, a white mist rose, and ice cones fell from the sky on the zombie's head. -634. -650. -1790. Slices of damage emerged from the heads of these zombies. After the skills were guided, the zombies lost nearly 1/8 of their blood. Everyone fight hard, withstand the first 2 waves of damage, and pay attention to positioning. We hope to destroy this group of zombies. The magician looked a little proud when he saw his damage. He could boast of being able to deal such damage in the face of such a powerful monster. This was all because of the awesome attributes of his bright gold staff. However, Gonglina's situation was not good. After avoiding 2 pickaxes, she was still hit by a pickaxe next to her, and her blood volume dropped to less than half. The situation was not good. Misfortunes never come singly. A mutated zombie rushed out suddenly, grabbed Gonglina's arm, and pierced into the flesh with sharp black claws. -200. -200. -200. 200 HP will be lost every second, and Gonglina's HP will bottom out before long. Healing technique. +870. In a critical moment, the pastor's skills were unleashed, and he made up for Gonglina. At this moment, Gonglina escaped from the zombie's sharp claws, but her blood volume was still dropping, and her blood bar was in danger. If you are attacked by zombies once or twice, you will definitely die. If the tank is dead, the team will be wiped out in minutes, and no one can block it once or twice. As for Li Yun, no one pays attention to his existence like a salted fish. Boss Gong, retreat, you can run away, you can't fight. The female priest in the team said bitterly. The pastor is a pretty girl with pretty good features, and she looks a little cute. When encountering such a ferocious mutated zombie, it is considered good that the legs are not frightened, but it is impossible to talk about the display of strength. In fact, she also knew that with her healing amount, it was almost impossible to bring back Boss Gong's blood. In less than half a minute, Boss Gong would fall under the claws of the zombies. What about paladins? Why not add buffs? Gonglina knew that she was going to die soon, but she was very upset in her heart. Originally, there was hope for them to clear the legendary dungeon, but here, they couldn't even deal with the first wave of mobs. Of course the team's shortcoming is Li Yun. If you don't blame him, who should he blame? What about paladins? Why not add buffs? From the beginning of the battle, there was no buff bonus, which annoyed Gonglina. Yes, if there is a buff bonus, maybe my attack can be higher, and maybe I can kill these zombies faster. The mage also looked at Li Yun sullenly. Others look down on Li Yun's level, and don't even take him seriously. But right now, every bit of strength is precious, and a slight improvement might be the turning point, and they couldn't help but get annoyed. Li Yun said without hesitation, I didn't add buff skills. The blessing of courage is a buff, but he doesn't want to use it on them. He directly increases the attack speed by 20% for 10 seconds. Any fool knows that there is a problem with the skill. As for the other buff skills, he really didn't have them, so he simply said he didn't have them, so as not to cause more troubles. What are you talking about? You are a paladin and don't learn buff skills, what the hell are you playing? Gonglina was furious. She regretted pulling Li Yun into the team very much, and wished to kick him out of the team now. No output, no buff skills, complete waste. How could you be fooled by lard, and add such a person? The mage also said with contempt on his face, I know you are useless, but I didn't expect it to be so useless. Just pulling anyone is better than you. As a sorcerer, he has a sense of superiority, and he doesn't leave room for being mean. But people's attention quickly returned to the battle ahead, because Gonglina's blood volume had bottomed out and she was retreating quickly. If she didn't retreat, she would be taken away by a single blow from the zombies, and the next thing that could be foreseen was that the group would be wiped out. However, these mutated zombies were much faster than ordinary zombies. Even though Gonglina was retreating quickly, they still caught up and swung their claws. It's over. Gonglina closed her eyes in despair. Blow back to heaven. Plus 6890. At this critical moment, a huge green light flashed across and enveloped everyone. Gonglina's body was even more radiant, and her health was instantly full, even overflowing to the point where it couldn't even be added. Everyone was shocked by this miraculous scene. Linguoer, what kind of skill do you have? It's too powerful. With surprise on his face, the thief asked the cute girl pastor behind him. Linguoer was even more shocked when she saw such a high amount of healing in green characters. It was almost 7,000 healing, and she almost burst into foul language. Are you sure this is not a priest above level 30? The amount of healing released by the whole body of rare equipment is really terrifying. She knew very well in her heart that with her treatment, she would definitely not be able to reach such a terrifying amount of treatment. Chapter 27. At this moment, Gonglina's eyes widened in astonishment, her eyes were full of disbelief, her blood volume instantly regenerated, and her speed increased by 40%, she said while dodging the attack of mutant zombies with ease. With this amount of healing and the accompanying speed up, it is possible for our team to clear the holy dungeon. After she finished speaking, she looked at Li Yun with doubts and gratitude, because the battle record clearly told her that the healer just now was Li Yun. She really wondered how the 13th level paladin Li Yun could heal so well. It can be seen that Li Yun put his giant shield on the ground and said lightly, I am a paladin. Although I haven't learned the aura skill, I have learned the healing skill. Such pretentious words are simply itchy and helpless. But a smart person knows as soon as he hears it, Li Yun doesn't want to talk about skills. The strong will always get more respect, whether it is before or after the end of the world. Only the mage muttered, since you know such an awesome group therapy, why didn't you use it earlier? Okay, don't say any more, hurry up and kill the monsters. Gonglina interrupted the mage's nagging. She raised the sword and shield in her hand, and started another tough mutant zombie. The mage was embarrassed, didn't speak any more, and continued to rub the skill bar. Boom! Minus 870. As the mage launched an arcane ice pick, a mutated minor zombie finally fell to the ground. Under the constant attacks of thieves, warriors, and mages, the zombie's blood volume was already crippled, and it was finally harvested by the mage. However, there are 11 mutated zombies with different lengths of blood bars on the periphery, and everyone still dare not relax at all. Heavenly Blow only 10 seconds of CD, played an unparalleled role here. Whenever Gonglina's health was critical and Linguoer couldn't keep up with her efforts, it was Li Yun's blow to the sky who shot. Immediately, everyone's blood volume returned to full, everyone turned into Peter Pan and ran around the cave, even the monsters couldn't catch up, and the crisis resolved itself. It can be said that the scene is thrilling and exciting, but it still can't capsize the boat. After 5 full minutes, the last mutated zombie fell to the ground and died, dropping a handful of black crystal coins. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The mage stepped forward to collect the black crystals dropped by the zombies. Ding! Get 60 black crystals, you get 12 black crystals. But everyone didn't pay attention here, they all focused on Li Yun. Gonglina took a few steps forward, walked in front of Li Yun and said gratefully, it's lucky to have you here. If it weren't for your healing and acceleration state, we would have been cleared out of the instance and revived. As a tank, she stood at the forefront to fight against monsters, and she was deeply touched by Li Yun's extremely exaggerated healing amount to save her time and time again. Her favor for Li Yun's sword, and she changed her previous indifferent attitude. The others were silent, with embarrassment on their faces. After all, they were not very friendly to Li Yun from the very beginning, and the mage was even more sarcastic, with all kinds of contemptuous remarks along the way. But now no matter how proud they are, they still admire Li Yun's treatment from the bottom of their hearts. After a while of communication and renovation, they moved again, heading deeper into the mine. According to the map of the sacred dungeon, the new map is obviously much larger than the ordinary dungeon map, and the atmosphere of the dungeon is much more terrifying than the ordinary dungeon. Everything is difficult at the beginning. With the experience of dealing with monsters for the first time, everyone's confidence began to gradually recover, and their forward speed inevitably increased a little. In the dungeon, apart from mobs, there are also bosses and boss levels. If you encounter them at that time, they will definitely be much more difficult than the existing monsters. Dungeons generally have a top-level big boss, 3 to 4 gatekeeper bosses, and several boss-level elite monsters. For example, some mutant zombies at the elite level, the strength of these zombies is exponentially higher than that of ordinary mobs, not to mention the elites of the Holy God dungeon. With Gonglina's blood volume, if she is unlucky, she will be instantly killed. No one in the team dared to extravagantly expect to clear the dungeon, even the first wave of mobs were almost wiped out, and there was no need to even try to kill the gatekeeper boss. Otherwise, in the past year, all kinds of teams have challenged the sacred dungeon, and none of them have succeeded. One can imagine the difficulty. Boss Gong, do you think it is possible for us to get rid of the first one? It was the thief in the team who was speaking, a lean man with a poker face. As a thief, he has keen insight and hides in the dark to give the enemy the most fatal blow. In the previous wave of battles, the thief followed behind Gonglina and never stopped outputting. Many zombies were caught by his toughness. Killed by a finishing move. Don't look at him as if he is not very eye-catching, but the DPS is not much lost to the mage. After hearing what the thief said, Gonglina smiled bitterly and said, "Old one? The possibility is very small. We have the right to experience the copy of the Holy Spirit. Don't think too much about it." It's not that she wants to hit her teammates, but she really realizes that the team's equipment attributes are not enough to challenge the sacred copy, and the gap is too big. Although there are expectations, but the strength is really not enough. Unless everyone in the team is equipped with rare golden equipment, and has been immersed in the dungeon for a long time, there is a possibility of clearing the holy dungeon. The thief stopped talking after hearing this, and kept looking around with sharp eyes. Boom! Just when everyone was moving forward vigilantly, a huge muffled sound sounded from a large four-wheeled mining cart in front. Chapter 28. Everyone stopped and looked over. Li Yun also showed surprise on his face. Because looking from the damaged part of the mine car, there is a huge four-armed monster standing behind it, and the huge muffled sound is caused by its arm hammering the wall of the mine car. This is a fusion monster. It has a height of nearly 3 meters, and 4 thick and dark arms are distributed on both sides of the body, full of strength. On the top is a huge and ferocious head with thick fangs and a bloody compound eye on the forehead, which is daunting. Everyone be careful, it's a mutant boss, a fusion monster. Gonglina said nervously. They have experienced the legendary dungeon, and they still have some understanding of some special monsters. Appearing alone like this, those who are much stronger than other ordinary monsters in the dungeon are usually either elites or bosses, and this one is a typical boss. Although the boss monster is not as powerful as the gatekeeper boss, it is only inferior in skills, and the basic attributes are not much different. It seems that a fierce battle cannot escape. Everyone put on a fighting posture to welcome the coming storm. I saw the monster's bloody compound eyes glowing red, staring straight at this side. It moved, pushed the mine cart away and rushed towards this side. Gathering monster holy god level boss. Level, LV22. HP, 120,000. Mana, 2000. Attack power, 2140 to 2450. Skills, multiple strikes, the ghoul focuses on one point of sight, and multiple arms strike in turn, causing damage up to 300% of the attack power. Skill, spray venom, spit out a deadly mixed virus, lose 500 points of life per second, last for 5 seconds. Explanation, it was born out of human pain and feeds on human resentment. Wherever there are a large number of corpses, corpse gatherers will appear. Attribute: Devil Chaos. This is the second time Li Yun has seen a monster with attributes. The first time was that level 12 nascent demon. The attack power of more than 2000 points is enough to make any player below level 30 change his face, and there are two powerful skills, which are simply shocking. Just seeing the basic stats of the corpse gatherer makes one unable to arouse any desire to fight. You can just say it is a boss, anyway Li Yun thinks so. In fact, it is just a boss monster, not even a gatekeeper boss, which made Li Yun deeply realize the difficulty and power of the sacred dungeon. Go! After seeing the attributes of the corpse gatherer clearly, Gonglina shouted to leave without saying a word. With an attack power of more than 2000, Gonglina knew that she would never be able to handle it. With a multi-strike skill, the triple damage would definitely kill her instantly. However, as soon as Gonglina's voice fell from this room, the corpse-gathering monster appeared in front of her. How could it be so fast? Gonglina didn't even realize how the monster came here, so she was startled. As soon as the footsteps turned, a giant arm slapped down in sight, hitting her shoulder directly, and a huge force hit her and she was sent flying. -4580. A big crit damage appeared on top of her head, and Gonglina was left with nothing but blood skin, and was almost instantly killed by the general attack of the corpse gatherer. Seeing this scene, the others gasped, turned around and left. Blow back to heaven. Li Yun swung his giant axe there, released his skills, and immediately centered on him. Everyone within a diameter of 24 yards emitted green light. Plus 32,200. Gonglina's blood volume instantly returned to full, but she didn't dare to turn around to meet the enemy, and continued to run back. The huge amount of healing immediately made Li Yun heal OT. Roar! The corpse gatherer roared and gave up chasing Gonglina. Its blood-red eyes fixed on Li Yun, and when it opened its mouth, a green venom spewed out, covering all the space around him. God's mercy! Li Yun watched the venom fly towards him calmly, and swung his axe to release the response skill God's mercy. Holy light rose from the dark ground, illuminating the cave. -500. Plus 12,500. -500. Plus 12,500. The toxin damage and healing volume are intertwined on top of Li Yun's head. It can be said that he is unscathed. The holy light illuminates the cave like a miracle. In addition, over 10,000 healing volumes jumped above everyone's heads every second, which made everyone stop in amazement, and turned around to find the reason. It can be seen that Li Yun is alone on the road, and the corpse monster not far from him is standing on the holy ground and screaming in pain, while huge injuries are constantly appearing on top of the monster's head. -4,100. -16,400. -14,400. -4,100. -58,600. -4,100. -14,400. This, how is this possible? 50 to 60,000 damage. The thief screamed when he saw the huge yellow crit damage. What he is most proud of is the damage of the finishing move, which he thinks is very good, but Li Yun's damage is simply overwhelming him. Although this is a critical hit damage, which has been multiplied several times, even if it is calculated as an ordinary skill damage, it is properly over 10,000, and he is completely beyond the reach. Not only the thieves, but everyone else was also stunned. Originally they only thought that Li Yun was an auxiliary paladin, but they didn't expect his damage to be so abnormal. In the face of a devil-like boss monster, under the circumstance of huge level suppression, it is beyond everyone's understanding to be able to deal such amazing damage. For a split second, everyone was shocked and stood there dumbfounded. Chapter 29. Li Yun was slightly surprised when he saw the damage of 50,000 to 60,000. Under the suppression of the level of the corpse monster, the damage is generally suppressed by a lot, but there are still more than 50,000 damage. How did it come out? It should be caused by the triggering of the bleeding passive effect of the legendary gem of pain. Pain increasing gem can exert 3650% weapon bleeding damage in 3 seconds, the damage bonus of the ancient god-child talent is 200%, the damage of the demon is doubled and the bonus is 200%, and there is a crit, the damage is doubled by 4 times, it is under the joint force of all these that such an abnormal damage value can be created. Li Yun thinks it should be so. And the corpse gatherer seemed to have a premonition that something was wrong, so he turned around and fled. It's a pity that it hasn't waited for it to walk out of the Holy Land. Minus 4,100. Minus 16,400. At this time, another yellow critical strike burst out from above its head, and the blood of the corpse gatherer immediately cleared to 0. Boom! It hit the ground with one head, and the huge body hit the ground with a loud noise, and the smoke and dust scattered there. Several pieces of equipment flew out of it, and fell quietly on the ground, and they could be seen exuding charming colors through the smoke and dust. Ding! Congratulations on killing the corpse monster and gaining 15,000 experience. Since you killed it by leapfrogging, you will gain 13,500 reward experience. Ding! Congratulations on getting the magic ring, 100 times luck is opened, item level +1, congratulations on getting brutal fine iron ring. Intensive system beeps kept ringing. This. Li Yun, are you really a paladin? Gonglina first woke up from her sluggishness and asked involuntarily. It's not that she has never seen a paladin, but a paladin with such a super high healing amount and super high skill damage is unheard of. How could you be so perverted? The mage muttered in disbelief. Boss Li Yun, I will call 666, please bring salted fish. The thief's poker face was almost contorted with a smile, and he yelled something shocking. Little brother is so handsome. Lin Guo'er jumped up on the spot, and then made a cute expression towards Li Yun. Li Yun had a panoramic view of their performance, nodded slightly to them and said, my profession is a paladin, which is clearly displayed on the team panel, but healing and output are the main directions of attack. After speaking, he stepped forward to check the dropped items of the corpse gatherer. No matter what, he would not disclose the hidden profession of the son of ancient god to outsiders. No matter how suspicious they were, he would not reveal a word. Dao is higher than people, and everyone must blame him. He understands the truth of pretending to be stupid. However, if you really grow up and are not afraid of anyone or any organization, you can consider exposing your hidden profession. Presumably at that time, it was not coveted but more respected. The strong must be famous all over the world. Walking up to the dropped items, he already knew the list of items from the system prompt: 2 pieces of upgraded rare equipment, 2 pieces of upgraded magic equipment, several pieces of upgraded forging materials, and 150 black crystal coins. Li Yun stepped forward to pick up the black crystal coin. Ding! Congratulations on getting 30 black crystal coins. Looking up, a rare bright gold staff and a rare bright gold ring were shining not far away on the ground. Li Yun went to the ring to take it. Ding! Magic and above items need to be allocated by the captain. The dazzling warning prompt lights up. At this time, the attributes of the 2 rare golden equipment were also displayed in front of everyone. Brutal iron ring. Rare ring. Plus 60 agility, plus 54 stamina. Critical strike chance increased by 1.5%. Plus 160 hit restore life. All skill cooldowns are reduced by 5%. Durability, 45 to 55. Requires level, 24. Master's Battle Staff. Rare Staff. 101.8 damage/second. 70 to 100 damage. 1.0 attack speed. Plus 15 to 19 arcane damage. Plus 188 intelligence, plus 190 physical strength. Has a chance to cause 14% AoE damage when hit. There is a 2% chance to immobilize when hit. All skills cost reduced by 7%. Durability, 65 to 65. Requires level, 25. A top-grade rare ring unexpectedly exploded. Oops. A rare staff with super terrifying additional attributes, which can injure more than 100 per second, and one is worth more than my whole body equipment. The explosion rate of the copy of the Holy Spirit is too terrifying. The boss actually released 2 rare gold outfits. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Li Yun looked at Gonglina in the midst of everyone's exclamation. The market price of these 2 rare gold outfits is at least 15,000 black crystals, and it would be 15 million in Huaxia coins. Whether it's a friend or an enemy, it's all in her mind. Li Yun really hasn't paid attention to the 2 rare gold outfits. Seeing that Li Yun didn't get the gold equipment in his bag, the other members of the team suddenly remembered that before they entered the instance, they had always been assigned by the captain. After reacting, they had different expressions and turned their attention to Gonglina. Do you want black equipment? Several other people looked at each other, and their heartbeats started to speed up. You must know that they all belonged to a guild. Although Li Yun was powerful, he was nothing compared to the most powerful members of the guild. Gonglina shook her head slightly at them, and then she changed the allocation method from the captain's allocation to free allocation. Chapter 30. After finishing the modification, she raised her head and said to Li Yun, "The killing of the boss is all thanks to you, Li Yun. We didn't do much. Of course, you will distribute the equipment and items." Hey, this woman is amazing, she just kicked the ball back. Li Yun thought to himself. He was also polite, and stepped forward to collect 3 pieces of rare materials, 7 pieces of magic materials, 13 pieces of common materials, 2 pieces of magic equipment, and 2 pieces of rare equipment. The price of the rare ring is 8,000 black crystals, and the price of the rare staff is 7,000 black crystals. If you want it, come and trade it. Li Yun directly asked to sell the equipment. I want the staff. The mage and priest asked for the staff almost at the same time. Boss Li Yun, I want a ring, but the money is 1,500 black crystals short. Can I issue a dungeon to raise money? The thief said. It's fine to send out a dungeon to raise money. Li Yun shook his head and refused. Who knows if he brought a bunch of high-level players to guard the dungeon door after he went out. Okay. The thief turned his head and said to Gonglina after finishing speaking, Boss Gong, lend me 1,500 black crystal coins, and I will pay you an extra 100 black crystal coins when I go out. Okay. Gonglina readily agreed. In her opinion, 10,000 black crystals are not expensive for this top-quality ring for thieves. If she bought it for 7,000, she would not worry that the thieves would not be able to pay back the money. Soon the 2 of them borrowed money to complete the transaction, and then the thieves came forward and made a transaction application, which Li Yun readily accepted. Ding! Please note that your currency has changed a lot, and you will get 7,000 black crystals. Looking at the 12,000 black crystal coins on the book, Li Yun felt quite emotional. You must know that just a few days ago, Li Yun was still playing tricks with the landlord for a long time about the rent increase from 3 yuan to 4 yuan. He didn't want to buy several high-end villas with his currency in just a few days. Fate in life is so unpredictable, 100 times luck, let him turn into a dragon when he encounters a storm. Li Yun was in a good mood, and turned to ask the mage and priest who were arguing fiercely there. Both of you want a staff, but there is only one staff. Have you discussed what to do? Hearing what Li Yun said, the mage gritted his teeth cruelly and said to priest Lin Guoer, I'll sell you the 18th level rare staff in my hand at a low price of 2,000 black crystals, and your healing will be doubled at least. Fight with me again, okay? Brother Li Yun, are you sure? Lin Guoer asked with her charming eyes wide open. You make your own decision, don't ask me. Li Yun said lightly. Humph, bad brother. In the end, Linguoer still took 2,000 black crystals to take away the mage's 18th level rare staff, and Li Yun had an extra 8,000 black crystals in his bag. The pack's dungeon has never been cleared, and the rest of the team never dared to think that they might pass the level. But looking at the calm Li Yun in front of them, they felt some hope. Super high continuous healing, extremely powerful attack, one person can be as strong as a team, and it may be really hopeful to pass the level. As long as you can pass the level, you will definitely become famous and be familiar to the majority of players, because the first pass team will definitely be broadcast by the system. After the transaction was processed, Li Yun and others went on the road again, while he was surrounded by his teammates. The dungeon map is very large, and there are 2 forks in the mine ahead. Li Yun randomly clicks on one to enter. Ding ding ding. Not long after Li Yun and others moved forward, there was another strange sound of ding ding around them. This was similar to the sound made by the mutated miner zombie for the first time, and Li Yun immediately became alert. As expected, more than 20 zombie miners gathered around. God's mercy! Li Yun swung the legendary giant axe and smashed his skills into the monster group. -5,180. -5,290. -5,150. In the blink of an eye, the ground was scorching with holy light, and the 20 or so zombies were exposed to the eyes of others, and their blood bars were seen falling down section by section. The monster was about to die. The mage reacted and released the instant skill Arcane Ice Cone directly. Puff! -1,870. A wound appeared on the top of a monster that made him excited. But at this time, all the blood bars of the zombies had been emptied, and they all fell down, instantly killing them on the spot. The zombies came in a hurry and left even more hastily, which did not bring any pressure to Li Yun. This holy god level dungeon, which seems extremely difficult to others, is very easy in Li Yun's hands. It's too perverted, it's just a monster. The mage and the others had just opened up their fighting posture, and the battle was over. Seeing such a shocking scene, they all sighed. The group of monsters that nearly wiped them out before was completely wiped out by Li Yun's skill. How can Gonglina and others not be shocked, and Li Yun is completely convinced. The next half hour is Li Yun's performance time. Killed about 10 waves of monsters, killed 3 bosses, and got 5 rare gold outfits, 8 magic equipment, some forging materials, nearly 100 black crystal coins, and 2 low-level gems. Everyone thought that the super high explosion rate was unique to the sacred dungeon, but they didn't think so much. Li Yun sold another level 25 rare breastplate to Gonglina for 6,500 black gold. After killing the last wave of monsters, there was a sudden change in the dungeon. A door was cracked on the cave wall, and there was a spacious passage in it. In the middle of the passage stood the number 1 gatekeeper boss. Chapter 31. Go in and kill the boss. After Li Yun finished speaking, he led his teammates into the passage, and the door of the cave wall behind him closed with a bang. At this time, the attributes of the number 1 gatekeeper boss are also displayed in front of everyone. Hank, the source of the plague, boss. Level, LV25. HP, 300,000. Mana, 5,000. Attack power, 3140 to 3450. Skills, draw the ground as a prison, the boss generates 1 or more stone walls at the designated location. Stone walls do not harm the player. Any kind of attack will be blocked by the stone wall, and the stone wall will not reflect the attack. The duration of the stone wall is limited, please pay attention to reasonable avoidance. Skill, Plague Poison Cloud, the boss will periodically release a poison cloud on the ground. The poisonous cloud will cause damage to players in the area, and continuously damage the player's life. The poisonous cloud will not disappear until the boss is dead. Explanation: Hank was devastated by the virus, and his personality was extremely distorted. He liked to trap living people into stone walls, and then tortured them to death with a large cloud of poison, so that his pain could be relieved. Attribute: Chaotic Demon. Boss Hank's attributes can be said to be very powerful, with 300,000 health points. This is the first time Li Yun has seen a monster with such a high blood volume, 50,000 more than the Molten Demon. Before level 40 was released, the blood volume of top tanks at level 30 was said to be close to 30,000, which was a tenfold gap, almost insurmountable. Moreover, the attack power of the boss is also very high. With an attack of more than 3,000, many players around the 25th level have a blood limit that is not as high as its attack. Moreover, the skill mechanism is quite special, and Li Yun feels a lot of pressure. Although at this time he has risen to level 14, his attributes and skills have been strengthened a bit. Everyone, look at the old one in the Holy Spirit dungeon. The blood volume is 3 times higher than the old one in the legendary dungeon, and the skills are completely different. Awesome! The mage exclaimed from behind. Although the death mine is the most basic dungeon, it is completely different if it has the title of sacred. There are very few teams challenging this level, let alone the number 1. Therefore, the old pair of the sacred copy is also a mystery to everyone, and it is inevitable to be amazed and excited to see it. God's Mercy. -3,200. -3,200. Li Yun was the first to attack the boss, throwing out the God's Mercy skill, and surrounded the boss and teammates. The skill damage is much less than when fighting the boss. After all, the boss level is higher, the attributes are stronger, and the corresponding defense has also improved a lot. The damage reduction is predictable. This is also Li Yun's ancient godson profession, which is extremely restrained against demons, and his professional skills are also unrivaled. Try another player, breaking the defense is even a problem. The fun is coming. Hanka made a piercing sound, looking at Li Yun as if seeing a beloved toy. With a wave of his hand, 2 crisscrossed stone walls emerged from the ground, separating him and Li Yun in a cross shape. The holy ground was also scratched, and the continuous damage on the boss's head disappeared immediately. Add some condiments for you. After the boss Hanka finished speaking, a poisonous cloud with a radius of nearly 10 feet suddenly appeared under Li Yun's feet. -1,200. In an instant, Li Yun lost 1/3 of his blood, and he was so frightened that he quickly released his skills. Blow back to heaven. +13,440. Li Yun and the others' blood volume immediately returned to full, and their speed soared by 40%. Walking around, Li Yun ran to avoid the stone wall. The damage of the poisonous cloud above his head and the healing power of God's mercy complemented each other, making his life worry-free. Resistance. Suddenly, a circle of bone shields emerged from Li Yun's body, resisting the poisonous cloud's damage. This is the bone shield skill that comes with the legendary shield to inspire the guardian. Li Yun suddenly turned around and shot consecutively at the chasing boss. God's Mercy. The Wrath of Heaven. Holy Flame Cut. -3,200. -5,950. -11,160. In the chaos, Li Yun continuously released the holy skills. They were so close in color that no one could tell how many skills he had released. Even at this time, Li Yun was still very calm, releasing one skill after another. This is called Ujo people's boldness. After all, Li Yun is only level 14, and facing the level 25 guard boss who is the copy of the Holy Spirit, this is a scene that most people can't even imagine. For other players of this level, they would not even be able to resist. Pieces of damage emerged from the boss's head, but this round of skills only caused more than 40,000 damage to the boss, and the boss health bar lost 1/8. But God's mercy and heaven's wrath are still deducting the boss HP every second. -3,100. -6,120. Add some condiments for you. At the same time, the boss is still releasing his skills to expand the range of his poisonous cloud, and the poisonous circle on the ground is getting bigger and bigger. The space left for everyone to move was decreasing. Gonglina stepped forward to block a boss attack, and then had to retreat to avoid the poison circle. This was still under the treatment of Li Yun and Lin Guo'er. Because the poison circles will superimpose, standing in the overlapping position will double the damage, who will suffer more than 2000 damage per second. The thieves only dared to stand outside the poison circle and throw throwing knives, but they didn't dare to enter at all. The mage can only deal over 1000 damage with one skill, which makes him doubt his life, and the boss defense is too high. Chapter 32. People are more angry than people. Looking at Li Yun's super high damage of tens of thousands, he wanted to throw away the newly acquired staff. This is so f***ing. The boss locked Li Yun firmly in hatred, raised his hand and hit another stone wall, squeezing Li Yun's activity space within 3 seconds. With no way ahead, Li Yun had no choice but to turn around, throw the skill God's Mercy at his feet, and then hit the boss hard. Holy Flame Cut. Minus 44,640. With a critical strike, the boss blood bar immediately lost a portion, and the bleeding effect of the pain-increasing gem was activated. Minus 11,800. Minus 11,600. At this time, the boss blood volume was only reduced to 2/3. In such a tense situation, Li Yun's huge pressure made him calmer. Swinging an axe is a good blow to the sky with a good CD. Hiding the boss poison circle well, it only takes a minute or two to kill it. Li Yun said calmly. The only thing that makes Li Yun feel lucky is that the boss is a mage, and the damage is continuous. If it is a physics boss, if the skills are not well hidden, one big move will fall to the ground. It's not that Li Yun is not good, but that there is too much difference in levels, and Hank is still the boss of the sacred copy, otherwise, Li Yun would stand up and kill him in minutes. However, Li Yun can also imagine how desperate the teams that have fought here are. Facing the ever-expanding poisonous circle, if they can't kill the boss quickly, they can only wait for death in despair. It's so strong, Li Yun actually held up to the boss. Gonglina and the others huddled in a corner, sincerely admiring. They have experienced it firsthand, and fully understand how powerful the boss is, so they are all shrunk now. Gonglina had estimated in her heart what would happen if she faced the boss alone, an absolute instant kill, nothing else. For a moment, watching Li Yun who led the boss away, the 4 watching teammates silently sweated for him. Li Yun led the boss to a corner, and for tens of seconds, he happened to avoid the battle, while releasing the skills of God's Mercy and Heaven's Light. Fortunately, the stone wall not only blocked Li Yun, but also blocked the boss at the same time, giving him a chance to breathe, and the bone shield was also triggered frequently, avoiding the disaster of killing him many times. But even so, Li Yun is still in danger. Holy Flame Cut. Minus 45,680. A yellow critical strike appeared above the boss's head, making the boss's footsteps chaotic. The 4 teammates watching at this moment were very shocked. 45,688 boss HP. 45,680,000 damage to the boss. Even for a level 30 rare full-loaded thief, the finishing move should deal such damage. Hiss. If it wasn't for Li Yun still fighting, they couldn't help shouting that Lao Tai double-clicked 666. At this time, the boss's blood volume is only 1 blood skin, and he can be killed as long as he attacks a few more times. Li Yun was still calm, dodging a stone wall steadily, and another Heaven's Wrath shot. He knew that the overall situation was settled. 6, 5, 4. He silently counted down in his heart. Boom. Minus 11,890. Hank, the source of the plague, was drained of his last bit of blood, and the mighty boss Hank just now fell to the ground, and the ground there was dusty. At this moment, the 4 teammates in the corner screamed. Boss, really boss? One person singles out the holy dungeon boss, who else, who else? Boss, Please accept my knee. Brother Yoon, you are the best. The Holy God Dungeon Boss. Pushed down by one person. Capitalized clothes. Ding. Congratulations to the player for killing the boss and gaining 30,000 experience. Because of your leapfrog killing, you will be rewarded with 33,000 experience. Whoosh. A white light flashed across Li Yun's body, and he rose to 15 levels in seconds. Ding. Congratulations on getting the suit, 100 times luck is activated, the item level is +2, and you get the killing intent under the perfect night. Ding. Congratulations on getting the rare wristband, 100 times luck activation, item level +1, and the legendary item Hank's wrist. Ding. Congratulations on getting 300 black crystal coins. Clang. A dazzling and particularly bright green beam of light rose from the ground. Clang. Another dazzling orange beam rose from the ground. What are those two beams of light? The four teammates in the corner were not aware of it, they had never heard of such a spectacle, and asked questions in a flash. At this time, although Li Yun heard their questions, he didn't have the mood to explain their doubts. He quickly stepped forward and swept away all the items. If you pick it up freely, others won't even be able to see the attributes of the equipment, otherwise Gonglina and the others will all blow up. Because Li Yun saw the equipment attributes. Perfect, killing intent of night. Ancient set sword. 135.8 damage/second. 105 to 115 damage. 1.4 attack speed. Main attribute. Plus 20 to 28 lightning damage. Plus 4% damage, critical strike chance increased by 3%. Plus 130 strength, plus 130 agility, plus 130 stamina. Critical strike damage increased by 80%. Requirement level -10. Socket, 1. Gaze at night, set. Murder in the night. Nightfall's immunity. Waist chain of night. 2, set. Plus 5% attack speed. Increases your damage dealt by 300%. Durability, 45 to 45. Requirement level, 25. The night gazes upon you and inspires your extraordinary courage. Ancient suits, suits with upgraded grades, Li Yun felt his body trembling as he looked at the rows of powerful attributes. Chapter 33. He has a very strong desire to get another night suit to complete the two sets, because then there will be a suit effect that makes him extremely envious. Increase your damage by 300%. To put it bluntly, all the damage is tripled on the original basis. If you say it's scary or severe, Li Yun feels his scalp tingling. If this piece of equipment is lost to the auction house, Li Yun will give it a guarantee of 100,000 black crystals. If two pieces appear in a set, they will directly hang 1 million black crystals, with no upper limit. At this stage such a set is simply invincible. Hank's wrist. Legendary bracers. 75 armor. Plus 105 strength. Critical strike chance increased by 3%. 33% chance to cast 400% weapon damage converted to poison damage when hit. Durability, 35 to 45. Requirement level, 25. This pair of ancient wrists once belonged to Hank, the source of the plague. He used this pair of gloves to spread poison. There is nothing wrong with the wrist itself, but the person who uses it is wrong. It is another extremely ferocious legendary equipment, with 105 points of strength added, a 3% critical strike chance, and a third chance to release 400% poison damage. It's a pity that the current level is not enough to equip it. There are also two rare level 25 shoes and a belt, which can be used by Li Yun when the level is up, so put them in the backpack first. Li Yun replaced Yemu's killing intent one-handed sword with the original legendary giant axe. Then remove the 60% critical strike emerald inlaid on the legendary giant axe in the bag, and then inlay the emerald into the one-handed sword. After changing the outfit, Li Yun opened the list of character attributes and took a look at the latest key attributes of the character. HP, 5000. Damage, 710.8. Defense, 868. The character's damage per second is 710.8, which is directly doubled compared to before. The character's attribute improvement brought by an ancient suit sword is so terrifying. Boss, is there any equipment we can use? Please help me. The mage said with a shy smile. No. Li Yun turned his head and said to the mage indifferently, even if there is, do you still have money to buy it? Well. The mage couldn't stop laughing. Almost all the money on them was squeezed out by Li Yun, and there was still money left to buy equipment. Li Yunju, don't be as knowledgeable as Xia Yang. The drops in the dungeon are all controlled by you, and we have nothing to say. After Gonglina finished speaking, she was still puzzled, raised her sword and hit Mage Xia Yang on the shoulder with the back of her sword, reminding him not to talk indiscriminately. Annoyed Li Yun's giant customs clearance record may be gone, don't lose the big because of small things. Xia Yang grinned and said yes. Li Yun didn't pay attention to the small thoughts of his teammates, he just wanted to explode another night suit. Looking at the passage that the boss Hank gave up after the fall, he walked directly over. God's mercy. Minus 15,300. Minus 76,500. Tons of damage rose from the heads of the monster group, and the level 22 sacred dungeon mobs couldn't last for 2 seconds, falling to the ground in rows and patches. FK. Nuclear boss. It's really not human. Gonglina and the others looked straight from behind. Li Yun nodded slightly, as the level increases and the ancient sword is replaced, my damage is really explosive. 15 minutes later, Li Yun came to the number 2 boss. Foreman's Alamo boss. Level, LV25. HP, 270,000. Mana, 9,000. Attack power, 2800 to 3300. Skill, Doom Call, Zalamo will periodically summon 2 zombie elites to fight for him. The number of summoned monsters will accumulate and will not disappear by themselves, they can only be killed. Skill, Manager's Imprisonment, Zalamo has a certain probability of imprisoning players. Players in jailed state cannot move. Instant movement or acceleration skills can make you get out of prison faster, but not completely. Ability, Zalamo's Rage, Foreman Zalamo manages explosives, which he will bombard players with when he is enraged. Explanation, Zalamo has an irritable personality and doesn't like disobedient employees. If he says something, please do it, otherwise be careful of his explosives. Attribute, Chaotic Demon. You said that you are a primary dungeon, even if you are at the holy level, why does the boss have so many skills, isn't this disgusting person? Li Yun shook his head and stepped forward to open the monster. Domineering. Boss Li Yun is really awesome. Is this the number 2 boss of the sacred dungeon? Today we have been exposed to Li Yunju's light, and it's an eye-opener. Gonglina and others were completely reduced to spectators, standing aside and commenting on the boss. The Wrath of Heaven. Minus 12,580. Minus 12,460. Li Yun's attack is the Wrath of Heaven. He found that the attack distance of this skill is 30 yards. Reptile, I'm going to tear you apart. The hurt Zalamo roared and ran towards Li Yun in big strides. When the two were 20 yards apart, they made new moves at the same time. God's mercy. Li Yun raised his sword to release his skills, and a holy light rose from the ground instantly. Minus 7,100. Minus 35,500. Minus 25,300. Minus 7,100. Minus 26,100. The critical strike of the pain-increasing gem was triggered again. Rip this poor reptile to shreds. Zalamo roared and pointed his finger at Li Yun, only to see two illusory doors appearing from his side, and two tall zombie elites rushed out of the door immediately, roaring and rushing towards Li Yun. Chapter 34. Let's go, let's pick up the little monsters, so that Li Yun can fight the boss with peace of mind. Gong Lina ran forward while speaking, and threw a taunting skill at the two zombie elites. The other three teammates also moved. Several high-level players in Xiaoyang were paddling aside, feeling really uncomfortable. They wanted to prove themselves. Li Yun looked at the zombie elite running over, and directly released two skills in succession. The Wrath of Heaven. God's Mercy. -63,000. -41,000. Good luck. Li Yun's eyes lit up. Two yellow crit damage lights up above the heads of the zombie elites, one in front and one in the back. The two elites fell down at the same time, and the blood volume of up to 100,000 was directly emptied. Well. Gong Lina, who was ready to pick up the monster, was in a mess in the wind. Boss. I've turned on my defensive stance. You actually beat the elite monsters in seconds. Women are not allowed to do any work. I really want to ask if you have a girlfriend. Xia Yang and the other three stopped in helplessness and shock. What a dog! Boss, you will have no friends if you are so strong. Li Yunju, you killed an elite monster with 100,000 HP in seconds, at least you should smile and express yourself. I'm going crazy, I'm not playing the same game as the boss. I'm playing a fake game. Holy flame cut. -24,500. Reptile, Zalamo is going to lock you up. The boss not far away put his hands together, obviously releasing his skills. With a flash of light, Li Yun found that his body was surrounded by a cloud of grey energy, and his body could not move. Zalamo is going to blow you up. On the opposite side, a ignited explosive package appeared in Zalamo's hand, and he threw the explosive package at Li Yun. Boss! Dangerous! Li Yunju, be careful! Gong Lina and the others exclaimed from behind. Zalamo HP, 110430/2700000. A stern look flashed in Li Yun's eyes. Blow back to heaven. +24,800. Ding! The 40% acceleration effect is offset by the imprisoned state. Li Yun raised his legs and rushed forward, with a long holy flame glowing from the long sword in his hand, and swung it at Zalamo. Holy flame cut. -115,000. A huge blood crit damage rose from Zalamo's head, and his blood volume was completely empty. No. Zalamo, how could he die? After Zalamo finished speaking, he leaned forward and fell to the ground dead with a bang. Puff puff puff. A pile of objects emerged from Zalamo and spread all over the floor. Kang! Kang! Almost at the same time, two beams of orange light rose from the objects all over the floor. Two legends. Li Yun pouted, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, and muttered, "There is a poor boss, and there is not even a piece of the suit." Li Yun is still not satisfied with releasing two pieces of legendary equipment in one go. If the news gets out, the envious crowd will beat him to death. FK. Li Yunju, 666. Li Yunju, awesome. Li Yunju, boss. At this moment, Gong Lina's eyes were bloodshot with excitement. She felt that the most correct decision she made was to invite Mr. Li Yun into the team. Li Yun was even more disappointed when he put away the loot. The two legendary items, one was a level 25 legendary sage staff, and the other was a level 25 long-range legendary bow, neither of which he used. Go directly past the number 2 boss and enter the new map. Unsurprisingly, it should be the location of the final boss. After brushing a few waves of mobs, Li Yun rose to level 16, and the thieves and mages in the team also rose to level 25 almost at the same time. Thank you. Li Yunju. The two people who upgraded thanked each other. The rich experience rewards in the sacred dungeon allowed them to directly upgrade to 25, and the others probably would soon upgrade, which saved them at least 10 days and a half months of leveling time. You're welcome, Li Yun said calmly. The wrath of heaven. God's mercy. Minus 21,300. Minus 10,100. The damage of the two skills instantly increased, and a group of mobs gathered in front of Li Yun killed them instantly. Li Yunju is simply the son of the will of the earth, so cruel. Hands down again. Li Yun listened to all kinds of compliments from other teammates along the way, and the places he passed were filled with holy light, and finally he came to a large hall. Taking a closer look, the ultimate boss of the dungeon is standing in the middle of the hall. It is a humanoid monster with a tall stature and a terrifying mouth on its chest. Li Yun even just took a look at the boss named Rotting Heart General Serene, with 400,000 HP, and then he went directly. The wrath of heaven. God's mercy. Minus 13,500. Minus 8,100. Minus 67,500. Minus 105,000. Li Yun's eyes lit up, and the second jump of Wrath of Heaven's critical strike directly activated the bleeding effect of the pain-increasing gem, and the critical strike damage exceeded 100,000. Just after meeting each other, the ultimate boss of the sacred dungeon has only half of his blood left. FK. This is the boss. I haven't finished reading the boss attributes yet. Brother Yun is so capricious. As soon as the words of the teammates fell, their eyes widened in disbelief. The boss blood volume is only half. Then I saw an even more shocking scene. Holy flame cut. Minus 132,000. Minus 41,000. Holy flame struck a critical strike, and the boss's blood volume was only a thin layer. Li Yun's heartbeat was unavoidable. After all, it was the first time to download a dungeon, and it was the most advanced Holy Spirit dungeon. The Wrath of Heaven. Li Yun raised the sword high, then swung it forward vigorously, and a huge pillar of holy light fell from all around, smashing hard on the head of the boss in front of him. Boom! Minus 66,500. The blood volume of the final boss immediately returned to zero. He was attacking aggressively, but his tall body fell down and hit the ground heavily. Chapter 35. The item fell to the ground like a goddess scattered flowers. The air in the hall seemed to freeze instantly, and then exploded violently. Ah! Awesome! Damn it, Big Brother Cloud God! The four screamed violently, their voices distorted. A copy of the holy level. It even passed the level. Could it be a dream? At this time, the four of them were not only excited, but Gonglina felt that every hair in her hair was exploding, and her body was trembling. Ding! Congratulations to the player for killing the boss and gaining 40,000 experience, and because of your leapfrog killing, you will get a reward of 36,000 experience. Whoosh! A white light flashed on Li Yun's body. Originally, he only had 2/5 of the experience. After killing the boss, he directly rose to level 17. Boom! 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 At the same time, 3 beams of light, 1 green and 2 orange, rose into the air from the fallen objects on the ground. Out of the green light, will it be a night suit? Li Yun's heart beat faster. Ding! Congratulations to the player for the first pass through the death mine of the Holy God dungeon. The reward is that you can ride a Holy God mount at level 20. The reward email will be sent. Ding! Congratulations to the player who first passed the sacred copy of the death mine, and contributed more than 90% of the contribution. A special reward is a legendary ring, and the reward email will be sent. Ding! Congratulations to player Li Yun for winning the unique title, Holy God Dungeon Terminator. Global Broadcast. Huaxia Kingdom Li Yun cleared the Sacred Dungeon Death Mine. Global Broadcast. Gonglina of Huaxia Kingdom cleared the Sacred Dungeon Death Mine. Global Broadcast. Huaxia Kingdom Xia Yang cleared the sacred dungeon death mine. Global broadcast. Huaxia Quilinguo cleared the sacred dungeon death mine. Global broadcast. Huaxia Kingdom Wu Wanghua cleared the sacred dungeon death mine. A series of global broadcasts shocked all the players around the world. They all stopped what they were doing and listened attentively to the broadcast. At the end of the broadcast, nearly 1 billion players around the world looked stunned. They couldn't believe that this was true. The sacred dungeon was cleared by the Huaxia team, even the primary dungeon death mine. What? The foreigner couldn't believe it. What a hero! The first kill turned out to be our Huaxia player. Awesome! Amazing! I have a friend named Wu Wanghua, wait for me to ask. It's a dog. There are not 10,000 Li Yuns in Daxia, but there are 8,000. Who knows Li Yun who is super powerful at the 25th level? Did the young strong men trained by the military take action? I seem to see the hope of the rise of mankind, and eventually these monsters will be expelled from the earth. On an island in the East Lake, Lin Xin and his teammates are working together to deal with a level 21 Murloc-like mutant beast, whose health is running low. Fire Star. She swung the staff, and the dense fire element gathered at the head of the staff, and a wave of fire rain hit the Murloc's head. -380. -380. The mutant Murloc monster fell to the ground with a wailing sound, and unexpectedly burst out a magic belt. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. Sister Xin is amazing. Lin Xin, you are so explosive. Lin Xin smiled slightly. At this time, the global broadcast suddenly broadcast, and Li Yun's name was heard in her ears. Li Yun. She vaguely remembered being a first-level player, and bought a short sword and a first-level magic box from her a few days ago. It must be the same name and surname, not the same person. She shook her head, expelling that ridiculous thought from her mind. At this time, if she opens the address book and takes a look at her friends, Li Yun's level of 17 will definitely surprise her, and her imagination will run wild. In the dungeon, Li Yun is not particularly worried about whether his identity will be exposed, because in the end of the day, everyone still calls by name, like buying and trading things, and the system has another set of IDs to bind players. If there are too many people with the same name, who knows him? In addition, Li Yun was stunned by the various notification sounds. He never expected that such a big commotion would be caused by clearing a sacred copy. It was a system reward and a global broadcast, which caught him by surprise. The suit information that Li Yun was most concerned about was completely wiped out, and he didn't bother to look through the records. He stepped forward to put all the items into the bag, and was about to check the bag. A voice interrupted him. Li Yunju, thank you. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that I, Wu Wanghua, would become famous all over the world. Thank you very much, and the system rewarded me with a rare skill book for thieves. The thief Wu Wanghua waited until Li Yun finished taking all the things that the boss exploded, and spoke excitedly first. I also got an extremely rare shield from a warrior. Thank you, Li Yunju. I don't have much money on me, and I still have 5,000. You must accept this compensation. After Gonglina finished speaking, she excitedly sent a transaction application. No need. Li Yun clicked on the transaction application. The system rewards you to take it, it's just a matter of convenience. Thank you, Li Yunju. I also rewarded you with a piece of rare equipment with good attributes. I looked down on you because of your low level before. Now I sincerely apologize. I hope that you will ignore the villains. Mage Xia Yang, he solemnly apologized to Li Yun. Li Yun has completely convinced him, from the initial disdain to the constant shock, and finally turned into admiration. The attitude is constantly changing with the display of Li Yun's strength. It can be said that the world is like this, and the strong will always receive more respect and praise. Li Yun nodded, without saying anything more. He was about to quit the team and take out the dungeon. Li Yunju, I have one final favor. Gonglina said suddenly. Chapter 36. Say. Li Yun stopped moving. I see that you don't have a trade union yet. Do you want to join our trade union Garan Palace? I guarantee that after you enter, you will be a high-level person. Housing will be allocated in the urban area. The trade union will also provide top-quality equipment and many other welfare measures. I don't think about labor unions for the time being. Li Yun responded lightly, and then he withdrew from the team. 10, 9, 8. The dungeon exited the countdown. With a flash of white light, Li Yun appeared on the grass not far from the meeting stone. Someone came out. Is it the boss who cleared the sacred copy? There, let me see. A lot of noisy voices came to Li Yun's ears. He raised his eyes and saw that there were far more players than usual gathered at the gathering stone, and many people focused their attention on him. Cut. One vegetable chicken. When they saw that Li Yun was wearing a whiteboard outfit without any color equipment, people turned their heads dismissively and stopped paying attention. You must know that every city has a dungeon collection stone. Players are not sure whether Li Yun's team downloaded the dungeon from here, but they couldn't hold back their curiosity and waited outside. Maybe Li Yun's customs clearance team entered here. Take a look at the demeanor of the great god. There are also many low-level and middle-level players who can't hold back, and call friends to form a team to scan the death mine, and soon a wave of upsurge is formed. Li Yun was so happy that no one was paying attention. He quietly walked through the crowd and returned to the city. In the city, Li Yun went to the auction house, where there was a mailbox, ready to take out the mounts and other items presented by the system. Clearing the copy of the Holy Spirit caused a commotion far beyond Li Yun's estimation. In the streets and alleys, people are talking about this matter everywhere. At the end of the first year, the situation was relatively stable, and basically there was no particularly sensational news. Unexpectedly, there was an incident of a team clearing the holy dungeon today, which was very eye-catching. Because the low-level dungeon has been swiped countless times by players, but there is only one thing that can be repeatedly proved, that is, the Holy Spirit dungeon cannot be cleared, not even the all-star lineup. But now there is a team that has cleared the level, and the members of the team are still unknown, which caused even more sensation. I don't know how many people are inquiring about Li Yun's news, but Li Yun is in the end of the world, and his interpersonal relationship is almost zero. Walking on the road, Li Yun inspected the loot. Pet egg, colorful phoenix, unhatched. Grade, ancient sacred. Incubation conditions, dripping blood to recognize the master, hatching in a high-temperature volcanic zone. Pet egg. It's actually a colorful phoenix of ancient sacred grade. Li Yun was moved. You must know that pets are very powerful partners in the apocalyptic era. A powerful pet is even worth a team. There is a very famous Lone Ranger thief in Hanwu City, and he owns a rare Gale Demon Wolf. The Battle of Fame was when he was leveling in the field at level 20, he was targeted by a mercenary organization, and a team of dozens of people was sent to ambush him, but in the end, his Gale Demon Wolf counterattacked and killed all members of that team. Even more revenge was launched. In less than a month, the thieves led the Gale Demon Wolf to continuously attack and kill the members of the mercenary organization who went out to practice leveling, and finally disbanded the mercenary organization alive. For a while, the price of pet eggs in the market soared, and the ordinary grade pet eggs that were originally about 1,000 black crystals soared to 3,000 black crystals without a counter-offer. At that time, Li Yun could only listen to these things as legends. Pet eggs, rare gold equipment, and thousands of black crystal coins would never appear in his dreams. But now he owns all of these, and even more. An ancient sacred grade pet egg is quietly lying in his baggage, which makes him feel a little unreal. That's just the rare grade Gale Demon Wolf, and the legends, holy gods, and even the ancient grade ones on it are exponentially more powerful. Li Yun couldn't even imagine how powerful the colorful phoenix would be once it hatched. Go back and check the information to find out where there are active volcanoes. It is very necessary to go to the volcanic area to hatch colorful phoenixes. After making up his mind, he continued to check the other two dropped legendary items. General's breeches. Legendary pants. 120 armor. Main attributes: attack speed increased by 4%, plus 5% block chance. Plus 102 strength, plus 98 intelligence, plus 100 stamina. Increases the damage of Holy Flame Slash by 15%. Has a 2.5% chance to inflict a slow effect on hit. Durability, 35 to 45. Requires level, 25. The general hated the skill Holy Flame Slash so much that its brand was still formed on the breeches. Good equipment, integrated attack and defense, and the damage of Holy Flame Slash is increased by 15%. I believe that when I equip myself at level 25, the output will definitely be higher. Li Yun thought to himself. The last legendary item is an interesting ring. Physical Black Fire Ring. Legendary Ring. Main attribute, plus 130 stamina. Secondary attribute, when attacking, it is possible to launch a dark fireball, dealing 350% weapon damage. Plus 25% EXP, plus 10% HP. Critical strike chance increased by 4%. Critical strike damage increased by 25%. Durability, 45 to 55. Requires level 1. This is a ring that can only be equipped by predestined people. The level of equipment is variable, and everything is left to fate. It should be the effect of 100 times luck. Fate is invincible, and the equipment level will directly become level 1. Li Yun cheerfully equipped the legendary ring, replacing the original magic ring. A kind of energy radiated from the ring and merged into the body. Li Yun suddenly felt a kind of strength from the inside out, and a significant change occurred immediately in the character's attributes. Chapter 37. Blood Volume, 7050, soaring directly from the early 5000 to 7000. Damage, 1025.6, soaring directly from the early 700 to over 1000. Li Yun also discovered that the equipment that increases critical strike and critical strike damage can immediately improve the character's attack power, and the price of this attribute equipment is also the most expensive. When you come to the auction house, go to the mailbox first, and take the Holy God level mount and legendary ring rewarded by the system. Ghost Skeleton Warhorse. Holy War Mount. Mount speed 150%. Active skill, Phantom Rush. The speed of the mount increases to 300% within 10 seconds, and it rams into all obstacles along the way, causing 500 to 1000% weapon damage. Cooling time, 1 minute. Passive skill, Phantom Physique, immune to 30% physical and magic damage of the rider. Requirement level, 20. This mount is against the sky. The mount is a new function that is only available at level 40. Li Yun heard from the players that the normal mount has a speed of 60%, no combat function, and no skills exist. Not to mention the 150% speed of this sacred mount, it also comes with 2 powerful skills, 1 attack and 1 defense, which is simply outrageous. Li Yun looked around. There are many players around the auction house. This is not an ideal place, otherwise I really want to summon the mount now to have a look. Ding! The cruel dagger you auctioned has been sold, please check your mailbox. Ding! The eagle chain boots you auctioned has been sold, please check your mailbox. A series of intensive beeps sounded, and Li Yun knew that it was time for the consignment sale of the auction items. After the notification sound stopped, Li Yun opened the mailbox and picked up the items with 1 click. Ding! Congratulations to the player for collecting 6,280 black crystals. There are 2 or 3,000 more black crystals than expected, which is not bad. It always makes people feel happy when they have money. Li Yun walked into the auction house and browsed the price information of various items and equipment in the lobby. He found that rare gold equipment is still hard to find. As long as the price is not too exaggerated, it will be bought soon after it is put on the market. After browsing for half a day, Li Yun had a more accurate understanding of the prices of equipment items. He selectively and anonymously sold some unused equipment items in his luggage. For example, for the 10th level legendary two-handed axe the Ripper, Li Yun put a reserve price of 20,000 black crystals on it, and the price is 100,000 black crystals. For the 24th and 5th grade rare gold outfits, Li Yun offered 3 pieces with a reserve price ranging from 10,000 to 20,000. Other magic equipments were on the market as they went, and he put all the 20 or 30 pieces of magic equipment from the sacred dungeon. Vori. Vori. Someone is selling a legendary two-handed axe, fortified. There, I'll take a look. Damn it. There are really people selling it. 100,000 Heijing, I am the boss of the society. Level 10 legendary axe has 82.8 seconds of damage, awesome. The 20th level magic axe in my hand doesn't have 50 seconds of damage, hit people. Almost instantly, the crowd in the auction house boiled, and the crowd rushed forward, wanting to go to the terminal to check it out. This kind of situation has been staged in auction houses all over the world, and the news spreads like a hurricane. Interesting. Legendary equipment is willing to sell, this player is a bit interesting. Somewhere on the earth, a man in black stands on a steep mountain ridge. There are a large number of mutant beasts in front of him. There is a black space gap on the top of the mountain, which is constantly spewing mutant beasts. The man in black slashed with his sword, and the sword energy shot out in all directions. The mutant beasts in front of him were torn apart, and behind him, there were endless corpses of all kinds of dead mutant beasts. When he received the news from his subordinates, the man in black couldn't help but marvel. Go and buy that legendary axe, and leave a message to that player, saying that I, Sword Demon Dugubadian, want him to join Jianj. Coincidentally, the Huaxia military, various underground organizations, large trade unions, and plutocratic oligarchs have all come up with the idea of the mysterious man Li Yun, and the best communication post is the legendary axe. Li Yun didn't leave the auction house. One thing he didn't want to leave immediately made people suspicious. He left as soon as the legendary axe appeared, and he might have hung it up. There are so many spies in a place like the auction house, they use all means of cheating, kidnapping, and stealing, and they all have sharp eyesight. Although he wasn't afraid of being targeted by them, Li Yun didn't want to cause trouble either. Second, the 20th level legendary treasure chest rewarded by the system has a magic lock that has not been opened yet. He is looking for advanced lockpicking tools made by thieves, and plans to buy some lockpicking tools for emergencies. Found it. Unlock tool. Treasure chests of level 30 and below can be opened. 20 for a group, buy it for a group of 190 black crystals, if you buy it alone, the unit price is 15 black crystals. Li Yun didn't care about the little money of 190 black crystals at all, and directly shot a set of lockpicking tools. Ding! The legendary weapon Ripper auctioned by the player has been sold, please check your mailbox. Chapter 38. Li Yun was stunned, the sale in such a short time showed that the legendary axe was sold at a one-off price. This is 100,000 black crystals, and he likes such a local tyrant so much. After doing all the things that should be done, Li Yun got off the terminal, squeezed out from the crowd, and was about to leave the area after taking the mailbox. FK. The legendary axe is gone. Shenhao is inhumane, and 100,000 black crystals can be bought for a second. The rich are the bosses. My little brother, I have been hungry for several days, and I beg all the bosses to reward you with 5 black crystals for dinner. Thank you. It's going crazy, the player who sold the legendary axe is worth over 100 million. Will the boss who can sell legendary weapons be short of money? His worth is nothing to him. Li Yun was also very excited when he heard the words of the nearby players. He went to the mailbox outside and opened the mail. Ding! Congratulations to the player for collecting 95,000 black crystals. Li Yun suddenly realized that there were a lot of black crystals on his body, a total of 128,000, which was a shocking number. Many people never see so many black crystals in their whole life. But I have to say that the Protoss charges are really dark. They charged Li Yun a 5% handling fee, which is a total of 5,000 black crystals. Converted into Huaxia coins, it is 5 million. Why doesn't it grab it? You have a message attached to the transaction, please check it. At this time, the system will give a prompt tone. Sword Demon Dugubadian. I sincerely invite you to join the Jianj. Sword Demon Dugu defeats the sky. Li Yun knew that it was a terrifying existence in the top 10 in the world, but he didn't expect that he would personally come forward to recruit him. Li Yun is confident that he will be a member of the Tianbang in the near future. As for the solicitation of the Sword Demon, it will be avoided. Outside the western city gate, Li Yun found a no-man's land and began to summon the ghostly skeleton warhorse. Ding! The summoning of the mount failed due to insufficient player level. The current level is 17, and there is still a gap of 3 to 20 levels. It seems that we have to go to the dungeon first to improve the level. Li Yun murmured. No matter what level of dungeon you play every day, there are only 5 times in total. Li Yun still has 4 chances today. The dungeon requires a team of at least 3 people to enter. It seems that we will need to form some people later. The doomsday dungeon setting is like this: the more players participating in the dungeon, the higher the monster experience and explosion rate. Li Yun has no special requirements for team members, as long as they can shout Big Brother 666. Because he alone is enough to pass the level. Near the assembly stone, there was a crowd of people, all of them were players who came to download the instance. In the doomsday world, everyone has a sense of crisis. There are zombies and mutant beasts attacking inside, and demons and other alien races from outside the sky peeping and descending. Human beings can be said to be walking on thin ice. And strength is the thing that makes people feel at ease. They can be immortal and their strength can be improved very quickly, so there are always so many players before the dungeon collection stone. It's just that most of the light doors in the dungeon are white doors, and occasionally there are some blue doors, which are very few. When there are golden doors, everyone knows that it's a strong boss coming, and the team will be affected. The crowd paid a lot of attention. Of course, when downloading a dungeon, there is a certain type of players who are particularly popular. They have a high level of equipment, and they shout paid to lead people to clear the magic dungeon, or magic dungeon opens a gold group to the boss, and the position is limited and fast. Often when such players open their voices, they will be crowded with players flocking to them. This kind of team is often hacked in dungeons when they produce top quality equipment, unless you can afford a big price, but even some leftovers are very popular in the eyes of ordinary players. Because a large number of people have reached more than 10 levels, and many equipment slots on their bodies are still empty. Being able to add a piece of white equipment is a big improvement in strength. Li Yun stood there, without any crowd around him. He calmly shouted. Holy God Dungeon Death Mine Gold Team opens a group, requires the team members to shout 666 without convulsions, magic and above items are assigned by the captain. The boss brings your money and screenshots into the group. Ordinary white equipment is allocated on demand. Roll dice to decide when needs conflict belong. When Li Yun finished speaking, some people standing near him looked at him curiously. FK. Holy copy, buddy, do you know what you're shouting? Another boring and pretentious guy, the gold group who opened the copy of the Holy Spirit. You haven't woken up. This guy is pretending too much, his brain is sick. The sacred dungeon of the death mine has just been cleared by people, and the hot spots come. The problem is that there are hot spots that you can't just go to if you want to. Insufficient strength will only increase laughter. With 5 main players, it probably took a lot of effort to clear the dungeon. You are so good at dragging 4. Who do you think you are? In the eyes of these people, even if it is the team that has cleared the holy dungeon, even one of their players will not have the strength to do such a thing. Li Yun heard their discussion, didn't say anything, and directly revealed the title obtained by clearing the holy dungeon, Sacred Dungeon Terminator. Chapter 39th. Holy Copy Terminator. This title seemed to have great power, and it was crowned on Li Yun's head brightly and greenly. When the surrounding crowd saw this title, they were obviously taken aback. "I'm not dreaming," murmured the player who had mocked Li Yun for dreaming. "It's the boss of customs clearance, what the FK, it's actually someone from that team. Worship the big brother, is there any pendant on the big brother's leg? I will beep. I didn't expect the customs clearance boss to be from our area, so awesome. Boss, I'm in the group, add me, add me." The title is a bit green. When Li Yun heard that the title was a little green, he felt a chill in his heart, and quickly put away the green title, feeling that it was indeed a bit inelegant. However, even if Li Yun put away the title, the players around were still crazy. What does it mean to clear the sacred copy? Invincible among players at the same stage, gain top equipment, top reputation, and halo. People will only remember the first successful person, and the latecomers will not have such a big sensation and fame. Just like before the end of the world, when people talked about Daxia's first Olympic gold medal, they would only think of Su Haifeng. As for the names of the latecomers, except for some star athletes, almost none. And the boss in front of him is a legendary figure who created a new era of dungeon. How can he not be exciting in front of a real person? Ding! Player Wang De Hammer requests to join the team. Ding! Player Li Ya requests to join the team. Ding! Player Jin Xin requests to join the team. Ding! Player Lu Meng requests to join the team. In a short while, Li Yun received countless applications to join the team. Li Yun clicked on the player's entry information from front to back. From the screenshot, those with more than 3,000 black crystals were directly grouped in. Soon the remaining 4 vacancies in the team were filled. Wang Dachui, a tall warrior, said excitedly after entering the team, "Thank you, boss, for being willing to take me through the customs." But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw on the team interface that Captain Li Yun was level 17, so he couldn't help but be dazed. Level 17. He is already level 22, and the team leader Li Yun is only level 17, but he dare not say anything more. After all, he has actually passed the holy dungeon, the title cannot be fooled, maybe Li Yun has unknown strength. Being able to pass the holy dungeon, this alone can only make him, a street fighter, look up to him. "Boss Li Yun, I'm your fan, please help me sign here." The person who spoke was a 20th level female mage named Li Yao, and the place where she signed was actually the chest of her robe. Li Yun didn't pay attention to the deep V because of Chi Kuokuo's seduction. Lu Meng is a 19th level young male hunter. He is equipped with almost complete equipment. The weapon is a magic longbow. He also excitedly said in the team, "Hello, Mr. Li Yun." Jin Xin is a BCH-looking paladin, level 23, the highest level in the team, and has a little orchid finger in his speech. "Wow, I actually met the boss Li Yun himself, the boss is so handsome, please take care of him." Li Yun's goosebumps were about to rise, and he said coldly, "If you are more of a PSY, I will kick you out of the team." Jin Xin immediately became honest. Li Yun looked at the few people in front of him, and said calmly, "In the last days, you have to support your family. Each person pays 100 black crystal customs clearance fees, and then drives after paying the money. 100 black crystals is not a small amount of money, but compared to clearing the holy dungeon, it is not worth mentioning. The high experience gained is worth the price." Not to mention the high-grade equipment that can only be released in high-grade dungeons. As long as one is photographed, it will be blood money, and increased strength means more resources. Everyone understands the truth. The four didn't think much, and directly traded 100 black crystals to Li Yun. The configuration of the team is not reasonable, 2 paladins, the output is not strong, normally speaking, at most it is better than ordinary dungeons. But with Li Yun, anything is possible. Although they were a little apprehensive about Li Yun's level, they didn't question him face to face. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree, in the last days, you are the least afraid of pretending to be coercive, and those who pretend to be coercive will only be wiped out in the end, because the monsters don't know who you are. After Li Yun collected the money, he didn't say anything more. He went directly to the collection stone of the dungeon and chose the Green Gate Death Mine. With a flash of light, the 5 of them disappeared under the envious eyes of other players. Welcome to challenge the Sacred Dungeon Death Mine. The figures of Li Yun and 5 people appeared in the dungeon, and the system prompt sounded at the right time. The 4 teammates stood in place, looking around the copy like curious babies. The Holy Spirit copy map is completely different from the normal map. And the area is much larger. Why is it so gloomy, and my perception is blocked a lot? I feel my back is getting cold. Where are the monsters? Why can't I see anything? It's scary. Do you think we can pass this copy? Several team members uttered surprises one after another, somewhat terrified of the environment of the sacred dungeon. Li Yun is very calm and doesn't feel any pressure here. Chapter 40. Facing the 4 players, Li Yun said calmly. Everyone follow me, stay 30 yards away from me. If something unexpected happens, save your life first, and leave all the monsters to me. These 4 players are all salted fish in the sacred dungeon, just shout 666, just paddle, there is no need for them to output. If you are accidentally touched by a monster, you will definitely die. Li Yun does not want such a scene to happen. Understood, Boss Li Yun. The 4 said in unison. When they came here, they knew that they were salted fish and soy sauce party, and they didn't think about doing any drastic actions. I have never eaten pork, but I have seen pigs run, and the holy dungeons of various powerful teams have fallen into the sand. That is the best advice. That's good. Li Yun replied calmly. Immediately, Li Yun walked towards the depths of the mine. Ding ding ding. The familiar knocking sound sounded, and Li Yun knew that the little monster was about to appear. Back up a little, don't come over. He waved the sword in his hand behind him, signaling the team members to back up a little. Because it was Gonglina fighting the monster before this episode, Li Yun was worried about any accidents and asked the team members to stay away. When the 4 of them heard Li Yun's words, their hearts were already trembling at the strange sound of ding ding ding, and they hurriedly backed away further away. Shuz Hasha. 12 mutated minor zombies emerged from the darkness. FK. What kind of zombie is this? It's so scary. The attributes of this zombie are terrifying. It has more than 1,000 attacks, and its blood volume is higher than mine. The holy dungeon is the holy dungeon, awesome. Several people said in shock. The female mage in the team was even weaker, almost sitting on the ground. If they don't know and break into the zombie circle, there will be no second ending, the group will be wiped out. But just when they were shocked, they saw Li Yun walking forward. It could be seen that he was not nervous at all, and calmly approached the zombies, as if he wanted to focus all the zombies' attention on him. Those are 12 mutated minor zombies, isn't he afraid? Everyone couldn't help but ask questions in their hearts. Li Yun's level is only 17, while the mutant minor zombies' level is 20, 1 vs 1 2, how to fight? And the job of the boss is a paladin, so he doesn't have much output. How is he going to take everyone through the holy dungeon? It won't be a trap for everyone, right? The wrath of heaven. 12 zombies were there, and Li Yun didn't plan to go to any lengths, so he shot directly. A huge pillar of holy light fell down, illuminating the gloomy mine. -32,300. -177,650. A huge blood-red damage burst out from the heads of these zombies. The zombies fell to the ground without saying a word, and a piece of equipment exploded. Group seconds. This harm is unscientific. Boss 666, the damage has exploded. Is this really a sacred dungeon? Why does it feel like Mr. Li Yun is playing a normal dungeon? Seeing Li Yun's terrifying skill, all the mutated minor zombies in the group opened their mouths wide in shock. This is not an ordinary monster, but a mutated monster of the sacred dungeon. The attribute panel is even stronger than the elite monsters in the wild, but it was shot to death. It's not that the monster is too weak, but that Li Yun is too strong. At this moment, they have no doubt about the real strength of the boss Li Yun, and he can definitely lead them to clear the holy dungeon. After killing the zombies, Li Yun walked towards the items dropped by the zombies just now. When he came close, he picked up the equipment. Painful slash of destruction horn knife. Rare mage knife, one-handed, mage only. 42.5 damage/second. 21 to 45 damage. 1.4 attack speed. Plus 85 intelligence, plus 90 stamina. Increases damage to elite and above enemies by 3%. Plus 310 hit restore life. Bolide skill power plus 2. Durability, 45 to 45. Requires level, 20. Li Yun can't use this thing for mages, and the grade is only rare gold equipment, which is not very eye-catching, but it calms down all 4 players. Damn it! The rare gold equipment for mages. Sister Yao is blessed, the first piece of equipment is your best. Li Yun glanced at Li Yao, who was trembling with excitement, and said coldly, the bidding for the magic knife begins. The reserve price is 3,000 black crystals, and the highest bidder wins. The boss really doesn't know how to sympathize with flowers and cherish jade. Although the 3 male team members were very tempted by the magic knife, because they bought thousands of black crystals and changed hands outside, they would at least double, but they still had grace and did not ask for an offer. I give 3,000 black crystals. Li Ya raised her hand to make an offer, and nodded gratefully to Li Yun and the 3 teammates. She knew that Li Yun's price was to give her a rare gold outfit for nothing, and she would appreciate it if her teammates didn't bid. It is certain that people in the doomsday world are more selfish, but there is no bottom line. As a human race, Li Yun will still help if he can raise his hand. Come here to trade. Li Yun said indifferently. Thank you, Mr. Li Yun. After the transaction was completed, Li Yao thanked him sincerely, and even gave Li Yun a hug without being shy. 3,000 black crystals were credited, and Li Yun continued to lead the team forward. Everyone's emotions were high, and they were all stimulated by the rare gold equipment. The Wrath of Heaven. -31,300. -33,600. -184,800. As the huge pillar of holy light fell, nearly 20 mutated zombies in front of Li Yun fell to the ground. Chapter 41. Such explosive damage, if seen by ordinary players, must be unbelievable. However, Wang Dachui and the others are already used to it. This is already the 10th wave of zombies that Li Yun has wiped out, and they have become accustomed to every powerful attack by Li Yun. I only saw him use this one skill every second, never saw him use the second skill, convinced. Simply unfathomable. In their eyes, Li Yun is a monster, so powerful that there is no limit. Among the people they have heard, there is no such powerful person. Li Yun turned an ordinary white breastplate with his feet, and kicked it to the back. See for yourself. A level 20 white armor breastplate is also worth dozens of hundreds of black crystals. Li Yun will naturally not renege on his promise to give them all the ordinary white armor that he agreed before. I'm going to be the first one soon, I hope there will be a night suit. Li Yun prayed silently. The 300% damage increase of the suit is so exciting to him that he needs to pray before fighting the boss. We've killed 10 waves of mobs, and we shouldn't be far away from the first one. I don't know what the first one looks like, and what top quality equipment will be produced when he dies. It's really a great product, we probably can't afford it, just take a look. Yeah, the explosion rate of the holy dungeon is too high. We have spent a lot of black crystal coins to buy equipment from Mr. Li Yun, and the money is not enough. During this period, several bosses released several rare gold outfits, and the attributes made people drool. Unfortunately, Li Yun's price was no longer so cheap, and they couldn't afford it. However, Mr. Li Yun sold some top-quality magic equipment at a big sale, and almost doubled or tripled the profit as soon as they changed hands. The few of them couldn't resist at all, and Heijing was about to be emptied by him without knowing it. Boom! A door suddenly opened in the wall, and a boss stood in the middle of the passage. After entering the door, you stand in the corner a bit, don't be surrounded by the boss's vicious circle, it's not a big problem to be clever. After Li Yun finished speaking, he walked into the passage first, and the door closed after everyone entered. Wow, this is the old boss, so powerful. Hank, the source of the plague, is difficult to deal with just from the name. The skills are so abnormal, and the poison is released infinitely. If you can't kill the boss as soon as possible, the group will definitely be wiped out. Boss Li Yun can deal with it alone, after all, it is the boss of the sacred copy. They all discussed with concern. But often the truth is always unexpected. The average level of the team is 20, and the level of the boss has also dropped to 22. The blood volume is only 270,000 instead of 300,000 at level 25. The Wrath of Heaven. Li Yun took the lead in attacking, and the ground trembled slightly as the huge pillar of light was photographed. Minus 28,500. Minus 156,700. Minus 75,300. Minus 29,000. The Wrath of Heaven's critical strike triggered the bleeding effect of the pain-increasing gem. Almost in the next instant, a large portion of the boss blood volume dropped. The boss just moved forward a few steps, before even touching Li Yun's hair, the blood volume was emptied, and then the sky exploded with objects, fell to the ground and died. Double-click 666. Boss, you are invincible. I am convinced of this wave of operations. Man, seriously, do you want a bed warmer? As long as you want, I can go with you at any time. Li Yao looked at Li Yun's figure obsessively, and the water in his eyes almost filled the air. The team members knew Li Yun's strength so well that they were even a little numb, but they were still shocked by him again at this moment. This is the boss of the sacred dungeon. Li Yun is still an instant kill with a skill. They don't know the effect of the pain-increasing gem, but it's not bad. Just a few seconds later, the boss is still about to be knocked down by Li Yun. Li Yun ignored the screams of the team members, all his attention was on the rising green beam of light on the ground. He even ignored the orange beam of light next to him, as well as the upgraded white light emerging from his body. Li Yun stepped forward and pocketed the main items. The killing intent of the night. Suit sword. 102.8 damage/second. 85 to 105 damage. Requires level 25. I rely on it. Li Yun couldn't laugh or cry. The night suit did come out, but it turned out to be a set sword, not even comparable to the ancient set sword in his hand. It can be said that it is completely useless to him. The main hand can only be equipped with one. Seeing Li Yun's expression of toothache, the 4 team members shut up and kept silent, for fear of turning their anger on them. Okay, it's okay. Li Yun quickly adjusted his mood. You divide the items on the ground, and then we move on to the next boss. There were 2 pieces of magic equipment and 3 pieces of normal equipment on the ground. Li Yun was not in a good mood and didn't bother to clean them up, so he just let them distribute them. Chapter 42. Things are sorted out quickly. Boss Li Yun, thank you very much for handing over this level 20 magic tearing bow to us for distribution. I got the bow, thank you. It was Lu Meng, the hunter in the team, who came out to speak. He had just upgraded from level 19 to level 20, so he was able to equip this tearing bow. The damage more than doubled, and he was full of gratitude to Li Yun. In the last days, a piece of powerful equipment represents everything, which is equivalent to life to a certain extent. Yes, Mr. Li Yun is free to speak up if you have anything to do in the future, and I, Wang Dazui, will never say anything else. As a fighter, Wang Dawei has his own pride, but at the moment he is full of humility, and he is also deeply impressed by Li Yun. Wang Xian's eyes were agitated, but he didn't dare to make any more movements. He was afraid that Li Yun wouldn't like him, so if he kicked out the dungeon directly, it would be a big loss. Sister Li Yao's eyes are Chi Kuokuo's admiration. The strong man in the last days has an unparalleled charm, not to mention Li Yun's young and handsome attractiveness to her. In less than half an hour, Li Yun pushed the dungeon horizontally with the paddling party, cleared all the mobs blocking the way, and approached the number 2 boss position. The boss monster in the middle produced several rare gold outfits, one of which was an extremely rare tower shield used by a level 24 paladin, which caught Li Yun's attention. Although it is not as good as the Holy God level bone shield in hand, it is very good in the rare gold equipment. Li Yun posted the equipment attributes on the team channel and asked for 6,000 black crystals. Boss, I want this. Jin Xin screamed when he saw the tower shield attribute. I don't have enough black crystals on me, let the family transfer some black crystals to me, and wait for Li Yun boss. Unexpectedly, the paladin Jin Xin was still a rich second generation, so he asked his family to exchange 3 million Huaxia coins for 3,000 black crystals, and finally bought the extremely rare tower shield with 6,000 black crystals. Li Yun did the math, and the income from opening a gold group was almost 14,000 black crystals, a veritable gold group with full gold content. Along the way, they harvested a dozen or so rare gold equipment, and sold 2 of them. They harvested more than 30 pieces of magic equipment and sold more than 10 pieces. 40 or 50 pieces of common equipment were all given to 4 team members. With such a super high explosion rate, the eyeballs of the 4 players were all reddened, and they have never been so excited like today. It's the first time I've passed the dungeon so easily, Mr. Li Yun is really too strong. And the equipment is soft, you can believe that I got a ring, and the equipment is complete. The feeling of lying down is really good, thank you Li Yunju. When walking, several team members revealed a kind of lightness in body and mind. In an ordinary dungeon before, they all had to concentrate on the enemy, but now in the Holy Spirit dungeon, it's as easy and comfortable as playing. All of this is because of the boss Li Yun. He is like a mythical strongman, and he casts aside all dangers. Li Yun is also very relaxed along the way, listening to them chatting and spanking, very calm. At this moment, Li Yun found that he had reached the door of the number 2 boss Zalamo. He stopped and said, "The second child is in front, let me briefly talk about the precautions. The boss will summon the 2 elites, and I will deal with them together. Don't run around in panic. In addition, the boss will imprison people and make people unable to move. At this time, there will be chaos and hatred. Those who are recruited will be attacked by the boss first. You should try to stay away from the boss and stand together so that I can pull back the boss immediately. In the end, the boss will drop bombs, so be careful to avoid them. If you don't move well and hang up, you're an idiot and have nothing to say." Understood. The 4 players said one after another. After all, it was the boss Li Yun who didn't dare to be too careless, and he had messed up a lot here before. You must know that it is very taboo to open a gold group and let the gold master die, and if any of the 4 gold masters is touched by the boss, they will die immediately, and they cannot be saved even with a blow to the sky. The others reacted quickly, and hid in the corner after Li Yun finished speaking. This is the number 2 boss, and it looks like a dog. What kind of top quality equipment do you say the boss will produce? I'm looking forward to it. We'll know when Li Yun is killed. It's almost time to start. Seeing that they were hiding, Li Yun glanced at their skills. Blessing of Courage. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Increases the attack speed of you and your allies by 20% for 10 seconds. Blessing of Courage also increases your critical strike damage by 50%. Li Yun is ready for a quick fight. Blessing of Courage. A purple halo suddenly lit up under his feet, and a secret force circulated in his body. His strength increased greatly, and he felt that he could blow everything in front of him. The Wrath of Heaven. A thick pillar of holy light fell from the sky and hit the boss heavily. Minus 43,500. Minus 265,000. 2 huge injuries, one white and one red, burst out from the boss's head, and the boss blood volume was cleared to 0, and he was immediately killed in seconds. Ba-ba-bo. A large number of items burst out like flowers and fell to the ground. Keng keng keng. Almost at the same time, 3 orange beams of light rose from the objects on the ground. Chapter 43. Li Yun looked at the fallen boss, reminiscing about the damage from the critical strike just now. Blessing of Courage skill is very powerful. After increasing the state, the critical strike of Heaven's Wrath deals 265,000 damage, which is a full increase of 70,000 to 80,000 compared to before, which is a huge improvement. The 4 members who were originally a little nervous huddled in the corner vigilantly, but Li Yun raised his hand and gave the boss a second. The surprise came so quickly that it almost turned into a shock. It took a while for a few people to react, and they suddenly became crazy. 666. The boss is awesome. Boss, I want to make a pendant, you must accept me. Li Yun, this man is really too strong. Li Yao's eyes were electrified, looking at Li Yun's calm side face, his emotions were obviously caught in some kind of fantasy. Li Yun heard the shouts of the players, and his expression was slightly unnatural. Not long ago, I explained to the 4 team members in various ways and paid attention to the boss skills, but in the end, I gave the boss a second when I went up, which was too pretentious. Li Yun avoided embarrassment and went forward to check the boss's drop. 3 pieces of legendary equipment, 2 pieces of rare gold equipment, 4 pieces of magic equipment, some common equipment, and 650 black crystal coins. He took away the legendary and gold equipment, and then said to the team members, "You distribute the other equipment on the ground yourself. Long live the boss!" The 4 of them scrambled forward to choose the equipment that suits them. Even if they don't have the equipment that suits them, it's still money to take the items to the auction house. Li Yun checks the boss drops in the baggage, and ignores the rare gold equipment directly. The 3 legendary items are all level 23 equipment, a helmet, a shoulder armor and a long sword. The attributes are quite satisfactory, and there is nothing special about it. Such legendary equipment can no longer excite Li Yun. It's time to kill the ultimate boss. I hope he can reveal other parts of the night suit. 10 minutes later, Li Yun led 4 players to stand opposite the ultimate boss. Li Yun didn't explain the precautions to the team members, and faced the ultimate boss Rotting Heart General Serene directly. Blessing of Courage. The Wrath of Heaven. Minus 42,500. Minus 43,200. The first 2 strikes did not produce a critical strike, and the boss was not killed in seconds. Ah! The boss who was attacked was very angry, roaring, and ran towards Li Yun. While running, he opened his big mouth on his chest, and roared at Li Yun. Everyone saw that the boss spewed out a series of ripples that enveloped Li Yun. Ding! Being attacked by the mind control of the boss, the ancient godson's physique is immune. Ding! Being attacked by the mind control of the boss, the ancient godson's physique is immune. What the hell, mind control? Li Yun looked at the roaring boss with inexplicable joy. He raised the long sword in his hand and slashed at the approaching boss. Holy Flame Cut. Minus 81,500. Holy Flame Cut. Minus 489,000. A super burning blood crit burst out from the boss's head. The boss died. Li Yun saw that a bunch of items exploded from the boss, and a bright green light lit up from the items, which appeared to be a belt. Ancient, waist chain of night. Ancient suit belt. 107 armor. Main attribute. Plus 10% life. Secondary attributes. Plus 25 to 38 holy damage. Plus 110 strength, plus 104 stamina. Plus 20 elemental resistance. Increases the damage of holy flame slash by 6%. Gaze at night, set. Murder in the night. Nightfall's immunity. Waist chain of night. 2, set. Plus 5% attack speed. Increases your damage dealt by 300%. Durability, 40 to 40. Requirement level, 25. The night gazes upon you and inspires your extraordinary courage. After Li Yun picked up this piece of equipment, he found that it turned out to be a loose part belt of the night suit, and finally got the spare part that can exert the additional attributes of the suit. However, the equipment level needs to be 25, and it cannot be equipped temporarily. Li Yun thought about it. It seems that the illusionist can strengthen equipment and change attributes. By spending a certain amount of black crystal coins to forcibly transform a certain additional magic attribute on the equipment, each transformation will cost more black crystal coins than the last one until the attribute you need is transformed. Li Yun now wants to turn the plus 20 elemental resistance into a lower requirement level. Boss Li Yun, can you take us to brush the dungeon later? Although the dungeon was over, none of the team members voluntarily withdrew, so Wang Dachui asked expectantly. Clearing the dungeon this time can be said to be the easiest dungeon Wang Da Hammer has ever experienced, and it is a holy level dungeon. You must know that the dungeons he has played before are generally of the normal level, and every time he is walking on thin ice, worried that he is not strong enough to handle it and will be blamed by his teammates. But now he is lying down to win the sacred dungeon with the boss Li Yun, not to mention feeling relaxed and happy, and his level has soared by 1 level to level 21. 100 black crystals lay in the holy dungeon. Li Yun is simply a god. He only got 16 pieces of ordinary equipment, and bought 5 pieces of magic equipment at a low price. He really made a lot of money. After all, Wang Da Hammer's equipment was not enough before, and he graduated directly after clearing the holy dungeon once. Yes, Boss Li Yun, I am willing to pay another 100 black crystals to have another dungeon with you. Li Yao looked nympho. She had obtained a rare gold outfit, and she was powerless against Li Yun. It is such a happy thing to have such a strong man bring a dungeon, and there are top quality equipment to get. Where to find such a good man? Jin Xin looked eagerly. Boss Li Yun, is the Jinchuan still open? I'll go and prepare He Jing. Hunter Lu Meng also had eager eyes, obviously wanting to continue. Chapter 44. Li Yun looked at his level 19, thought for a moment and said, I'll play this instance again. It won't take long to pass this dungeon now. There is still a breastplate in the night suit, maybe you can get it. After all, the breastplate is still a rare gold suit of level 12, and it should be replaced. Li Yun didn't expect to form another team outside. The initial team formation at the gathering stone of the dungeon had already caused quite a stir. Although he is confident that he is right now against a powerhouse at level 30, but the world is so big, it is inevitable that there will be perverted characters or encounters with monsters from outside domains, so it is better to be careful. A group of people chose to end the dungeon and send it to the outside world. I'll go back to the city to strengthen my equipment. Everyone will gather here in an hour. Is there any problem? Out of the copy, Li Yun said so. Yes. Several team members nodded in agreement hastily. 1 hour is enough to sell the unused equipment in the luggage, and exchange enough black crystals to buy gold groups. Wouldn't it be a pleasure to buy? Li Yun, can you come here? At this time, a familiar female voice came from outside the crowd. It was Gong Lina. She was standing on a dirt slope. Beside her were Xia Yang, Lin Guo'er, and Wu Wanghua. Seeing Li Yun looking over, several people nodded to him. In addition, there is a group of senior players standing with them. Most of them have a calm demeanor, and their equipment is even more radiant. Gong Lina's call clearly attracted the public's attention. Damn! Li Yun! It's really Big Brother Li Yun, can you sign me an autograph? Boss Li Yun, do you have any junk equipment that you don't need? Give me one. The crowd rushed towards Li Yun quickly, and the dungeon gathered in front of the stone, and the scene suddenly got out of control. Galen Hall pays homage to Brother Li Yun. Good friends on the road, please make way, thank you. A man's loud voice came from the slope, even covering all the hustle and bustle below. The first-class trade union in the country, the Garan Hall. Wow, what day is it today? Why are there so many bosses here? The one who spoke was Lei Lai, the branch president of the Hanmu district of the Garan Hall. It's him, don't you see so many high-level members of the Garan Hall standing beside him? With this group of people stomping their feet, there will be an earthquake in Hanmu City. The players talked a lot, and respectfully gave way to a passage for Lei Lai and others to pass through. Brother Li Yun, on behalf of the Garan Hall, I congratulate you for clearing the holy dungeon. I also appreciate your care for Lina and the others. I am very grateful. Li Yun heard what the players said, and knew that the man walking in the front and talking to him was the leader of the Garan Hall division, and his name was Lei Lai. President Lei is welcome. Li Yun said flatly. Brother Li Yun is indeed a dragon and a phoenix, and Lei Lai hates to meet each other late. Lei Lai gave Li Yun his thumbs up, and then glanced around. This is not a place to talk, is it convenient for Brother Li Yun? Let's talk about the Emperor's Pavilion in detail. Emperor Pavilion. Li Yun has heard that it is a top-level golden cave, delicacies from mountains and seas, beauties and socialites, top-quality equipment, advanced skill books, everything you need. As long as you have black crystals there, you are a god. The Emperor's Pavilion. A boss is a boss. Boss Li Yun has a lot of face. Players around looked at Li Yun with envy. You must know that ordinary players can brag with others for a long time when they go to the Emperor's Pavilion. And Mr. Li Yun has an invitation from the Jialan Palace, and the consumption is obviously free. How can this not make them envious? The players wished they were Li Yun, so they agreed immediately so they could see him for a while. Thank you, Chairman Lei, for your kindness. I have some personal matters to attend to, please forgive me. Li Yun replied flatly, rejecting Lei Lai's invitation. Li Yun knew very well that their purpose of coming was to invite him to join the union. He had a secret and didn't want to get involved with these big trade unions. Lei Lai's expression changed slightly, and he was about to speak. Call out. There was a flash of black light in the crowd, and a tracking arrow shot towards Li Yun's back at high speed. The arrow was so fast that Lei Lai had no time to react, and directly bit Li Yun's back. Hey! After being attacked, Li Yun's legendary shield's passive skill Bone Shield was activated, and a wall of bone shields immediately surrounded him. Boom! The arrow hit the wall of the bone shield fiercely, making a dull sound, and even shattered the wall of the bone shield with one blow. -2520. A heavy damage appeared above Li Yun's head. He was attacked by surprise, and the broken shield was hit with such high damage, Li Yun felt a chill in his heart. At this moment, Lei Lili rushed out from his side. Looking for death, wanting to kill someone in front of my Garan Palace, it's simply presumptuous. Lei Lai's voice quickly faded away. Li Yun turned around and saw that Lei Lai had already jumped over the crowd, fighting with the attackers dozens of yards away. Chapter 45. The sneak attacker was an unremarkable hunter. Under Lei Lai's whirlwind slashing, he moved very coquettishly, constantly avoiding Lei Lai's giant axe slashing, and still had the strength to keep shooting arrows back. -3,500. -2,800. Injuries came out of Lei Lai's head one by one, and the difference in strength between the two sides was obviously too large. President. The president is in danger, hurry up and help. Gonglina, Lin Guo'er, and the others screamed. A large number of masters from the Garan Palace moved, they passed Li Yun, and went to the front to support Lei Lai. As they marched, various energy rays burst out from their bodies. Following their movements, all kinds of rain and fire, ice cones, energy arrows, and holy light pillars smashed towards the attacker's area. There are still many low-level players near that area. Seeing all kinds of skills hitting the sky, their faces turn green. Ah! Run! Let's go! The low-level players ran away with their heads in their arms, howling again and again. They knew that they were accidentally injured here, and if they died, they would die in vain, and they didn't even have a place to reason. Li Yun looked at the chaotic scene coldly, and thought, could it be that the people of Jialan Hall had composed and performed all of this? How could it be such a coincidence that I rejected their invitation, and the attack came immediately? Ah! Suddenly there was a scream from the crowd. Li Yun turned his head to look. -12,500. A male mage in the Garan Hall had a fatal red injury on his head, and his body slowly fell to the ground. Beside him, an unremarkable thief was drawing his sword and leaving. There are thieves! Another player in the Garan Palace exclaimed, and the figure of a thief quietly appeared beside him. Li Yun swept his gaze and found that almost at the same time, 7 or 8 players from the Garan Hall were attacked from behind by various unremarkable players, and players from the Garan Hall continued to fall to the ground. The scene was almost one-sided massacre. No, this is another group of people. Li Yun realized with a flash of anger in his eyes. The Garan Hall is nothing more than that. The people we assassinate are going to be killed, and you all want to keep them. An ethereal voice came, and the words were full of disdain. Li Yun, save me. At this moment, Lin Guo'er stumbled towards Li Yun, followed by a thief holding a dagger, like a cat catching a mouse, not eager to kill her, with a teasing smile on his face. Hearing Lin Guo'er calling for help to Li Yun, the thief pointed the dagger at Lin Guo'er's back, glanced provocatively at Li Yun, and raised his hand to stab. You pretend to be aggressive with me. Li Yun's pupils were full of coldness. The wrath of heaven. Swinging the long sword in his hand, a huge pillar of holy light suddenly fell from the sky, and hit the head of the pretending thief in an instant. -11,220. An over 10,000 damage burst out from the top of the thief's head, and the thief couldn't even react, his body was directly sent flying by the energy of the holy light. Boom! A large number of items and equipment burst out from the flying thieves. FK. Instant kill. Boss Li Yun. The other party is dead. Some players exclaimed. Li Yun swept his eyes indifferently, and walked towards the densely populated area of the attackers. Once the opponent entered the attack range of the skill, the huge holy light beam was photographed immediately. -13,680. -67,800. Everyone saw that the sneak attacking players of the Dark Assassin organization were immediately devastated. With Li Yun's huge attack range, almost no one could escape. Those within the range of the holy beam of light descended by the wrath of heaven could only die. Spike. Continue to spike. Complete instant kill, no way out. In just a few seconds, Li Yun wiped out all the members of the assassination organization that attacked the Garan Hall. Where the attacker was standing, pieces of magic equipment, even rare gold equipment, lay quietly on the ground with exciting colors, as if waiting for their new owner. The wages of avarice is death. Finally, there was a team of 5 players who couldn't resist the temptation and rushed into the arena to pick up equipment. Snort. Li Yun snorted coldly. The wrath of heaven. Without even looking at it, he photographed the huge pillar of holy light, and immediately there were 5 more innocent souls in the arena. Ordinary players stared blankly at Li Yun, who was walking in the arena. That man was a killer, and no one dared to covet the equipment on the ground anymore. Go to hell with me. In just a few seconds, the situation took a turn for the worse. The hunter who was fighting with Lei Lai let out a roar of shock and anger. He didn't care about dealing with Lei Lai anymore and stepped out of the battle. With a sway of his figure, he appeared more than 40 yards away from Li Yun like a ghost, and raised his hand to show a powerful arrow technique. Cluster arrow. A thick energy arrow glowing red shot out from the longbow in his hand and aimed straight at Li Yun. Li Yun tried his best to move, but the arrow fell to the ground near him and exploded. Boom! -5,300. After the Big Bang, the energy arrow split into several small bombs. Boom boom boom! Small bombs exploded one by one. -600. -600. Explosions and concussions hit Li Yun one after another. Li Yun used a legendary shield to protect his body, but skill damage continued to appear on his head, and his blood volume was almost bottomed out. God's mercy. +22,500. Blow back to heaven. +91,000. After using the 2 skills, the blood volume was immediately full and couldn't be full, and the acceleration wind wall was hung on his body. At the same time, the legendary black fire ring of physical strength in Li Yun's hand changed, and a pitch-black fireball ignoring the space distance of more than 40 yards, directly exploded onto the opposite hunter. Chapter 46. -26,400. A huge yellow crit damage appeared above the hunter's head. Hey! Li Yun was stunned for a moment. What a high blood volume, this one is not dead. The hunter on the opposite side took a deep look at Li Yun, then turned and left. The speed was very fast, and his figure became smaller in Li Yun's sight almost in the blink of an eye. Want to go? Li Yun tiptoed, and shot out like an arrow. In the eyes of others, Li Yun is like a phantom, and his speed seems to be a line faster than the hunter. The figures of the two disappeared in an instant. Li Yun's speed is indeed a bit faster than the hunter, because he has the speed-up skill Heavenly Strike, released every 10 seconds, and speeds up by 40% within 5 seconds. A minute later he was close to the hunter, at a distance of about 30 yards. Li Yun made a direct shot while running. The Wrath of Heaven. -11,900. The hunter's running calf was rubbed by the holy light beam, and a wound floated from above his head. Ah! There was a scream in front of him, and the hunter fell headlong, and a bunch of shiny objects exploded from his body. Clang! An orange beam of light lit up, and the legendary equipment dropped. Li Yun stepped forward and collected all the dropped items into the bag. Quick Strike! Legendary two-hand bow. 174.4 damage/second. 115 to 128 damage. 1.5 attack speed. Main attribute. +32 to 45 damage, +50%. Attack speed increased by 4.5%, +50%. Asterisk crit damage increased by 48%, +60%. +214 strength, +50%. +225 vitality, +50%. Durability 25/45. Requirement level, 27. Many heroes have wielded this bow, and its fame has spread throughout the world. After reading the attributes of this bow, Li Yun estimated its price, at least 100,000 black crystals. This legendary bow has obviously been transformed by Phantom and its attributes have been strengthened. The critical strike damage is obtained through the transformation of Phantom. The other additional attributes have basically been strengthened 5 to 6 times. The damage and additional attributes are ridiculously high. If it weren't for the good attributes of his equipment, the high blood volume, and the super high block rate and defense of the legendary shield, the wall of bones, otherwise, the person who died in the wave just now would definitely be himself. For any 19th level player, it is impossible to survive the attack just now. This also shows the strength of the Darkthorn organization from the side. The leader of a team can own such a strengthened legendary bow, and the overall strength is unimaginable. Brother Li Yun, are you okay? At this time, Lei Lai also brought someone over, and he shouted from a distance. Li Yun shook his head and raised his hand to indicate that he was fine. After approaching, Lei Lai saw the hunter's body, and he slapped hard. Great job, these scumbags of the assassination organization should be damned. Lei Lai excitedly extended his thumb. Li Yun, this is you. Our Garan Hall owes you a favor. Lei Lai continued, I brought all the equipment dropped by those assassins before, you accept it. Forget it. Li Yun stopped Lei Lai from trading. After a pause, he continued, the other party is coming at me, you have suffered a catastrophe, and the equipment should be regarded as compensation for you. Not so much, there are several top-grade rare gold equipment. Stop talking. Li Yun held up his palms to stop Lei Lai from speaking. If you take things, we are friends, and if you don't take friends, you have nothing to do. After throwing such a sentence, Li Yun nodded to Gonglina, Linguoer, and others, then nodded, and headed towards Changwu district like a human arrow. Boss Li Yun, is this treating us as friends? Lei Lai spread his fingers apart, rubbed his hair, and asked with some uncertainty. Should be. Definitely is. Gonglina and Linguoer laughed respectively. Sure. Lei Lai slapped his palms, turned his head and said to the union members, let's go, taking advantage of the fact that the strength of the Darkthorn branch in this area has been greatly reduced, we will remove the remaining dregs and uproot their stronghold. Okay, I want it. Get started. As soon as the members responded, their hearts had long been suffocated, and if they didn't explode, they would suffocate them to death. We would like to thank Mr. Li Yun, come and divide up these equipments, and then make trouble. Lei Lai began to distribute the top-quality equipment dropped by the Darkthorns to arm the members and enhance their strength. Thank you, Mr. Li Yun. Members who got new equipment would always say this. On the southern street of Changwu district, Li Yun is standing in the shop of Shenzhou Illusory Spiritualist. There are still a large number of players near the Protoss Illusionist. Yes, I have converted to the attribute I need, plus 40 strength. The attack has been enhanced a lot. It's a dog, it's been transformed 4 times, and the critical strike damage enhancement attribute just doesn't work. It's too bad, I spent more than 1,000 black crystals, and the enhanced attributes dropped to the initial level for me. Magic equipment requires 50 black crystals for the first time to enhance an attribute, and 100 for the second time. It's really not for people to play. TCH, big brothers need 100 black crystals for the first time to enhance their rare gold equipment. You are so rare in Saonian. Sure enough, it's a game that only Shenhao can play. The players surrounding the illusionist were having heated discussions. In the doomsday environment, equipment phantom transformation and attribute enhancement are 2 inevitable choices to enhance strength. Chapter 47. Transformation of equipment phantom, a piece of top-quality equipment, transform 1 or 2 magic attributes that are not suitable for its own characteristics into magic attributes that meet its own characteristics, and a piece of top-quality equipment is basically formed. However, such a transformation is based on luck and a large number of black crystal coins. As the player said, magic equipment can transform attributes. The first transformation attribute is 50 black crystals, the second time 100, the third time 150, and so on. The rare equipment starts at 100, and the second time is 200, the legendary equipment starts at 200, and the second time is 400, the sacred equipment starts at 400, and the second time is 800. It is very important to transform equipment into luck. Some people get their favorite attribute once, while others cannot see the desired attribute 100 times, and they vomit blood depressedly. But generally it will not reach this point. Once the converted black crystal exceeds the value of the equipment, the player will generally buy a new piece of equipment to transform it, so as not to waste the money. After the attribute conversion is completed, it can be regarded as the basic best equipment. If you want to become stronger, you need to strengthen the additional attributes of the equipment one by one. For example, magic equipment generally has 2 additional attributes, rare gold equipment has 3 to 4 additional attributes, legendary orange equipment has 5 to 6 additional attributes, and sacred green equipment has 6 to 8 additional attributes. Take magic equipment as an example. For example, there are 2 additional attributes, 50 strength and 50 stamina. Choose 50 strength to strengthen, the first time to strengthen 25 black crystal. If successful, the basic attribute will increase by 10%, that is 55 strength. The second strengthening of 50 black crystals, if successful, the basic attributes will increase by 20%, that is 60 strength, and so on. Strengthening is good, but the price is too high. Taking rare gold equipment as an example, 50 black crystals are needed for the first enhancement, and every time the enhancement level is increased in the future, an additional 50 black crystals will be spent on the basis of the previous one. This seems simple. It seems that as long as there are enough black crystals, you can get more than +8 +9 enhanced equipment. But strengthening is said to have a strengthening probability. The success rate of first level enhancement is 90%, that of second level is 80%, that of third level is 70%, that of fourth level is 60%, and that of fifth level is 50%. It's okay to succeed at level 5 or above. If you fail, you will go back one level directly. If you are lucky enough to strengthen to level 8, with a 20% success rate, and want to strengthen level 9 again, once you fail, the level of enhancement will be cleared directly. However, there are always some strange items, such as demonic materials, sacred materials, special materials dropped by boss, etc., which will directly increase the success rate when added during strengthening, and the higher the quality, the better the effect. However, those materials are all produced from extremely powerful monsters, and only large guilds and large organizations have the ability to smooth out the tiger's beard, and the price can be said to be sky high. Some are even hoarded as strategic materials, which are hardly seen on the market. And under the pressure of survival in the apocalypse, some people put all their eggs in one basket, and even sell everything they want to produce super best equipment, which is where their wealth and life lie. These are all the information I got from the players when I was a clerk in the past. Li Yun himself has no ability or opportunity to practice. He came here today mainly for phantom transformation, and converted the +20 elemental resistance on the night belt into an attribute that reduces the use level, so that he can wear the night belt as soon as possible and play the true role of the suit. Because Li Yun has never practiced before, he stood aside and quietly observed other people's operations to learn some operating experience. Wow! There are masters transforming rare gold equipment in the live broadcast, come and watch! A certain player exclaimed. Players flocked there immediately. FK, rare gloves of level 20. Crit 2%, super best. Standing in front of the operating device is a female mage in her 20s. A large screen is projecting above the device. The content is a rare glove with golden light and its attributes are displayed. Obviously, the rare gloves of this female mage amazed many players. And the female mage also seems to enjoy the crowd's pursuit, smiling and operating on the center console. Master's Gauntlet. Rare gloves. 62 armor. Plus 61 intelligence, plus 55 physical strength. Critical strike chance increased by 2%. Has a 1% chance to stun on hit. Durability, 45 to 65. Requirement level, 20. This is an offensive mage glove. Except for the last stun effect, the attached attributes are all top-notch, which is why players are envious. And there is no asterisk in front of the attribute, which means that it has not been converted, and the appreciation potential is huge. The female warrior is operating. She selected the attribute to be converted. There is a 1% chance to cause a stun effect when hit, and needs 100 black crystals. She clicked the conversion without hesitation. On the projection screen, a golden light beam lit up inside the instrument, and then it shone somewhere on the back of the glove, where the equipment lines gradually blurred and dissipated, and then a new line was quickly formed there. Master's Gauntlet. Rare gloves. 62 armor. Plus 61 intelligence, plus 55 physical strength. Critical strike chance increased by 2%. Asterisk restores 80 points of life regen per second. Durability, 45 to 65. Requirement level, 20. New properties appear. Chapter 48. Oh, it's a pity to increase the blood recovery. Tisk. This is the best attribute of a warrior, how come it comes from this? As a soldier, I thought about this attribute for a long time, but it appeared on the mage's equipment at one time. I am a dog. People around felt sorry. The mage pursues the ultimate output, and the blood recovery attribute is completely unsuitable. 100 black crystals are thrown into the water. The female warrior continued to operate without changing her expression. Asterisk recover 80 points of life recovery per second, need 200 black crystals, convert. The beam lights up again, and new attributes are generated again. Asterisk experience gained by destroying enemies is increased by plus 15 points. Hey, this one is good, it is very beneficial for upgrading. If it's a lone ranger mage, it's good, but if it's a mage with a team, it's hard to say, because it can't maximize the output, and it's very taboo in a team. It made sense, and many people nodded secretly. The female mage paused and hesitated, but in the end she chose to transform again. Sure enough, there is a team. Someone muttered. The beam of light shone like 300 black crystals were burning, and soon new attributes were generated again. Asterisk experience obtained by destroying enemies is increased by plus 16 points. Hi! Everyone's regret was beyond words. After the 7th flash of the beam. Asterisk equipment requirements -5. The smile on the female mage's face has long since disappeared, and her face is even more livid after the new attributes appear. Girl, you are unlucky today, don't force it, come back tomorrow. After listening to others' advice, the female mage sadly collected the gloves and went to the strengthening hall on the other side. Hey! Phantom spirit ruins life, how much wealth is instantly wiped out? This is only for rich people to play. The players around were discussing and feeling deeply. The female mage went to the strengthening hall and took away a large number of people. Seeing this, Li Yun found an operating device with no one around. Hey, there are idiots over there who also go up to the phantom in white clothes. Others might get a piece of magic equipment, come and try your luck. That's right, it's only 50 black crystals for the first time, the average player can still afford it, maybe it will be successful once. Cut. There were still quite a few players around, and there was a lot of discussion when they saw Li Yun go up. There are quite a few players who like to hang out here, even if they don't transform themselves, it's cool to watch other people do it, Huaxia never lacks idle spectators. Hearing their discussion, Li Yun looked indifferent, and took out ancient night curtain's waist chain from the bag. The green light shining in the hall made many players look pale. Green items. Some players' mouths were trembling, and their eyeballs were protruding. There are not many high-level zombie mutants around Changwu district, and there are few high-level players staying here. There are few legendary items with orange light. What is the meaning of this green item? My god, could it be a sacred equipment? Damn it! Damn it! How is this possible? Damn it, is it really a sacred equipment? Oh my god, the sacred equipment is out. Boss, kneel down and beg the projection to display the attribute, it must be displayed. Ancient, Knight's waist chain. You can't hide the light of the equipment when you hold it in your hand. Once it appears, it attracts everyone's attention without blinking. Many people eagerly want to know the attributes of the sacred equipment, and even tremble all over. However, it is too late for Li Yun to keep a low profile. Li Yun clicked on the center console to drop the item, and put Ancient, Knight's waist chain into the device. Ding! Please select the Phantom attribute. The dashboard prompted. Plus 20 elemental resistance. Ding! Need 400 black crystals, do you want to switch? Without thinking about it, Li Yun chose yes. I saw the green light shining in the instrument, and the green light gradually dimmed after a while. Ding! Congratulations on generating a new attribute, requirement level -8. The green light fell silent, and the system prompt sounded at the right time. Hey! You're lucky, you need to lower your level once. Li Yun turned on the device, and took away Ancient Knight Curtain's waist chain. 666. FK. It's done in one go. Luck is too good. Boss, please send me the attributes of the equipment, let me wait for the DK to look up to you. Agreed. Seeing Li Yun take away the equipment, many players thought he was going to leave, and cried out for the equipment attributes. Unexpectedly, Li Yun walked towards the strengthening hall. A group of players became excited in an instant, yelling big bosses, surrounded Li Yun and walked towards the strengthening hall. Double-click 666. Strengthen +6 in one breath, awesome. Transfer. In the strengthening hall, a group of people surrounded the female mage with excited expressions. But at this time, Li Yun brought a large number of players from the Phantom Hall, alarming the original people in the hall. Hey, what do you mean by that? Damn it! What kind of awesome character is that? Why are all the people over there following him here? You don't know. Awesome character, this is a god-level character, let me tell you. Learn about sacred equipment. The players who came to the reinforcement hall began to tell what they saw and heard there. People who heard their explanation started to look shocked, and more eyes focused on Li Yun. Chapter 49. Li Yun stopped there, and there seemed to be no reinforcement equipment left. Boss, you use my one. Immediately, a player jumped off the device nearby and invited Li Yun to use it with a very low profile. Li Yun saw that this guy's equipment was average, and he didn't have several pieces of equipment, such as leggings. I'm in a hurry, and I won't take advantage of you. Li Yun randomly took out a level 17 magic leggings from the bag, and threw it at his feet. The guy's eyes lit up, a hungry tiger pounced on the leggings, and pocketed the leggings in the blink of an eye. It seemed that he was looking at the attributes, and then the guy raised his head and said in surprise, "Thank you, sir, thank you, sir." At this time, Li Yun had already stepped onto the strengthening equipment. Many people in the strengthening hall were shocked. The man casually threw out a high-level magic leggings. This is an absolute king. Li Yun is really in a hurry, he glanced at the time, there are still 20 minutes and an hour to go, he took out Ancient Knight Curtain's waist chain from his bag again. The green light is so bright and moving, even if it only appears for a moment, it will shock the players in the lobby. This unscientific. Damn it! It really has holy equipment. Boss, do you want a younger brother? He can do anything with bags and shoeshine. Li Yun directly selects attributes, plus 10% life, to strengthen. Ding! Need 200 black crystals, whether to strengthen it or not. Li Yun chose to strengthen. You can see the green light flashing inside the device, and then there is a pleasant ding sound inside. Ding! Congratulations on your attribute enhancement. The system prompt sounded. Li Yun glanced at the enhanced attribute, plus 11% life, plus 10%. The first 3 successes were normal. I just don't know what attributes are specifically strengthened. It really whets people's appetite. The surrounding players are not calm, mainly because Li Yun has no projection equipment attributes. With more than 130,000 black crystals in the bag, Li Yun is full of confidence and continues to strengthen. Ding! Need 400 black crystals, whether to strengthen it or not. Strengthen. The effect of improving the equipment attributes is immediate, and the blood volume directly increases by 75 points after strengthening once, which makes Li Yun very happy. If it is strengthened 10 times, it will directly increase by 750 points, and the effect is terrifying. The green light flashed again, and the familiar ding sound came again. Ding! Congratulations on your attribute enhancement. The system prompt sounded. Li Yun took another look at the enhanced attribute, plus 12% life, plus 20%. Successful again. It can only be regarded as quite satisfactory. 20%, the increase is not small. Boss will definitely continue. The success of strengthening again has sparked some discussions. Ding! Need 600 black crystals, whether to strengthen it or not. Strengthen. Ding! Need 800 black crystals, whether to strengthen it or not. Strengthen. Ding! Need 1000 black crystals, whether to strengthen it or not. Strengthen. FK. It's been strengthened by 50%. 5 consecutive successes, a bit awesome. A boss is a boss. Boss should stop. Now it costs thousands of black crystals to strengthen one time, worth millions of Huaxia coins. It's terrifying. The noise below was obviously much louder. Li Yun looked at the attribute of plus 15% HP, plus 50%, of the equipment. Anyway, there are still many black crystals to carry, so continue to strengthen them. Ding! Need 1200 black crystals, whether to strengthen it. Strengthen. Ding! Need 1400 black crystals, whether to strengthen it. Strengthen. Ding! Need 1600 black crystals, whether to strengthen it. Strengthen. In a short time, ding! 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 The sound of 3 consecutive strengthening successes sounded. The smooth Li Yun himself was a little unbelievable. 666, strengthen 80%, the boss takes off. It's amazing, my lord, I've never seen one strengthened to 8. Enhance it 8 times, even a piece of magic equipment can be sold for the price of gold equipment. Brighten my titanium alloy eyes. The players in the hall couldn't calm down, they stared at Li Yun blankly, their eyes couldn't be more serious. It was already unbelievable that the female mage was strengthened by 60% before, but now Li Yun is even more like a dream. They have never seen one that has been strengthened to 80%, and it is a sacred equipment that no one has seen before. It is estimated that with such a piece of equipment, they can leapfrog to challenge powerful monsters. Li Yun looked at the attribute of plus 18% life, plus 80%, and he was in a good mood with a smile on the corner of his mouth. So far, he has added 600 points of life. Once the costume is changed after more than 20 levels, this attribute will become even more powerful. After all, it increases life by a percentage, and there will definitely be a big explosion in blood volume by then. Chasing after the victory, Li Yun tried to continue to strengthen. Ding! Need 1800 black crystals, whether to strengthen. Please note that once the strengthening fails, the strengthening level will be cleared. This. Why doesn't the boss come down? Does he still want to continue strengthening? A player murmured. No way. It's already plus 8, and if it fails to strengthen again, it will be cleared directly. It's too exciting. If it's going to fail, the 9,000 black crystals will be in vain. In exchange for 9 million Huaxia coins, a small villa, my dear. I cannot see. The atmosphere in the hall seemed frozen, no one gasped loudly, they were all waiting for Li Yun's choice. Chapter 50. It's not that Li Yun didn't have the courage to click on it, but he was thinking. Did this strange strengthening success rate and my own talent with 100 times luck play a role in it? You'll know if you try it, it's just that the 9,000 black crystals are in vain. Li Yun feels his adrenal hormones are rising, and his heart is beating strongly. Strengthen. He clicked the strengthen button. A green light starts to flash inside the device. Damn it, my scalp is numb. This. You must be crazy, the boss chooses to continue to strengthen. Submit. If you don't accept the wall, I will submit to you. The strengthening time this time seems to be longer than the previous few times, which makes every second seem so long. Ding. In the suffocating atmosphere, there was a crisp sound from the device in front of Li Yun. It was like thunder on the ground, blowing up a group of people. What a DK! It succeeded. It turned out to be successful again. Convinced, really convinced. Boss, a real social person. Double-click 666. The show is not over yet. Under the disbelieving eyes of everyone, the green light of the equipment lights up again. A player fainted while clutching his forehead. This. Boss, are you not afraid of failure? Brother, I call you brother, it's so scary. Ding. As if the fairy sound was heard by Li Yun, it was still successful, with a 10% success rate and plus 10 enhanced success. Li Yun glanced at the equipment, this property doubled directly, plus 20% life, plus 100%. Is this true, plus 10 success, I can't believe it. I guess, this enhanced attribute can blow me up. How can there be such a big gap between people, my strengthening plus 3 will drop. Boss, can you help me strengthen it? All the players were jumping with joy, they actually witnessed a miracle here, and the creator of this miracle was naturally sought after by everyone. For a moment, Li Yun's side was crowded with players. Even the players who rushed over after hearing the news were pouring into the reinforcement hall. Seeing this chaotic scene, Li Yun frowned slightly, he had nothing to say, so it's best to go first. With Li Yun's attributes and acceleration skills, it didn't take much effort to get rid of these players. Westfall, Copy Collection Stone. Wang Dachui, Li Yao and others had already been waiting there. Li Yun arrived in no time, and directly opened the death mine of the sacred copy without any fuss. Welcome to challenge the sacred dungeon death mine. A figure appeared, the system prompt sounded, and everyone entered the sacred copy again. Entering the dungeon this time, everyone was very relaxed, even talking and laughing. Because the team members know that there is a strong monster like Li Yun protecting them and leading them. Li Yun is also very straightforward, rampaging and massacring in the dungeon. After killing the mobs and the gatekeeper boss, and the final boss, no one can escape anyway, and they all suffered from his murderous hands. No suits were dropped, but 4 more legendary and 12 rare gold suits were collected. 5 gold suits were sold, and the income was more than 28,000 black crystals. Not to mention earning back the money strengthened just now, I also earned more than 10,000 black crystals. In the baggage, the total number of black crystals is more than 146,000. At this time, Li Yun's level has also risen to level 20 and is approaching level 21. In the dungeon, he changed into 3 rare gold equipment that can be equipped at level 20. They are, Refined Iron Chain Helmet, Eagle Chain Boots, and Violations Shoulder Pads. The character's second injury is 1150.4, Blood Volume, 10,300. Afterwards, Li Yun led the team to brush 2 sacred death mines in a row. As the character level increased, the experience value was greatly reduced, and it was only after finishing the 2 copies that he rose to a little over level 23. Li Yun disbanded the team and returned to the city amidst the thanks of the team members. Today's 5 copies have all been cleared, and the level has reached level 23. Speaking out will scare people to death, but Li Yun's level rises in 2 or 3 days, which is more efficient than others in 2 or 3 months. The level is still 2 levels lower, and there are a lot of legendary equipment at level 25, which cannot be equipped. Li Yun is a little dissatisfied with his level. At level 25, he can wear many pieces of legendary equipment, so he can consider traveling far. Because after all, there is a colorful phoenix waiting for the volcano to hatch in the package. When it comes to volcanoes, the closest one is the Tianqi area of Chenbai Mountain. When the level is up, we are ready to go. Traveling far in the last days is a very dangerous thing. There are zombie mutant beasts of various levels in the wild, and even flying alien beasts, which are extremely terrifying. In addition, there are some demons and other extraterrestrial villains who don't know where to hide. And with the awakening of the Earth's will, petroleum-based energy substances are almost impossible to extract, and all kinds of transportation and war tools that rely on petroleum are almost completely abandoned. I don't know whether it is the luck or misfortune of human beings. Suddenly, Li Yun thought of one thing. It is said that the will of the Earth will make a big move this time when level 40 is opened, and large-scale teleportation arrays will be built in the first-tier cities controlled by humans. And in the central city of Hanyu, a large teleportation array is under construction. Even with the full support and cooperation of players in the Hanyu area, it will take 2 to 3 weeks to complete. Li Yun estimates the time, and estimates that it will take about 10 days to open. In this case, it is more convenient and quicker to go to Tianqi to look for volcanoes without rushing to go to Tianqi through the transfer station to Xinjiang. Chapter 51. In addition to this, the will of the Earth has also opened the field station system. The core of the resident is the construction token, which can be obtained by killing boss, top mutant beasts, various demons, alien races, etc. Once the station is successfully built, the internal teleportation array is connected to the large teleportation array, like wedges, bringing the lost territories of humans back into perception. The benefits brought by such a resident are extremely terrifying. Recently, large trade unions and organizations have undergone frequent changes, and they all want to establish a resident first, but there has been no news of success in the past few days. Li Yun thought again that the assassination organization must have revealed the news before his death. As long as you have the heart to go to the university city to investigate, those battle traces and demon remains will definitely be found. Probably the Dark Assassin organization thought I had obtained the construction token and saw that I was with the people from the Garan Hall, so they rushed to kill people. Li Yun thought so. Thinking of killing demons, Li Yun suddenly remembered that the legendary treasure chest rewarded by the will of the Earth has not yet been opened. He found the thief's tools and tried to open the treasure chest. Ding! Do you want to consume the thief tool to open the legendary treasure chest? Open. 1%, 5%, 30%, 60%, 97%. Ding! The legendary treasure chest is open. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the building token, 100 times luck is activated, the item level is +2, and you have obtained the building token. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a rare energy crystal 1, 100 times luck is activated, the item level is +1, and you have obtained a legendary energy crystal 1. Li Yun looked at the palm-sized purple exquisite token on the ground, and was a little dazed. Collect all the items on the ground into the bag. Global broadcast. Li Yun received the city building order for the first time, and the power against demons is increasing. Global broadcast. Li Yun received the city building order for the first time, and the power against demons is increasing. Global broadcast. Li Yun received the city building order for the first time, and the power against demons is increasing. The 3 consecutive global broadcasts shocked all players around the world. Damn it! It's awesome, our Huaxia district issued a city building order. Li Yun? Is it an organization? It turned out to be the boss Li Yun again. After clearing the holy dungeon, he immediately got the city building order. My brother admires him. What, Li Yun? A giant is about to rise. In the deep ocean trench, a woman wearing a purple-red animal skin armor has a cool demeanor, and there are ocean currents around her every gesture, which is extremely powerful and terrifying. We humans are about to emerge strong again. One of the few good news, these monsters will definitely be wiped out. After the woman finished speaking, she pushed the ocean current and crushed it forward, tearing apart a large number of unknown sea monsters. In the Great Rift Valley of East Africa, there was a majestic man covered in holy flames whose face could not be seen clearly. He stood in a gap in a certain crack, as if he was standing at the gate of hell, and a steady stream of strange-shaped monsters gushed out of it. The holy flame man waved the silver-white holy spear in his hand, reducing these monsters to ashes. After the global broadcast, the holy flame surged all over his body, turning some of the monsters in front of him and even in the gap into torches, and finally said indifferently, "I got the resident token faster than me, or the city building order, Li Yun, we remember you. I've always said to keep a low profile, but now I'm famous all over the world." Li Yun shook his head and smiled wryly. Who would have imagined that a city building decree would cause such a big disturbance, and it would be broadcast 3 times in a row around the world? City building order. Inspired in a designated area, a resident model is generated, which can be upgraded to a city at most. The village building order is an upgraded version of the town building order. Energy crystal. Legend. Provide the energy source needed for the city's operation, and it will work when it is buried in the resident transmission array. With these objects, urban residences have to be established as soon as possible. Take one step at a time, build bridges when encountering water, and open roads when encountering mountains. Li Yun thought. In addition, this place can no longer be lived in, and he has to change to another place. He took a look at this simple rental house, and then left without looking back. Go to the housing exchange in the south of the city and directly buy a house as a new home. Home exchange in Songnam. Sir, 16 million yuan for an 80 square meter house is already very cheap. In the safe zone of the end of the world, every inch of land is expensive. If you don't buy it now, you may lose it tomorrow. An urban beauty in a black suit stood in front of the sand table and said calmly. Standing opposite her was a middle-aged man who looked like a hunter with a magic longbow on his back. The price is not right either. It was only 15 million 2 days ago. Why did it suddenly increase by 1 million? Brother, you don't know, right? This teleportation array is about to open, just like the subway room. Do you think the housing prices around the subway will not go up? The middle-aged man scratched his head, but was speechless. As soon as Li Yun walked into the exchange, he saw this scene in front of the reception desk. There are also several female sales staff in the same dress at the reception counter. Li Yun strolled to the reception counter. I want to see the house, do you have any recommendations? Several female salespeople at the counter looked Li Yun up and down, but no one answered. Li Yun saw contempt in their eyes. Chapter 52. Why, I'm afraid I can't afford it. Li Yun was amused. What are you laughing at, ADK who doesn't even have any magic equipment, why are you here to join in the fun? A chubby salesman squinted at Li Yun and scolded angrily. That's right, I didn't see that we were very busy, please don't disturb our work. A salesman beside him echoed. Although the other two did not speak, their eyes were very cold. Call your person in charge. Li Yun said calmly. In the past, he would be furious, but now he feels that there is no need to entangle with these low-end people. After buying the house, he will go to the auction house to sell some equipment. Hey! The chubby salesman sneered, the person in charge is something you can see as soon as you say it, and you don't even pee and look in the mirror. Cluck! Ha ha ha! There was a chuckle from inside the counter. Li Yun's face turned cold, and he put his hand on the sword hilt at his waist, and was about to tear down the bird exchange. "Sir, calm down and have a glass of juice, let's talk here." At this moment, a pleasant female voice came from the side, and a glass of light red freshly squeezed juice was handed to Li Yun. A beautiful woman is like a dream, this is what Li Yun feels in his heart at this moment. Eyes as clear as water, eyebrows as picturesque, with a refreshing ponytail, tall, and professional suits as if tailored to the body, with concave and convex. "Okay." Li Yun was not polite, took the juice, sat down on the reception sofa beside him, and took a sip of the juice. "Zhuang Tingting, do you know how expensive a glass of freshly squeezed juice is? Just wait for the leader to criticize you." The chubby salesman was furious, pointing at Zhuang Tingting and yelling, "You are not worthy of sales, it's a waste of company resources." The salesman next to her also glared at her. It seemed that Zhuang Tingting was very unwelcome here. "It seems that your colleagues are not friendly to you," Li Yun said to Zhuang Tingting, who was sitting beside her with the materials, and put the cup on the coffee table in front of her. "Sir, you are joking." Zhuang Tingting's expression remained unchanged. "Let's take a look at the housing information to see if there is any type of apartment you need." "Don't look at it, you told me that the most expensive set is the one," Li Yun said flatly. "Sisters see that poor DK is quite good at putting on a show, and he said the most expensive set. Does he know how much the most expensive set is? The price can't afford to sell him. Diozzi likes to act aggressive in front of Vixen." "Sir, you..." Zhuang Tingting was a little surprised, but still picked out a brochure from the materials and opened it. "This is our best house, worth 150 million. FK. 150 million. Some buyers exclaimed. "That kid is pretending too much, there is a good show to watch. I thought that beautiful women are so easy to pick up. As the old saying goes, don't pretend to be forceful, and you will be struck by lightning." The movement here has long been noticed by people. As soon as the price of 150 million yuan came out, many gloating voices and unexplained looks were contacted by Li Yun. "That's it, take me to pay the bill." Li Yun gently patted the luxury villa on the cover of the brochure. Zhuang Tingting's eyes widened and her red lips parted slightly, which looked really cute to Li Yun. "Hiss!" There was a gasping sound in the exchange. "Maid, I thought it was ADK, but it turned out to be Shen Hao." "No way, such ADK. Impossible, how could that DK afford it?" The chubby salesman suddenly stood up, gripping the edge of the counter tightly with both hands, and didn't even realize his nails were broken. The salespeople next to them were also shocked, and even had doubts on their faces. "You haven't paid the bill yet, you are good if you pay for it." "Sir, you haven't seen the house yet, so it's too hasty to make a decision like this," Zhuang Tingting said hastily after recovering. Li Yun picked up the juice and took a sip. "Could it be that when I go to the supermarket to buy a bottle of water, I still have to look at its origin, nutritional content, evaluation, etc., and then decide whether to buy it or not?" The whole hall was silent. Li Yun drank the juice unhurriedly. To be honest, he didn't drink such a delicious juice many times before the end of the world. It was a rare experience. "Then, that's fine." Zhuang Tingting's voice trembled. "Sir, please follow me here to pay the bill. You must know that Li Yun has signed this order, and her commission is at least as high as a 6-figure Huaxia currency as a base. This can greatly improve her quality of life in the bleak end of the world, and she is inevitably excited." Li Yun drank the remaining juice, got up and followed Zhuang Tingting to the counter. "Buy the bill." Li Yun leaned forward and looked at the 4 people in the counter, and said firmly. The 4 of them looked ashamed under Li Yun's coercion. When Zhuang Tingting saw such a scene, a flash of joy flashed in her eyes. She tapped Li Yun's arm with her finger and said, "Sir, I'm really sorry. I don't know your name and surname until now. I'm so sorry. Li Yun turned around and said with a smile. My name is Li Yun. His voice was not loud, but loud enough to be heard in a quiet hall. Chapter 53. What a coincidence, the person who broadcast the global broadcast just now is also called Li Yun. Zhuang Tingting smiled. At this moment, an excited voice came from behind Li Yun. Boss Li Yun, you are the boss Li Yun who cleared the holy dungeon. Li Yun turned his head and saw the middle-aged man with the magic longbow on his back, who stopped 2 meters away, his left hand tightly holding the bowstring on his chest. His face was full of tension and excitement. It's me. Li Yun said calmly, admitting his identity. Ah! The middle-aged man violently shook his fist as if venting, then turned and rushed towards the female salesperson who was receiving him not far away. Quick! I want a house worth 16 million yuan. If I can live in the same area as Mr. Li Yun, I will buy it for 20 million yuan. The players in the hall instantly boiled. Damn it! What a boss Li Yun! Boss, take me to the holy dungeon, 1,000 black crystal coins for each customs clearance, and the price of the gold group is up to you. Boss Li Yun, you are my idol, I am willing to stand up for you, accept me as your younger brother, please. It's over. The chubby saleswoman sat down with a dull expression. The other 3 salesmen were also frightened and anxious, and they actually mocked a top expert. You must know that force means everything in the last days, and there is no reason at all. Even the country's restrictions on the top powerhouses are terribly low, even dispensable, and it's not a big deal to kill a few low-level players. When some terrible events such as the siege of monsters, the birth of demons, or the arrival of alien races from outside the sky, the country has to ask for help from the top powerhouses, whose status is terribly high. Now, they offended a top player among the top players, and the counter began to smell like urine. The movement in the hall alarmed several high-level exchange executives who had just returned from a mission outside and looked happy. What are the people inside doing? Are they trying to make trouble? A thin thief said unhappily. The dagger suddenly jumped into his palm from the side of his waist, and blood remained on the tip of the blade. Come on, go over and see what's going on, said a middle-aged paladin with the Garan Hall badge on his chest. A group of 5 people stepped into the exchange hall. It's the chief deacon and they're here. A salesperson at the counter had sharp eyes, and instantly saw the 5 people entering the door, and was so excited that he slapped her humanely. The chubby salesman's dead fish-like eyes suddenly brightened, he stood up abruptly, waved his hands at the 5 people, and tears flowed down his face without saying anything. At that time, more than 20 players surrounded Li Yun and stood in front of the counter. Each of them looked more excited than the other, dancing like crazy, really like a rioting thug. The paladins and the others looked gloomy and looked at each other. They took weapons quietly, spread out their formations, and approached the crowd in front of them in a semi-surrounding shape. Seeing this scene, the 4 salesmen became excited immediately, and stared at Li Yun with expressions of hatred and schadenfreude. No matter how powerful a player can be compared to a first-class union, 2 fists are still hard to beat with 4 hands. And Zhuang Tingting was squeezed beside Li Yun by people, watching him with a reddish face being sought after and praised by everyone, while he calmly scolded Fang Qiu there, she is really a star. Boss Li Yun, can you tell me what kind of monster dropped the city building order? I'm just curious, it's fine if you don't tell me. Boss Li Yun, I've made a deal with you, make a reservation for tomorrow's golden group, and my wealthy brothers will definitely come to join us. Boss Li Yun, give me a friend seat, there are mountains of swords and seas of fire, what you always say. As the 5 people approached, these words from the crowd reached their ears one after another. Boss Li Yun. The leading paladin felt uneasy, he had seen big brother Li Yun show off his power at the Gathering Stone before. He quietly slowed down his movements, looked left and right through the gaps in the crowd, and finally saw Li Yun in the middle. FK. His feet were weak and he almost slipped and fell. Swipe. Brush. Almost at a thought, he removed the mace and the small round shield from the weapon bar, and began to smile with empty hands. The remaining 4 high-level executives are also good people. There is a big brother Li Yun in the crowd in front of him. Looking at the reaction of the chief deacon, a fool would know what happened. Today I met a true god. They hurriedly put away their weapons and began to smile. The abnormal behavior of several high-level managers fell into the eyes of the 4 salesmen. What's wrong with the chief deacon and the others? Things don't seem right. The smiles of the 4 froze on their faces, and they quickly turned into disbelief, because the chief deacon separated the crowd, walked in and greeted that person with a smile. Boss Li Yun, I am Huang Liang, and I am the chief deacon of the Changwu branch of the Jialan Palace. You were the one who killed the assassin thief who attacked me at the collection stone of the dungeon and saved my life. Are you my savior? Li Yun looked at the paladin Huang Liang in front of him, and seemed to have a little impression that a dark stabbing thief stunned him, and he killed the thief with the wrath of heaven. Oh, it's you, some trivial matters, nothing to worry about. Li Yun said calmly. Chapter 54. It is a small matter for you, but it is a matter of life and death for me and our Changwu branch. I must thank you. Huang Liang said excitedly, I have already notified President Lei Lai, and he said he will be there soon. Mr. Li Yun, please allow us to entertain you warmly. No need, I'm just here to buy a sweet, you go about your own business. Li Yun waved his hand and said. No, being with you is the most important thing. Huang Liang smiled and refused to leave. The chief deacon of the Jialan Hall, no matter what his status, is now accompanying Li Yun in front of Li Yun like a horseboy, which makes everyone's awe of Li Yun even higher. Raising his hand not to hit the smiling face, Li Yun was speechless, turned to Zhuang Tingting and said, let's continue. Seeing this scene, Huang Liang laughed and said, Xiao Zhuang, you are responsible for the reception of Mr. Li Yun. It's not bad. Hurry up and show the best houses to Mr. Li Yun for a review. Head Deacon, hello leaders. Mr. Li Yun has already selected Zhongjing No. 1 room. Zhuang Tingting lit up the villa brochure in her hand. Zhongjing No. 1, Mr. Li Yun has a good eye. This is our best house. The market price is 150 million. I will give you a 40% discount within the scope of my authority. Huang Liang said, gestured with his right hand. 6. Hiss. Everyone exclaimed, they were shocked by the discount rate, and they saved almost 60 million in one fell swoop, which they would never earn in their entire lives. Zhuang Tingting was very surprised, and even more curious about Li Yun's identity. The chubby salesman and the other 4 were completely dumbfounded. The exchange had never sold a house with a 40% discount since its opening. What kind of big shots did they offend? The smell of urine in the counter immediately became stronger. That's so embarrassing. Li Yun said lightly. Must. Huang Liang said, turning his head and shouting to the counter, what's the matter with your mournful faces? You haven't come out to entertain people, put the fruit plate quickly, you are all stupid. They are not stupid, they are very powerful. They say that Big Brother Li Yun is a poor guy, and he doesn't take pictures of himself in the PS. It's amazing. At this moment, the middle-aged man with the magic bow on his back spoke up. Idle Li Yun was ridiculed, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he took this opportunity to go up and stab the knife. Blind your dog eyes! Huang Liang roared like thunder, and walked to the counter as soon as he took a step, and he slapped him when he raised his hand. Snapped! The chubby salesman was slapped flying, hit the wall behind him, and then fell to the ground with a bang, laying on the ground, and spurting out a big mouthful of blood with a bang. Big Deacon, we were wrong. The 3 sales staff turned pale with fright, and immediately knelt down to apologize. Boss Li Yun, I'm sorry, we didn't manage well. Huang Liang ignored the three kneeling people and turned to apologize to Li Yun. Then his face turned cold immediately, and he shouted murderously, "Come here, take them to pick up the guests, and they will never die." "No, Chief Deacon. Help! Boss Li Yun, we are wrong, please let us go. Forgive me. Don't dare again." A few guards rushed over from the gate, ignored their pleas, cut their palms to the neck, knocked them out, carried them on their shoulders, and walked outside. The atmosphere in the hall was silent. The more Huang Liang thought about it, the more afraid he became. If he and others attacked Boss Li Yun just now, they would probably be beaten up by the big boss, and they would also attract law enforcement officers, which would even make Boss Li Yun feel bad. This salesman has very sinister intentions, really be damned. Li Yun watched all this coldly without making a sound. In the apocalyptic era, he has experienced scenes that are hundreds and thousands of times crueler than this. In those days when being chased and fled by zombies, wandering from one town to the next, fleeing from one city to the next, death happened all the time. A good friend who fled together suddenly turns into a zombie and bites you, which is heartbreaking and extremely frightening at the same time. The husband, who was protecting his wife from fleeing, bit his wife's throat as soon as he turned his head, and swallowed her flesh and blood in his mouth amidst his wife's desperate howls. The child in his arms opened the chest and abdomen of the relative in a blink of an eye. Under the eyes of the relative who couldn't let go, the child got into the chest and abdomen of the relative, and patches of blood flew up. Scenes of human tragedies that make the scalp numb and tremble all over. After seeing too many, there is only silence left. Ha ha ha, Brother Li Yun came to buy a house in our Jialan temple, and he didn't even say hello to us. He simply looked down on me, Lei. At this moment, people came before the sound came, and thunderous laughter came from the door. Seeing Lei Lai enter the door with a few entourages, Li Yun felt helpless. "President Lei, I came here to buy a house, and I was listed by you. I didn't know it was your Jialan's property." "Ha ha ha," Brother Li Yun was joking, "you fancy that sweet, I'll give it to you." Lei Lai came up to him and said proudly, "President, Mr. Li is looking at Zhongjing no one." Zhuang Tingting hurriedly reminded. "She has some selfish intentions. If the house is given away for free, her commission will be gone. It's not that she loves money, but that she is a weak woman in the last days. The knowledge and survival skills she has learned before are almost useless. If she doesn't want to become a plaything of the rich, she can only work hard to make money to protect herself." "Zhongjing no one." Lei Lai laughed, "That would be even better, only such a house is worthy of Brother Li Yun." Zhuang Tingting's face turned pale, and she didn't dare to say more. Chapter 55. It's too expensive. I can't take it. Deacon Huang gave me a 40% discount. That's very good. Let's make a deal at that price. Li Yun said flatly. 90 million. The boss has no humanity. Boss Li Yun has a real character. Don't even want to give it away. Zhuang Tingting raised her head abruptly, with an expression of disbelief. You must know that it is 90 million Huaxia coins, not 90,000. If you don't want it, you don't want it. It can only be said that rich people are too capricious. Brother Li Yun, listen to me. Lei Lai leaned his head closer and said in a low voice, "You still take this house. I led people to destroy a hidden stronghold of a dark assassin organization before, and I gained a lot thanks to you killing their master and giving you a house. We still made a lot of money, you can't make me feel uneasy." "No, I still can't ask for it." Li Yun shook his head and refused. "If you try to persuade me again, I'll turn around and leave right away." "Okay, brother, I'm convinced." Lei Lai said helplessly, then turned to Zhuang Tingting and said, "Go and help Mr. Li go through the formalities first." After Zhuang Tingting went to the counter to do some operations, she asked, "Mr. Li, do you want to pay Huaxia coins or black crystal coins?" "Black crystal coin." Li Yun replied. He couldn't take out Huaxia coins either. Well, the current exchange rate between Heijing coins and Huaxia coins is 1:1200, you need to pay 75,000 Heijing coins, please come here to pay with your iris. Li Yun stood in front of the payment device camera. D. Face verification is successful. Hearing the voice, he knew it was a certain treasure girl. DK. Please blink once. Li Yun complied. Beep. Iris verification is successful. Ding. Buy real estate with your personal assets, 75,000 black crystals. Although Papa Ma didn't hear much about him in the last days, a certain treasure is deeply bound to the will of the earth and is truly going global. Okay, Mr. Li, you sign your name on these 3 documents, and the contract is completed. Li Yun took the pen and signed his name in triplicate in the lower right corner. Happy house purchase. Please keep this contract. Next, I will take you to Zhongjing No 1. Zhuang Tingting put several sets of keys and contracts into the file bag and handed them to Li Yun. Brother Li Yun, isn't our Xiao Zhuang not bad? Li Yun took the file bag and nodded when he heard Lei Lai's question, that's right. Well, after Xiao Zhuang, you will be responsible for Mr. Li's food and living at Zhongjing No. 1, and your salary will be doubled. Li Yun's expression remained unchanged, and he said to Zhuang Tingting, whose face was slightly flushed, let's go to see the house. Let's not bother Brother Li Yun to look at the house. We will gather here at 6 in the evening and go to the Emperor's Pavilion to relax. Okay. Li Yun nodded in agreement. Number 1 Riverview Villa. A 3-story Huxia and Western villa, the decoration is classic and generous yet modern and elegant. Standing on the large balcony on the 2nd floor, you can see the sparkling East Lake not far away at a glance. Yiying has complete living facilities, and the rental house that Li Yun lived in before is the product of 2 worlds. Li Yun is satisfied here. Zhuang Tingting, do you want a man like me? Zhuang Tingting panicked. How could there be such a person? It's also too straightforward. What Li Yun said next changed her face even more. Li Yun continued, now is the end of the world, monsters are everywhere in the world, if you are not careful, you will not see the sun tomorrow. The same is true of the actual situation. Zhuang Tingting shuddered when she thought of what she had seen and heard after the end of the world, how many people disappeared without a sound. But I'm strong, I can protect you, I won't make you afraid, I won't make you hungry, and I won't let you die. When Li Yun said this, Zhuang Tingting helplessly supported the wicker chair on the balcony and sat down. Li Yun leaned forward and gently stroked her ponytail. It's really not easy for a beautiful girl like you to survive in this last world. I am a very capable man with a good sense of responsibility, and I am willing to be your protector. When he said this, Li Yun had already pinched her shoulders with both hands, gently helping her relax. Li Yun continued, of course, I also respect your personal wishes. If you are willing to treat me as your man, I will be your protector. If you don't want to, just pretend that I didn't say that, and you can leave now. It seems that she is given a choice, but in fact she has no choice. Once she leaves, the job cannot be kept, and she may be angered by the higher UPS. The 4 female salespeople who were sent away and ended up miserable are examples. Li Yun didn't give her too much time to think, and stopped after pressing a few times. It seems that you don't want to be protected by me, you go down. Li Yun moved his hand away, pretending to leave. Zhuang Tingting said, don't go. She is not a woman who knows how to advance and retreat. What Li Yun said just now, although there was an element of coercion to her, forcing her to accept him quickly, but she couldn't find a reason to refuse, and she didn't hate Li Yun. She survived tenaciously and rejected others indifferently, but she also wanted someone to rely on. Li Yun went back to the past and boldly stood in front of Zhuang Tingting. She grabbed her hand. Li Yun knew it was over. Chapter 56. In the bathroom, Li Yun looked at Zhuang Tingting with tears in her eyes in astonishment. What happened? Li Yun simply thought that the girl in the sales office, and she was a pretty girl, should have a boyfriend or something like that. Both of them are rookies, they are not very familiar with each other, and their relationship foundation is not good enough. It was not as smooth and harmonious as described in the film at all, and the reckless Li Yun hurt her. Zhuang Tingting turned her head to one side, not wanting to see Li Yun. After hurting others, she still looked surprised, as if she believed that she was very experienced. Li Yun said, "Everyone is actually even, and I am also in pain. If I have experience, I won't be here. Can you understand? What is this, consolation?" Zhuang Tingting felt very wronged, and really wanted to pick up the shower head and beat this scourge to death. However, Li Yun was very clever, and walked out of the bathroom with the person in his arms. He said, "Don't worry, you will be my woman in the future, and I will treat you well." Zhuang Tingting put her forehead on Li Yun's shoulders shyly. Li Yun's heart was also turbulent. Before the end of the world, he was just an intern from a third-rate college, and was signed by the intern teacher to work on the Futokeng assembly line for several months. The future can be seen through at a glance. I can only post again and again to the small website on the old computer in the small rental room. But now, Zhuang Tingting, a goddess who is far beyond the so-called campus belle, has become her first man in the arms of Zionio. What else can I think of now? One more time, of course. The two walked through the luxurious living room to the well-furnished bedroom. However, Li Yun was more proactive. As soon as he entered the bedroom, he put Zhuang Tingting on the bed. The sun was setting and it was getting late. Zhuang Tingting finally couldn't take it anymore. "Haven't you done enough? This is the first time, maybe 5 times. Li Yun stretched out his wet index finger, "This is the last time." Standing on the balcony and looking at it, the surface of East Lake seems to be covered with a layer of pink mist, perhaps because of the setting sun. Li Yun shook his head and didn't think about it. Imperial Court. After driving for an hour, we approached the center of Hanmu City through the heavily guarded Cross River Bridge. The armored off-road vehicle of the Night 15 was extremely popular before the end of the world, not to mention that today's oil is comparable to liquid gold. It is not absolutely powerful, and ordinary forces can't play with it. However, sitting in the car, Li Yun still felt that it was not as refreshing as his ghost skeleton horse. Although it was only after leaving the villa, in the garden where there were no people, he summoned the war horse and trotted for less than a minute. But Li Yun still likes the feeling of being able to jump into battle at any time. Sitting in the car feels much worse. The Emperor's Pavilion is an Oriental palace-style building with about 4 to 5 floors. The outer walls have colored lights of different colors projected onto the walls, presenting a magnificent scene as a whole. The Cavalier 15 came to a stop in the square with a beautiful tail flick, and immediately 2 beautiful female guests trotted forward to open the car door. "Welcome VIP, please come inside." When Li Yun got out of the car, Lei Lai and others vaguely took him as the leader, and introduced as they walked. The background of the Emperor's Pavilion is complicated, and it has some ties to all major forces, and even the military forces and the gods are looming in it. Walking into it, Li Yun saw at a glance that many high-level players were equipped with brilliant equipment, and rare gold equipment seemed to be everywhere here. There are also beauties of all kinds walking through it, teasing and chatting with the players, and from time to time some players agree to walk back with the beauties on their arms. The back hall of the hall on the first floor is a place for eating and leisure, the second floor is an entertainment place, the third floor is a place for selling top-quality equipment and rare items, the fourth floor has various high-level skill books for sale, and I have never been to the fifth floor. It is very mysterious, not open to the outside world. "Let's eat first." Lei Lai raised his hand to signal Li Yun to go to the back of the hall. "Hey! Guildmaster Lei from the Garan Palace is here in person, and I am far away to welcome you. Ladies, hurry up and entertain me, the nobleman is here." Following the exclamation of a charming female lobby manager, Ying Yan dancers left the clients at hand and rushed to this side one after another. Ha ha ha. I came here today to entertain my little brother, Wu Dai. It's better than anything else that you accompany him. Lei Lai smiled and said to the approaching female lobby manager. Accompanied by Lei Lai, Wu Dai dared not look down on Li Yun even though she was dressed in a blank slate. She had seen a lot of people pretending to be pigs and eating tigers, maybe this one was too. Yun, Fixia, you two take good care of this handsome little brother. After Wu Dai finished speaking, two young women who looked like female stars walked over, one on the left and the other on the right, snuggled up beside Li Yun. Hello little brother. The voice was crisp and sweet. Hi there. Having just grown from a boy to a man in the afternoon, Li Yun's state of mind became more calm and peaceful. He hugged the two beauties generously with both hands, and walked towards the back hall. Players in the hall looked sideways. FK, what is the origin of that kid? Yun and Fixia are accompanying you. I'm wearing a whiteboard attire. I guess the special effects are turned off. Is it so low-key? It's too pretentious. You said that young Master Jin is also in the back hall. Will the two waves of people fight? You mean young Master Jin of Doomsday Arc is in the back hall? There's a good show to watch. Let's go in and have a look. Chapter 57. Entering the back hall, a huge circular space comes into view, and the air is full of strange fragrance. The space is divided into 3 floors, one floor is smaller than the next floor, like terraced fields. There are exotic flowers and plants on each floor, and flowing water cups separate the tables. The higher the floor, the more lush the flowers and plants, and the more exquisite and rare the tables and tables. It was meal time at this time, the first floor was almost full, and there were only a few vacant seats left on the second floor. We booked the top floor. Lei Lai said in a low voice. Li Yun nodded, and under the guidance of the two women around him, walked along the spiral staircase in the middle to the 3rd floor. A boss is coming, go directly to the 3rd floor. That is, I dare not go up without some identity. I wish I had the opportunity to go up and eat once. Hearing the discussions of the surrounding people, Li Yun was also a little curious about the magic power of the 3rd floor, which attracted everyone's yearning. There are only 3 areas on the 3rd floor, which are in the shape of a character, and one of the areas has been occupied by a group of people. The arrival of Li Yun and others obviously alarmed them. The leader was a young man dressed in rare gold. He stopped his chopsticks and looked towards this side with unkind eyes. Li Yun ignored them, and after entering his area, he was attracted by the scene in front of him. A long strip of non-gold and non-jade huge dining table with seats on both sides. In the middle of the dining table, there was a 2-meter-long big fish covered in ice that was covered in silver and white. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth, and its ferocious aura could be felt through the ice. When he got close to the seat, Li Yun was surprised to find that this was not an ordinary fish, but a mutant beast. Variation Chongjiang Swordfish. Level, LV30. HP, 5000/155000. Mana, 1200. Attack power, 1580 to 1730. Skill, Bite, causing the prey to bleed, causing 400% attack power damage within 5 seconds. Skill, Water Arrow, consumes 100 mana, spits out a powerful water arrow, causing 300% attack power damage. Attribute, Water System. Why is this mutant beast here? Is it for eating? Li Yun asked in surprise. Lei Lai smiled and was about to answer. Ha ha ha, Lei De Peo, where did you find this strange flower? Could it be for eating? It's so ridiculous. A hoarse mocking voice sounded from the next door. Li Yun followed the prestige, and it was the young man in gold suit with unfriendly eyes, who was sneering at this side at this moment. This guy's name is Jin Yiming. He is the youngest son of the leader of Doomsday Arc. He is known as Young Master Jin. Not long ago, he clashed with our Jialan in the field to rob the boss. They died a few people. Now they probably want to get back the place and leave it to me to deal with it. Lei Lai explained in a low voice. Li Yun nodded. Doomsday Arc is another giant organization. It is said that the slogan of the organization is to expel monsters and save the earth. Such a slogan has attracted many players who hate monsters to join. Young Master Jin can't change his ability to spit manure all over his mouth. Does it mean his skin is itchy again and needs to be cleaned up? Lei Lai stood up and said. You're courting death. Jin Yiming, like an enraged rooster, pulled out his staff, and his body glowed with skill. The people around him also stood up, their weapons were unsheathed, and lights of various colors emerged from their bodies. Not to be outdone, Lei Lai hit the giant axe instantly, his body burning with fighting spirit. Several Jialan members who came together also stood up, ready to release their skills. Look, look, it's time to fight. It really is a good show to watch. The sparks on both sides of them hit the earth, and they will do it when they meet. Li Yun touched the hilt of the long sword, ready to unleash the wrath of heaven at any time. Just when the battle was about to start, a majestic voice sounded in everyone's ears. Private fighting is not allowed in the Emperor's pavilion, and those who violate it will be expelled. A strong Protoss suddenly appeared in the air, condescending and looking down at the people below. Li Yun was surprised that he could fly. People on both sides put away their weapons almost at the same time, just like in an online game. If you don't listen to the NPC, he has 100 ways to deal with your game characters. The job transfer and skills are all opened with the help of the Protoss. How dare you be disobedient? The Protoss expert glanced at the crowd coldly, seeing that Li Yun didn't put away his weapon, didn't see how he moved, and appeared directly in front of Li Yun, looking at Li Yun angrily with cold eyes. Jin Yiming showed a gloating expression. That strange flower is really strange, and he still thinks big in front of the Protoss, so he wants to die. You actually. Before the Protoss expert could finish his sentence, his complexion suddenly changed, as if he had been greatly frightened. He took 2 steps back. Sorry to offend you. He performed a weird courtesy to Li Yun that no one could understand, and then disappeared in place. Li Yun stood there with a dazed expression on his face, completely unable to understand what was going on. It was simply inexplicable. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in his heart. Whether it was his ancient godchild profession that caused all this, he thought it was very possible. Li Yun, you're still awesome. Lei Lai held out his thumb in surprise. It's amazing. It's unbelievable that even the powerhouses of the Protoss are apologizing to you. The members of the Garan Hall who came together praised. Yun and Fixia are a bit afraid to approach Li Yun. Their status is too noble, and they look like they have light all over their bodies, which makes them feel pressured. Chapter 58. Jin Yiming looked at Li Yun as if he had seen a ghost, and he didn't dare to speak rudely again. According to the attitude of the Protoss strongman towards Li Yun, if he talked nonsense, he might have an accident. And his friends and followers were already like quails, keeping their heads low, fearing that they would be targeted by the boss and cause trouble. And the players who came in to watch the fun were frightened. They guessed the beginning, but missed the ending, and were scared to pee when the strong Protoss saluted Li Yun and apologized. It's too scary. The big man who makes the gods bow their heads, they can't just watch at will. The emperor is angry, and his corpse is thousands of miles away. No kidding, it's really scary. Li Yun said, okay, I don't understand myself, let's sit down and eat fish. Everyone sat down obediently. Li Yun asked again, how do you eat this fish? Do you just cut it with a knife and fork? Lei Lai said, the most honorable person needs to be killed first, and then the others will share the food. Seeing everyone staring at him eagerly, Li Yun couldn't help but be speechless when no one did anything, so let him do it. He drew out the ancient sword, went to the fish head, and stabbed down with the sword. Crack! The ancient sword pierced through the thin ice and went straight into the fish's head. Minus 12,300. A pure white wound emerges from the fish's head. Hiss! Ping cut through 10,000. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. This is a flat cut damage without any skill bonus. Those who don't have 1 or 2 powerful skills can deal 2 or 3 times the skill damage, but even if they use powerful skills to deal critical strike damage, they can't break through 10,000. This gap is really too big. Ding! Congratulations to the player for killing the mutated Yangtze swordfish and gaining 11,000 experience. Because you killed it by leapfrogging, you will gain 7,700 reward experience. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the skill. 100 times luck is activated, item level +2, and a rare skill, powerful water arrow. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the magic equipment. 100 times luck is activated, the item level is +1, and you have obtained a rare equipment, Swift Master Silk Wrapped Boots. Li Yun was a little dumbfounded looking at the 2 rare items that suddenly burst out on the table. Ah! Rare equipment! Rare skills! Yun and Fixia have never seen such a scene of dropping treasure directly, and they couldn't help screaming. Hearing the voice, Jin Yiming stood up abruptly and kept looking at Li Yun. In this way, 2 rare items can be produced, which is very lucky. He killed no less than 20 mutated Yangtze Sauri, and only produced 1 magic breastplate. It is also a human being. Why is there such a big gap? Boss, take a look at the properties of the item. Let's check out the skills. After Li Yun picked up the item and read the properties, he directly sent the screenshot to the current channel. Powerful water arrow. Rare skill. Consumption, 150 mana points, shoots a violent water arrow, causing 450% weapon damage, and the skill range is 20 yards. Swift Master Silk Boots. Rare boots. 105 armor. Plus 82 intelligence, plus 76 stamina. Plus 12% movement speed, plus 20 physical resistance. Plus 2 fire rain skill power. Durability, 45 to 45. Requires level 30. The current channel can be received by players in this area, and the bottom will be fried. FK. A rare skill with 450% weapon damage. The boss of the 3rd floor, I want to buy 50,000 black crystal skills. 60,000 black crystals are asking for skills. Baidu organizes 100,000 black crystals and 2 rare items to buy together. The 100,000 black crystals of Ziwan Union only want powerful water arrows. Li Yun looked down and saw that the players on the lower 2 floors were full of enthusiasm, their arms were like a forest, and their bids were exaggerated one by one, and there were trade unions participating in the bids, and the quotations became fierce in an instant. Li Yun said, President Lei, you are the guest, and the things belong to you, you can deal with them. Lei Lai said with a smile, you made the item, so it is yours. There is nothing to say. But these 2 items are also needed by our trade union. You can sell them to me for 100,000 black crystals. Li Yun shied away twice, but Lei Lai refused to accept anything, so in desperation he had no choice but to say, well then, I'll give you a 40% discount too, 60,000 black crystals will be taken away, otherwise I'll sell it to the following. Lei Lai directly sent over the transaction application. Ding! Plus 60,000 black crystal. The 2 women saw Li Yun's 100,000 black crystals and directly pushed them out. Their legs were a little weak, and their bodies were weak when they leaned on Li Yun's body, and their eyes were a little blurred. They really couldn't resist such a noble and rich Li Yun force. One must know that they worked so hard here for a month to earn at most 400 to 500 black crystals, and Li Yun could earn 100,000 black crystals with a single sword strike, which made him almost have a heart attack. There is no need to quote any more for the following ones, the items have already been bought by Chairman Lei Lai of the Garon Palace. Li Yun shouted to the following. Oh! What a pity. The Grand Duke will still be rich, Mr. It's worth the trip, and I can still see such a wonderful scene, enough for me to brag about for half a year. Although the crowd below were not reconciled, they also slowly dispersed. Chapter 59. Holding an ancient sword in his hand, Li Yun swiped a few swords, and sliced out a few large pieces of the fish meat such as the back. Come on, do it yourself, and have enough food and clothing. Everyone began to cut the fish with knives and forks. The cut fish meat is crystal clear without any fishy smell. Li Yun picked a slice and chewed it lightly. It was tender and smooth, and it was delicious. Chewing it a few times would make it sweet again. It is indeed a rare good ingredient. He ate several slices, and asked curiously, President Lei, this fish is really good, how much does it cost? Lei Lai said, this fish is not easy to catch. As far as I know, it needs the cooperation of several strong men to catch it. One will cost 3,000 black crystals. That's not cheap, Li Yun said. These words are his sincere words. A few days ago, his entire property was less than 20 black crystals, and 3,000 black crystals for a fish, he could never have imagined. Yun and Fixia opened their mouths slightly. One fish is worth half a year's wages for the two of them, it's really. I became more and more enthusiastic about Li Yun, cutting fish fillets, dipping them in seasonings, and feeding them, wishing to use all my breastfeeding strength to take care of Li Yun. Another waiter brought up other dishes, and after a full meal of 2 hours, only the skeleton of the sari remained. After dinner, Lei Lai suggested to go to other floors for a stroll. Li Yun could do nothing, nodded in agreement. A group of people got up and went down the spiral stairs. Jin Yiming finished eating early, but he didn't leave for a long time. Seeing Li Yun and others got up and left, he hurriedly led others to chase after him. At the first floor of the stairs, they blocked Li Yun's way. Get out of the way! Li Yun said flatly. Jin Yiming said, Excuse me, sir, I didn't come to trouble you, I came to Lei Lai. Lei Lai, do you dare to come up to the arena on the second floor with me, let's fight. Lei Lai said, I want to accompany you, I don't have time to talk to you, I will play with you next time when I have time. Jin Yiming seemed to be making up his mind, I know the location of a secret assassination base. If you fight me, I will tell you the location. Li Yun glanced at Lei Lai upon hearing this, his eyes were full of murderous intent. Sure. Lei Lai said. Boss Li Yun was furious, and he started to make trouble, so he agreed to Jin Yiming. The arena on the second floor is actually more like a virtual dungeon. It has a variety of environmental maps. Players pay a fee to enter the battle. It supports 1v1, 2v2, 3v3, 5v5, etc., but the more the number of people, the higher the fee. Lei Lai and Jin Yiming each handed in 200 black crystals, chose the city map, and then walked into the battle room. A light swept down from the roof, and the two disappeared immediately. There is a holographic projection mode for outsiders to watch the battle, but both of them chose to block it, and no one wants to show all the skill cards to others. Li Yun glanced at the battle setting time, 1 hour. Li Yun said to others, I'll go to the third and fourth floors for a stroll, and I'll come back later. Naturally, all the members of the Garan Hall agreed. Under the guidance of Yi Yun and Fei Xia, Li Yun soon came to the third floor. The first impression of the third floor is that the layout is similar to that of specialty stores in large shopping malls. The difference is that every store here sells high-end equipment. There are not many players, but it seems that the equipment on their bodies is very high-end, and the flashing lights have been obviously strengthened. No one paid special attention to Li Yun's arrival with the two beauties on his arm, and he was busy with his own affairs after a quick glance. Li Yun strolled to a store called Warrior Weapons. At a rough glance, there are no weapons below level 20 for swords, guns, swords, halberds, and axes. There are weapons between level 20 and level 40. Most of the levels are rare, and even a few legendary weapons have been seen. However, the price also shocked Li Yun. The rare longsword of level 25 has average attributes. It is directly priced at 25,000 black crystals. There is a level 30 legendary axe with +2 whirlwind power, and the other attributes are the same. The direct price of 250,000 black crystals is simply a money grab. Li Yun even had an illusion that the faction that opened the store was here to help the players or to rob them, and they earned all the black crystals that the players had earned through fighting monsters. After looking at 7 or 8 companies in a row, Li Yun just looked at them and didn't buy them, because in his luggage there were no less than 20 pieces of legendary equipment, and even more rare equipment, and he had no desire to buy them at all. I believe it will be printed soon, there is no need to buy it at a high price. There are also some mounts and pets for sale on the 3rd floor. Although they are also very high-end and rare, they are not comparable to the ghost skeleton warhorse and colorful phoenix eggs. Soon Li Yun lost interest in the 3rd floor. He asked 2 women to take him to the 4th floor. The 4th floor is full of skill book booths, including magic skill books, rare skill books, and even legendary skill books. Li Yun wandered around for a full 20 minutes, and suddenly, he stopped in front of a skill book. Resurrection. Legendary skill. Cost, 500 mana, takes 5 seconds. Resurrect a target that has been dead for less than an hour, recovering 30% of the target's health and 40% of its mana. Holy profession, learnable. Price, 400,000 black crystals. Chapter 60. This is the first resurrection skill he has seen. Li Yun has never heard of resurrection skills among all professions, including priests and paladins. Even himself, the hidden profession Ancient God Son, has added 2 new skills at level 20. One is Holy Shield Blessing. 30-second cooldown, reduces absolute damage by 90% within 10 seconds, and increases life recovery by 50%. The other one is Summon God Attendant. Summons 2 God Attendant avatars to protect you by your side and fight side by side with you for 1 minute. Each avatar can cause 800% weapon damage equivalent to yours when attacking. Can only be summoned once every 5 minutes. Including the new skills, there is no resurrection skill in all his skills. As for the new professional skills in the future, he is not sure whether there will be resurrection. Resurrection. This skill is limited to the learning of sacred professions. He remembered that his professional level is ancient sacred, so he should be able to learn it. He decided to buy this skill. I believe that if there is no such professional restriction, its price will be sky high. I want to buy this skill book. Li Yun pointed to the booth in front of him and said to the sweet-looking saleswoman. Oh my god! After the saleswoman approached, she suddenly exclaimed, Sir, are you sure you bought the legendary skill Resurrection? Sure. Li Yun said calmly. The female salesperson looked excited. Okay, sir, please come with me, we will pay here. Li Yun stood still and said, I don't have 400,000 black crystals. Sir, please don't make fun of me. The saleswoman said sullenly. I didn't make fun of you, so I called your supervisor over and I'll talk to him. Li Yun said flatly. Our supervisor is very busy, so it's not easy to see him. The saleswoman said with a straight face. At this moment Li Yun hadn't spoken yet. Yun jumped out and said angrily. If you tell me to yell, go and shout. This strong Protoss Mr. Li will bow his head and apologize when he sees it. Is your supervisor more honorable than a strong Protoss? Hurry up and call, or you will lose your job. Fixia also said coldly. The female salesperson had heard about the 2 courtesans Evie and Fixia, and although she didn't think highly of them, she didn't dare to push her further, so she quickly picked up the communicator to call the supervisor, and then told what happened here. Soon, a middle-aged man in a suit with a shrewd and capable temperament came over. When he came over, he asked, It's sir, you want to buy the legendary skill Resurrection? Not enough money. Li Yun replied, well, it's me. After all, we are a commercial organization, and it is difficult to manage without enough money. I'll show you a piece of equipment, and I'll use it to exchange skills. Li Yun directly interrupted the middle-aged man in a suit. Now it was the turn of the middle-aged man in the suit to show curiosity. What kind of equipment could be worth 400,000 black crystals? Li Yun sent him a transaction application in the past, and put the extra night-killing intent, the sacred set sword, on it. Hehe, let me take a look. The man in the suit accepted the transaction application with a smile. FK. FK. The man in the suit suddenly lost his composure, and exclaimed repeatedly. Not long after, he read the equipment attributes, closed the trading bar, and took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat off his brow. Sir, please wait a moment. This matter is a big one. I can't make the decision. I will report to my superiors. Li Yun nodded without speaking. Yun and Fixia were emotionally excited. They recognized the man in the suit. He was a big manager named Mr. Mo, who had a lot of power. Even he can't make a decision, but he has to ask his superiors for instructions on which equipment and what equipment should be. Mr. Li is too good. This time, I waited a little longer, and Li Yun was about to leave. After all, the hour was almost up, so let's forget that no one came. At worst, I would sell some equipment and buy it later. At this time, a fat man with a height of 1.9 meters, wearing a legendary full-body armor of orange light, a golden rare giant sword hanging from his waist, and a huge rare tower shield on his back, walked over surrounded by a group of beauties. Lao Yuan laughed and said, Ho ho! Yun, Fixia, two beauties are here. What are you doing, buying skills with the boy? Let me see what skills to buy. The fat man said to himself, completely ignoring Li Yun, walked up to him, and glanced at the skill book in the booth. Resurrection skills. A look of shock appeared on the fat man's face, and then he was ecstatic. Quick, I want this skill, 400,000 black crystals, that's 480 million Huaxia coins, right? Swipe the card. After the fat man finished speaking, he took out a black card and threw it to the saleswoman. Li Yun's face was a little dark, and he said coldly, Fatty, things always come first and last. The fat man turned his head and sneered, Have you bought it? What are you calling for if you didn't buy it? Standing here for so long and not buying it. Needless to say, you have no money. If you don't have money, stand aside. He flicked his fingers casually, like flicking away a fly. Cluck. Young Master Long is domineering. Yun, Fixia, the two of you have found a poor ghost to be your companion, what a joke. Amid the ridicule of a group of beauties, Li Yun raised his head and showed a bright smile to the fat man. Don't you know that fists are more important than money in the last days? Holy flame cut! Li Yun gave a low cry, swung the ancient sword, and a sword-shaped sacred flame swept across. Mayfly shakes the tree. The fat man sneered, and a rare sword and shield suddenly appeared in his hand. The shield moved forward to block the holy flame, and then he was ready to show off to the ignorant kid opposite. Young Master Long is a defensive fighter with more than 40,000 HP. Where did you come from in white clothes? Let him cut it so he can't cut it. Death is imminent. The holy flame pierced through the tower shield and hit Fatty heavily. 113000. I saw a blood-red skill damage exceeding 100,000 emerge from the top of the fat man's head, and the fat man fell on his back, hitting the floor motionless with a bang. Chapter 61. There was a dead silence in the audience, and everyone was frightened. Impossible. Young Master Long is actually dead. He is so powerful, how could he be killed by a sword? It's too good, even a sword can't stop it, it's really a waste. Li Yun babbled, putting the ancient sword into the scabbard at his waist. Brother, the shot is hard enough. People like you will live longer in the last days. If possible, I hope we can make friends. A voice came from above, and there was a big hole in the ceiling of the building. A young man as dazzling as the sun floated down from the hole and stood not far from Li Yun. The young man is nearly 2 meters tall, with flowing blonde hair, perfect facial features, and a very bright smile. He is not wearing any equipment and is wearing a golden brushed robe. His body is well proportioned and coordinated. He is simply a super handsome guy. So handsome. Yun said unconsciously. Who are you? Li Yun's ancient sword appeared in his hand vigilantly again, and he felt threatened from this young man. Brother, don't use force. I was called by Lao Mo to sell skills. It is you who want to exchange sacred equipment for skill books. I'll take a look at the equipment. The young man sent Li Yun a trade application. Ding! Yu Haoang requests a deal with you. Li Yun pondered for a moment, agreed to the deal and put the suit sword on it. Hey! This sword is not bad. Do you have another spare part? Put it together and I will give you the skills, and I will make up 600,000 black crystals for you. Yu Haoang said. No other parts. Without other spare parts, this sword is not worth that much. Forget it, I still have something to do, so I won't trade. Li Yun directly clicked on the trade application. Let's go down. Li Yun said to the two women, turned around and left. The two women took a peek at Yu Haoang, and followed Li Yun towards the third floor. Seeing that Li Yun was really going to leave, Yu Haoang was a little anxious. With a wave of his hand, the resurrection skills in the booth directly appeared in his hands. He waved his hands and shouted, Brother Li Yun, don't leave, we trade, you don't know how to bargain, you are too real. The other party was willing to trade, of course Li Yun was willing, and then turned around and sent him a trade application. With the successful exchange of night-killing intent and resurrection. Ding! You have obtained the legendary skill Resurrection. Excited, Li Yun took a few glances at Resurrection, and clicked to learn the skill. Ding! Are you learning the Resurrection technique? Study! A white light flashed on Li Yun's body, and there was a Resurrection skill in the skill bar. As expected, he could learn. Li Yun was very happy. Looking at the fat man on the ground, he wanted to verify the effect of the skill. Casually said to Yu Haoang, I will inspect the goods. In the shocked eyes of the other party, Li Yun started to release his skills on the fat body lying on the ground. Resurrection. I saw a beam of light energy flying from Li Yun's hand covering the fat man, and an angel phantom formed and covered the fat man's body. After 5 seconds, the phantom angel sank into the fat man's body with a bang. Call. Everyone saw the fat man inhale hard, then propped his hands on the ground, and sat up slowly. Ah! It's a scam. A beautiful woman in the crowd rolled her eyes and passed out. You can really learn. Yu Haoang said with a particularly bright smile, let's add a friend. Ding! Yu Haoang requests to add you as a friend. Stupidity, don't add it. Li Yun directly clicked Yu Haoang's friend request. The deal is complete, goodbye. Li Yun waved his hand and turned to leave. The fat man on the ground dared to let out a long sigh of relief when he saw Li Yun going downstairs. He was terrified of Li Yun who made him die. With such a high defense, he activated his defense skills, and was killed instantly by a sword. How can this not be scary? Back on the third floor, Lei Lai and Jin Yiming had already come out of the arena. Lei Lai had a sunny expression on his face, while Jin Yiming's face was stinky. It seemed that Lei Lai had won. I have already told you the location of the Dark Assassin's base, I hope you will never return. As soon as Li Yun approached, he heard Jin Yiming say this to Lei Lai. Then I will definitely let you down. Lei Lai replied unceremoniously. On the way back to Changwu district, Lei Lai said, Jin Yiming told me an additional piece of news, saying that the assassin might be in contact with demons, saying that he is also a human race, and he hates traitors even more. Maybe he knows some inside information, but no matter what, humans who come into contact with demons must not be forgiven. Li Yun said. Boom. At this moment, there was a muffled noise from the front of the car, and the body shook slightly. The speeding Cavalier 15 seemed to have hit something. As soon as the brakes were stepped on, the car gradually stopped. In the dark night, only the bright xenon headlights pierced the darkness ahead. Go down and see what's going on. Lei Lai ordered. Looking at the lights in front of him, Li Yun always felt that the air illuminated by the light was reddened, and there was an inexplicable warning in his heart. Don't go down yet. Li Yun said, releasing the skills directly in the car. The Wrath of Heaven. A huge pillar of holy light descended from the sky, illuminating an area with a radius of 60 yards, and at the same time, a blood-colored skill damage appeared in the pillar of holy light. -146,500. -148,000. -888,000. With the light of the holy beam of light, you can see 7 or 8 zombies of not low level outside the car window, and 2 or 3 mutant beasts, which were killed by the holy beam of light. Chapter 62. Why are there advanced zombies and mutant beasts here? As soon as Lei Lai finished speaking, the atmosphere in the car suddenly became tense. You must know that this road is an important connection line. There are military maintenance and sweeps on weekdays. It is reasonable to see scattered low-level zombies, but it is too abnormal for high-level zombies and mutant beasts to appear. Go ahead, everyone team up with me to kill these disgusting reptiles. Just as Li Yun was speaking, the huge pillar of holy light just now obviously alarmed the wandering monsters nearby, and a lizard crawler appeared in the headlights and rushed towards the front of the car in the air. The Wrath of Heaven. -142,500. The lizard crawler was slapped headfirst to the ground, and a piece of rare equipment exploded. Ho 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 ho! More monsters roared nearby. At this point no one pays attention to the dropped equipment. Let's go! Rush over! Woo 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 woo! Cavalier 15 began to accelerate, and the powerful V10 engine roared, rushing towards the bridge like an arrow off the string. Li Yun continuously unleashed the Wrath of Heaven. The huge pillar of holy light was as if it was set on the car body, it was crushing, and no monster could stop it from crushing. In just a moment, everyone's experience bar jumped by 1 frame, but no one showed joy. Because the bridge is just ahead, there are a lot of skill lights flashing on the bridge at this moment, flickering on and off. Obviously the troops stationed on the bridge are in big trouble. What's going on, monster riot? Li Yun's gaze was fixed on the bridge, and suddenly a bright beam of light broke through the darkness in Changwu City behind the bridge, and could be observed by players far away in the night sky where the lights were controlled. Bi-level for help. Li Yun's eyes widened, and his expression darkened suddenly. Calling for help is a means for the government, military and other departments to send a clear message internally and externally when a city encounters a danger that it cannot resist. Use a powerful laser beam to shoot into the sky to remind everyone to warn and take corresponding actions. If you can save it, you can save it. Like the original air defense siren, it will not work in the last days, and the huge sound waves will only attract more zombies and monsters. President, is that a rescue signal? It was fine this afternoon, why did it suddenly deteriorate to such a degree? The member of Jialan in the back seat said in shock. As soon as the words fell, another laser beam was fired into the distant sky, but this time the laser beam was blue. At this moment, everyone was stunned, including Li Yun. Blue level calls for help. Asking for help is divided into several levels. The first level is the white level. Half a year ago, there was a white level request for help in Changwu district. At that time, the player level was generally not high. Mutant murloc beasts in the East Lake led a riot of zombies to attack the city, causing a lot of casualties. And the blue level request for help means that there are many blue named elite monsters among the incoming monsters, and it is difficult for players to resist once they get together. God! How could Chengwu district encounter such a disaster? It has been calm for half a year, and why did it suddenly have a blue-level disaster? You have new Union news. Just when people wondered if this was a prank, the communicator on the chest of the Garon member issued a notification tone. The holy light shone, illuminating the stunned faces of several people in the car. The atmosphere was oppressive and dignified, and they had a premonition that something was wrong. Lei Lai pressed the play button on the chest communicator in the milky white holy light. President Lei, brothers, Chengwu district was attacked by a large number of monsters. Many of us died, and the housing exchange was also destroyed. The remnant brothers of our 3rd Regiment resisted again. Everyone take care. In the communicator, the voice of Wang Xiaobo, head of the regiment, was hoarse and deep, full of meaning of farewell. Lei Lai's face twitched sharply, his eyes closed in pain, and deep sorrow spread across his face. Lei Lai let go of his hand in despair. He could imagine the members of the 3rd Regiment risking their lives to attack and being swallowed up by powerful monsters in the next instant. They were doomed, they couldn't survive. Lei Lai knew that no one would be spared under such circumstances. All the members of the Garon Palace listened to the order, move closer to the central city, concentrate their strength and wait for rescue. Lei Lai issued an order to the communicator. Cross the bridge, let's go rescue. Lei Lai took a deep breath, his eyes full of sharpness. Li Yun didn't say anything, just accelerated the release frequency of heaven's wrath. Zhuang Ting Ting, the housing exchange has been ruined. I don't know if something happened to you. I said I would protect you. Here I am. Near the bridge, the road has been piled up with the corpses of various zombies and monsters, and the car is completely unable to drive. Li Yun and his party got out of the car and walked forward. Fierce battles are taking place on the towering walls on both sides of the bridgehead, with dead monsters and players falling from above from time to time. Go back, there are monsters on the bridge, don't go there to die. A bloody military soldier chopped down a fish monster with one axe and shouted to Li Yun and others who appeared at the bridge. In front of the soldiers, more monsters appeared from the city walls and bridge piers, spreading like a tide. Chapter 63. Are there so many monsters? Li Yun didn't feel afraid, but his blood boiled and he moved forward. Are you courting death? The soldier roared loudly. N. Li Yun responded softly, raising the ancient sword in his hand. It's just some monsters. After he finished saying this, without the slightest hesitation, he passed the warrior and walked forward, facing the monster directly. Captain Li, retreat. People who are going to die can't be saved, let's reorganize the defense line. When Captain Li gritted his teeth and was about to retreat, he saw a scene he would never forget. Summon Ghost Skeleton Warhorse. Under Li Yun's crotch suddenly appeared a skeleton horse that shone with light blue light in the dark night. Ghost collision. The skeletal horse suddenly turned into a stream of blue light and rushed towards the other end of the bridge. -24,500. -146,800. -25,300. The monsters pounced on Li Yun densely, and were scattered all the way, and the dense damage emerged from their heads one by one. The 10-meter-wide bridge deck lined with monsters was cleared almost instantly into a long and narrow passage without any monsters surviving. On the side of the passage, the unaffected monsters were furious, and they roared and chased Li Yun who was sprinting. The Wrath of Heaven. Riding on the horse, Li Yun's ancient sword swung down, and a huge pillar of holy light fell from the sky, far beyond the bridge deck, as if a huge silver moon was born on the bridge deck. Yunya moved with the charge of the war horse, crushing forward at extreme speed, and the monsters it touched were instantly torn apart. Ba-ba-bo. There were horrible monster body explosions everywhere, but it sounded like a fairy to Li Yun. Ah! Captain Li in the rear saw such a miraculous scene, he was so excited that he kept screaming and couldn't say anything. This is simply not human. That man is a monster. Is the Xeon coming to save us? The military soldiers were stunned, looking at the silver moon that kept lighting up and going away in front of them, and the cleared bridge deck in front of them, almost suspected that they were in a dream. I'm riding crazy. Boss Li Yun I thought highly of him, but unexpectedly I underestimated him. Let's go, let's follow in the footsteps of the boss and fight back to Cheng Yu. Lei Lai looked excited, and led the members towards the place where the silver moon rose. As soon as Li Yun's horse stopped charging, he felt a pressure. Under the water on the bridge in the sky, there are different types of monsters everywhere. There are too many and too dense monsters, and even superimposed and grouped to kill them. If the skills can't kill them at once, they will burst out of the pile of corpses and attack them desperately. -380. -320. -490. A series of dense injuries rose from the top of his head, and he lost 3,000 to 4,000 blood in the blink of an eye. Blow back to heaven. +132,000. A green light appeared, Li Yun's life was instantly full, and the acceleration wind wall was activated. Blessing of courage. Adding a buff to himself, Li Yun turned on the runaway mode. God's mercy. The wrath of heaven. Bleeding and cutting. Summon God's servant. The holy white light, the dazzling blood light, and the summoning yellow light rose from his body one after another. It was like a giant shark rushing into the school of sardines. No matter which direction the monsters came from, they couldn't escape the killing of Li Yun's skills. Destroy the dead, destroy the world, and massacre. Ding! Congratulations to the player for killing the mutated crow and gaining 380 experience, and because of your leapfrog kill, gaining a reward experience of 38. Ding! Congratulations to the player for killing the mutant four-legged snake and gaining experience 310. As the reminder sounded like swiping the screen, the monsters around Li Yun died in large numbers, which made one's scalp tingle. And such a scene was observed by the military personnel in the rear through night vision equipment, and they were all surprised. How can this person be so strong? Is he a strong man of level 40? With a shield in his hand, he seems to be a paladin, but even if he is a full-level paladin of level 40, can he have such powerful lethality? Very powerful. At first I thought he was looking for death, but I didn't expect him to be such a big boss. The eyes of several leading officers were full of shock, and they were all ready to sacrifice, but it was Li Yun who turned the tide and saved them from birth. Even if the movie didn't dare to shoot this scene, it was actually shown in front of them, which made them so unbelievable. There are quite a few strong men in the military, because they stand high from the beginning and can better hunt zombies to obtain equipment, but they are so strong that they only exist in those top-level existences that are rumored. They wanted to go up to say hello, but they couldn't catch up with Li Yun's progress, so they had to lead the soldiers forward to wipe out the fish that slipped through the net. Li Yun took a look at the level and found that he was already level 24. With a rare wristband and a rare helmet that can be equipped in the luggage, the character attributes have been further improved. The Cross River Bridge has been crossed more than halfway. Li Yun looked at the Chengwu area in the distance, and vaguely felt the fluctuation of skill release, which meant that it had not yet fallen, and there were still people resisting. The ghost skeleton warhorse once again pulled out the afterimage of the streamer. Hurry up, Zhuang Tingting is still there, even if she dies, I will snatch her back from the hands of death. Li Yun's eyes were firm. Chapter 64. Up and down the city walls of Chengwu district, a large number of splendid skills are being released. This time the monster attack came too fast and strangely, it seemed that the monsters appeared out of thin air in an instant, putting Chengwu district under great pressure. At this time, on the city wall, a middle-aged Protoss was standing there quietly, and behind him stood a few people respectfully. Some players who were fighting on the city wall recognized that they were all high-level officials of the city, and one of them was a soldier. Fang's general, he is the supreme commander of the Chengwu military. The general couldn't hide his worry and said to the middle-aged Protoss, "Master, this monster attack is too strange, which makes us very passive. The troops and players sacrificed a lot. I hope to get your help." As the supreme commander of the military in this small town, he was very worried about the safety of Chang Wu. He is already level 33, and his equipment is not bad. He can be said to be a master in this place. He can kill a lot of monsters, but it's not enough. There are too many monsters, and he doesn't know where the source is. Facing the monsters that keep appearing, he also feels numb. The middle-aged Protoss man called the Great Teacher stared at the red mist in the distance, and there were monsters looming in it. He said coldly, "This is someone who wants to sacrifice this city to summon the great demon to the lower realm. Once he succeeds, this place will become a demon realm." The expressions of the standing high-ranking officers suddenly turned ugly. Why is this happening? Since the Grand Master knows the reason, he must know how to solve it. The general said in a deep voice. "Do you see the red mist in front of you? We Protoss call it the psychedelic mist. It will attract monsters into the mist and attack all living things it sees. And the source of this red mist should be a piece of succubus essence and a conversion device. Destroy the conversion device, everything will be solved, and the monster will also disperse." After listening to the words of the great mentor, several high-level officials were very shocked, and they knew that there were forces behind it. The general said, "Master, the other party is so vicious that the gods are included in it. Can you arrange for the gods to remove that device with us?" The great teacher shook his head. "We have signed an agreement with the will of the earth, we cannot intervene in the battle of the earth people, everything depends on you. The most powerful proto-organism must accept the most severe test, so as to grow up quickly, otherwise it will only become a slave or ration of a powerful race. When no more extraterrestrial races descend, you must seize the time to grow up. The time left for you humans is running out." After the great teacher finished speaking, he disappeared immediately. Several high-level officials looked at each other, struggling to digest the shocking news. At this time, the general stood up and said, "Time is urgent, and there is no time to think about such long-term things. If we want to survive now, we must send a capable team to find the source and get rid of it." "Agreed, it is not our style to sit and wait." "Agreed, even if we are all dead, we must find out the source and get rid of it, otherwise it will pose too much threat to us." "Agree." Several high-level leaders discussed and unified their opinions. Afterwards, they took out their communicators one after another and began to dispatch troops and generals, arranging competent personnel to carry out the mission of detection and clearance. Ho 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 ho! Suddenly, bursts of palpitating roars in the East Lake became one, like a series of thunder and lightning explosions, shaking the entire water area to tumbling. The shock spread to the city walls, and the reinforced concrete walls were trembling slightly. "Oh woo!" In the thick red mist, a vague figure jumped up and suddenly appeared on the top of an abandoned 5-story rental house outside the city. It can be seen that the body of that lonely creature is clearly a snake, but it stands upright, with 2 ferocious heads, and 4 blue eyes blooming with an incomparably ferocious light. The basilisk stood there, overlooking this small human city from a distance, as if it was thinking about how to eat the delicious food inside. Giant snake, a 2-headed giant snake that can stand. A sniper observer known for his calmness said in a trembling voice. As soon as he finished speaking, figures sprang up from behind the giant 2-headed snake. These figures either towered over the houses, or entwined around the tops of the big trees. The figures are getting denser and denser, their fierce eyes emitting a faint light, appearing in the red mist like will-o'-the-wisps. Just looking at them will send chills down your spine and your scalp will explode. How come, so many? The players and soldiers on the city wall felt ominous. And at this moment, under the city wall, a team of more than 10 people drilled out. They concealed their bodies, carefully avoided the mutated snake beasts, and sneaked behind them. They're out of town not to fight, but to find the location of the succubus essence and the conversion device. Roar! The two-headed giant snake suddenly let out a roar that pierced the cloud and cracked the stone. Then the snakes moved, looking down from above. It was like a colorful poisonous miasma moving, but this poisonous miasma was formed by the gathering of giant snakes of different colors. They roared, they crawled, and this change immediately left more than a dozen players who had hidden themselves out of the city with nowhere to hide. Let's go! Rush out! The souls of this group of people took off. But pairs of emotionless eyes stared at them in an instant, with hatred in their eyes, and they wanted to eat up all living people. All the players on the city wall were horrified to see groups of snakes rushing towards those people. Ah! The light of some skills emerged from there, but it was quickly extinguished. The miserable howls of the players before they died made people's hearts throbbing and chills all over their bodies. It's over, my son. A high-ranking official stood on the city wall with red eyes and mad with hatred, because his only son was in that team. Chapter 65. But this is the end of the world, so cold, without emotion. For all the Changwu district players fighting monsters, they will never forget the scene of overwhelming swarms of snakes, but, this eternal life may be self-consolation, and many people probably won't survive today. Li Yun had already crossed the Cross River Bridge at this moment, and he didn't have time to collect the equipment and items dropped by monsters along the way. Arriving at the outskirts of Changwu district, the surrounding red mist became thicker, but the physique of the ancient godson allowed him to see the general scene in front of him clearly. Thousands of zombies of various kinds are walking towards Changwu City. The scene is chilling. Of course, this is for ordinary players. Li Yun just had a little identification of the direction, and then plunged into the crowd of zombies surging like a tide. The majestic pillar of light was photographed, and a figure walked straight forward unscrupulously in the pillar of light. Ding! Congratulations to the player for reaching level 25 and gaining 5 free attribute points. It didn't take long for Li Yun to upgrade again, to level 25. This terrifying upgrade speed is enough for ordinary players to look up to. Quickly replace the 25 level legendary equipment in the package. General's Breeches, Hank's Wrist, General's Paulders of Rain, Crown of Judgment Master. Li Yun changed into 4 pieces of legendary equipment in one go, without even looking at his own attributes, and continued to rush frantically towards Changwu City where monsters gathered. The lights and shadows of various skills shot down from the city wall are the players struggling to kill monsters. This is a crisis, but it is also an opportunity. Many players died in the monsters' attack, but some monsters also released a lot of top-quality equipment, and the surviving players got better and better equipment, which allowed them to last longer. The players resisted extremely hard and arduously. Although they worked together and did not collapse in despair, the reality was cruel, and the balance of victory and defeat continued to favor the side of zombies and monsters. It may not be long before the players will be powerless to resist and will collapse completely, and Changwu will also fall into an extremely miserable situation. At this time, a small team standing at the front of the city wall stopped in surprise and looked into the distance in surprise. Captain, look, there is an unusual change outside the city. It seems that there is a holy light rising. A team member said in surprise. From a distance, there is indeed a milky white holy light rising there, and it is still approaching quickly. The captain said in surprise, the holy light seems to be some kind of sacred skill. Could it be that it is a player? It's impossible. FK. It's approaching so fast, it looks really exaggerated. What a player, and a player riding a mount. You can only ride a mount at level 40, and the players below are full level experts. Full level powerhouse. It's saved. The appearance of Li Yun made the players on the city wall excited. Li Yun, who was clearing the monsters and advancing, suddenly heard excited shouts from the 20-meter-high city wall more than 100 meters away, and he looked up. I saw that the edge of the city wall was surrounded by zombies and mutant beasts. They were densely piled up to form a tower. It's too dense, 2 or 3 times will definitely not kill them. After thinking about it, Li Yun began to clean up the monsters along the periphery in a roundabout way, preparing to clear a safe route into the city. First, make sure that Zhuang Tingting is okay. Other things depend on the situation. There are too many monsters. I am not a saint, so I have no obligation to save everyone. Li Yun swung his sword forward like a god to release his skills. God's mercy. The wrath of heaven. -215,000. -1.405 million. Boom. A dense patch of damage of various colors emerged from the top of the monster's head. Through the milky white holy light, many people could see the monsters in that area fell to the ground. Hiss. The sound of sucking air can be heard everywhere on the city wall. Damn it! More than 1 million damage. My God, at least hundreds of thousands of injuries, it's saved. Here comes the super strong man. Everyone follow the direction of the strong man, stick to it, we can live. As if a boat that was about to capsize was pressed on heavyweight ballast stones, everyone showed excitement. Players call their friends, and various channels are full of exciting words. All the people were furious and fought hard, moving and gathering in the direction of the huge holy light. Boom! There was a loud noise, and a black giant snake rushed to a certain section of the city wall, crushing the low-level zombies pushed up by its huge body, and faced several players. When these players saw the giant black snake appear, they were terrified, and immediately wanted to turn around and run away, but this was an extravagant hope. Facing the suffocating aura of the huge black snake so close at hand, they couldn't even move their feet. They are all close to level 30, and at least they are equipped with magic equipment, even 1 or 2 rare gold equipment, but facing this black snake, they are completely unable to raise the heart of resistance. I saw the black snake opened its mouth and bit it, as fast as black lightning, and ran directly to the soldiers in front. -7,450. The warrior bitten between the sharp teeth was terrified, and his blood volume was directly disabled. The giant snake's mouth opened and closed again, and the warrior disappeared from its mouth. -1,150. A bloody injury emerged from the neck of the giant snake, and everyone knew that the warrior was dead. At this moment, from the corner of the city wall, a bright holy light emerged. The wrath of heaven. Many people saw that a huge pillar of holy light, like a silver moon falling 9 days, directly hit the group of monsters under the city wall. The black snake's huge body and tail were also within the striking range. -185,000. Roar. The black snake let out a roar, opened its mouth wide, turned its head and rushed downward fiercely. -1.2 million. But in the next second, a super high blood damage burst out from above its head. Immediately, the black snake's body full of oppression and power softened in the air, and it feebly slapped the group of zombies under the city wall. With a bang, many low-level zombies were directly slapped to death. Kang! Kang! At the same time, 2 beams of light, 1 green and 1 orange, soared into the sky from the bottom of the city wall. Chapter 66. Who? Why is the injury so terrible? A terrifying strongman came and almost killed this giant black snake in seconds. I'm still alive. Thank you, boss. The team members who survived the catastrophe instantly felt grateful, and they all looked under the city wall. I saw a young man bathing in the holy light, surrounded by groups of monsters who died, and he was walking towards the bottom of the city wall. They were completely stunned. They had never been so grateful to worship a person, they were living like gods, and they made people feel like worshipping. If it wasn't for this person, they would all be buried in the belly of the snake. There was a sacred item. Li Yun's eyes lit up, of course he couldn't miss it. Blessed by the holy shield. With a bang, a light yellow egg shell popped out of his body. Reduces absolute damage by 90% for 10 seconds and increases HP regeneration by 50%. -16. -28. -7. The damage caused to Li Yun by some monsters that slipped through the net even reached single digits. Li Yun shook his head, his skills are too exaggerated, he is almost immortal. Quickly came to the place where the equipment was dropped, quickly put the dropped items and equipment into the bag. Li Yun hurriedly looked at the green equipment. Ancient, exemption from nightfall. Ancient set breastplate. After only a quick look at the name, Li Yun's heart was shocked, and he even collected the last night suit. I didn't have time to look at the equipment attributes, so I went straight to the end and glanced at the equipment requirement level. The red 31 is temporarily unavailable. As for the legendary item in the baggage is dazzling everywhere, and there is no time to check it. Li Yun raised the ancient sword and shot consecutively. Bleeding and cutting. Bleeding and cutting. The fan-shaped blood energy swept the corpses of zombies and monsters together, and Li Yun was going to pile them up as a stepping stone and climb directly onto the city wall. Sweeping at the body of the huge black snake, Li Yun took a curious look. Variation Black Snake Elite. LV31. HP, 0/420000. Mana, 0/3000. It turned out to be a mutant elite. Mutant monsters are several times stronger than ordinary monsters, and with the addition of elites, they are several times stronger. No wonder they are so powerful. Looking up at the height of the city wall, it should be almost the same. Blow back to heaven. Li Yun put away his mount, added an acceleration state to himself, and then directly stepped on the pile of monster corpses to the wall, and climbed onto the city wall with a few steps. Hurry up and leave. Seeing several players, Li Yun looked at him blankly, and immediately said with a cold face. Another monster came under the city wall. Li Yun didn't have time to take care of a few players. Okay, boss. Thank you, big brother, for saving your life. Boss, let's withdraw first, take care. After hearing what Li Yun said, these players also stepped forward to thank them. It is said that there are more of that kind of terrifying snakes in other places. If you encounter them again, you will suffer if you are not careful. After thanking them, they quickly backed away. Li Yun figured out the direction, got on his mount and ran directly from the city wall towards the number 1 Zhongjing Villa in the east. Along the way, throw some range skills such as the Wrath of Heaven and the Mercy of God under the city wall, gain experience and reduce the pressure on the city defense. Thank you, boss. Boss, your mount is so handsome, I love you. Boss, can we pick up the equipment that exploded below? Li Yun ignored any players, and rode his horse directly to the vicinity of the housing exchange. 1 or 2 kilometers away from the exchange was Zhongjing number 1. Li Yun turned a corner and found that many houses collapsed in front of him, and there were corpses of players and mutant beasts on the ground, as if he had experienced a tragic battle. He was a little anxious, and he didn't know what happened to Zhuang Tingting. He patronized her family and didn't add a friend, really. Ghost collision. The skeleton warhorse sped forward with a stream of light, and at the end of the 10-second sprint, Li Yun had already arrived at a distance of 1 mile. Just then, he noticed a fighting situation ahead. Priest, increase your blood. Hide, 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 there are poison circles on the ground, don't step on them. Hunters eat dry food, shoot quickly. A group of high-level players are besieging a large lizard, or a giant 4-legged snake. It seemed that the situation was not going well, but Li Yun didn't intend to meddle in other people's business, so he rode his horse past them and ran towards the Zhongjing number 1 route. Boss Li Yun, I'm Jialan Xiao Huang, help me out. Li Yun suddenly heard a slightly familiar voice from behind. It seemed to be Huang Liang, the chief deacon of the Garan Palace, and he stopped his mount. FK. FK. He has a mount. Full-level powerhouse. Deacon Huang, you actually know such a top expert. Thank God, there is a rescue. It really is Deacon Huang Liang, Li Yun thought. He can save him and ask him to inquire about the situation at Zhongjing number 1, anyway, it won't take long. He turned his horse's head and ran directly towards the giant four-legged snake. Holy flame cut! A 10-meter-long sword-shaped sacred flame was cut out from Li Yun's ancient sword, and directly hit the four-legged snake's neck. Minus 345,000. The neck of the giant four-legged snake was cut off, and it fell dead on the spot. A blue magic skill page fell down. Huang Liang was taken aback, his eyes wandered to the four-legged snake killed by Li Yun's sword and the drop skill page. How can you be so strong? He shook his head in disbelief. If I had known this, I wouldn't have charged Li Yun's money to buy a house if I killed him. This is really a boss who wants to hug my thigh. The other people standing beside him also looked at Li Yun in awe. They could kill the top existence of high-level mutant elites with a single sword. No matter how much they respected him, it was not too much. Li Yun walked up to Huang Liang and asked, Deacon Huang, let me ask you, how is the situation at number 1 Zhongjing Villa? Huang Liang said cautiously, the attack came too suddenly, I haven't had time to pay attention over there. No. After Li Yun finished speaking, he turned his horse's head, and then started ghost charge, running towards Zhongjing number 1 like a streamer. Chapter 67. Did I say something wrong? Huang Liang looked at the other people around him in a daze. Everyone nodded in unison. Zhongjing no 1. He muttered something, and ran towards Li Yun's direction. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Let's go too, maybe we can help the big brother, and leave some impressions, and we'll make a lot of money. Right. Then let's go. Take the page of the skill book on the ground and return it to the boss later, we have to make a gesture. Immediately, someone went to put away the pages of the skill book, and everyone was about to leave. Everyone in front, wait a minute, did you see a player riding a mount passing by? Suddenly, someone from behind called them. When the person yelling approached, everyone was shocked. The person who came was actually Wu Zixu, the chief executive of Changwu District. Hello District Chief Wu. Everyone greeted one after another. This person has put a lot of effort into the development of Changwu District, and everyone still respects this kind of person. Hello, did you see a player riding a mount? Wu Zixu asked anxiously. Everyone paused, and finally told the truth, saying that they had seen each other, and pointed out the whereabouts of Big Brother Li Yun. Okay, thank you. Wu Zixu forced a smile, and then rushed to the number 1 Zhongjing Villa with a few staff around him. Everyone is heading in the same direction. It only took Li Yun 2 or 3 minutes to arrive at the villa area. What he saw in front of him were ruins, as if a group of Gauls had wreaked havoc here. Li Yun secretly raised his vigilance, then got off his horse and quietly headed towards the innermost part without finding anything special along the way. Not long after, he finally saw Zhongjing Villa number 1, which seemed to be in good condition, except that a few Roman columns in front of the door had collapsed. Li Yun breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards the villa. At this moment, a double-headed snake suddenly protruded from the back of the villa. The two snake heads were as big as the 8 Immortals table and looked down. The big snake eyes fixedly stared at Li Yun, with gloomy and cold eyes. How can there be such a terrifying snake? Li Yun's heart skipped a beat, but his movements were not slow, and he swung his sword directly to release his skills. Blessing of Courage. God's Mercy. The character's second injury immediately soared to more than 2,000. And the ground within 20 yards of Li Yun's feet began to glow with holy light. Roar! The two-headed giant snake was obviously stimulated by Li Yun's movement. It roared upwards, and the snake retracted and swooped down towards Li Yun. Holy flame cut! The speed of the double-headed snake was so fast that Li Yun didn't even have time to look at its attributes. In desperation, he swung a holy flame and chopped off one of its heads. 356000. A high amount of damage came out from the top of its head. The two-headed snake was obviously in pain, but the momentum remained undiminished, and it directly opened its huge mouth to bite. Blow back to heaven. It doesn't taste good to be eaten by a snake. Li Yun calmly releases his acceleration skills, and flashes to the left with his feet, barely avoiding the giant mouth attack. Looking at the snake body close at hand, Li Yun was not polite, and cast the attack skills in his hand intensively. The Wrath of Heaven. Summon God Servant. 190000. Minus 250,000. Minus 256,000. And taking advantage of this attack opportunity, Li Yun took a quick look at the basic information of the double-headed snake. Alice, Queen of the Two-Headed Snake Boss. LV35. HP, 1998000/305000. Mana, 7500/8000. Attack, 7300 to 8200. Ability, Hurricane Devour. Skill. This is the first time I have encountered a boss with more than 3 million health, but why is its mana less than 500? Li Yun raised his head sharply. Looking along the body of the boss, one of its heads turned back and opened its mouth wide open to him. Hiss! A terrifying inhalation sound came out of its mouth, and a hurricane blew up on the ground. Li Yun suddenly felt a terrifying force pulling him, and his figure slid forward involuntarily. Li Yun, be careful! There was a sudden exclamation from the windowsill on the second floor of the villa. Even though he didn't see anyone, Li Yun recognized that it was Zhuang Tingting. She's not dead. Only then did Li Yun react. His body lightened suddenly, his feet were lifted off the ground, and he uncontrollably threw himself towards the boss's open mouth. Li Yun! Boss Li Yun! Boss, be careful! Be careful, young man! There were exclamations from everyone in several directions. Humph! Are you sure you can eat me? Li Yun snorted coldly. Although he was out of control in the air, he didn't panic. Blessed by the holy shield. With a bang, his body was suddenly covered with a layer of bright yellow egg shells, and then the surrounding area became dark, and he felt terrible squeezing force hitting his body from all directions. Minus 650. Minus 700. One after another, damage came out of his head, but with the protection of the holy shield, the damage was reduced by 90%, and this damage was not enough to kill him. Everyone outside was horrified, seeing that the egg shell that Li Yun transformed into was swallowed by the giant snake in one gulp. A cold light flashed in Li Yun's eyes at the abdomen of the snake neck, and he directly swung the ancient sword horizontally, and stabbed it out forcefully. Minus 65,000. Roar! The boss roared in pain. It completely underestimated the grade and sharpness of the ancient sword, and its dark gold body couldn't resist it. You must know that it has eaten a lot of players, and ordinary weapons will not cause any damage to it when stabbed in its body, and it will be digested quickly to make its body stronger. It originally thought it would be the same this time, but things were beyond its expectation. With the stalk in its neck, it wanted to spit out Li Yun. It's a pity that it's too late. Holy Flame Cut. 346000. With Li Yun's attack speed, he can perform a Holy Flame Slash in less than a second. Although due to the level suppression, it is almost impossible to hit a critical strike, but it takes only a few seconds to kill the boss by the sword. Outside, everyone was horrified to see that the boss suddenly swung his head like crazy, as if he wanted to squeeze something out of his neck. At this moment, a damage of more than 300,000 yuan emerged from the boss's head, followed by another one. Chapter 68. This is this. Li Yun, you're still alive, aren't you? Boss Li Yun is not dead, he is killing the boss. Young people are terrifying. The expressions of the people outside quickly changed from disbelief to ecstasy, and they began to shout and discuss. Alice, the queen of the two-headed snake, was going crazy. It could feel that it was weakening rapidly, and it couldn't last long. Its eyes showed determination. It lifted the other head, and bit it fiercely under the neck of Li Yun's head, biting hard. Blood flowed out from where, and it bit off the neck, wrapping Li Yun alive. It didn't even look at the head, flicked its tail vigorously, and fled in the direction of East Lake as if desperately. Call out! A hunter in the crowd shot a tracking arrow, which shot directly at Alice's broken neck behind the double-headed snake. -8,750. The attack damage of a purple weak point floated up, but it was not fatal to the remaining 100,000 HP of the boss. Alice, the queen of the double-headed snake, was extremely fast, and when it passed Zhongjing number 1, its eyes flashed with hatred. As if venting his anger, he whipped his tail at the second floor, speeding himself up and killing a very fragile life form there by the way. When Li Yun got out of the slippery snake body, he saw a scene that made his heart constrict. The second floor of Zhongjing number 1 villa was half collapsed by the tail of Alice, the queen of the double-headed snake. The smoke and dust flew there, but Zhuang Tingting was nowhere to be seen. You are dead. Li Yun's eyes were full of murderous intent, and he locked onto Alice, the queen of the two-headed snake who was fleeing quickly, and said in his mouth. Ghost Skeleton Warhorse suddenly appeared under his crotch. Ghost collision. Li Yun immediately turned into a streamer and chased him at a speed of 70 to 80 meters per second. After a few seconds, he greatly shortened the distance from the boss. I'll let you die in fear. The wrath of heaven. A huge pillar of holy light descended from the sky, and its power became stronger and brighter. Li Yun moved forward as if carrying a divine moon, when suddenly the beam of light touched the tail of the boss. -205,000. Ahead was the city wall, and Alice, the queen of the double-headed snake, had already smelled the smell of freedom. It ran forward vigorously and had already climbed onto the city wall, but suddenly its eyes lost focus. The items exploded, and all kinds of equipment scattered around the boss like flowers. Boom! 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 A series of 4 beams of light shot up into the sky, 2 green, 1 bright orange, and 1 purple. Li Yun was a little shocked. He didn't understand what the purple beam of light was, and he had never heard of it. The system prompt sounded continuously at this time. Ding! Congratulations to the player who killed the boss and gained 175,000 experience. Since you killed the 10th level, you will get a reward of 175,000 experience. Ding! Congratulations to the player for reaching level 26 and gaining 5 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations to the player for reaching level 27 and gaining 5 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations to the player for reaching level 28 and gaining 5 free attribute points. 3 white lights flashed on Li Yun's body in a row, and he rose directly to the 28th level. Ding! Congratulations on getting the legendary item, 100 times luck activated, item level +3, and the perfect Holy Spirit equipment Alice's Ghost. Ding! Congratulations on getting the legendary pet egg mutant double-headed snake, 100 times luck is activated, item level +2, and the ancient sacred pet egg giant hydra. Ding! Congratulations on getting a legendary soul device, 100 times luck is activated, item level +1, and a sacred soul device. Ding! Congratulations on getting the legendary item, Alice's key. Li Yun put all the items into his bag. He was so curious about the attributes of the ancient sacred amulet, he couldn't help but look at the attributes of this piece of equipment. Alice's Ghost. Perfect Holy Amulet. Main attribute. Plus 36 to 72 damage, Holy Spirit skill damage increased by 15%. Plus 335 strength, plus 325 intelligence, plus 330 stamina. Secondary attributes. Attack speed increased by 5%, critical strike chance increased by 6%, critical strike damage increased by 46%. When attacking, it is possible to summon Alice's ghost to attack the opponent. Socket 1, Durability 55 to 55, Requirement level 35. Hiss. Li Yun gasped after reading the attributes, even though he was used to the best equipment, but this time he was still shocked. Adding 36 to 72 points of super high damage and increasing the damage of sacred skills by 15% is already very superb. But the three main attributes of the characters in the back all add about 330 points, which is even more terrifying. You should know that it is just an accessory, not a large equipment such as a weapon or a breastplate, and more inscription attributes can be added. It can be said that this accessory is 100 times better than other accessories of the same level. As for the secondary attributes, all of them are extreme attack attributes. Increases attack speed by 5%, critical strike chance by 6%, and critical strike damage by 46%. The output of the characters is immediate, and it can be said to more than double directly, which is really terrifying. Li Yun's palms are sweating, which is exciting. Finally, there is an orange special skill. When attacking, it is possible to summon the ghost of Alice to attack the opponent. Although I haven't tried this skill yet, its power should not be bad. Boss Alice's ruthlessness and viciousness have left a deep impression on Li Yun. Finally add a set hole. Li Yun said with emotion, this accessory has 9 additional attributes and a powerful summoning skill. It is really a top-level killer, worthy of its perfect title, and has almost no weaknesses. Boss Li Yun, are you okay? Are you injured anywhere? Huang Liang came over and asked with concern when he saw Li Yun standing there motionless. His words interrupted Li Yun, who was immersed in the joy of getting the best equipment. I'm fine. Li Yun suddenly said in shock, Zhuang Ting Ting. The second floor was half collapsed. Li Yun remained silent, and directly threw the broken building fragments downstairs one by one. With his current physical fitness, it is completely effortless to throw 200 to 300 kilograms with one hand. Huang Liang and others also stepped forward to help, and Wu Zixu also ordered the staff to help together. Soon, most of the building debris and sundries were cleared away. Miss Xiao Zhuang is here. Huang Liang suddenly shouted, and he waved to Li Yun near the stairs. Zhuang Tingting was already dead. It looked like all her bones were broken, lying limp on her side on the stairs, her hair covering her face, and blood dripped from her hair. Li Yun watched this scene in silence. Chapter 69. Huang Liang said, Boss Li Yun, don't be too sad. This happened so suddenly that no one expected it, and you also avenged Miss Xiao Zhuang. Please take it easy. Yeah, Mr. Li Yun, don't blame yourself too much. It's not your fault. My condolences, big brother. Seeing this scene, Wu Zixu didn't speak, but sighed deeply. He thought of his son who died outside the city wall not long ago with no bones left, and his heart was full of sourness. Resurrection. Amid the comforting voices of the crowd, Li Yun raised his hands indifferently, and began to rub his hands, with milky white energy light clusters shining between his hands. This is resurrection. Can it be resurrected? Damn! Brother Li Yun, don't scare me. In the disbelieving eyes of everyone, an illusory angel figure suddenly appeared on Zhuang Tingting's body, with 2 wings covering her. Buzz! As soon as the 5 seconds were up, the angel's figure buzzed and dissipated, revealing Zhuang Tingting below. It should be fine. Li Yun nodded and saw that Zhuang Tingting's body had completely recovered, returning to his familiar body shape. Miracle! The body has really recovered. It's incredible. Oh my god! Can you really resurrect people? Wu Zixu stared at the boss, clenched his hands, and was extremely nervous. He wanted to see if the woman on the ground would really wake up, because he thought of a possibility, whether Li Yun could help him find his son Wu Yi and revive him. Cough cough cough. Zhuang Tingting suddenly coughed a few times, then opened her eyes and sat up with her hands on the steps. Wake up! Wake up! My God! It's alive! Society, Mr. Li Yun is a real social person. Everyone's eyes couldn't be opened any wider, and they started talking nonsense in shock, seeing that Li Yun boss thought he was a fairy, omnipotent. Blow back to heaven. Plus 152,000. Li Yun released her skills on Zhuang Tingting, filling her blood volume up. In the recent battle, he found that even if he is not a teammate, as long as he wants, the skills can also be used on the opponent. Li Yun, thank you for saving me. Zhuang Tingting stood up and said. She had a deep impression on the moment before she died, the pain of splitting all over her body, and she completely lost consciousness when her eyes went dark. With that level of boss attack, he would definitely be dead, but standing here now, it must be Li Yun who saved him. Zhuang Tingting wanted to throw herself into Li Yun's arms, but with so many people standing aside, she was a little too shy to move her legs. Li Yun said, "It's good that it's okay. In the future, if you encounter a boss that you can't resist, you should hide. Don't run to the side and yell. You're just a silly girl." Zhuang Tingting blushed, and hummed softly, the most tenderness of bowing her head. Li Yun felt bad all over. After the war, men need to relax. Looking at Zhuang Tingting, who is pure and incomparable, the evil fire in his body came up again. He glanced at everyone, a group of people with no eyesight, one by one stuck here, don't they need to rest at night? Wu Zixu couldn't see what Li Yun meant by chasing guests, but there was nothing he could do. People in a big city were still waiting for him to save them, and the wicked had to do it themselves. Little friend Li Yun, I am Wu Zixu, the chief executive of Changwu district, we urgently need your help now. Li Yun was slightly startled, and said, I didn't expect Mr. Wu to be face to face. I respect you very much. Tell me, what can I do for you? Time is running out, so I'll make a long story short. The great master of the Protoss said that someone was manipulating the monster's attack on the city. They used a demonic substance called succubus essence to transform it into the red mist we saw through a special device. The red mist will attract monsters to attack humans. I need you to go out and find the succubus essence and transformation device, get rid of this source, and end this disaster in Changwu district. Wu Zixu said with a serious face. I'm worried that I won't be able to save the world, so I'd better hire someone else. Li Yun shook his head and refused. Just kidding, nothing is simple when it comes to demons. Although my own strength has improved a lot, but if I encounter a stronger demon, I will be like a chicken, and I will not do it. This is related to the lives of tens of thousands of people in the city, little friend Li Yun, please think again. Wu Zixu begged. I really can't do it, I'm tired and need to rest. Li Yun waved away the guests. The complexion on Wu Zixu's face suddenly turned grey, and some staff members wanted to rush up to accuse Li Yun, but he stopped him with a wave. Forget it, this is fate, and it's not Xiao Li's fault. Let's go. His son's death hit him hard, and he felt all hopeless at this moment. He had tried his best to protect the city, and he really couldn't resist it. It would be a good choice to go down and accompany his son. Li Yun. Seeing a group of people leaving in frustration, Zhuang Tingting couldn't bear it. She gently tugged on Li Yun's sleeve, hoping that he could help them. Li Yun was about to speak, telling her about the risks involved, when suddenly a mission issued by the will of the earth shocked him. Ding! Mandatory mission to save Changwu district opens. Open to, Li Yun. Task content, go to the island in the east of the lake to destroy the transformation device, capture the essence of the succubus, and solve the problem of monsters besieging and attacking the city in Changwu district from the source. Mission success, reward 30 level sacred treasure chest x1, experience 20W, Black Crystal Coin 5W. Mission failed, erase. Task time, 3 hours. Mission countdown, 2 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Chapter 70. I'll go to your Earth will, I've offended you, Mata will erase people as soon as he comes up, scare anyone, I won't do anything. Li Yun stood there motionless, as time ticked by, he somehow felt a catastrophe brewing above his head, and he couldn't help being moved and compromised. Li Yun shook his head, pretending to be helpless, and said to Zhuang Tingting, "Okay, I changed my mind, and I'm going to help them." "Yet, I knew you would go, Li Yun, you are the best." Zhuang Tingting said excitedly, stepped forward and took a sip on his face. "No one will take care of you when I'm not here, you go with me, I'll ask Huang Liang and the others to take care of you, and I'll come back when I'm done." Zhuang Tingting naturally readily agreed. Li Yun's ghost skeleton horse carried Zhuang Tingting, and soon caught up with Wu Zixu and others who were leaving, and he stopped the crowd with Ma Yihan. "Mr. Wu, you said that you want me to solve the crisis in Changwu district. You can't let me do it for nothing. Tell me about the reward. I might go if my heart is moved." Wu Zixu laughed and said, "Little friend Li Yun, feel free to mention any conditions you have, whether it is Heijing, equipment skill books or other aspects, as long as I can do it, I will definitely agree." Li Yun thought for a while and said, "I haven't decided what I want yet, so you owe me 3 conditions first." "Yes, no problem." Wu Zixu solemnly promised. Li Yun put Zhuang Tingting down and was ready to go. Wu Zixu said, "Little friend Li Yun, I have another unfeeling request. There is a group of giant snakes in the east. My son and his comrades died there while exploring the road. If you explore that area, you will find that there are still snakes in the area. If resurrection is possible, don't hesitate to shoot, he is a hunter with a rare longbow." Li Yun nodded, "I'll take the chance. Outside the east wall, there is no player here. The appearance of snakes is too great a threat to this place, and no player dares to stay near here." When Li Yun came here, there was no one around. Looking at the large expanse of blood on the ground, Li Yun couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. In the last days, people's lives are as thin as paper, and they died in the hands of monsters before they knew it. Li Yun had limited time, so he rushed directly to the shadowy snakes in the distance. These mutated snakes wandered around as if they had no target, but they clearly blocked Li Yun's way to the East Lake. The fastest way was to kill them directly. Blessings of Courage. Ghost Charge. Heaven's Fury. Li Yun directly activated the Blessing of Courage to add status to himself, then charged into the mutated snakes on his Mount Ghost, and finally activated the Harvest of Heaven's Wrath. -240,000. -15,655 -440,000. -252,000 -28,675. The mutated snake's blood volume was rapidly emptying, and it would instantly kill it when it encountered a critical strike. With the support of Li Yun's terrifying equipment and skills, his damage has far exceeded the limit of this type of monster. With an average damage of 200,000 to 300,000 per second, the mutated snake couldn't stand it for even 2 seconds. One after another, the mutated snakes fell, and Li Yun reaped their lives wantonly like a god of death. Mutated snakes are around 30 levels, and they provide a lot of experience, and the experience bar goes up one by one. Along the way, Ji Yun suddenly found a corpse of a player in the grass on the side of the road. Not knowing if it was Wu Zixu's son and his group, Li Yun picked a fairly complete corpse and tried to revive it. Ding! Creatures have been dead for more than an hour, do you want to continue to release skills? Li Yun stopped his movements and quit doing things that were purely a waste of mana. At present, his mana is in the early 2000s. Not long ago, Zhuang Tingting was revived with 500 mana, and it took nearly 2 minutes to replenish it. After calculation, he can recover about 4 mana per second. Don't use mana at will. If you don't have enough mana at the critical moment, it will be very sad. Along the way, Li Yun didn't know how many mutant snakes he had killed. But the group of snakes still looked so many, it seemed that all the mutated snakes in Nyutadong Lake had gathered together, and he had a faint feeling that they seemed to be blocking his progress. Li Yun also became ruthless, looking for the direction to rush forward, smashing down the sky with skills. The snakes were not afraid of death, and rushed forward. Just when Li Yun urged his mount to charge and kill again, he saw the shore of East Lake. Originally, the Yangliu Bank, a beautiful and picturesque viewing place, is now dilapidated and has lost the atmosphere of the past. This is also the normal state of the doomsday. Human beings have lost too much territory, and they can no longer be romantic. They can only hide in key cities and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. However, now is not the time to lament these things. Li Yun went to the lake in one breath, looking at the lake surface filled with red mist. The fog seemed to be particularly thick in one place. Li Yun had no choice but to find a sightseeing pedal boat by the lake, push the boat into the water, get on the boat and use his feet to drive the sightseeing boat to the place where the red mist is thick. The snakes on the bank slipped into the lake one by one and began to chase Li Yun, but after being killed by Li Yun, they also became smarter and dived into the water one after another. God's mercy. Heaven's fury. Minus 210,000. Minus 216,000. Li Yun was worried about being attacked by the mutated snake from the bottom of the water, so he released his skills towards the bottom of the boat, and it still worked. The skills covered the water surface, and there were constant damage in the water, and some mutated snake corpses slowly surfaced. Clang! Suddenly, an orange beam of light rose from the water. The legendary item came out. Li Yun was speechless. Although he could swim, 517 did not dare to go into the water to salvage the item at the moment. 20 minutes later, Li Yun stepped on a small island in the middle of the lake, turned around and looked back at the lake. There were 4 beams of orange light rising from different distances on the surface of the water, and 4 legendary items sank to the bottom of the lake. He could only look at the lake and sigh. To be honest, if it weren't for the abnormal skills of the Holy Spirit, it would be an impossible task to reach this small island. When approaching the island, monsters such as mutated snapping turtles and mutated giant black fish were added. When the sightseeing boat approached the island, they attacked frantically and almost drove Li Yun into the water. But after going ashore, the monsters stopped attacking. They seemed to be very afraid of this small island and did not dare to go ashore. Li Yun glanced at the task countdown, and there were 2 hours and 10 minutes left. The red mist here has almost thickened into substance, and the surroundings are very quiet, not even the roar of monsters. Li Yun secretly heightened his vigilance, fearing that there might be something strange in places where mutant beasts of more than 30 levels dare not go ashore. He walked forward cautiously for 100 or 200 meters, and a large rock climbing facility suddenly appeared in front of him. It seemed that this place should be an expansion base before the end of the day. Suddenly, there was a sound of sucking from the back of the rock climbing facility, like someone sucking up leftover milk with a straw. Yun drew out the ancient sword vigilantly. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Chapter 71. Puff. There was a light sound above the head, and a large white net was used as a hood. Bleeding and cutting. Li Yun swung his sword upwards, and a fan-shaped blood-red energy rushed out, flying the big net in the air. Hiss. Almost at the same time, a house-sized spider jumped down from the rock climbing facility at high speed. A long spider leg first stabbed Li Yun's arm, and then more spider legs. 10 fennel pierced him. Minus 5,580. Li Yun didn't even have time to release his skills, so he moved extremely fast, avoiding the stabbing of other spider legs first, otherwise he would fall in seconds. God's mercy. After avoiding this round of blows, Li Yun quickly swung his sword to release his skills. Call out. A concussion arrow struck from a distance, and shot Li Yun in the back before releasing his skills. Minus 12,800. Li Yun suddenly fell into a state of dizziness. Whoosh! Another tracking arrow flew over, and Lang Lang shot Li Yun in the back. A circle of white bone shields popped out from Li Yun's body, blocking the tracking arrows. Minus 750. There was an injury on Li Yun's head, and his blood volume was only over 1,000. The spider spewed out a web again to trap Li Yun, and hit his head hard with its two front legs. At this critical moment, the shocking arrow's stun time is up. A blow to heaven. When there is no need to wait, Li Yun swings his sword extremely quickly and instantly casts the Holy Spirit skill to return to the sky. Plus 132,000. Minus 5,340 minus 5,600. The two spider legs pierced Li Yun, causing over 10,000 damage. However, the blow to the sky lifted the spider web's movement restrictions on Li Yun. Call out. Li Yun was so aggrieved that he rolled over to the left to avoid another arrow shot in the darkness. Heaven's fury. Blessed by the holy shield. God's mercy. Minus 188,400. Minus 175,800. A series of skills were shot, and one injury after another appeared on the top of the spider's head. It screamed in pain, swam with long legs, and quickly fled to the holy light. Call out. Another arrow shot in the darkness. Li Yun took the arrow hard, and a yellow critical strike appeared on his head. 430. Plus 133,000. But in the next second, his blood volume returned to full. A sneer appeared on the corner of Li Yun's mouth, unless you can instantly kill me on the sanctified land, otherwise I am invincible. Holy flame cut. To deal with the spider first, Li Yun shot at the spider, and a holy flame cut the spider's leg. Minus 245,600. The spider's body was shaking suddenly, and it was stunned by the holy flame slash skill for 2 seconds. At this time Li Yun saw the properties of spiders. Haoshan's legendary pet, Spider Queen Blass. LV37. 365700/950000. Mana, 4800/6000. Ability, Spider Web. Ability, Multi-Strike. Li Yun was surprised that it turned out to be a hunter's legendary pet. Before he finished reading all the attributes, he slashed at the spider again. Holy Flame Cut. Minus 256,000. There is also another damage floating on the spider's head within the attack range of Heaven's Fury. Minus 192,000. Boom. The blood volume of the Spider Queen Blass was emptied, his stomach burst open, and he fell limply to the ground. Dare to kill my Spider Queen, you are dead boy. A misty and angry voice came. Li Yun was deeply impressed by this voice. It was the one who was sneaking up on him at the gathering stone of the dungeon. He didn't make a move that day, but he didn't expect to meet him here today. It seems that the manipulator behind this is very likely to be an assassination organization. I hope your strength is as great as your tone. As Li Yun said, a ghostly skeleton warhorse appeared under his crotch in an instant, heading in the direction of the previous arrow. Ghost Charge. In the red mist, the light of the warhorse flickered, mixing a strange color in the dark night, passing tens of meters in the blink of an eye. Heaven's Fury. The huge pillar of holy light smashed towards the surrounding 60 yards with majestic energy. 45200. Haoshan obviously didn't expect Li Yun to come so fast. He suffered a big loss immediately. He moved, and rushed towards the dark night like a phantom. Li Yun stared at the place where the damage occurred, shifted his horse's head and followed directly. The 300% accelerated sprint was not a joke, and within 2 breaths, Haoshan was shrouded in the holy light beam of the wrath of heaven. 46700. Ah! Haoshan let out an unbelievable exclamation. Obviously he could kill Li Yun with an arrow, but he was overthrown by the opponent in an instant, and he was left with bloody skin. He felt great hatred but was powerless. 45800. Boom! Haoshan couldn't get rid of the holy light pillar, and a pile of objects exploded from him. Keng keng keng! 3 streaks of orange light rose directly from the falling objects. Li Yun immediately smiled, "FK, this is murder, it's simply killing the boss," and directly gave 3 legendary items, "It's a blast." The 3 legendary items are: Level 35 equipped shoulder armor, Big Archer shoulder armor. Level 37 equipment shoes, Bangers dancing boots. There is also a legendary item, Jeweler's Crucible, that does not know its function. After returning to the city, show it to the jeweler to see if it has any connection. After packing up the other items that Haoshan exploded, Li Yun came to the dead legendary pet spider Queen Brass Blood. At level 37, it has 900,000 HP, and there are 2 ancient sacred pet eggs in its baggage. Ancient sacred pet egg Giant Hydra. There is also the ancient sacred pet egg Colorful Phoenix. Once they are cultivated, I don't know how powerful they will be. It's a pity that the incubation conditions are too high. The colorful phoenix needs to be hatched in the high temperature area of the volcano. And the giant hydra Li Yun has checked, it needs gem essence and high level energy essence to absorb to a certain extent before it can hatch. Li Yun had never heard of these 2 items. After completing this mandatory task, go to the Protoss to ask about the relevant situation, where you can get these 2 essences. When Li Yun was about to go inside, he suddenly saw 4 cocoons wrapped in spider silk behind the rock climbing facility, and one of them, Qianqian Hao, moved a little. He was a little curious, and after turning on Holy Shield Blessing again, he first reduced his damage, and then stepped forward to cut open the spider silk cocoon with the ancient sword. A semi-conscious woman appeared inside. Li Yun recognized at a glance that it was Uncle Lin Xin, the sorcerer who sold him a first-level sword and a first-level magic box. Li Yun thought for a while, and released the skill God's Mercy at her feet. Plus 142,000. Lin Xin quickly woke up and was shocked to see Li Yun standing on the holy ground in front of him. She remembered that her team had killed mutant beasts on the island for 2 days, and suddenly met a very terrifying hunter, who knocked them all down with a single shot of multiple arrows. Then the hunter summoned a giant spider, and the spider used spider silk to seal everyone up as food. After being sealed, she was frightened and fainted. Unexpectedly, when he opened his eyes, he saw a person who could not be seen here. "Are you Li Yun?" Lin Xin asked very uncertainly. Chapter 72. Under the support of the holy light, Li Yun's whole body was glowing. Except for the handsome face and those calm eyes, which made her feel familiar, everything else has changed too much, which surprised her, especially the exaggerated equipment on her body is really eye-catching. It may be because of too much preconceived ideas. A few days ago, Li Yun used to compete with her for a level 1 undurable blank sword, but now, like a grandson riding on colorful clouds, he suddenly appeared in front of her to save her from danger. The contrast was so great that she was a little dazed for a while. Li Yun nodded slightly and said, "It's me, Miss Lin, didn't expect to meet you here." Li Yun is still very grateful that she sold herself the magic box, which saved her a lot of time anyway. Lin Xin said, "Yeah, I didn't expect to meet you here. Did you come alone? Thank you for saving me. This place is very dangerous, let's leave quickly." As she spoke, she tore off the cobwebs on her body, and got up to check the cocoons around her. There were a few players inside, but they were obviously sucked into mummies. Lin Xin's face suddenly became even uglier. "Let's go, there's a scary big spider here, get out of here while it's not here." Lin Xin walked over and took Li Yun's hand, and hurriedly pulled him out. Li Yun really didn't expect her reaction to be so big. She was pulled forward a few steps, and then saw the Spider Queen's body covered by the rock climbing facilities. At this moment, the holy light had already been extinguished, and in the dark red night, a colossal creature crouched quietly there, very impotent. 010 Ah! Lin Xin exclaimed hysterically, turned around and squeezed her body into Li Yun's embrace. Her head was buried on his shoulder like an ostrich, her body was still trembling. Li Yun raised his hands in the air, very speechless. That big spider is dead? Okay, it can be frightened like this. Okay, don't be afraid, it's dead. Li Yun patted Lin Xin's back lightly, leaned back, and signaled Lin Xin to get out of his arms. No. How do you know it's dead? What if it's still alive? Lin Xin hugged Li Yun even tighter, looking really terrified. Li Yun couldn't help laughing, and swung his sword to release his skills. Heaven's fury! The huge pillar of holy light illuminates everything around. Embracing Lin Xin with his left hand, he walked forward a few steps to the Spider Queen, kicked the Spider Queen's head and said, "See if this big guy is dead, I didn't lie to you, did I?" Lin Xin, who was embraced by Li Yun's strong arms, was a little panicked and overwhelmed. He stared blankly at Li Yun kicking the spider's head, and nodded mechanically, apparently not recovering. Li Yun doesn't have too much time to delay, take a look at the task countdown. 1 hour 32 minutes and 38 seconds. He put Lin Xin down and said solemnly, "Miss Lin, let me tell you that I came here to carry out a very difficult and dangerous mission. It is safe here for the time being. You can find a place to hide yourself. If my mission is completed smoothly, I will come back to pick you up. If I don't come back, you can find a chance to go back after dawn." After Li Yun finished speaking, he walked directly inside. Lin Xin said, "No, I don't want to stay here, I'd rather follow you. If something really happens, I'll admit it." She ran over and followed behind Li Yun. Li Yun glanced at her and continued walking inside without saying a word. The corners of Lin Xin's mouth turned up slightly. Li Yun didn't say no to follow, and hurriedly followed Li Yun. The journey was surprisingly quiet and there was no danger. 10 minutes later, Li Yun stood here, looking at the small playground not far away. The red mist on the small square is like condensation, looking like a pink bowl-shaped shield, shining brightly in the dark night. What is that? When I saw it, I felt like a fire was burning in my heart. It was a little itchy. Lin Xin touched his neck with restless hands and said, "It might be what I'm looking for. Stay here and don't move. I'll go over and have a look." After Li Yun finished speaking, he raised the ancient sword in his hand and walked towards the small square. Walked into the small square and stopped 10 meters away from the pink protective shield. Through the red gelatinous spherical surface of the protective cover, Li Yun saw a strange octagonal instrument operating inside, with red streamers flashing regularly on its surface. Demonic matter and holy light are sworn enemies, try to see if you can break through this protective shield. Li Yun swung the ancient sword and released skills one by one. Holy Shield Blessing. Courage Blessing. God's Mercy. Summon God Attendant. Heavenly Light. Ktik. A series of skills were released, the holy light transpired here, dispelling the red mist in the sky. Some bubbles gradually emerged on the surface of the protective cover, and began to explode. Minus 15,600. Minus 22,100. Minus 118,600. 1 damage floats from the shield for each bubble burst. Seeing these injuries, Li Yun was secretly startled, not that the injuries were too high, but too low. It shows that the defense level of this shield is very high, and if it is an ordinary person, it will not be able to break it. 20 minutes later, Li Yun looked at the protective shield that had been cut down to a thin layer, and released another round of skills. Holy Flame Cut. 24800. Following the slashing of the sword-shaped holy flame, the protective cover could no longer support it, and burst like a bubble with a puff. Li Yun immediately raised his vigilance, guarding against any abnormal changes, but there was still no movement around him. The octagonal conversion instrument in front of him was exposed in front of him like this, and Yi Pingfu had no resistance. Holy flame cut! Li Yun directly swung his sword and released his skill to cut towards the surface of the conversion instrument. After the holy flame dissipated, a white mark appeared on the surface of the instrument, which could not be broken at all. Li Yun tried various other skills, even slashing with a sword, but it didn't have much effect, and he couldn't break through them all. The time passed by every minute and every second, and there was only half an hour left in the countdown. The top of the instrument is constantly evaporating red mist, as if mocking Li Yun for his helplessness. Li Yun, I'm so hot, help me. Lin Xin yelled from the side of the square. Her clothes were in a mess, her hands were scratching her body randomly, some places were covered with bleeding marks and she didn't realize it. Li Yun frowned. It seemed that the concentration of demonic essence in this place was too high, which had a great impact on Lin Xin, and everyone was a little confused. What to do? It would be great if I could suck these demonic essences away. Li Yun suddenly had a flash of inspiration, thinking of his ancient sacred pet giant Hydra. One of the conditions for hatching is to absorb enough high-energy essence, maybe let it try. Li Yun took out the giant Hydra pet egg from the bag, and suddenly his hand sank. A yellow-green giant egg with dense runes growing on its surface appeared in his hand, and he hugged it hard. Stable. Call. As soon as the giant egg appeared, the runes on its surface began to shine. Immediately, the nearby red mist seemed to be pulled into the giant egg, and the nearby red palms visible to the naked eye were fading. The system prompt sounded immediately. Ding! The ancient sacred pet giant Hydra is absorbing high-energy essence, the current progress is 0.01%. Li Yun put the egg on the ground and let it absorb the succubus essence by itself. Ding! The ancient sacred pet giant Hydra is absorbing high-energy essence, and the current progress is 0.1%. Chapter 73. The reminder sounded continuously. Li Yun checked the time. It took about 5 minutes, and the egg absorption grew by 0.1%. But the red mist evaporated from the instrument is not uncommon. At this speed, if Hydra has not finished absorbing the succubus essence, his own people may die first. Li Yun's eyes lit up, and he picked up the egg and stuck it to the surface of the instrument. A miraculous scene happened. The giant egg was directly attached to the surface of the instrument, absorbing the essence almost like a whale, and even it was not satisfied, it rolled to the top of the instrument to put away the succubus essence. Hoo! The red mist from all directions was sucked in, and even formed a whistling tornado there. Ding! The ancient sacred pet giant Hydra is absorbing high-energy essence, the current progress is 1%. Ding! The ancient sacred pet giant Hydra is absorbing high-energy essence, and the current progress is 20%. Li Yun secretly said, "Good baby, hurry up and work hard to absorb the essence to grow." Ding! The ancient sacred pet giant Hydra is absorbing high-energy essence, and the current progress is 45%. Crack! There was a sudden cracking sound in the instrument, and no red mist evaporated from the surface. Has the task been completed? Li Yun felt a little uneasy when he saw that the countdown time was less than 5 minutes away. Ding! Congratulations to the player for completing the mandatory task. Ding! Congratulations to the player for winning the Sacred Treasure Chest X1, 300,000 experience and 50,000 black crystal coins. Ding! Congratulations to the player for reaching level 29 and gaining 5 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations to the player who has reached level 30 and gained free attribute points. 2 white lights shot up from Li Yun's body in succession, and he was about to rise to level 29, but this time the task reward directly rose to level 30. Ding! Since the player has not obtained the succubus essence, the will of the earth has plus 50 disgust towards the player. It's not a good thing to hear. Li Yun almost wants to greet his uncle, the will of the earth. Working desperately, he completed the task almost being wiped out. Just because he ate the succubus essence, the will of the earth gave him a bad feeling plus 50, and Li Yun was out of anger. The will of the earth is very selfish, Li Yun suddenly had this idea. At this moment, a black space-time crack suddenly appeared above the conversion instrument. An illusory demon figure stepped out of it, and Li Yun immediately felt a great coercion. Ding! All attributes are reduced by 60% due to the coercion of medium-sized demon projections. Human, you have destroyed the great 5-star demon Padfoot's harvesting plan, and now I give you 2 choices, 1, die, and 2, surrender, and I will give you 10 seconds to choose. 10:98. A stern look flashed in Li Yun's eyes. So what about the 5-star demon projection? It is absolutely impossible to make me a slave. The holy skill is directly and instantaneously attacking the demon projection above. Blessed by the holy shield. Heaven's fury. -85,300. You dare. A damage of more than 80,000 appeared on the top of the demon's head. He was obviously irritated, and when he raised his hand, a giant black energy arrow shot out. -13,800. A 10,000 damage appeared above Li Yun's head. Very high attack, but not instant kill, then continue to fight. A blow to heaven. Plus 54,000. Li Yun pulled the blood full. Just when he was about to move on. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud noise in the sky, and a majestic holy light shot directly at the demon above. -8,305. A huge injury appeared from the top of the demon's head, and his momentum suddenly weakened. Eugene, it's you old man again, just wait for me. After the projection of the demon Padfoot finished speaking harshly, he grabbed the transforming device on the ground and disappeared into the space crack. Even if you come to Padfoot in person, I will still hit you, not to mention you as a clone. Then, a person appeared in front of Li Yun with a smile on his face. Son Li Yun, you did a good job. I'm Eugene. Players call me the Great Mentor. You can call me that too. It is also heard that Li Yun, the great instructor of the Protoss, is the leader of all the skill instructors of the Protoss in this area, but it is a bit strange that he knows his name. Li Yun said, "Thank you great teacher for driving away the demons." Eugene said, "You don't have to be polite with me, reach level 50 as soon as possible, and then you come to me, and I will help you start the professional trial." After speaking, he smiled at Li Yun, turned and left. The moonlight is bright and clear, sprinkled all over the earth. At the edge of the small square, Lin Xin also calmed down at this moment, lying on the ground and falling asleep. Li Yun picked her up and found a room in a folk hotel that could still accommodate people. Changwu City. Although it was already midnight, at this time, almost no one was resting, and people took to the streets to celebrate. Because the terrifying red mist above his head disappeared. Moreover, the siege zombies and mutated beasts also seemed to have lost their targets, and no longer gathered together to attack the city. They wander around aimlessly and drift away. Changwu City. Boss Li Yun succeeded. Lei Lai said excitedly. They have already returned to Changwu district, the monsters attacking the city are receding, and Li Yun in the team icon has risen to level 30, which means he has succeeded. Young friend Li Yun, you solved this big crisis. Wu Zixu clapped his hands vigorously and said excitedly. The staff around him shouted and punched excitedly. Since ancient times, heroes have been born in youth, Li Yun must meet. The general muttered to himself while standing on the city wall. Behind him were hundreds of excited and exhausted soldiers. Li Yun, you are a hero. Zhuang Tingting shed tears of joy. Hurry up, fix Zhongjing number 1 overnight, and restore it in the fastest time. Huang Liang ordered a project manager loudly. Early the next morning, Li Yun wakes Lin Xin up after waking up, and then he finds a sightseeing boat. Li Yun uses the boat to take Lin Xin to the shore of the East Lake. Along the way, the corpse of a giant mutant snake can be seen floating in the lake from time to time. It's a pity that those 4 pieces of legendary equipment have been refreshed after a while. After a good night's sleep, Lin Xin returned to his shrewd and capable appearance, but his eyes were a little wandering, and he didn't dare to look at Li Yun very much. Last night was so embarrassing, I almost stripped off all my clothes. Li Yun probably saw everything that Li Yun should have seen, and he was carried back to the bed. Thinking of this, she felt ashamed and didn't know how to face Li Yun. However, his strength is really strong, and a man like him should be very sought after in the last days. Thinking of this, her face turned even redder. Okay, stop thinking about it there, look at it, touch it, and go back with me later, and be my woman. Li Yun sat on the opposite bow and said domineeringly. Lin Xin was stunned for a moment, the deer bumped in his heart, and even the roots of his ears were red. He thought wildly for a long time, but didn't know what to say, and finally hummed lightly as if resigning to his fate. Li Yun smiled slightly and accelerated the speed of the boat. Chapter 74. When approaching the east gate, Lin Xin said, Li Yun, I have to go home to report that I am safe, and I will contact you later. Li Yun nodded, thought for a while, and picked out some rare gold equipment that can be equipped by level 20 mages from the package and traded them to Lin Xin. You can use these equipments, but I won't use them here. After Lin Xin glanced at the attributes of the equipment, he hurriedly waved his hands and said, these are too expensive, and they cost tens of thousands of black crystals, so I can't accept them. Li Yun smiled, my woman, listen to me, I order you to accept it, we don't lack those black crystals. Lin Xin was helpless and finally accepted the equipment. The two parted at the gate of the city. It was very dawn, the mist was pushed away by the rising sun, and the warm sunshine fell on the city walls, streets, and houses. Li Yun walked on the street, the flow of people decreased significantly, and the expressions of 260 people were mournful and mixed with excitement. Many people have lost their relatives, and many people have sacrificed their lives, but the living will continue to live, fight monsters, and become stronger. This is the end of the world. Teams of soldiers are cleaning up the remaining monsters, including the sewers, and there are people going down to clean them up. It is believed that there will be very few monsters left after such a sweep. On the only way to Zhongjing number 1. Brother Li Yun, good morning. Chairman Lei Lai led a few high-level trade union officials and stood at the intersection to greet them warmly. Good morning. Li Yun replied flatly. Lei Lai said like a primary school student made a mistake. Last night we picked up a total of 881 pieces of equipment at the back. 185 pieces of rare equipment, 558 pieces of magic equipment, and other equipment are whiteboard. In addition, there are 10 rare skill books, 24 magic skill books, and 44 common skill books. 2 rare pet eggs, 8 magic pet eggs, and 1 common pet egg. A total of 68 gemstones of various types. The main reason is that there were too many monsters last night. We didn't dare to go to many places, and many items were refreshed. I'm really sorry, Brother Li Yun. Oh, it's okay. Li Yun thought for a while and said, you can save a set of the best mages for me. The rest of the items will be consumed first by the trade union. The price will be based on the market price. Just give me all the black crystal coins. Lei Lai was overjoyed immediately, no problem, we can consume it, this amount is really too big, thank you Brother Li Yun for your trust, I have 500,000 black crystals here, you take it as a deposit, you must keep it. As he spoke, he sent a transaction application. Li Yun didn't shirk, and accepted the 500,000 black crystals. Li Yun said, President Lei, I will go to the level 15 copy of the Holy Spirit, Boulder Heights, and I will give you a place in the guild. Lei Lai grinned and said, that's great, I'll make arrangements here and wait for your notice. Li Yun nodded, turned around, and was about to leave. Suddenly, his heart moved, and he turned around and asked, "Does Chairman Lei know the consul Wu Zixu?" Lei Lai nodded and said, "I know." Li Yun said, "You help me pass the message to him, I can't find his son, I hope he forgives." Lei Lai's eyes dimmed and he said, "Okay, I'll definitely pass it on." Back at No. Zhang, more than a dozen workers were dying on the second floor. Chatted with the project manager for a few words and gave some suggestions for improving the villa. Then I saw Zhuang Tingting on the third floor, she was making breakfast in the kitchen. Li Yun came back and naturally didn't finish the breakfast, the two had a delicious meal in the kitchen. The mutated animal meat tastes delicious, and I eat too much without knowing it. Li Yun took out some mutated fruits for Zhuang Tingting to try. After eating and drinking, Li Yun said to her, "I'm going to the auction house later, you come with me, I'll get you a piece of equipment, and you need to improve your level in the future, otherwise our strength will be too different, I'm worried you can't keep up with me." Cut. Zhuang Tingting heard this and gave Li Yunji a hygienic eye. Li Yun laughed out loud. The auction house was extremely lively today. Last night's monster siege, although many people died, a lot of equipment items were also released. Local players and all kinds of equipment dealers who heard the news from other places crowded the trading hall. There are even more private transactions. The magic hood equipped by a level 20 mage, 36 intellect, 1% increase in critical strike chance, 500 black crystal coins to take away. When someone shouted, several people immediately went up to contact. Li Yun brought Zhuang Tingting to the trading floor and immediately attracted many people's attention. Zhuang Tingting is really attractive, with her tall figure, perfect facial features, and the residue on her face after exercising. People who come here can understand it at a glance, and it stimulates male hormones. Extraordinary. That little boy is so lucky. He got such a superb product. I got 2 pieces of high-level rare equipment last night, at least 10,000 black crystals. The bearded man looked straight at Zhuang Tingting, and showed off to his companions loudly. Brother Niu is amazing, he can instantly kill all the white-faced boys. There are 4 or 5 members of a small gang, all staring at this side and speaking vulgarly. Li Yun was very indifferent, it was just a few flies buzzing, if he was annoyed, he would slap him to death. He moved forward with Zhuang Tingting, preparing to auction off some equipment items with a trading device. The 310 boxes of baggage have been filled. There were too many items released last night, as long as the legendary equipment was out, he would put it away immediately, and even collected a lot of rare gold equipment. He plans to sell some of the equipment that is no longer needed, and then exchange for a few 100 slot bags to expand the bag grid. Li Yun's indifference seemed to fuel some people's arrogance, and the small group of bearded men quietly moved forward and crowded around. Zhuang Tingting held Li Yun's arm and said, "This is the first 2.7 times I've been to the auction house. I didn't expect so many people. It's really lively. It's like a holiday shopping mall before the end of the world." Li Yun said, "There are not so many people on weekdays. Today's situation is special, and there are many more people than usual. Tingting, you are also a player, why don't you come to the auction house?" "It's a long story." Zhuang Tingting smiled bitterly, "I was originally a student of Tsinghua University, and I came to Han University for academic exchanges, but I didn't expect to encounter a sudden catastrophe. After the catastrophe, there were still a few companions who survived. Unexpectedly, when I was fighting monsters in the wild, I suddenly encountered an elite zombie. The companions escaped to cover me, and all of them were killed. I couldn't pass my level, so I never went out to level up, and the auction house naturally wouldn't come over." "What level are you and what is your occupation?" Li Yun asked curiously. Chapter 75. Level 8, no job change. Zhuang Tingting replied a little embarrassed. 8th grade. Li Yun thought about it a little, and it seems that there is a level 18 legendary dagger flying sheer in her bag. One of the attributes is to reduce the requirement level by 10, which is just right for her to use. Just about to take it out to Zhuang Tingting. Little boy, come with me, my brother has something to do with you. Standing not far in front of Li Yun was a skinny man with a row-headed mouse and a full set of magic equipment. He coldly and arrogantly let Ji Yun pass by. Isn't this one of the bearded companions from before? Li Yun glanced to both sides, and sure enough, he saw Liu Hu and others faintly surrounding the two of them. Li Yun said lightly, "Short, come and tell me, I don't have the habit of talking in the past. Look, there's going to be a fight over there." Dwarf Lu was called a dwarf to his face. It's a good show. It's Brother Niu's group of people. They are all FG hungry ghosts. They must have seen other people's women look good and deliberately made trouble. 23. Dwarf Liu's eyes suddenly became extremely cold. I hate people calling me a dwarf the most. You have successfully angered Mr. Lu and me, little boy. Let's talk about it later when Mr. Lu chops off your 2 legs. Li Yun smiled. Today I accompany my woman. I don't want to see blood, you all go. Ha ha ha. Damn it. You don't want to see blood yet, how old are you? I'll go, little boy, is there something wrong with your head? Is it your turn to speak if you see blood? You want to pretend to be like a pig with green onions in its nose. Li Yun's hand touched the hilt of the sword. Seeing this, Zhuang Tingting tightened Li Yun's arm. Li Yun, these people are hooligans, I know you are strong, but if you do something in the city, you will be expelled, it's not worth it for these people. Boss Li Yun. At this moment, a joyful voice came from the second floor. Li Yun felt that the voice was familiar and looked up. Cut. What are you looking at, little boy, do you think the big boss is calling you? The second floor is all VIPs. If the transaction volume is less than 200,000, He Jing doesn't even think about it. Li Yun didn't speak, just waved upstairs. At the moment, there are 7 or 8 advanced players standing in the aisle on the second floor. Their equipment is shining with golden light, and there is a streamer unique to advanced enhancements. Boss Li Yun, it's me, Wu Wanghua. Damn it! Wanghua, you really are the boss Li Yun. Awesome! Idol! Quickly, invite the boss to the second floor. Several impatient players on the second floor directly crossed the corridor and jumped down to meet Li Yun. There was too much commotion, and many players in the trading hall looked sideways and talked about it. 666, many top players. I'll go, that person is Wu Wanghua from the Garan Palace, the master who cleared the holy dungeon. FK. They are all top players in the Garan Palace, there is a good show to watch. Obviously. Brother Niu, they kicked the titanium alloy plate. Li Yun paid attention to all this calmly. A Jialan member jumped down from upstairs and kicked over the skinny man who called himself Lord Lu in a flash. Then he chopped his face with one foot, crushed it several times with the sole of his shoe and said, "Dwarf, you dare to call yourself a master in front of Li Yun, I'll trample you to death, you ignorant BD." There are 2 other players in the small team, trying to escape secretly. But they were all caught by the members of Jialan, who arranged to kneel in front of Li Yun and kick their noses and cheeks and beat them up. It wasn't that Li Yun told them that he didn't want to see blood. He estimated that the 2 escaped players would definitely be killed by Jialan members on the spot. Brother Niu with the beard didn't escape, not because he didn't want to escape, but because he didn't dare to escape, and couldn't escape. From Wu Wanghua's respectful call out to the big brother Li Yun, he immediately knew who he had offended, broadcast the global broadcast, and was the first person to clear the holy dungeon. Thinking of this, his face was ashamed and his eyes were full of despair. Li Yun, the leader who passed the holy dungeon for the first time and ranked first, ran up to grab the opponent's woman. The other party asked him to go away for the sake of face, and even sneered at him in such a frenzied upsurge, How stupid this is, how thick lard has covered his heart, and he did such a stupid thing. Before the end of the world, there was a saying that if you don't die, you won't die. Could it be an ordinary person who can bring such a beautiful woman out? There is a knife on the head of the color character. If I can escape this disaster this time, I will definitely reboot. Kneel down. A Jialan member kicked the bearded Niu Ge over and made him kneel in front of Li Yun. Brother Niu has strength. If he did it alone, the Jialan member who kicked him might not be able to beat him, but because of Li Yun's name, he didn't dare to resist at all. He faintly felt that if he resisted, he would definitely die, and if he pretended to be cowardly, he might be able to escape his life, and his intuition told him so. All the players in the hall looked at Li Yun with surprised and envious eyes. The real boss is right in front of them. Who can calm down, and the discussion is noisy. I said Brother Niu and the others kicked the titanium alloy plate, so be sure. Brother Niu is also funny, he's too good at playing tricks. If you mess with such a top boss, I'm afraid it's going to be cold now. You can't live without doing your own crimes. Wu Wanghua came over and said, Boss Li Yun, these bastards bumped into you, see if you want to disappear from the world. Master Lu knelt there and began to sway his whole body. Several other people kowtowed violently and said, Big brother, please spare me. Please give me a chance to reform myself. I won't dare in the future. Li Yun ignored the poor wretches on the ground. He nodded to Wu Wanghua and said, U-083 can figure it out. Immediately, members of the Garon Palace rushed up quickly, grabbed the beard and the others and walked out, completely ignoring their wailing for help like killing a pig. The next moment, Zhuang Tingting, who was surprised by Li Yun's energy, suddenly looked at the door of the trading hall and widened her eyes. I saw a group of heavily armed law enforcers brazenly rushing into the trading hall. Whoever dares to cause trouble in the exchange, put them down. The law enforcement team blocked the way of the members of the Garon Hall, raised their weapons, and ordered them to release them. Liu Hu and others immediately staged PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds, complaining in tears. The law enforcers help, the people in the Garon Palace bully others, they fight and kill when they want, they don't pay attention to the law at all, you have to make decisions for us vulnerable groups. A man who looked like a captain in the law enforcement team came out with a stern look on his face. You people in Jialan Palace are getting more and more excessive. Changwu district has suffered such a catastrophe. Instead of going outside to clean up monsters, you gather here to make trouble and bully ordinary players. Do you still have the demeanor of a big guild? You all follow me. Let's take a walk and stop this evil wind. It's this group of people who are here to pick things up first, the people from the Garon Palace argued. Please come with us. The captain seemed determined to treat Jialan as a typical example, killing chickens and scaring monkeys. The members of the Garon Hall immediately sat on the wax. Chapter 76. Let us go. The bearded men took the opportunity to break free and ran to the front of the law enforcement team, with surprise expressions on their faces, praising the wise captain of the law enforcement team. Take it away, the captain ordered. Several law enforcement team members stepped forward to take away those members of Jialan. At this time, Wu Wanghua and others all came down and stood near their own members, not daring to stop the law enforcement team. Because in the city, the law enforcement team has absolute power to enforce the law, and they can kill first and act later. If they resist, the consequences will be very serious, so severe that the Garon temple cannot resist. They looked helplessly at Li Yun for help. Wait. I'm the party involved, let me say a few words. Li Yun shouted. Under everyone's gaze, he brought Zhuang Tingting to the door. These people are making trouble out of nothing. Before Li Yun finished speaking, the captain of the law enforcement team interrupted him with surprise. Are you Mr. Li Yun? Li Yun looked puzzled and said, I am. Snapped. The captain of the law enforcement team saluted Li Yun vigorously. Said loudly, Changwu District Urban Law Enforcement Team, 5th Brigade, 3rd Team Captain Chen Hu, salute the city guardian, Mr. Li Yun, thank you for your dedication to this city. After Chen Hu finished speaking, other members of the law enforcement team reacted immediately, and they quickly arranged their formation and saluted Li Yun together. Hello, Mr. Li Yun. They looked at Li Yun as if they were a living legend, and their eyes were full of respect and admiration for the strong. The entire hall was silent, and everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. Wu Wanghua's mouth was wide open, Li Yun's face is so big, the entire law enforcement team saluted, my god. Brother Niu and Master Lu were so stiff that they didn't dare to move their eyeballs. They thought they were saved, but they didn't expect that even the law enforcement team would look up to Li Yun's background. Mom sells pens, this time it's really over. Zhuang Tingting looked at the man who was still galloping on her body not long ago, her beautiful eyes could not help but burst out with splendor, her heart almost jumped out of her chest, and she felt that Li Yun seemed to have a layer of light on her body. Li Yun's expression was relatively indifferent, and he smiled at Chen Hu and said, it's Wu Zixu's tricks, you don't have to do this, when you encounter monsters attacking, you should act as a human being. Let's go if you have nothing to do, I still have some things to deal with here. Understood. Chen Hu lowered his arm, turned around and ordered to the team members, close the team, take these terrorists away. Yes, the law enforcement officers shouted. Brother Niu, Mr. Lu sat down on the ground with a terrified expression and repeatedly shouted for grievances. Chen Hu said to Brother Niu and the others, don't be convinced, if it wasn't for Mr. Li Yun, you are probably lying in the belly of the mutant snake and being digested into bones. Take away. Acting resolutely, the law enforcement team quickly escorted several people out of the hall. After the law enforcement team left, there was silence in the hall, as if some invisible storm was brewing. Seeing that the law enforcement team had left, Li Yun calmly took out the legendary dagger flying sheer from the bag and handed it to Zhuang Tingting, you can use this dagger. The dagger was filled with orange light, which immediately attracted everyone's attention and became the focus of attention. FK. Legendary equipment. The boss shocked the society, he is a legend when he makes a move, I am convinced. Whoever gives me a legendary weapon, I will belong to him. Your honor gave me a legendary weapon, and I don't want it. What's wrong with my old lady's honor? If you have a good figure, you need breasts and buttocks. It's not the same when you turn off the lights. Vomit. If you vomit again, believe it or not, this old lady will punch out your intestines. Li Yun heard everyone's discussion, smiled lightly, held the dagger flat, and waited for Zhuang Tingting to take it. There were too many people, and everyone's eyes were too eager, Zhuang Tingting was a little lost. It's like returning to the university campus, someone is proposing on the playground in full view, but the heroine is replaced by herself. She smiled, as bright as spring, and stretched out her jade hand to take the dagger. The dagger suddenly disappeared and reappeared in her hand, and everyone knew that she had equipped it. Many people are applauding, these two people are so well matched. In the hearts of men and women, there is an inexplicable emotion surging at this moment, and the cruelty of the doomsday seems to have dissipated a lot at this moment. Amidst the cheers and whistles, someone suddenly shouted, Boss Li Yun, was that you who rode a horse on the city wall last night? It's me. There is nothing to hide about this matter, Wu Zixu made it public. Li Yun looked at the person shouting, nodded and admitted. The whistling and applauding stopped suddenly, and everyone seemed to have been immobilized, staring at Li Yun in the field in a daze. Grandfather, please accept my obeisance. The person who spoke before knelt down on the spot and kowtowed, and then said, you saved our family last night, I have no way of repaying it, but I can only do obeisance to you. The kindness of life-saving, I will never forget it. Thank you, Mr. Li Yun. Grateful. Li Yun was stunned to see that the trading hall turned into a gratitude scene in seconds, and players everywhere were thanking him. Last night, he fired at full force and charged most of the city on horseback. Many people were rescued casually, and he didn't even realize that he had saved people, because the speed of his mount was so fast that he didn't even have a memory. So much. Wu Wanghua said from the side, on behalf of Sister Gongli Nana, I would like to thank you. She was also rescued by you last night. Cough cough cough. Li Yun, who was about to speak, almost choked on his saliva. If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Li Yun feigned anger. Wu Wanghua smiled and waved his hands. Li Yun raised his arms high, and the crowd gradually became quiet. Since everyone has survived this time, let's live well in the last days, fight monsters and explode equipment. Our tomorrow will be better, and the earth will be better. Li Lizao. Let's encourage each other and come on. Come on. Come on. Encouragement. Encouragement. Strong voices erupted from the crowd, with arms like forests waving in unison. This crazy scene stunned the foreign equipment dealers, and hurriedly called the surrounding area to hear the deeds of Mr. Li Yun. Many players are happy to explain to them, blah, 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 blah. He even reminded him of his identity as the first person to clear the level of the Holy God dungeon, and he was greatly satisfied when the other party let out an "oh" and suddenly realized the amazement on his face. My dear guest Li Yun, you still come to the second floor, which will affect our business. A middle-aged female Protoss stood on the second floor and waved to Li Yun with a smile, with a hint of kindness in her expression. Li Yun smiled and led Zhuang Tingting up to the second floor. Chapter 77. The boss is the boss, the gods are so arrogant, they are so kind to him. You have his strength, it is estimated that the Protoss will also be kind to you. Well, that's true, let's go, buy some equipment and level up. The second floor is like a bank VIP room before the end of the world, with many single transaction rooms. The name of the female Protoss is Wei, and she is the person in charge of this auction house. According to her introduction, Li Yun learned that the second floor provides professional equipment evaluation and recommendation services, which can help a piece of equipment find the most suitable owner and sell it at a higher value. In addition, there is also a one-stop sales service, which sells and purchases equipment in bulk for big customers, and large organizations. The commission is reduced from 5% to 2 or 3%. The specific ratio depends on the transaction fee. One-stop service is very much to Li Yun's appetite. He has too much equipment, and asking him to auction one by one will waste a lot of his time. Moreover, the price may not be suitable, and the loss may be huge. Li Yun chose this kind of service. Under the guidance of a beautiful Protoss girl, he came to the single-person trading room, in front of the special trading equipment, and just put the items in the package that he wanted to sell into the equipment. Li Yun thought about it, and took out 9 pieces of legendary equipment with average attributes below level 20, about 80 pieces of rare gold equipment, and some skill book pages, all of which were consigned for sale at 853. The Protoss girl looked surprised. It was the first time she saw a human player offering so many advanced equipment for sale. Li Yun arranged the sale, and then spent 4,000 black crystals to buy 100 grid parcels. Search the high-grade gemstone essence on the search page, it is really in stock, 3,000 to 3,500 black crystals, there are 5 in total. Without hesitation, Li Yun photographed all of them, and spent a total of 16,000 black crystals. Li Yun didn't have any high-level energy essence, which made Li Yun a little depressed and casually asked the Protoss girl, Do you know where you can get high-level energy Emperor essence? I know. The Protoss girl said, demons or alien visitors with 3 stars or higher, and secret bosses may also drop. That's right. Li Yun immediately got excited. Level 30, you can enter the secret realm, get some high-level energy essence, and get out the pet giant Hydra as soon as possible. Take Zhuang Tingting and bid farewell to Wu Wanghua and others. Before leaving, Wei gave Li Yun a black card, saying that it was a kind of voucher, and after showing it, he could buy real good things from wandering merchants of different races. Wandering businessman Li Yun heard that they are usually visitors from other lands, and there are many races. The more well-known ones are Shining, Ktuk, Treant, and Elemental. Li Yun also couldn't understand why the Protoss seemed to be more enthusiastic about him. Could it be because of the profession of the ancient godchild? After leaving the auction house, Li Yun was in a very good mood. He had risen to level 30 in just a few days, and his combat power exploded, so terrifying that he couldn't believe it. There is a saying called no ji tai lai. Li Yun hid in Tibet in the last days, suffered a lot, and finally achieved what he is today. If he didn't have the courage, Li Yun might have died on the way to escape, and it would be impossible to have 100 times luck system, without him now. I took the auctioned items from the mailbox and used 100 slot bags, expanding the total bag capacity to 450 boxes. Seeing that it's still early, and it's not yet the agreed time for the Boulder Heights dungeon, Li Yun is going to take Zhuang Tingting to improve her level. As for the Boulder Heights dungeon, Li Yun just wanted to experience it. Once it exceeds level 30, it will be impossible to enter again. Li Yun doesn't want to leave any regrets. There should be a lot of mutated snakes and other mutated beasts in the East Lake that haven't been cleaned up, so you can go there and sweep them away. Level 31 requires 5 times as much experience as level 30, so Li Yun is not worried about leveling up immediately. Pulling Zhuang Tingting on the mount, Li Yun went out of the city with ease, and some players outside the city were already forming a team to clean up the scattered zombies. In a place where no one was around, Li Yun took out a giant Hydra pet egg to put on the ground, and took out a high-grade gem essence to hatch. Ding! Do you want to consume the essence of high-grade gems to hatch the pet giant Hydra? Yes. The high-grade gem essence is adsorbed on the surface of the thigh-high pet egg, melting and shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ding! The hatching progress of pet egg advanced gem essence is 10%. One has only 10% progress, it seems that almost 10 are needed to unlock the gem essence incubation progress. Li Yun absorbed the remaining 4 high-level gem essences into the pet egg, increasing the hatching progress to 50%. Looking at the giant Hydra pet egg whose overall hatching progress was more than half, Li Yun's eyes were fiery, and he wished to hatch it immediately, and take a look at the attributes and skills of the ancient holy god pet. Zhuang Tingting quietly watched Li Yun's operation from the side. This is a mysterious man with unfathomable strength and endless unknown cards. The pet egg that made her feel depressed even before it hatched, must be another big weapon for him. However, in the last days, the stronger one can live, the longer she can live. Of course, she hopes that Li Yun will become stronger. Li Yun put away the pet eggs, and led Zhuang Tingting to drive to the shore of East Lake. To be honest, it is really a great joy in life to ride the wind with a beauty. Before the end of the world, a fool like him would never enjoy it. Ding! Li Yun requests to team up with you. Zhuang Tingting froze for a moment, then smiled and agreed to Li Yun's request to form a team. Li Yun slowed down his mount and looked for the sightseeing boat from last night along the shore of the lake. Zhuang Tingting looked around curiously. She hadn't been out of the city in recent years, and she felt novelty about everything in the wild. Suddenly, she saw a mutated monster that suffocated her climbed out from behind an overturned landscape tree, raised its head and stared at her. She immediately learned the monster attributes. Mutated lizard. Level, LV26. 40,000. Mana, 1,800. 9:1450-1730. Skill, bite with sharp teeth, an instant burst of bite damage of 200% of attack power, and continue to cause bleeding damage of 150% of attack power in the next 10 seconds. Skill, spray poison, the poison causes 120% attack power damage, and causes paralysis. The speed is reduced by 60%, lasting for 2 seconds. Explanation: mutant lizards have a special preference for biological flesh and blood, and have strong aggressive and paralyzing toxins. Before Zhuang Tingting could make a sound, the mutated lizard opened its mouth wide, ready to spew out a ball of green toxin. Heaven's fury! A calm voice came from the ear, and a bright and soft huge beam of light miraculously descended in the eyes, instantly covering the mutated lizard that was about to activate its skills. -189,000. As if the mutated lizard had been hit hard, a huge blood-colored injury appeared above its head, and it was smashed to the ground, dead beyond measure. At the same time, a piece of rare equipment glowing with golden light fell from the mutated lizard. Ding! Congratulations to the player who killed the mutant lizard and gained 3,200 experience. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining the ordinary staff, 100 times luck is activated, the item level is +2, and the rare item charged battle staff is obtained. 11. Chapter 78. A white light flashed on Zhuang Tingting's body, obviously she had upgraded. After all, the more you kill monsters at level 18, the reward experience will almost double. With such a high superimposed experience, it is strange not to level up. Li Yun, it's dead. It's necessary. It doesn't make sense for me to kill it. That seems to have dropped a piece of rare equipment. Then what are you doing in a daze? Pick it up, keep it if you can use it, throw it in the auction house if you can't use it, and exchange some black crystals to subsidize the family. Li Yun smiled and patted the back of the dazed woman in front of him, signaling her to get off the horse and pick up the equipment. Zhuang Tingting gave Li Yun a shy look, and then went forward to pick up the equipment. Wow! Li Yun, a 26th level rare staff, the attributes are very good, and it also comes with a mana recovery skill, the best of the mage. It is estimated that it can sell at least 10,000 black crystals. Li Yun smiled and said, "You know the market very well. If you want to change your profession to a mage, you can keep it for yourself. If you don't want to change your profession to a mage, you can sell it for money." I see. Zhuang Tingting smiled like a flower, and stomped on Li Yun's monocular shock. After picking up the equipment, Zhuang Tingting returned to the mount, looking in a good mood. Li Yun continued to move forward, and found a sightseeing boat swaying with the waves under the pillars of a viewing platform extending from the shore. The two jumped into the boat a few meters away from the shore, and Li Yun stepped on the pedal to start the boat and headed towards the lake. Heaven's fury! -545,000. -3.25 million. -12,055. Li Yun looked at Zhuang Tingting sitting on the crossbar opposite her comfortably. How could she be so beautiful? How could her curve be so good? It was really pleasing to the eye. The huge pillar of holy light kept smashing into the water, and a jaw-dropping super high damage floated up from time to time on the water surface. 10 minutes later, Zhuang Tingting was promoted to the 14th level. Xiaonazai was very happy to be promoted, and she kept doing seductive moves on the opposite side. This is absolutely unbearable. The surrounding waters and the skyline. Li Yun is about to make some moves after releasing a wrath of heaven. Clang! There was a sound, and I don't know what was killed underwater, and a green light suddenly appeared on the surface of the water. Hey! Li Yun sat up straight. Sacred items have been released. He looked sideways into the lake. Hurry up, go into the water to fish. Zhuang Tingting took off her shirt and was ready to go into the water. Hey! You are dying, do you know how deep the lake is? Li Yun stood up. Zhuang Tingting pulled her long hair up, stood on the strings of the boat and smiled at Li Yun, then jumped up, drew a graceful arc, dived into the clear lake water and dived quickly, shadowy like a mermaid. Enough! Don't be afraid of being eaten by underwater monsters. Li Yun thought about it, and swung his sword to release the wrath of heaven to prevent a monster from diving out of the water to eat her. By then, the body would not be found, so there would be no resurrection. At the same time, he flipped through the system prompts. Congratulations to the player for killing the injured Murloc King and gaining 50,000 experience. Since the player leapfrogged the kill, he will gain 25,000 reward experience. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the energy essence of the Murloc King, activating 100 times luck, item level +2, and obtaining the super energy essence of the Murloc King. There were still some odds and ends. Li Yun didn't have the mind to look down, his attention was all focused on the super energy essence. Can this item be used for the hatching of giant hydras? Li Yun sat in the cabin, wondering. After dozens of seconds, the green light disappeared. Wow! There was a sound of water beside the boat, and a beautiful woman's head appeared. She was lying on the side of the boat with a smile. I picked up something, how are you going to reward me? Li Yun stretched out his hand and pulled Zhuang Tingting onto the boat with all his strength. He hugged his hands and lowered his head. Well! There was a sound in the cabin, and soon the sightseeing boat began to shake on the water surface, and the waves rippled round and round. Some terrified mutant beasts looked at the boat from a distance, and quickly dived into the bottom of the lake. This place is too dangerous, so let's leave from the space crack at the bottom of the lake. After a long time, the clouds and rain stopped. Li Yun took out the pet egg, and brought the super energy essence of the Murloc King close to the pet egg. Ding! Yu Haoang requests to join your team. At this moment, someone sent an invitation to form a team and interrupted Li Yun's actions. FK. Li Yun angrily clicked the team application sent by Yu Haoang. Ding! Yu Haoang requests to join your team. Li Yun clicked on the team application again. Ding! Yu Haoang requests to join your team. Li Yun turned off the team formation switch, and the world was clean. It was the handsome man on the 4th floor of the Emperor's Pavilion. How did he come to find him? Forget it, ignore him. Li Yun continued to paste the super energy essence of the Murloc King on the pet egg. Ding! Do you want to consume the super energy essence of the Murloc King to hatch pet eggs? Yes. Li Yun is decisive. 57%, 65%, 78%, 89%, 100%. Ding! The pet egg's advanced energy essence has been fully absorbed, and the current overall hatching progress is 75%. At this time, the surface texture of the pet egg became clearer, and the creatures inside seemed to be a little impatient, and there were soft gurgling sounds from time to time in the eggshell. Although the attributes of the giant hydra cannot be seen yet, Li Yun can feel its extraordinariness from the performance of the egg. Looking at the time, it was almost time to download the dungeon. Li Yun put away the pet eggs. Half an hour later, Li Yun sent Zhuang Tingting back to the city, and then went to the auction house to search for the essence of high-grade gemstones, and got another essence. Li Yun didn't want to continue waiting like this, and directly released the acquisition information, purchasing 4 high-grade gem essences at a high price of 3,500 black crystals each. 0. Time was running out, and when we left the exchange, Li Yun asked Lin Xin where she was, and she replied that she downloaded the copy in Westfall, which was just right. Li Yun summoned a ghostly skeleton warhorse and headed straight to Westfall. In front of the dungeon collection stone, Yu Haoang chatted happily with several beautiful players, without any embarrassment on his face after being rejected by Li Yun. Lei Lai and Gong Lina stood nearby with helpless wry smiles on their faces. That handsome young man who didn't look like a human being was so powerful that he drove away all the nearby players, and directly booked the dungeon assembly stone by himself. Lei Lai and the others stepped forward to argue, but they were forced to lie down with one move, and ordered to stand aside by the young man. The ordinary players were all scared of being beaten, and they all hid in the distance secretly watching, and no one dared to come forward to download the instance. Li Yun was out of the city, and just remembered that the skills at level 30 seemed to have not been learned yet. Click on the skill tree to see what new skills are available. There are 2 new skills. Condemnation Divine Word. Cost, 100 mana. Increases damage taken by enemies within 50 yards by 50% for 10, plus level *10%, seconds. Enemies affected by Word of Conviction deal 25% less damage and 80% less speed. God Bombardment. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Summons Divine Strike, which smashes 10 powerful orbs of divine energy on the area near you, dealing a total of 5000% weapon damage to enemies within 30 yards of the hit area. The bombardment range of divine energy is 200, plus level *5, yards, and the divine energy ball is controllable within the bombardment range. Li Yun did not hesitate to learn the 2 skills. Chapter 79. Condemnation Divine Language, similar to domain skills, increases the damage of one's own side by 50%, and has an extremely powerful restrictive effect on the enemy, reducing the damage of the enemy by 25%, and slowing down the speed by 80%. It is simply a real magic skill. Divine Energy Bombardment. Li Yun didn't know what to say, a large-scale group attack skill with a strike range of more than 300 yards. And the 10 magic balls within the range are controllable, that is to say, they can scatter strikes or aggregate strikes. If they all hit the target in the same area, the damage will be insane, a total of 50 times the weapon damage. It is unimaginable. Li Yun wanted to try the power of the Divine Bombardment skill. When he glanced around, there was a damaged building tens of meters away on the left. In front of the building was a group of players of more than 10 levels, fighting fiercely with a mutant mouse. God can bombard. Li Yun's ancient sword swung forward, and he seemed to be out of his body in an instant, condescendingly looking down at the ground within 350,000 yards below. The 10 divine energy balls are controlled by the heart, and can hit any area within the range at any time. Li Yun directly locked onto the mutated mouse, and with a thought, he manipulated a ball of divine energy to drop it down in the air. Call. A huge dark golden divine energy ball fell from the sky, and instantly hit the mutated mouse's head. Boom! There was a big explosion when the dark golden divine energy ball hit the ground, and the dark golden flames instantly ignited in that area. 360000. A blood-red wound appeared above the mutated rat's head, and the dead body was directly burned to ashes in the dark golden flame. Awesome! Li Yun was silently speechless. 10 volleys of divine energy balls like this can add up to 3.6 million damage. If there is a critical strike, the proper damage is calculated by the root. At this moment, Li Yun had some confidence to deal with 3-star and above demons or foreign villains. It is said that the blood volume of 3-star demons is in tens of millions. Bang bang bang! Li Yun scattered and dropped the remaining 9 magic balls at the same time, eliminating zombies and mutant beasts in 9 different directions. Li Yun was in a very good mood, and this good mood was maintained until near the collection stone of the instance. The ghost skeleton fighting Ma Tai drew the wind. Li Yun hurried to the meeting stone to put away his mount, and walked forward to avoid being surrounded by crowds. It's too overbearing, why don't you let us play a copy? That young man is too strong, what can he do if he can't beat you? Yet, others obviously kept their hands, otherwise what if they kill you? It's good to save your life. A group of players spoke indignantly there, which was heard by Li Yun. And in the front, there are more players in groups of 3 or 4. They don't level up, they don't play dungeons, and they are all talking about it. The content of what they said was similar, and the expressions were mostly angry and helpless. Li Yun walked while listening like this, and soon came to the front, took a look, raised his legs and continued walking. Hey, brother, don't go there, there's a lunatic over there, he'll beat anyone he sees. There was a sound of advice from the player behind him. It's okay, that lunatic can't beat me up. Li Yun responded indifferently. The man was taken aback when he heard Li Yun's answer, and said, Brother, don't go up and beat up you, a blank paladin. You dare not go there until you see so many people. Although human beings in the last days are bound to have disputes, many surviving people will be more united. When the man saw Li Yun going up to deliver a beating, he couldn't help but remind him. Just a mindless lunatic. Li Yun finished speaking calmly, and walked directly towards the dungeon collection stone without any hesitation. Brother. The man wanted to say more, but was stopped by his teammates. Let him get beaten. Some people can't see the reality clearly. They always think that they are awesome. If they bump into more walls, they will understand. The teammate said coldly. You can never stop a person who wants to pretend, especially the one who thinks he is the best. Hum. With Li Yun's eyesight, he could see at a glance that the so-called crazy youth was Qin Haoang. Not long ago he joined the team and applied to call you dead, but before he settled the score with him, he even came here to show off his might. Get some interest first. God can bombard. Li Yun raised the ancient sword in his hand and swung it forward. Hey! Brother Li Yun! Yu Haoang also saw Li Yun swinging his sword at this moment, and waved at him stinkingly from a distance. Damn it! He said that a lunatic can't beat him up, so the two of them know each other. The person who comforted Li Yun before felt like a FG dog. The other nearby people who saw the scene just now also cursed Li Yun from the bottom of their hearts. He is simply a king, too JB to pretend. And at the next moment, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Hey! Li Yun looked forward, with the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. A huge magic ball in sight directly hit Yu Haoang, who was waving. Minus 20,500. The dark golden flames were steaming there, and a damage force of more than 20,000 floated out of the flames. Damn, what a high defense! Li Yun muttered to himself. Just now, the mutated rat shot cost 360,000 yuan. Although there is a factor of 300% damage bonus from the demon system, it should be 120,000 yuan as a benchmark for hitting people. Now it is only more than 20,000 yuan. Obviously the equipment is very good and the defense is super high, the difference is really too big, and Yu Haoang is completely defenseless. A pitch-black figure rushed out of the flames, and rushed back to Li Yun's side at high speed. Think close, think beautiful. Li Yun manipulated the magic ball and smashed it at the figure. Boom! Minus 12,100. Another ball of divine energy hit the figure, and the figure was thrown away in the flames, causing another injury. It's only 12,000, and it can be seen that Yu Haoang has activated his defensive skills. Li Yun, stop! Yu Haoang rushed out of the flames in embarrassment, and continued to rush towards this side. FK. 30,000 blood is still alive and kicking, that guy is so strong. The later one was even more powerful. Have you ever seen the ability to continuously hit people hundreds of meters away? The gods are fighting, so awesome. Li Yun stared at Yu Haoang, stopped, only believe in you, only those who lie down are good people. With a thought, the rest of the gods smashed Yu Haoang like a cannonball. Minus 13,400. Miss. Minus 11,600. 2.9. Stop. You really want to kill. Minus 12,800. Miss. Minus 13,500. FK. Yu Haoang took out a bottle of potion and drank it with his head raised. Plus 40,000. Another giant ball of divine energy hit him. Minus 92,400. A bloody crit burst out from above his head, he fell head first to the ground, and a large number of items were exploded. Boom! 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 One green and three orange beams of light rushed straight into the air. Killed. Damn. Did you agree to be friends? In the world of gods, there is a disagreement, you die. The hundreds of people around were dumbfounded. Yu Haoang, who beat everyone invincibly, was directly killed by Li Yun, who came later. Chapter 80. Such a scene surprised the team, who first reminded Li Yun not to go up and get beaten. It's unbelievable, that young man who counts 1 as 100 was beaten to death by him. Isn't he a paladin in a blank suit? How could he have such a powerful skill, dealing more than 20,000 damage? It's really powerful. Such a strong person reminds me of the player riding a mount that I saw on the city wall last night. They are all very powerful. That's a real boss. We all misjudged him. He has returned to the basics. He doesn't need the light of his equipment. He is a legend in his own right. The eyes of these people were full of shock, and the person who spoke up first even wanted to go to see Li Yun. You must know that their level is only about 20, and they have never seen the so-called top masters. Li Yun's strength made them admire him a little bit, and felt that a real strong man should be just like him and not care about the opinions of ordinary people. Li Yun was slightly taken aback, but he didn't expect 4 pieces of advanced equipment to explode from Yu Haoang 23's body. With a movement of his feet, he quickly came to the exploded items, and took all the items into his bag. The killing intent of the night. Suit sword. Requirement level, 25. Li Yun couldn't help laughing when he saw the newly picked up sacred equipment in the bag. Isn't this the set sword that he sold to Yu Haoang? Well, it exploded back again. Look at the other 3 pieces of legendary equipment, the legendary helmet at level 27, the legendary gloves at level 26, and the legendary belt at level 27. All attributes are enhanced by +8. It's a pity that the equipment is limited to the thief profession, and Li Yun can't equip it. Li Yun glared at Yu Haoang, who fell to the ground, but he didn't expect him to be a thief. He should choose a paladin profession, a group with a high degree of compatibility. Sure. Lei Lai marveled at the collection stone of the dungeon. Brother Li Yun, I am really convinced. An opponent of this level will kill as soon as he wants, without any scruples. President, look quickly, Mr. Li Yun, what is he doing? Gong Lina said in surprise. The next moment, Lei Lai's eyes widened. Li Yun thought about it on the spot, stepped back for a certain distance, and began to release skills at Shi Haoang. Resurrection. The phantom of the angel reappeared, covering Yu Haoang on the ground. 5 seconds later, Yu Haoang sat up from the ground in a daze. Holy flame cut. Li Yun slashed at Yu Haoang, who was in a dazed state, and the holy flame swept across his body. -67,500. Yu Haoang, who was dissatisfied with his blood volume, had more than 60,000 bloody injuries on his head, and lay down again with innocent eyes. Keng keng. From the same place, 2 orange lights shot up into the sky. Too cruel. Seeing this scene, Lei Lai shuddered, and thought to himself, Brother Li Yun really exploded. He even resurrected a person before killing him. The young man who met Li Yun was really bad luck for 8 lifetimes. Hiss. Heartbroken to that boss once. Heartache twice. Wow, my handsome guy's hair is all burnt, that you have the guts to torture me. From such a distance, Li Yun could hear the inhalation and shouts from the crowd behind. He was unmoved. Yu Haoang was ruthless. He always felt unsafe if he didn't expose his equipment, and he would kill him again later. It should be almost done. Go forward and collect the dropped equipment items. A level 27 legendary chest armor, a level 28 legendary boots. Concocted according to the law, Li Yun rubbed his hands together and began to revive Yu Haoang. Whip the corpse to whitewash. I like it. Damn it. The boss has no friends. This kind of relentless pursuit is absolute killing. Who dares to provoke such a big brother? The chrysanthemum is broken, the buttocks are full of injuries, your equipment is finished. Save some panties. Yu Haoang opened his eyes and shouted at the attacking Xin Yan as if resigned to his fate. Boom! A pair of legendary trousers exploded from his body, and a beam of light shot up into the sky with a bang. At this moment, there was a wave of space fluctuation, and a team of 5 players teleport from the dungeon appeared beside Yu Haoang. FK. Legendary equipment. A player in the team exclaimed and moved his hand, and the orange beam of light disappeared from everyone's eyes. Hand it over. Li Yun looked at the player speaking coldly. The one who took away the legendary pants was a thief wearing a red hood. He didn't respond to Li Yun's words, and was obviously looking at the equipment attributes. It can be seen that his breathing suddenly became rapid. Obviously the attributes of this legendary trousers made him forget everything else. Li Yun, are you here? At this moment, Lin Xin suddenly came out from behind a tall young soldier, and said shyly. Yeah. Li Yun responded, looked at her and said, come to my side. Lin Xin was about to take a step forward, but was pulled back by the tall young soldier. He stared at Li Yun with bad eyes, and said coldly, who are you? What do you want to do? He was already extremely dissatisfied with the thieves stealing equipment, and now he was being criticized again. Li Yun didn't like the people in this team very much. He glanced at the soldier's hand on Lin Xin's shoulder again, and suddenly became angry for no reason. Li Yun made a move. Bleeding and cutting. With a wave of the ancient sword in his hand, a fan-shaped scarlet energy swept out 240. 56160. The energy wave swept across the warrior, a bloody injury flew out of his head, fell to the ground dead with a thud, and some equipment exploded. Snort. Li Yun snorted coldly at the soldiers who fell to the ground. My woman, you dare to move around, you are looking for death. Turning his gaze, he looked at Lin Xin next to him, but saw that she was extremely frightened, obviously at a loss, and knelt down in front of the soldier. Elder brother. A suppressed scream suddenly spit out from Lin Xin's mouth. Li Yun froze for a moment, his heart skipped a beat. I'll go and kill my brother-in-law, because of his thick skin, his face is a little hot at the moment. Li Yun took a few steps forward, came closer, patted Lin Xin on the shoulder and said. Lin Xin, get up and let me rescue your brother. Lin Xin suddenly raised Luo's rainy face, can you save me? Can. Li Yun asked Lin Xin to step aside, and he began to rub his hands to release the resurrection technique. The thief's eyes were rolling. He had seen Li Yun kill the fighter with the highest blood volume in their team in seconds with one move. He was definitely no match for him. Seeing Li Yun release his skills, he immediately activated his acceleration skills and ran out. Run there! Li Yun hadn't even opened his mouth when Lei Lai flashed his figure not far away and rushed out, intercepting the thief fiercely, maiming him with a few axes, and walking back after he picked it up. Chapter 81. The phantom of the angel suddenly shrank, and brother Lin Xin was pulled up by Li Yun. Feeling a little embarrassed, Li Yun left here directly to deal with the thief. Li Yun came to the front of the thieves and said coldly. My patience is limited, and I don't have much mana. I can resurrect you once. You stand still. If you die this time and the thing doesn't explode, you have another chance. If it doesn't explode again, it will be buried with you. The thief opened his mouth. Li Yun couldn't help him, and directly stabbed him with a sword. Minus 14,500. A bloody injury appeared above the thief's head, and he was directly hacked to death. Clang! The orange beam of light soared into the sky, and even exploded the legendary pants. Save me a little mana. After Li Yun finished speaking, he picked up the legendary pants, turned and walked towards Yu Haoang. Standing in front of Yu Haoang, Li Yun thought for a while, the one who came down from the 5th floor of the Emperor's Pavilion is still a bit mysterious, come here and listen to what he has to say. Buzz. Yu Haoang was revived again under the resurrection technique. As soon as he was resurrected, he hugged the bottom tightly. Be convinced, don't kill any more, if you kill the bottom, you will explode. Seeing that he showed no sign of making a move, Li Yun also stopped. Because I want to download a dungeon, you blocked the dungeon, and I killed you, do you have any objection? Li Yun said to him coldly. Yu Haoang said, I don't have an opinion, if it were me, I would kill it too. He was really scared by Li Yun's style of killing at the slightest disagreement. Death is really not a good experience. Now that he has no equipment on him, what can he do if he doesn't admit it? That's good. Li Yun said, don't be so stupid next time, you can figure out all the dungeons. Actually, I blocked the dungeon to find you, and our Emperor Pavilion wants to cooperate with you to develop the city building token. The arranger asked Lei Lai and Wu Zixu and they didn't tell you your whereabouts. Knowing that you have passed the holy dungeon, I had no choice but to come to the dungeon to make some noise and try my luck. I didn't expect to be abused so badly by you before I even spoke. I'm so pitiful that all my blonde hair is gone. How can I meet my little sweets? I've never seen a man as narcissistic as you. Li Yun frowned and said, I'll talk about the development of the city building token later, I'm going to download the dungeon first. Yu Haoang said anxiously, build the city as soon as possible, otherwise there will be a catastrophe for human beings, please take it to heart. Li Yun was shocked in his heart, but said calmly, naturally, a tall person will take care of such a big matter. You should pay more attention to how to go back in your underwear. Look. Yu Haoang said shyly, this is just a misunderstanding, can I return my equipment? Li Yun said lightly, if you think too much, it's all my spoils. I pay for it. Yu Haoang gritted his teeth and said, one piece of legendary black crystal is 200,000 yuan, and the other piece is sacred 400,000 yuan, a total of 1.6 million yuan. I will trade it with you. As soon as these words came out, Lei Lai, Lin Xin and others standing around were all moved. 1.6 million black crystals, this value is really terrifying. Not for sale. Li Yun said, I will use this reserve price to hang it in the auction house later, and you can buy it yourself. Yu Haoang is completely at a loss, Li Yun won't get in, and won't give him any chance to turn things around, so today's loss seems to be settled. The next best thing. Then how about it, sell me the pants, 250,000 black crystals. Yu Haoang said dejectedly. Can. Li Yun thought for a while, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, he agreed to his request. Ding! Yu Haoang requests a deal with you. Li Yun agreed to the deal, watching the opposite side put 250,000 black crystals, and he put on a pair of level 20 magic pants. He opened his mouth and said, don't refuse the deal, or I will continue to kill, and the money will burst out in the end. What kind of dungeon do you have to make with 1.6 million black crystals, right? Yu Haoang's face turned grey, and he swore angrily, I swear, I would rather deal with demons than you in the future. What a long-winded fart, hurry up and make a deal. Ding! You got 250,000 black crystal coins. Li Yun glanced at the backpack, there were 1,185,340 black crystal coins, and he immediately smiled, feeling good. Looking at the blue magic pants that suddenly appeared on Yu Haoang's body, and the proud chicken thief on Li Yun's face, everyone still didn't understand what happened. Black. It's too dark. The stone will blow out 2 ounces of oil, you real wolf. It's really more devil than devil. Lei Lai, Gong Lina, Lin Xin and her brother looked at Li Yun and felt that he was indeed a devil in some way. In particular, Lin Xin's brother was a little bit annoyed with Li Yun at first, but now seeing his methods, she puts away her bad thoughts again and again, and really can't play with him. When the matter came to an end, Ji Yun was typing on the regional channel. The Sacred Dungeon of Boulder Highland is opened, 3 = 2, it's guaranteed. Each person who comes here will pay 10,000 black crystals, and the equipment will be auctioned by the gold group. The number of places is limited, please sign up quickly. As soon as this news came out, there was obviously a riot in the player group. What? The sacred copy of Boulder Heights, it's been included, is there a mistake? Idiots are dreaming, just form a team to open a gold group and want to clear the sacred copy of the Boulder Highlands, thinking that it is a fairy descending from the earth. Brother, let's look at the speaker first. It's Li Yun, the first person to clear the Holy Spirit dungeon of dead minds. He said that there must be great hope for him to pass. As soon as Li Yun's name was mentioned, the doubts immediately became much smaller. It seems that this name has an incredible power, giving people a strong and invincible image. A strongman who has been on the global broadcast twice is naturally extraordinary. It's just that most people think that kind of person is far away from them. Now that this kind of person appears beside them, the shock caused is very strong. Almost in a moment, Li Yun's team channel was swiped. Ding! Yu Haoang requests to join the team. Ding! Wang Baiye requests to join the team. Ding! Situ Lan asked to join the team. Ding! Murong Xiao requests to join the team. Li Yun was not picky, so he chose Murong Xiao to join the team, and then stopped for a while on Yu Haoang's name, and chose Situ Lan to join the team. The people who join the team trade me 10,000 black crystals, money first. Murong Xiao is a beautiful woman with a delicate figure. She knew she was a priest when she saw the equipment. After entering the team, she said happily, "Boss Li Yun, you are my idol, please help me sign the equipment later." However, after seeing Li Yun's level, he was obviously taken aback, and it turned out to be level 30, no wonder he is so powerful. You must know that she is only level 23, and Li Yun's level is calculated based on general experience, which is nearly 3 months behind. Oh! Chapter 82. Li Yun is so cute, dear. Situ Lan is actually a wealthy female paladin of the 1000 Kati level, with good facial features, fair skin but fat. The level is 26, which is not too low, and it is estimated that it is also a temporary team. But it is really too fat. Li Yun choked speechlessly. The person was chosen by himself, and he had to finish the copy with tears in his eyes. The two of you came here to trade 10,000 black crystals, including a sacred dungeon. Li Yun calmed down and said calmly. Both of them stepped forward to trade 10,000 black crystals. Later, Li Yun also signed his name on Murong Xiaoxio's weapon. At this moment, Situ Lan asked with bright eyes, "Cute Li Yun, haven't the other two come yet? Could it be that you're going to bring the two of us to the dungeon? What is this called? Don't think I don't understand the meaning of that word. I didn't expect to be molested by a fat girl." Li Yun ignored Situ Lan and shouted directly. "Lin Xin, join the group." "Lei Lai, who do you arrange for?" "Gong Lina." Lei Lai replied. "All right, Li Yun will go to the dungeon assembly stone with the two female groups." Yu Haoang stood in front of the assembly stone at this time, and asked quietly. "Li Yun, why didn't you choose me? I was the first 363 to join the group." "I'm not interested in men." Li Yun replied with a straight face. "Handsome guy, I'm interested in men, I choose you." Situ Lan looked excited, drooling at the shirtless Yu Haoang. "Vomit." Yu Haoang turned his head and left. Then, a faint voice floated out of his mouth, "Li Yun, you are so heavy." Heaven's fury! The huge pillar of holy light almost hit the ground by brushing Yu Haoang's heels as he fled at high speed. "You run fast." Li Yun spat on the ground. Li Yun chose the sacred level Boulder Heights dungeon, the green light door flickered, and a group of people disappeared in front of the dungeon assembly stone, leaving only a large group of envious and jealous eyes outside. "Welcome to challenge the sacred dungeon Boulder Heights." A system prompt sounded in people's ears, and the figures of Li Yun and 5 people appeared in the copy. Ah! What a magnificent Stonehenge! It's completely different from ordinary Boulder Highlands. How can such a beautiful and bright place be a sacred copy of horror? After the 4 female team members came in, they chattered non-stop. 3 women in one play, 4 would go to heaven. Li Yun didn't plan to spend much time in this instance, although the Stonehenge does look spectacular. God can bombard. The observation range of 350 yards is extremely wide, and there is a layer of fog outside the dungeon area, which cannot detect nearly a group of monsters within the area. They look like golden long-tailed monkeys, but they are very tall, 3 to 4 meters high, holding sharp spears nearly 10 feet long in their hands, with sharp teeth and wide mouths. Boom! A ball of divine energy smashed directly into the group of giant monkey monsters. Minus 285,000. Minus 18,975. Minus 270,000. From God's perspective, bloody damage surged up in that area, and 9 giant monkey monsters were instantly killed. Ding! Congratulations to the player who killed the Boulder Lurker and gained 12,700 experience. Ding! Congratulations to the player who killed the Boulder Lurker and gained 12,700 experience. With a thought, Li Yun threw the rest of the magic balls at the surrounding Boulder Lurkers. More intensive system prompts sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the player for killing. Almost in a moment, all the Boulder Lurkers within the strike range of the skill were wiped out. Hush! MMM. Lin Xin and Murong Zioxio's bodies flashed white light, and they both upgraded. The difficulty of the sacred dungeon is super high, and the income is naturally super high, and the experience is at least 10 times that of the normal dungeon. This time, the level of monsters in the dungeon is not lower than level 27. The 2 of them have lower levels, and they enjoy experience bonuses, so it is not surprising to upgrade. Li Yun is amazing. Oh my god! What kind of skill is this, meteorite falling from the sky? Ah! We just upgraded, without even seeing the face of the monster. Boss Li Yun has become stronger again. Several girls said in shock. It was so shocking, I didn't even see the face of the monster, but I saw the dark gold energy ball falling into the Stonehenge, and then the prompts for gaining experience began to refresh the screen. Shocked, the women turned their gazes to Li Yun one after another. I saw that Li Yun was very calm, walking forward with easy steps, looking at the boulders on both sides, as if he was watching the scenery instead of observing the enemy's situation. This man is really strong. Such thoughts suddenly appeared in the hearts of the girls. Although Li Yun is level 30, where is this place? The Holy Dungeon, you can go sightseeing here, and the strong attitude is fully revealed. Heaven's fury! Although Li Yun was admiring the surrounding boulders of various shapes, he was relentless towards the monsters that appeared. Huge pillars of holy light jumped up on various boulders, and there were constant injuries floating around. Minus 274,000. Number 1.95 million. Minus 2.05 million. The holy light flickered, and all the monsters died as soon as they exposed their heads, and they fell to the ground with a bang 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 sound. There are even more equipment of different colors popping out on the ground. 666, this is the strongest man I have ever seen. Such a man is perfect. This is too strong. The boss is the boss, this damage is even more exaggerated than the last death mine. Witnessing how Li Yun dealt with monsters like this, the women's eyes widened. The monsters here are all saint-level monsters, and they also secretly saw the blood, none of which is less than 50,000, at least they are elite monsters outside, but they feel so fragile in Ji Chu's hands. After Li Yun cleaned up the group of monsters, he glanced at the fallen equipment items. There are 7 or 8 pieces of equipment lying on the ground, and one of them exudes a bright gold color. Li Yun stepped forward and picked up the equipment. Battle Staff of Insight. Rare Staff, 2-handed, Mage only. 115.6 damage/second. 95 to 106 damage. 1.0 attack speed. Plus 16 to 20 fire damage. Plus 205 intelligence plus 194 physical strength. All skill cooldowns are reduced by 6%. Level requirement -6. 55-65. Requires level 27. Li Yun can't use the mage's things, and the grade is only rare, but it makes the women in the team short of breath. Li Yun glanced at Lin Xin's level, 21 was just right, and greeted her, "Lin Xin, come here and get the equipment." Lin Xin shyly took away the equipment, and the next moment a radiant magic staff appeared in her hand. Situ Lan was a little unhappy. "Boss Li Yun, didn't you say Jin Tuan, why didn't she give money?" Li Yun said coldly, "She is my woman." After a pause, he continued, "There is no next question, or I will kick you out of the team." "Well." Situ Lan was dumbfounded, and looked at Lin Xin with complicated eyes. Chapter 83. Li Yun didn't care about the little thoughts of the women, and changed the pickup mode to rare grade free pickup. "Lin Xin, you will pick up items below the rare level." Li Yun said, "The rest of you can directly trade with Lin Xin if you need them." Heaven's Fury. Summon God's Servant. God's Mercy. -256,000. -383,000. -185,000. Sweeping all the way, Li Yun soon came to a large platform, and the number 1 gatekeeper boss was standing in the middle of the platform. The Lost Chieftain, Boss. Level, LV30. M480000. 14,000. 9, 4134-950. Ability, Deadly Throw. Ability, Powerful Tendon Breaking. Ability, Summon Lurker Elite. Property, Thick Skin, reduces damage received by 40%. Li Yun simply glanced at the boss attribute, and the backhand was a powerful skill. God can bombard. A series of magic balls hit the chief in the middle of the platform. -136,000. -143,000. -132,000. The chief took 2 steps in a daze, and his blood volume had already been emptied. How could I die?" The chief struggled and said something long-winded, and fell headlong on the platform. Boom! A bunch of items dropped from the chieftain. Clang! Clang! 2 beams of light, 1 green and 1 orange, soared into the sky. Ding! Congratulations to the player who killed the boss and gained 45,000 experience. Ding! Congratulations on getting a rare ring, 100 times luck is activated, item level +2, and the sacred item Chieftain's Ring. Ding! Congratulations on getting the rare skill book, 100 times luck is activated, item level +1 to get the legendary skill Ice Shen. Li Yun stepped forward and took Chieftain's Ring and ice armor into his bag. There are 2 rare pieces of equipment on the ground, as well as some other magic items, waiting for Lin Xin to come over and let her pick them up and dispose of them. The Ring of the Chief. Holy Ring. Main attribute. Plus 230 intelligence, plus 240 physical strength. Increases the duration of summons by 200%. Critical strike chance increased by 3.5%. Plus 10% increased health. Plus 216 armor. The duration of controlling restriction effects is reduced by 18%. Hole 1. 35-45. Requires level 30. After being transferred to the ancient god Sun, Li Yun found that his main attribute is very unclear. The 3 attributes of strength, agility, and intelligence will all have a bonus effect on the damage of the character, and there is no obvious distinction between them. He removed another level 26 rare ring from his hand, and put on the chieftain's ring. Take a look at the main attributes of the characters. Li Yun. Occupation, Paladin, son of ancient god. Grade, 987000/3540000. HP, 38,680. Mana, 5,480. 1531-58.9. Armor, 1,780. Increased critical strike chance, 23.5%. Critical strike damage increase, 255%. That's right, there are 4 or 5 pieces of equipment on his body that are rare equipment. Once he has a suitable legendary equipment, and then strengthen it, the attributes will at least double. Look at the legendary skill book again. Ice Armor. Legendary skill. Cost, 50 mana. Make yourself surrounded by a piece of ice armor, reduce the melee damage received by 20%, and melee attackers will fall into a cold or frozen state for 5 seconds, and this effect can last for 5 minutes. Melee attackers also take 150% weapon damage, as cold damage. Li Yun feels that this skill is a bit useless for him. He has Holy Shield's blessing as his defensive skill, and his attack skills are not lacking, so there is no need to learn this skill. At this time, the 4 girls also arrived on the big platform, chattering around the boss corpse. After thinking about it, Li Yun sent the ice armor skill screenshot to the team channel. Then he said, "This skill book costs 200,000 black crystals, does any of you want it? This skill book belongs to the Ultimate General Purpose Protection skill book, and it has a wide range of applications. 200,000 black crystals are already sold very cheaply." Several women quickly browsed the skill book, and then they were all stunned. Wow! The legendary skill book, the attribute is really good. Unfortunately, it's too expensive and I can't afford it. Lin Xin smiled lightly and shook her head. That. Boss Li Yun, do you want a harem? If so, I think I can. Murong Xiao Xiao said with a blushing face. I already owe a lot of money to the trade union, and I can only watch as I drool. Li Yun, if you want to seduce me again, I'll just sell myself to you. Anyway, I don't hate you. Gong Lina glanced at Li Yun, quite satisfied moving away. If I have a body type, I will basically say goodbye to this piece of equipment, but I have never had a man. If Mr. Li Yun has a unique taste, he will also accept me and give me an estimate. FK. Surrounded by Li Yun's thick skin, it was also a moment of chaos. There is a saying that men conquer the world, but women conquer men, and it makes sense when you think about it. Li Yun almost lost his mind and agreed to their proposal. Fortunately, the hard work of the past year has allowed him to stabilize his mind. That's it. This is the end of the matter, continue with the copy. Passing over the boss corpse, there is a downward stone ladder on the edge of the large platform. The stone ladder tens of meters walks to the end, and there is a deep tunnel with a square circle in front of it. It's scary, it can't be some monster cave. Could it be the number 2 boss inside? Hearing what they said, Li Yun shook his head and walked in directly. The space inside the cave is not small. After killing several waves of monsters like giant earthworms, in a huge cave, Li Yun met the second brother guarding the boss. It looks like a giant water spider, 7 or 8 meters high, with huge compound eyes flashing coldly. Cunning Vampire Widow, Boss. Grade, LV32. MM550000. Mana, 3200. Anyway, it's all crushing, there's no need to look at the attributes of the boss carefully, Li Yun directly strikes. Heaven's Fury. Holy Flame Cut. The spider boss didn't survive for 3 seconds, and left all the items on the ground to return to the ruins. Clang! Clang! 2 orange beams of light shot up into the sky. 2 legendary items, Li Yun stepped forward to pick them up to check. Transport scroll. Legendary scroll. Record a place you have been to, unfold the scroll, and quickly travel to the recorded point. Remaining usage times, 10. Hiss. It turned out to be a teleportation scroll, which is the ultimate prop for exploring and hunting treasures in some dangerous places. If you can't resist the danger in the wild, unroll the scroll and drill into the light gate to reach the bound safe place. It is a very practical scroll, and 150,000 black crystals were sold at the auction house 2 or 3 months ago. Pet egg bloodthirsty tarantula, unhatched. Grade, legendary. Hatching condition, flesh essence, X10. Li Yun thought about it, and hatched the flesh and blood essence of bloodthirsty tarantula. It seems that he has seen it in the auction house before, and he can hatch a legendary pet later to see it first. Speaking of pets, each person can carry more than one, but it is said that raising pets requires a lot of resources. It's not just killing monsters with pets in the conventional sense, pets can grow quickly. It is also necessary to feed various energy essences, gem essences, flesh essences, and even equipment to feed them. The same kind of pet, if fed in different ways, the strength will vary greatly. Enter. Chapter 84. Seeing Li Yun in the arena checking out the legendary items, the 4 girls walking behind couldn't calm down at all. Lin Xin, your man is so handsome and powerful, and 2 legendary items. Quickly tell me, how did you catch such a superb man? Yeah, tell us, I'm really curious how you two met. I sold him a first-level whiteboard dagger and a magic box, and then we got to know each other. Later, my teammates and I went out to level up and encountered great danger. A legendary spider even more powerful than this tied me in the silk. He killed the spider and rescued me. Then he asked me to be his woman. I can't refuse. Just like a fairy tale, I really envy you. Yeah, why can't we meet such a good man? Now that we do, we don't even want to send it to our door. I decided to take off my equipment and go up for a walk. I hope the male god will be impressed with me. Lin Xin, don't be offended. 605766, you go. As soon as Li Yun put away his belongings and turned around, he saw a very eye-catching scene. A pile of very plump white meat came towards him tremblingly. It was like an enhanced version of the baker in Star Master's Kung Fu. Li Yun was so scared that he made a backhand sword. Holy flame cut! Minus 224,000. A huge bloody wound appeared above Barrow's head, and he fell to the ground with a bang. A pile of items burst out in disorder, and a fat purple hood fluttered from the air and fell to Li Yun's feet. Well! Everyone was stunned. On the way afterwards, Situ Lan, who was rescued, dared not look at Li Yun. It was so embarrassing that the mask was blown out, and she couldn't lift her head at all. Li Yun was a little restless until he reached the ultimate boss. It was too evil. How could he blow that thing out with a sword? It was funny to think about it. This is the top of a boulder. The boss is a strong purple-skinned humanoid spider girl with 2 pairs of long sharp tentacles behind her, which is daunting. Highland Guardian and a boss. Grade, LV35. 630000. Number 4500. 9:5500-6400. Skill, Flash. Ability, Spider Form. Skill, Ultimate Self-Destruction. The ultimate boss, do you think it will be broadcast globally this time? It's very possible. After all, Boulder Heights is the first time to clear the holy customs, and it will usually be broadcast. Whether it's broadcast or not, I bought 3 rare gold outfits, and my strength has at least doubled. If it's in another copy, it's only possible to see a rare gold outfit if I'm lucky. I really want to thank Li Yun boss. I also bought 2, and the auction house couldn't find such a good one. Li Yun stood there, feeling a little excited, wondering what rewards he would get for clearing the sacred dungeon Earth Will this time. To strike first, Li Yun didn't worry about the threat of the boss counterattack at all, and directly attacked with skills. Condemn the divine language. God can bombard. -152,000. -163,000. In a flash, the boss got rid of the lock of the divine energy bombardment and appeared in front of Li Yun like a phantom. Shhhhhhh. Two pairs of long, sharp tentacles behind it stabbed at Li Yun continuously. -3,200. Block successful. -1,460. -8,890. In the blink of an eye, the boss released the skill, and Li Yun lost half of his health. Frightened and furious, Li Yun released skills one after another. Blessed by the Holy Shield. Heaven's Fury. -168,000. Holy Flame Cut. -211,000. The damage from two consecutive skills floated above the boss's head, and the boss blood volume was instantly emptied. After the blood volume was emptied, the boss corpse expanded rapidly, in less than a second. Boom! The boss body exploded violently. -4,500. An injury appeared above Li Yun's head, and his blood volume dropped again. 7 or 8 pieces of equipment were scattered all over the place where the boss exploded. Boom! 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 Suddenly, 1 green, 2 orange, a total of 3 beams of light shot up from the object. Ding! Congratulations to the player who killed the boss and gained 80,000 experience. Because of your leapfrog killing, you will get a reward of 40,000 experience. Ding! Congratulations on getting a legendary item, 100 times luck is activated, item level +3 to get a perfect sacred item, speedy treasure. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining high-level energy essence, 100 times luck activation, item level +1, and super energy essence. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the essence of flesh and blood, 100 times luck is activated, item level +2, and super essence of flesh and blood. God, my little heart. Boss Li Yun, congratulations on clearing the holy dungeon again. Li Yun, I love you. A quartet of female voices, the voices high-pitched, as if the boulder under your feet can be broken. The sacred copy of Boulder Heights. Li Yun directly cleared the level with 1 dragon 4. They feel like they are dreaming and want to cry. In their eyes, Li Yun is still Li Yun. It wasn't the first time Gonglina cleared the holy dungeon, but her heart was still trembling. Li Yun, he is a legend, born to be a star. Ding! Congratulations to the player who first passed the sacred dungeon Boulder Heights, rewarding 500,000 experience. Whoosh! A white light flashed on Li Yun's body, and he rose to the 31st level. Ding! Congratulations to the player who has reached the 31st level. You will be rewarded with 5 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations to the player for the first pass through the sacred dungeon Boulder Heights, rewarded with a legendary wing magic tool, and the reward email will be sent. Ding! Congratulations to the player who first passed the sacred dungeon Boulder Heights, and the contribution rate is 100%. A super energy crystal is specially rewarded, and the reward email will be sent. Global broadcast. Huaxia Kingdom Li Yun cleared the sacred dungeon Boulder Heights. Global broadcast. Gonglina of Daxia clears the sacred dungeon Boulder Heights. Global broadcast. Huaxia Kingdom Murong Xiao Xiao cleared the sacred dungeon Boulder Heights. Global broadcast. Huaxia Kingdom Situlan cleared the sacred dungeon Boulder Heights. Global broadcast. Huaxia Kingdom Lin Xin cleared the sacred copy of the Giant Stone Highland. 5 global broadcasts in a row have surprised and shocked players from all over the world. This is a great honor to be on TV in front of the whole world. At the end of the broadcast, the hearts of nearly 1 billion players around the world exploded. It turned out to be Li Yun again, and he led the Huaxia team to conquer another sacred instance. Shit. It's the Huaxia people at 2.9 again. We can't let them snowball anymore, which will further widen the gap in strength between the two countries. Activate the Huaxia Kuyanzi and eliminate Li Yun. Baga. Why can't our Rising Star team conquer the sacred dungeon Boulder Highlands so many times? A bunch of useless waste, we should all apologize. Li Yun, Smecta, must have the blood of the Republic of Korea, the strongest Smecta in the universe. It's God Li Yun again, I'm so convinced, I worship him. I'm a boss in the society, I can tell at a glance, and bring 4 girls to the dungeon, let me wait for envy and hate. This is definitely a young and strong man, the old guy will never force him to do such a thing. God bless Daxia. God bless Daxia. Rise. Zhuang Ting Ting, what a villain, sent me back, and took 4 women to play the dungeon, Come back at night to squeeze him dry, so that he can't play the ground. For a time, all over the world, the undercurrent was raging, and the information surrounding Li Yun was being queried and communicated at a very fast speed. Chapter 85. Once again on the global broadcast, Li Yun's mood is quite calm, not like running back to the city for the first time and sneaking around for a long time, like a thief who is afraid of being found out by someone with a heart. Because the strength has improved a lot, the mentality will naturally become calm, and there will be more confidence to face the storms of the outside world. Li Yun restrained his mind, glanced at the super essence in the 2 orange light beams on the ground, and moved forward to collect them. Just as he was about to examine the characteristics of the 2 essences and verify the bloodthirsty tarantula pet egg, a fragrant body threw himself into his arms. Bah! He was kissed on the face. Looking up and seeing Lin Xian's slightly blushing face, she wanted to slip away from her arms. How can this work? Li Yun smiled and circled the people, come on, let's celebrate. Without any explanation, he brought his face closer. No no no. The action sitcom that made the other 3 women's eyes warm and their hearts beating was staged in person. Time flies. Boss Li Yun, the will of the earth has rewarded me with a rare pet egg, do you want to hand it over to you? Words interrupted Li Yun's dirty movements. No need. Li Yun angrily stopped. 23, Earth will rewards you all, take it by yourself, don't give it to me. Lin Xian blushed and took the opportunity to escape from Li Yun's clutches. But the vacancy was filled immediately. Boss Li Yun, you are so kind, thank you. Murong Xiao Xiao blushed, and leaned forward and threw herself into Ji Yun's embrace. Boss Li Yun, you are awesome. Li Yun, thank you for taking me again. Immediately, there were people hugging from the front and back, and the pair of watermelons behind him was too much for Li Yun. In addition to being fatter, it is really expected. Li Yun, don't have such a strong taste. Surprised, he broke free from the gentleness, and then directly returned the copy. Countdown 3, 2, 1. With a flash of white light, Li Yun appeared in the open space in front of the assembly stone. Come out, come. It's the boss Li Yun, wearing a white suit with a big shield, that's him. Boss Li Yun is out. Quick! Set off firecrackers and beat gongs and drums. A lot of voices came to Li Yun's ears, and he looked up. Assembling the outer circle of stones, the crowd drew a huge circle, good guy, that was a sea of people, with red flags waving and gongs and drums blaring. Crackling! Someone lit firecrackers. Boom boom boom, clang clang clang. Someone even beat the gongs and drums. For a time, this area was very lively, almost boiling. This scene. To be honest, Li Yun was really shocked, and he couldn't keep a low profile even if he wanted to. Summon Ghost Skeleton Warhorse. Li Yun got on his mount, pushed away the players in front of him in peaceful mode, and walked towards the crowd. Boss Li Yun, take me to the holy dungeon, 20,000 black crystals once. Big brother, don't leave, add a friend. Ah! I touched Li Yun's thigh, so happy. With a helpless expression on his face, Li Yun had no choice but to quickly rush to the players' encirclement, and ride his horse along the highway towards Changwu City. He can understand the mood of the players, the apocalypse is too depressing, people need to release catharsis. It happened that I cleared the holy dungeon again and ignited this fuse, so it's good for everyone to have a good time. 10 minutes later, Li Yun approached the walls of Changwu City. In a deserted area, Li Yun replaced the night suit breastplate with the third-level equipment Ancient, Knight's Immunity night suit. After thinking about it, now my own strength has been able to support myself to survive in the sun. Li Yun lifted the color shield of the equipment. Kang! The gorgeous equipment colors that suddenly bloomed on his body shocked Li Chu himself. The green emerald light of sacred equipment flows, the orange light of legendary equipment is magnificent and far-reaching, and the golden light of rare equipment is uncertain. As the so-called clothes and horses depend on the saddle, Li Yun's overall temperament has been greatly improved, and a faint coercion is revealed from him. The mentality of the whole person is obviously different, more majestic, confident, and calm. Li Yun rode into the city on a ghost skeleton war horse. From top to bottom, he was like a god descending from the earth. The mount and different grades of equipment were all emitting light as the mount moved forward, a gorgeous stream of light mixed behind him. Look, that boss is so cool, and the mount is so cool. FK. What kind of equipment is that, like cold emeralds, so envious. Diaozishan, this is the real top boss, I can only look up to the DK. Li Yun came to the auction house amidst the amazed attention of others. Open the mailbox and find that the item information inside is full, choose to extract all the items. Ding! A total of 1,258,900 black crystal coins have been withdrawn. Ding! Extract the legendary magic wing. Ding! Extract super energy crystals. Unexpectedly, the Protoss girl has already sold so many pieces of equipment, approaching 1.26 million black crystal coins. Looking at the 2 to 3 million black crystal coins in the bag, Li Yun nodded in satisfaction. Lei Lai still has a lot of income from Heijing, and it is very likely that Heijing's net worth will exceed 5 million by then. Find the legendary wing equipment rewarded by the will of the earth in the baggage. Legendary wing magic equipment. Legendary flying magic equipment. After loading, a pair of energy light wings will be generated on the back. Regular flight consumes 10 mana per second, and accelerated flight consumes more mana. Currently, the maximum output mana is 100 per second. Indestructible, non-tradable, non-sellable, upgradable. Hiss! Li Yun gasped. It turned out to be the flying device 647. He had never heard of it. Maybe he was ignorant, but in the last year or so, he had never heard of such equipment as magic equipment, let alone flying magic equipment. Li Yun is full of anticipation when he goes out of the city to try the flying effect of this magic wing tool. Another super energy crystal rewarded by the will of the earth is used to act on urban energy, and it is probably a good thing, but it has not been built, and the specific effect cannot be seen for the time being. It seems that the matter of building the city also needs to be put on the agenda. Regardless of whether the Earth crisis Yu Hao Ang mentioned exists or not, it is not a bad thing to try it after all. Li Yun cleared his mind and walked into the auction house with a good mood. As soon as he entered the trading hall, Li Yun's eye-catching top-grade equipment immediately attracted a lot of attention. FK. Look, a giant is coming. Tisk 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 tisk. When did we have such a powerful player in Changwu? Could it be a foreign high player? In the bustling trading hall, people stopped their actions and talked a lot, surprised and shocked. Legendary orange equipment is a legendary item, and Li Yun's body is shining with orange light, not to mention that Li Yun has 3 pieces of cold green emerald equipment. Chapter 86. Li Yun walked straight towards the second floor, and the people in front stepped aside one after another and greeted him with their eyes, which is a sign of respect for the strong. With a lot of powerful equipment, Li Yun must have killed extremely dangerous and powerful monsters. He has made extremely important contributions to mankind and deserves everyone's respect. Going up to the second floor, I happened to see the Protoss girl coming out of a room. Seeing Li Yun, she was obviously taken aback. "Dear guest, is there anything I can do for you? You don't know me anymore? Are you still selling my equipment?" Li Yun laughed. The Protoss girl thought for a while, and said in surprise, "It's you? Li Yun? You've changed so much, I really didn't recognize it." "It's just a little change, I still have some equipment here, you can help me deal with it together," Li Yun said and took out 7 or 8 pieces of legendary equipment around level 20 for her. "By the way, don't you know your name yet?" Li Yun continued to ask. The Protoss girl took the equipment, put it into the instrument and said, "My name is Luluo. I really envy you powerful native races who have just come into contact with the universe, you can get so many precious black crystal coins." Luluo sighed. "Is black crystal very precious?" Li Yun asked casually. "Yes, it is almost universal in the big universe, and it is only produced on newly awakened planets, so it has a wide range of uses. Due to the different rules, foreign lands come, practice, build, and strengthen, all of which can be used. As powerful as you are, you will definitely go to foreign lands in the future. It is right to hoard more black crystal coins, which will be very important in the future." After hearing this, Li Yun was thoughtful. No wonder the Protoss spared no effort to obtain the black crystal, so there was another reason for it. "You deserve it." Li Yun took out 500 black crystal coins and handed it to Luluo. "Thank you for selling items for me, this is a tip for you." "Why? Thank you for your generosity." Luluo accepted the black crystal coin with a smile. Li Yun searched flesh essence on the console, 300 to 500 black crystals each. Li Yun felt that the value would definitely increase in the future, so he bought all the more than 40 flesh essence from the auction house in one go. "Looking through my purchase information, I have purchased 2 advanced gem essence, which means that there are only 2 pieces left to hatch a giant hydra, so I can only wait and see patiently." Leaving the auction house, Li Yun left the city and rode his horse to an uninhabited field more than 10 miles outside the city. Legendary wing magic equipment loaded. The magic wing equipment is gradually loaded on Li Yun's back. 1%, 10%, 35%, 70%, 100%. Ding! The magic wing tool has been successfully loaded. Looking at the several meter-long orange light wings stretching out from behind, Li Yun injected mana into it. The light wings flapped gently, and Li Yun was already 7 or 8 meters above the ground. After flying to Kazuki's height, Li Yun began to fly forward to test the specific flying speed of the magic wing tool. Brush! The light wings waved and flew at a speed of 10 mana. The scene in front of him quickly receded. Li Yun estimated that the speed could be 40 to 50 meters per second. Gradually increase the speed of mana injection, the speed of the light wings is also gradually accelerating, and the scenery is reversing faster and faster. When the mana injection speed is 50 per second, it is already close to the speed of sound. The air wall in front of him made it hard to breathe. Li Yun felt that his body couldn't bear it, so he gradually slowed down. Flying farther and farther, this time has already flown to the outer suburbs. It is 70 or 80 kilometers away from Changwu City, and even the player's figure is invisible. Li Yun looked down, and there was a middle school below, and some zombies were wandering on the playground. God can bomb! Li Yun released his skills to the bottom, and a page of magic balls bombarded the playground. Minus 387,000. Minus 412,000. Pieces of damage floated up from the heads of the zombies on the playground, and their bodies disappeared in an instant. Li Yun circled around the playground, and there were several magical items with blue lights shining underneath. It's almost like no man's land. It's not that this place is terrible, but that it is occupied by monsters and there is no room for humans to survive. In fact, the three major powers only occupy a small part of the territory of the original Earth, and the other regions are occupied by mutant zombies. It can even be said that it is not the territory of Huaxia State that Li Yun has penetrated so far. It can be said that you may encounter inexplicable high-level monsters here at any time, and you will die if you are not careful. Generally, players who dare to come so far are at least level 25 and above, with good basic strength. But for Li Yun, it is nothing. He intends to try to hatch the legendary pet egg bloodthirsty tarantula here. On the playground, Li Yun took out the pet egg bloodthirsty tarantula and placed it on the ground. Take out the slap-like red crystal flesh essence, and press one by one on the surface of the pet egg to let it absorb. 10%, 30%, 60%, 100%. Crack. The surface of the pet egg cracked suddenly, and a bloodthirsty tarantula the size of a face, dark all over, with sharp thorns on its legs crawled out of the pet egg. Li Yun view pet properties. Li Yun's legendary pet, bloodthirsty tarantula. Level, LV1. M35000/35000. 500/500. 9:350-550. Skill, deadly and poisonous. The target attacked by the tarantula thorn will lose 300%, plus 30% * level, attack damage per second, and the deadly poison can be superimposed up to 5 times. Skill, cobweb jet. The tarantula uses a web to entangle the target, reducing its movement speed by 60% for 10 seconds. Unlocked at level 10. Skill, Feast of Blood. Tarantula quickly devours nearby flesh and blood, recovers 40% of its maximum HP, and temporarily increases its attack power by 10%. Unlocked at level 20. Unknown skill. Unknown skills. Ho 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 ho. At this moment, a roar of a monster came from the teaching building. What? Li Yun could feel that some monsters were coming out of the classroom, and there were quite a few of them. But he was relatively calm, waiting for the monster to come out, just to try the power of the legendary pet, bloodthirsty tarantula. Boom! I saw that the door of the classroom was broken, and a maggot-like monster, Qian Lizao, got out from the place 20 to 30 meters away from Li Yun. The maggots are about 3 meters long, and they wriggle and walk. There are 2 half-meter-long fangs on their heads, emitting a cold light. If this giant maggot is discovered before the end of the world, it will definitely make humans unbelievable, and scientists will catch it back and study it. However, in this last days, everything is commonplace, nothing more than normal. Mutated maggots or... When seeing this kind of strange maggot, Li Yun knew that he had encountered a mutant beast, and checked the maggot's attributes with his eyes. Corrupted maggots. Level, LV26. M40000. Mana, 0. 9:650-730. Skill, Plague Toxin. It will spray toxin when it is damaged, causing 130% attack power damage in the range. Explanation, a monster mutated from maggots, and the toxin is contagious. After seeing the attributes of corrupted maggots, Li Yun was overjoyed. Chapter 87. Because the attributes of the first-level bloodthirsty tarantula almost catch up with the attributes of the rotten maggots at the 26th level, it is just enough for them to fight. After the corrupted maggot came out, it let out a roar, and directly arched towards Li Yun, extremely fierce. Attack! Li Yun directly ordered the bloodthirsty tarantula to attack. The tarantula swiped its legs, rushed to the corrupted maggots at an extremely fast speed, and raised its legs to attack. -948. -1886. -2766. The plague toxin is superimposed continuously, instantly reducing the blood volume of the corrupted maggots by 1/4. This caused the rotting maggots to suffer, and bit their sharp fangs on the tarantula. -850. This is not a serious problem, it is nothing to the wolf spider's 35,000 HP. Just as Li Yun was concentrating on watching the play, more rotten maggots roared around. Ho 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 ho! Ho 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 ho! I saw dozens of rotten maggots breaking through the house and rushing out of the classroom. These corrupted maggots are all about the same level, and their skills don't change much between levels 25 to 30. But once the numbers get together, even if the powerful players come, they will also be hated. Summon God Servant. Seeing that the situation was wrong, Li Yun instantly selected a skill and released it. 2 illusory golden servants rushed out instantly with 2090 energy swords in their hands, letting go of the maggots fighting the bloodthirsty tarantula, and directly attacking those maggots behind. 470000. 342755. 1 slash by the god attendant is a bloody fatal injury, and the rotten maggots will soon be scattered all over the field. Ding! Congratulations to the player who killed the corrupted maggots and gained 2700 experience. Ding! Congratulations to the player for getting the normal box, 100 times luck is activated, item level +2, and a rare treasure box of level 30. The experience of this kind of mutant beast is actually not bad, but compared with the sacred copy, it is much worse, which makes Li Yun feel unsatisfactory. Ding! Your pet has reached level 2. A yellow light flashed on the bloodthirsty tarantula, and it was upgraded. While randomly picking up a few items, equipment, and rare treasure boxes dropped by maggots, check the upgraded attributes of bloodthirsty tarantulas. Li Yun's legendary pet, bloodthirsty tarantula. Level, LV2. M64100/65000. 700/700. 9:650-750. Skill, Deadly Poison. The target attacked by the tarantula thorn loses, d. 300%, plus 30% *2, attack power damage per second. Deadly Poison can be stacked up to 5 times. Skill, Cobweb Jet. The tarantula uses a web to entangle the target, reducing its movement speed by 60% for 10 seconds. Unlocked at level 10. Skill, Feast of Blood. Tarantula quickly devours nearby flesh and blood, recovers 40% of its maximum HP, and temporarily increases its attack power by 10%. Unlocked at level 20. Unknown Skills. Unknown Skills. Hiss. Li Yun took a breath. The growth of the legendary pet is too scary. The blood volume increased by 30,000, the mana increased by 200, and the attack power increased by 200 on average. It is really terrifying. After the upgrade, the bloodthirsty tarantula was significantly larger, and its body was slightly ferocious. It actually moved around and attacked the corrupted maggots quickly. -2160. -4320. -6480. Puff. The blood volume of the rotten maggots was emptied, and they fell limply to the ground like a punctured balloon. Ding! Congratulations to the player for killing the corrupted maggots. Gain experience 2700. The bloodthirsty tarantula that killed the rotten maggots crawled to a magic hand axe that Li Yun didn't want, opened its mouth and began to bite. After eating a magic hand axe, Li Yun found that its attack power increased by 5 points. Li Yun was very curious, so he took out a few more low-level magic equipment from the bag and threw them to the bloodthirsty tarantula. After eating 2 pieces, it stopped eating, as if it was full, and its attack power increased by 10 points. Afterwards, Li Yun took the bloodthirsty tarantulas to sweep away the mutant zombies around here. Unless the tarantulas were in danger of life, he would not take action. Because Li Yun discovered that pets have their own fighting consciousness, and the more times they fight, the more tricky their attacks will be. When Li Yun was having a great time leveling with the bloodthirsty tarantula, someone suddenly sent him a message in the friend column. Li Yun took a look, it was Lin Xin, he opened the message. Li Yun, where are you? I still have more than a dozen unsold high-level rare gold equipment here, as well as 80,000 black crystal coins for the gold group to sell equipment, come here and take it. Li Yun replied to the message, you keep the equipment that can be used by mages, and throw the rest at the auction house. I will talk about the rest when I come back. After replying, Li Yun thought about it and added another message, you go to President Lei Lai of Changwu Jialan Palace, and I asked him to leave you a set of mage equipment. Soon, I received a reply from Lin Xin, okay, I'll follow your arrangement. Li Yun followed the abandoned road and cleaned all the way to the depths of the no man's land. Half an hour later, in a woodland, he found a group of mutated wild boar elites of more than 20 levels. At this time, the bloodthirsty spider had reached level 8, and Li Yun let it hunt and kill the mutant wild boar elite freely. The mutated wild boar elite at level 20 has about 90,000 blood, but the bloodthirsty tarantula at level 8 has a blood volume of 275,000. It is almost impossible for a wild boar elite to kill 10 wild boar elites in a few seconds. Standing outside the forest, Li Yun calmly took out the rare treasure chest and opened it. The golden light flickered for a while, and several items burst out of the treasure chest. A high-grade gem essence, a rare longbow for a level 30 hunter, a magic skill book, and 230 black crystal coins. In this way, there is only one piece of high-grade gem essence left. Li Yun put away the items and walked to the bloodthirsty tarantula battle point. Global broadcast. The Huaxia Qiajianj organization has launched the village building order. After completing the village building task, the world's first village-level sanctuary can be established. The global broadcast was broadcast 3 times in a row, which shocked the players all over the world. A few days ago, a player named Li Yun in Huaxia Kingdom received the city building order, but for some reason it had not been opened, and now Jianj was the first to open the task of building a resident. Li Yun listened to the whole ball broadcast, and was a little taken aback. Turning on the village building order is still a task? How come he doesn't know this news at all? Is there something strange in it? Try it. Li Yun took out the city building decree from the bag and squeezed it hard. Ding! Has the player activated the city building order? Please note. After opening the city building order, you need to complete the city building task. Swamp of Sorrows has demons of unknown number and level. Eradicate the demons, and establish a city-level shelter station on the demon camp. The mission is considered successful, and the player gains all control of the city. The task of building the city is not easy, even very difficult. First of all, the task clearly gives the location of the city, the Swamp of Sorrows. Li Yun opened the system map, and the Swamp of Sorrow is located in a swamp area more than 300 kilometers north of Hanwu City, which belongs to the restricted area for humans. There used to be a small city surrounded by mountains and rivers in that area, but it was occupied by a group of demons and destroyed abruptly a few months ago, turning it into a swamp-restricted zone. Chapter 88. If you want to build a city, you must get rid of all the demons there, but now who can tell how many demons there are? After such a long time, it is very likely that more powerful demons will come there. Even if you kill those demons, you still need to establish a city resident, then you need to rely on your own strength to establish a city resident, so that the ownership of the city belongs to you completely. It can be said that he is the lord of the city, the tyrant of the world. However, building a city resident is not that simple, not to mention the need for massive resources, and the establishment process has to withstand the blows of foreign villains time and time again. They will definitely open the space rift and summon a large number of creatures from outside the territory to attack the city. The scene is sour to think about. However, I have 100 times the talent of luck, and my strength grows very fast, so I can actually plot this matter. Li Yun thought about it and started to act. Instead of waiting for the bloodthirsty tarantula to kill monsters slowly, Li Yun spent 2 hours on the whole map to spawn monsters, clearing out the monsters in a radius of more than 10 kilometers, and bringing the bloodthirsty tarantula to level 20. Li Yun's legendary pet bloodthirsty tarantula. Level, LV20. M635000/635000. 4500/4500. 9:4450-4750. Skill, deadly and poisonous. The target attacked by the tarantula thorn will lose 900%, plus 30% *20, attack power damage per second, and the deadly poison can be superimposed up to 5 times. Skill, cobweb jet. The tarantula uses a web to entangle the target, reducing its movement speed by 60% for 10 seconds. Skill, feast of blood. Tarantula quickly devours nearby flesh and blood, recovers 40% of its maximum HP, and temporarily increases its attack power by 10%. Back at that middle school, Li Yun turned on the location function of teleportation scroll, and positioned the teleportation point here. To provoke demons, not to implicate Changwu City, the location is just right here. Li Yun does not know how strong the demons in the Swamp of Sorrows are as a whole, but Li Yun has seen the strength of the 5-star demon Padfoot that night. A clone has a blood volume of no less than 10 million. Maybe more? And it also has the means of void teleportation, so it has to be guarded against. Back in Changwu City, Li Yun went to the city hall to find the governor Wu Zixu, and the two conspired in the meeting room for a long time. When Li Yun came out of the conference room, his face was a little relaxed. He used up one of the 3 favors. Wu Zixu was very supportive of the city building and promised to provide support from money and people. But the key high-end combat power still depends on yourself, and you need to continue to improve your own strength, and you can't wait. Walking out of the city hall, the sun is already westward. There are still 4 dungeons today, so don't waste it, you need to clear them all, and it is estimated that the level can be upgraded by another level. The 30 level or so equipment produced by the sacred copy of Jushi Heights is just suitable for my own level. Open friends, there are only 4 people on it, Lin Xin, Zhuang Tingting, Wu Zixu, Lei Lai. Li Yun thought about it, and informed the 2 girls to gather at the west gate of the city in half an hour, and said that he would take them to brush the sacred dungeon of Jushi Heights, and both of them agreed excitedly. And I asked Lin Xin and Zhuang Tingting how many copies they had today, and they both had 4 or more. Then Li Yun came to the jewelry hall in the south of the city and found the jewelry craftsman of the Shenzhou. Show it and ask what the legendary item Jeweler's Crucible is for. The jeweler took the jeweler's crucible and looked at it carefully, his face was very excited, he waved his hand at Li Yun, and the clear light enveloped him. Ding! The player finds and returns the lost ancestral item when the jeweler came, and the jeweler gives the player the high-end jewelry transformation. My dear guest, I saw the operation on this instrument. The treasurer took a meaningful look at the badge on Li Yun's chest, led Li Yun into the room, and pointed to a special modification equipment and said. Li Yun operated this instrument for a few minutes. Apart from making all kinds of accessories, rings, and synthetic gemstones, it has several different options. Make magic accessories, make magic rings, and transform jewelry. And the most critical material is soul device. And in Li Yun's backpack, there is now a sacred soul device lying quietly. Li Yun glanced at the perfect sacred talisman Alice's ghost in the backpack. After thinking about it, I took it out and put it into a special instrument together with the sacred soul device, and then clicked on the transformation of the magic equipment. The instrument flickered in bursts of light, and the light disappeared after a while. Li Yun opened the device and took out the amulet, its attributes have changed to Alice's Ghost. Perfect Holy Magic Amulet. Main attribute. Plus 36 to 72 damage, 15% increased Holy Spirit skill damage. Plus 335 strength, plus 325 intelligence, plus 330 stamina. Secondary attributes. Attack speed increased by 5%, critical strike chance increased by 6%, critical strike damage increased by 46%. When attacking, it is possible to summon Alice's ghost to attack the opponent. Features of magic equipment: inject 100 points of mana into the equipment, increase all main attributes by 100%, and last for 30 seconds. Socket 1, durability 55 to 55, requirement level 35. Li Yun's eyes lit up when he saw the new magic equipment features. Injects 100 mana into equipment, increasing all primary attributes by 100% for 30 seconds. There are currently 5 main attributes of the equipment, plus 36 to 72 points of damage. The damage of Holy Spirit skills is increased by 15%, plus 335 strength, plus 325 intelligence, and 330 physical fitness. Within 30 seconds, the main attributes are all increased by 100%, that is, plus 72 to 144 points of damage. The damage of Holy Spirit skills is increased by 30%, plus 670 strength, plus 650 intelligence, plus 660 stamina. It is roughly estimated that once this equipment is activated, it is enough to double his basic damage. Li Yun himself can't believe it, it is really against the sky. 0. To use a metaphor, it's like in StarCraft, where the human machine gunners use stimulants, the output is extremely violent, and there are no sequelae. Magic equipment is really scary. Li Yun searched the package. During this period of time, he spawned a lot of attribute gems of different grades. Topaz plus 10 intelligence, Emerald plus 10 dexterity, Ruby plus 10 strength, Amethyst plus 10 vitality. Li Yun spends black crystals and synthesizes them into higher grade gems in a special device. He ended up with several high quality stones. Brilliant square topaz, which can be inlaid into equipment with sockets, plus 42 intelligence. Brilliant square emeralds, which can be inlaid into equipment with sockets, plus 42 agility. Noble ruby, can be embedded into equipment with sockets, plus 62 strength. Brilliant square amethyst, which can be inlaid into equipment with sockets, plus 42 stamina. The breastplate of the knightsuit has 3 holes on it, and Li Yun is inlaid with noble rubies, brilliant square topaz, bright square purple gemstones, and the main gemstone respectively. A burst of energy poured into the body from the breastplate, and the attributes of the character suddenly increased. Li Yun bid farewell to the Protoss craftsman, left the jewelry hall, and went straight to the illusionist. "Boss, you use it first." The Phantom Hall is crowded with people. One of the side effects of monsters attacking the city is that players have obtained a lot of high-level equipment, and they are all looking for new equipment and adjusting equipment attributes. Naturally, the Phantom Enhancement place is full of players. Hard to find. However, the arrival of Li Yun and his dazzling equipment still shocked all players. Chapter 89. Soon some players gave up the console respectfully, and asked Li Yun to use it first. Li Yun nodded his thanks, then came to the console, and took off the physical black fire ring on his finger. The legendary ring pinched between the thumb and forefinger shone a majestic orange light in midair. "Oh my god, what's that? Legendary ring! Damn! Artifact! It's so eye-catching, it's the first time I've seen such a high-end ring, it's amazing." Li Yun puts the legendary ring into the console, selects the attribute of increasing attack speed by 5% to start phantom conversion. He was in order to obtain a socket in a ring for setting an ancient sacred gem, Swift Gem. Swift Gem. Ancient sacred gem. Each attack gains a swiftness effect, increasing your attack speed by 2% and dodging chance by 1%, plus 0.05 level, lasting for 5 seconds. This effect can be stacked 15 times. Each layer of 950 can bring 5% mana awakening effect. Required level, level 1. Even with 100 times luck, today's luck is still not good. Li Yun spent more than 8,000 black crystals and operated many times, and finally got the attribute of socket. 1. Take the legendary ring out of the console, and then insert Swift Jewel into it. Ding! The two are combined into one, and its power can be felt from the outside. Putting the legendary ring on his finger casually, and looking up, Li Yun has a sense of sight of the Lord of the Rings. Ah! An excited female player in the crowd, seeing this scene, screamed and passed out with happiness. There was a sudden commotion in the crowd. Li Yun looked up in that direction. Oh oh oh! The male god is here, I am a doctor. Is this the most powerful man in the last days? Ingong is getting stronger and stronger, he is worthy of being the guardian of Changwu City. Li Yun withdrew his gaze indifferently, and took out the accessory Alice's ghost from the bag. The perfect sacred equipment releases a charming hazy color light when held in the hand. It is not like the bright green of the ancient sacred equipment, nor is it like the pure green of the sacred equipment, it is hazy, as beautiful as a dream, the kind of perfection in my heart. Li Yun was also taken away by its expression, and couldn't help but look at it for a few more seconds. In the hall, 200 or 300 players stared at Alice's ghost obsessively. Many people have a very strong impulse in their hearts, wanting to take tea for themselves. It is so wonderful, it is almost the devil calling from the bottom of their hearts. Someone in the front row couldn't help but moved towards Li Yun, and suddenly made a move to snatch the talisman. Snort! Li Yun took a step back to avoid the snatch, and the backhand is a big move. Heaven's fury! 19555. That person was at Li Yun's feet, and a bloody wound exploded above his head, which was enough to wake up anyone who cared. With a bang, several pieces of equipment exploded at Li Yun's feet. In the illusion hall, the huge pillar of holy light continued to shroud, and all the players shrouded in it felt palpitations, as if as long as Li Yun had a thought, everyone would be in trouble. Li Yun looked around the audience like a divine mansion, the players lowered their heads one after another, no one dared to look at him. The holy beam of light went out, Li Yun looked away, and continued the unfinished transfiguration action. Put the amulet into the console, select the attribute, increase the attack speed by 5%, and start to transform. Li Yun wants to obtain the attribute of lowering the equipment level, so equip it as soon as possible to deal with the task of building the city. After it is finished, it can be transformed back, and the problems that money can solve are not problems. The operation was as fierce as a tiger, and after the third time, Li Yun got his wish. Ding! Equipment requirement, LV6. Equip Alice's ghost, remove the pain-boosting gem from the original rare talisman, and inlay it on Alice's ghost. Then Li Yun left the console and went to the reinforcement hall. Everyone in the Phantom Hall stepped aside and watched Li Yun leave in awe. There were also quite a few people who watched the excitement and followed Li Yun to the strengthening hall. In the same enhancement hall, someone gave up the enhancement console for Li Yun to use. Boss Li Yun, Chen Xianyang. This is a player who likes strengthening and often hangs out in the strengthening hall. He recognized Li Yun and enthusiastically gave up his seat. Li Yun stepped onto the console, spent more than 580,000 black crystal coins in just 10 minutes, and strengthened all the main attributes of the nightsuit and legendary equipment on his body to +10. At this time, the entire strengthening hall was silent, and all the players were breathless, staring at Li Yun's operation with blank eyes. They watched as Li Yun strengthened one piece of legendary equipment to +10, and strengthened one piece of holy suit to +10. Once the gap between people is too big, the comparison will be lost, and only admiration will remain. After strengthening all equipment, Li Yun took a deep breath. He could feel his own strength, and he was also very excited at this moment, unable to keep calm completely. He opened his character panel and began to check his own digital attributes. Li Yun. Level 31, 86600/465000. Occupation, Paladin, son of ancient god. HP, 87,600, Mana, 11,680. Strength, 2,534, Dexterity, 848, Intelligence, 1,168, Physical, 1,680, Armor, 3,768. 15:9432.4. Increased critical strike chance, 32.8%. Crit damage increase, 326%. General skills, Ancient Sacred Skill Wrath of Heaven, Holy Skill Bleeding and Cutting, Holy Skill Heavenly Strike, Holy God Passive Skill Dual Wielding Dual Weapons, Legendary Skill Resurrection. Occupational skills, Holy Flame Slash, God's Mercy, Courage Blessing, Holy Shield Blessing, Summon God Attendant. God's Words of Condemnation, God Power Bombardment. Title, Junior Demon Slayer, increases damage to demons by 20%, Terminator of Shenzhen Dungeon. Black Crystal Coin, 203-6890. System Talent 100 times Luck, the probability of obtaining items is increased by 100 times, and the level of obtaining items is at least +1. System Talent Ancient Physique, increase all damage to 200%, and increase damage to demons by an additional 200%. System Talent Shenzi Halo, all healing and halo skills, the effect is increased by 500%. Rao was thinking about construction, but Li Yun was still shocked by his powerful attributes. Nearly 90,000 blood volume, which can be said to be twice as much as that of ordinary full-blooded bullfighters, coupled with nearly 4,000 defense, compared to the defense of less than 1,002.9 for ordinary players, it is a hard horse. The damage was close to 10,000, and he was satisfied with this kind of attack power. The specific effect will be known after the dungeon verification. Not to mention skills, among the general skills, the lowest level is also a legendary skill, and it is a resurrection technique, and the others are all sacred skills. Professional skills, to let other players see and cry out, is simply the treatment of the game's own son, a complete bug added to the body. Strengthen the hall. All the players stopped their hands and stared blankly at the brilliant Li Yun, completely conquered by his strength. The Protoss administrators in the hall couldn't stand it any longer. Whether or not to do business, time is money, such a good market, Heijing couldn't just let it slip away. I have to talk about that arrogant kid. Chapter 90. The Protoss administrator came to Li Yun angrily, and just as he was about to speak, he glanced at the badge presented by the Protoss mentor on Li Yun's chest. My dear guest, is there anything I can help you with? Li Yun breaks away from the character attribute panel. The Protoss man in front of him was all smiles, and when he saw him looking over, he nodded in concern. No need, thank you. Li Yun gave a faint smile. Distinguished guest, please tell me if you have any needs. The Protoss looked at the crowded surroundings and said, this place is too crowded, please follow me to the VIP room. Li Yun said, no, I have completed the operation, thank you. You're welcome, the Protoss said with a low smile. It's time to go to the copy. Li Yun got up and left. The Shenzhou people sent them all the way to the door enthusiastically, seeing that Li Yun's mount disappeared, and then set off to return. Phew! It turned out to be a first-class purple and gold badge. It scared me to death. After returning to the room and sitting down, he let out a long breath of shock. The scene where the Protoss administrator sent Li Yun was seen by all players, and everyone felt honored. The Protoss is humble on the surface but actually proud. Such respect for a human makes everyone feel inexplicably comfortable. 23 West Gate of Changwu City. Two extremely beautiful players stopped here, attracting a lot of heads. Among them is a beautiful woman on the left, with a very tall figure, long legs against the sky, and a double-edged dagger like scissors hanging from her waist. The shape is very exaggerated, and the 10 dark-colored tight leather armors will undoubtedly reveal her perfect figure. The beauty on the right is no less impressive, holding a rare long staff in her hand, wearing a light gold rare robe that fits well. Her cold and delicate face has the tenacity of a strong woman, even a man can have the desire to conquer her. Shuangshu shines, how to prevent players from turning back. The two of them were more than 20 meters apart, and they seemed to be waiting for someone, looking around frequently. When the eyes meet, the two will occasionally smile in good faith. Young Master Long has been in a bad mood for the past 2 days. He thought that his strength was overwhelming, but he was beheaded with a sword in front of many beauties in the Emperor's pavilion. The shadow in his heart is still lingering. I even got some news from my family that after the Earth will opens the teleportation arrays in major cities, it is very likely to start a large-scale event. The stronger the strength, the greater the harvest. If the strength is still not enough, improving the strength has become a top priority. Generally speaking, the wild equipment released by monsters is higher than the forged equipment. Although the equipment of the Emperor's pavilion is good, the price is too deceitful, and no one's money is blown by the wind. Recently, monsters attacked the city in Changwu district, and a lot of wild top-grade equipment and even legendary equipment were released, so he drove here. Porsche Enzo. The top sports car is still attractive in the last days. He slowed down when approaching Changwu district, and he felt a little more comfortable looking at the envious eyes of the surrounding players. The car slowly drove in from the west city gate of Changwu, and he suddenly saw 2 superb beauties by the side of the road. Enzuo lightly stopped between the 2 beauties like a cat. Young Master Long used a lightness that didn't match his body shape to get out of Enzo. Turning his back to the 2 women, looking at the street in the distance, with 4 pieces of legendary equipment on his body, the magnificent orange light reflected, immediately aroused exclamations from the surrounding area. Damn it! So strong! 4 pieces of legend, plus a Ferrari Enzo, 1 person, 1 rich family. The world of the strong and local tyrants is completely unknown, and Wuling Hongguang can't afford to fight the 5 scums passing by. Hearing the exclamation and sour words of the surrounding players, young Master Long felt very happy. It would be even more enjoyable if he could hook up the 2 girls in the car for a drive together later. It should be almost there. After showing his strength, he turned around, with a faint smile on his face, looked at the female mage on the side, and walked over with strides, ready to ask for directions. Li Yun rode the ghostly skeleton warhorse glowing with gloom below him, and galloped against the sunset. His legendary and sacred equipment shone brightly, and even more streamers appeared in the eyes of players along the way. Even more gorgeous than the sunset in the sky. Ghost collision. Turning around the bend of Changwu Avenue, Li Yun activated the acceleration skill of his mount directly, because the end was the West City Gate, and he seemed to be late in time. After the 10-second acceleration time passed, Li Yun had already appeared near the city gate. Some players gathered in front of the city gate, as if they were watching something exciting. Li Yun immediately looked forward, and the scene in front of him made him feel that the world was so small. Beauty, I'm really not familiar with Changwu district, and the current car doesn't have navigation. Please do it to the end, get in the car and show me the direction. If I waste your precious time, I'm willing to make up for it with a big meal. The huge young Master Long was asking Lin Xin to show him the way with his hands clasped together. I'm sorry, Lu, I already told you, I still have to wait for my friends to download the dungeon together. Lu is over there, please feel free. Lin Xin raised his hand to indicate the route to the street in the direction of Li Yun. She saw Li Yun on the horse, and was taken aback. Li Yun is like a god descending from the mortal world, all the equipment exudes dazzling brilliance, and the masked legendary helmet blocks her face. She can't tell whether it is Li Yun inside, but she is very impressed by the ghost skeleton warhorse. Long De Shaiyu said there, I am good at dungeons. I can bring magic ones and rare ones. After pointing the way and eating a big meal, how about I take you and your friends to brush rare dungeons together? I have included. Lin Xin didn't respond, just stared blankly at the back, which surprised young Master Long. He turned his head and looked back. FK. Li Yun's exaggerated equipment startled him and made him swear. He is a man of knowledge, and the man on the mount actually has a suit on his body. Mount. When he realized it, he was suddenly dumbfounded. In just a few days, someone had reached the full level, and there was such a gorgeous and exaggerated skeleton horse mount, which made him, a well-informed man, stunned. My mother! A sudden exclamation came from the crowd. The savior is on 867, please accept my bow. A middle-aged man speaking in Sichuan accent knelt down to Li Yun in the crowd. The crowd was stunned, looking at Li Yun's mount. Someone immediately reacted and shouted, he is Li Yun, the city guardian of Changwu City, the super strong who saved us all. Immediately Li Yun became the focus of the field, and many people greeted Li Yun warmly. Have to. Li Yun smiled wryly. Originally, he wanted to teach the young Master Long a lesson, and give the two girls a surprise by the way. Now that the mount has betrayed him directly, he hoped that the surprise would not turn into a shock later. The name Li Yun sounds familiar, what's going on? Young Master Long said to himself in confusion. Lin Xin smiled when he heard his words, and said to young Master Long, the name of the first person to clear the holy dungeon is Li Yun, do you understand? Young Master Long's eyes widened, and he looked at Li Yun in disbelief, what a giant! In addition, he is the friend I was waiting for. He will take me to the holy dungeon later. Thank you for the rare dungeon. Goodbye. After Lin Xin finished speaking, she walked towards Li Yun eagerly. The sky thundered and slapped Li Yun in the face. Young Master Long looked at Li Yun's equipment and felt like crying. How could there be such a true god in such a small place? Putting a girl on the head of the giant, I hope the giant will not be offended. People are more and more afraid of something. Chapter 91. Come here, that fat man. Li Yun on the mount beckoned to young Master Long. Lin Xin, who was walking, heard Li Yun's words and looked back at young Master Long. Maid. You don't slap people in the face, you don't lose when you lose. This Li Yun is not particular about it. He is called a fat man in front of a beautiful woman, and the clay figurine is still angry. If you have anything to say, I can hear it here. First young Master Long said to Li Yun, his feet still motionless. Li Yun said, it's okay, it's just that your broken car blocked my horse, if you don't come here, forget it. As soon as the words fell, Li Yun swung his sword directly. Holy flame cut. A sword-shaped sacred flame passed across Ferrari Enzo, and the wine-red car was neatly divided into two parts from the middle. With a bang, the V-shape drooped on the ground. Ooh! My God! Seeing Enzo being destroyed, first young Master Long bent over, pressed his face hard with both hands, opened his mouth wide, and stared at his eyes. His heart ached so badly that he couldn't breathe. Ferrari Enzo itself is a limited car, the global stock is not much, even less in the end of the world, and even the whole of Daxia has such a car. It is destroyed like this, how can it not make him feel sad? But he didn't dare to say anything at all. He recognized the sword-shaped holy flame, he just died under it not long ago. No matter what, he didn't dare to risk his life to make a mistake. He believed that Li Yun would not revive him. Li Yun said, Fatty, I chopped up your broken car, what's your opinion? First young Master Long put down his hands, and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. I have no objection, it's because I didn't park the car and blocked the boss's way, I deserve it. Li Yun shook his head, you don't agree with what you say, and you must have resentment in your heart, which is not good. After Li Yun finished speaking, he raised his hand with a sword. Holy flame cut. Minus 513,000. The holy flame flashed across the face of the unbelievable young Master Long's body, and a huge bloody injury exploded on top of his head, causing young Master Long to fall head first. Kang! Kang! Several pieces of equipment exploded, and 2 orange beams of light rose from the middle to the sky. Everyone was shocked by this sudden change, and a little bit at a loss. Li Yun rode forward indifferently, and collected all the equipment and items on the ground that young Master Long had exploded. Afterwards, it was even more one hand, and Zhuang Tingting and Lin Xin, who looked tense, were arranged one after the other to mount the ghost skeleton warhorse. Chen's big body was not nervous. Just about to leave the city on horseback. What are you doing? How dare you openly kill people in the city? Several city gate guards rushed out as if they were facing an enemy and shouted. Li Yun ignored it, and directly turned on the peaceful mode of ghost charge to break through the guards at the city gate, walked through the tunnel, and headed out of the city in a cool way. West Wilderness, near the collection stone of the instance. Even when the sun sets, there are still many players here. 4=1, begging for a powerful warrior to go down to the Boulder Heights. 3=2, Boulder Heights Magic Dungeon, 2 bosses, only 20 black crystals for customs clearance fee. Are all the priests dead? Come to a living priest. Ordinary Boulder Heights open group, just waiting for you. Team to brush dungeons, evening chopper team. Li Yun listened to the various yells from the players, and formed both Lin Xin and Zhuang Tingting into the team. Looking at the team, Lin Xin was already at level 25, while Zhuang Tingting was only at level 17. Wow! Boss, do you still need more people in your team? Can I just add some experience to nothing? Boss, please bring the salted fish. As soon as Li Yun appeared on a horse, he was enthusiastically pursued by the players. I didn't come here by myself to show kindness and lead others, let's talk about what to do with a group of people, to be a light bulb. Directly drive the horse to the collection stone of the dungeon, Li Yun operates on it a few times, and the green door of the sacred dungeon of Jushi Heights opens. Enter the copy. Li Yun said. Seeing the 3 of them suddenly disappearing through the green light gate, many players beat their chests and stamped their feet. 3 people make a copy, it's too frenzied. It's too wasteful, isn't it good to play with 5 people? Maid, pretend to be a criminal, I bet 3 minutes later, 3 people will come back to life weekly. Welcome to challenge the sacred dungeon Boulder Heights. Following the prompt, 3 figures of Li Yun appeared in the dungeon. There is no night in the dungeon, it is still as bright and spacious as before. Li Yun said, I have explained everything clearly to you on the road, now I can brush the copy with peace of mind. After speaking, Li Yun walked forward, and then waved the ancient sword in his hand. Stretch can bombard. -1.35 million. -1.28 million. From the god's perspective, the huge bloody damage in the middle and bottom rises from the heads of groups of highland lurkers. 1.35 million damage. Li Yun's eyes lit up. Compared to before, the damage has been increased by 3 to 4 times, and the 580,000 black crystals are not in vain, and the effect is immediate. Ding! Congratulations to the player who killed the boulder lurker and gained 11,000 experience. Ding! Congratulations to the player who killed the boulder lurker and gained 11,000 experience. What's going on here, why do you suddenly have so much experience? Zhuang Tingting was screened by a huge amount of experience, such a crazy scene made her scream. She just saw Li Yun swinging his sword casually in front of her, and there wasn't even a monster nearby, so why did she suddenly have experience? Could it be a heavenly experience? It was so shocking for a moment that she lost her voice. Lin Xin explained helplessly, that's a long-range skill of Li Yun. It's the first time I saw it, and I was no less surprised than you. Hurry up, you two, go to the front to pick up things, keep the equipment that suits you, and sell the rest for Heijing. After Li Yun finished speaking, he continued to farm monsters without stopping. Unexpectedly, Zhuang Tingting has changed her job to become a hunter. The leather armor on her body is really exciting. A few minutes later, Li Yun killed the lost chief, Boss. Boss has released a priest's level 30 legendary hood chief's sun visor, with +2 healing power added, which can be sold for a good price in the auction house. Not long afterward, the second boss cunning vampire widow boss gave Li Yun an unexpected surprise. It burst out a high-grade gemstone essence. Li Yun looked at the high-grade gem essence inside the bag. Money is good. In this way, all the gemstone essences needed to hatch a giant hydra are enough, and then go back to the auction house to take out the essence you bought, and you can hatch the trial-type hydra. In addition, Boss also released a hunter's sacred suit. Lal's boots. Holy set boots. 225 armor. Plus 190 agility, plus 184 stamina. Plus 11% movement speed. Increases the damage of rapid shot by 12%. Restore 1260 points, restore life per second. Plus 80 cold resistance. Ral's combat set. Ral's boots. Ral's handguard. Ral's guardian. Ral's arm guards. 2. Set. Plus 20% life. 3. Set, plus 50% damage. 4. Set, the attack makes the hunter's pet berserk, and all attributes are increased by 100%. 35-45. Required level, level 30. Chapter 92. It turned out to be a hunter suit. Li Yun said, Zhuang Tingting is here, you got something good. Zhuang Tingting was shocked when she saw the Lal's boots traded by Li Yun. She made a big determination to close the trading window, and said to Li Yun, this sacred suit is too expensive, I can't take it. It's okay, I don't have time to be hypocritical with you, just accept it. If I ask you to accept it, there will be more good things in the future. Li Yun opened the transaction again and forcibly traded things over. People with gold fingers don't pretend to be forceful in life, that's like walking in brocade clothes at night. Besides, a group of demons in the swamp of sorrows are still waiting there. With his current strength, Li Yun seems to see a bunch of holy equipment moving there, and his heart is already itching. The occupation of the ancient god-child is not exposed, so what if the outside world is turbulent, and he can be suppressed with a sword? However, after the city is built, the time to become famous will come, and the means can be stronger. Blessed by the holy shield. Heaven's fury. -192.675. Facing the ultimate boss again, Highland Guardian Anaboss, Li Yun killed it instantly with 197 Wrath of Heaven. Kang! Kang! 2 orange beams of light rose into the air. Li Yun stepped forward to put away his items. A level 30 legendary glove was much more expensive than the level 26 rare glove in his hand, so he put it on directly. The other is a piece of legendary equipment that I already have, its attributes are not as good as the one I own, so I lost it to the auction house. After coming out of the dungeon, Li Yun glanced at the experience bar, which had increased by a quarter. In the following time, Li Yun completed all the remaining 3 dungeons, and his level was raised to B2. A total of 14 legendary items and 2 sacred items were released. Li Yun exchanged the available equipment and the equipment on his body. Then I came to the auction house, took the high-grade gem essence by mailbox, and put the price of Yu Haoang's enhanced legendary equipment on it. The next morning, Li Yun went out refreshed. Li Yun couldn't believe how fierce the fight with the 2 girls was last night. Just as they were about to go to the wild to hatch the giant hydra, a reminder of the will of the earth rang in the ears of all players. Earth events, within 1 month from today, all kinds of monsters killed in the wild will have a chance to burst out of treasure chests directly, and if the number reaches a certain standard, they will definitely get reward treasure chests. The treasure chest levels range from ordinary, magic, rare, and legendary, the sacred ascends in turn. Killing 200 common monsters rewards ordinary treasure chests, 10 elite monsters rewards magic treasure chests, 5 boss monsters rewards rare treasure chests, 2 boss monsters rewards legendary treasure chests, demons and exotic villains reward corresponding level sacred treasure chests. In order to encourage players to kill monsters actively, a leaderboard for killing monsters is also set up. The higher the points ranking, the richer the final rewards. If you accumulate points for killing monsters within 1 month, and the points reach the corresponding standard, you can receive all treasure chest rewards within the standard. When the reminder of the will of the earth sounded, everyone in the world got the monster battle mission. Damn it! Did the monster annoy the will of the earth, and even took action, killing monsters and giving treasure chests? Players will go crazy if they hit the ball. This event must not be missed, at least get a rare gold outfit. Hunters with character damage of 452 points form a chopper team. Black people who don't have 400 damage points don't come, use efficiency to spawn monsters. After the broadcast of the will of the earth, players all over the world became restless. There is not much risk for players to kill ordinary monsters. Now killing monsters can not only gain experience, but also have extra treasure chests to get. This made many salted fish party players excited and rushed towards the wild. Standing in front of the Zhongjing No. 1 villa, Li Yun heard the monster battle mission issued by the will of the earth, and also had the idea of DAF, spawning monsters. Moreover, this kind of task is very suitable for Li Yun. For Li Yun, killing powerful monsters by leapfrogging and spawning monsters in groups is like eating and drinking water, which couldn't be easier. Just went to the wild, hatched the giant hydra, and took it with me to level up and spawn monsters. Hanwu City is located in the very center of Baihu province. Most of the monsters around are level 10 and 20 zombies and some mutant beasts, suitable for ordinary players to farm monsters. Changwu district is a district of Hanwu City. When Li Yun came out from the north gate, he was a little surprised. The area outside the city gate is full of monster spawning players, crowded with no fewer than 10,000 people. When a zombie walks out of the pimple, 4 or 5 skills will rush forward, and within a few seconds, it will lie down directly. What the hell? Don't steal my monsters, I want a treasure chest. UBD, if you say the monster is yours, it's yours, get the hell out of here. I saw it first, believe it or not, I hacked you. Naruto's union rents out everyone who doesn't want to do it, get out of this area. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, especially at the beginning of the event, there are not a few bloody incidents in order to grab monsters and fight for territory. Some large guilds and large organizations even reserve the area to spawn monsters, and do not allow other players to approach at all. However, ordinary casual players keep a respectful distance and go to deeper areas. Li Yun even saw that the small group of Jialan Temple was also booking the venue, and he was speechless seeing this situation. Let's go inside, there are too many people. Li Yun couldn't compete with so many people to fight monsters. Besides, Li Yun doesn't like the level of monsters here. There were no monsters above level 30, so he didn't even bother to make a move. There are too many people today, Li Yun did not summon the mount, and the light of the equipment was hidden. Occasionally it's cool to pretend to be aggressive, but I really can't stand being surrounded by people there. He has a deep understanding of why celebrities wear sunglasses and masks when they travel before the end of the world. Just when Li Yun was about to leave, a frightened mutant mouse came out in front of him. As soon as the mutated mouse appeared, it roared at Li Yun, with madness in its eyes. At the same time, Li Yun felt dozens of gazes around him, scanning them fiercely. Li Yun frowned slightly, without any scruples about others, he stabbed the mutant mouse with the ancient sword and killed it directly. -96,000. Li Yun's random damage immediately stopped the players who were about to move forward to snatch monsters. It takes a little time to kill the mutant beast, they can do it, but such a high damage instant kill directly requires extremely strong strength, at least all the players standing here, no one can do it. However, at the next moment, the eyes of all the nearby players lit up. Chapter 93. Li Yun felt the bright eyes of the surrounding players, and couldn't help but look in the direction where the monster fell to the ground. I saw a magic treasure box with a square of 1 or 2 feet falling on the ground, exuding a faint blue luster, which made people's hearts flutter. Magic chest. Seeing this, Li Yun was also very surprised. He didn't expect that he would be able to pop out the magic treasure chest just by poking it casually. It's really lucky. But this gift of the will of the earth cannot be upgraded to the quality of the treasure chest. Li Yun didn't hesitate, and directly held the magic treasure chest in his hand. Magic treasure chest. After use, there is a chance to obtain various equipment items. Exclusive mission items, not tradable, not dropped upon death. After reading the properties of the treasure chest, Li Yun didn't rush to open it, but directly put it in his own bag. Under the watchful eyes of the surrounding players, Li Yun walked further away calmly. This is the advantage brought by high strength. After these players saw Li Yun kill the mutant rat in a single blow, they didn't dare to come up to provoke troubles. If other low-end players exploded the magic treasure chest, they would definitely be besieged by a large number of players. However, this treasure box is obviously considered by the will of the earth. It is an exclusive mission item, cannot be traded, and will not drop upon death. It prevents players from trading and killing others to obtain treasure chests, and avoids internal friction of players. You can only get the treasure chest by killing monsters by yourself. Going deeper and deeper, Li Yun headed towards the Swamp of Sorrows, slowly entering a wilderness. It is at least 100 kilometers away from Hanwu City, and even monsters are rare. This place is fine. Li Yun looked around, took out the giant Hydra pet egg from the bag and put it on the ground, and then took out the high-grade gemstone essence. Give the pet eggs all the essence of several high-grade gemstones to absorb. Crack. Cracks and abnormal noises appeared on the surface of the cocky giant egg, and then many hideous heads the size of watermelons emerged from the egg. Then each head began to bite the giant egg fragments and began to devour them. Soon after all the eggshells were devoured, a mythical creature with 9 heads the size of a buffalo appeared in front of Li Yun. It approached the 9 heads kindly to Li Yun, and the attributes appeared in front of Li Yun. Li Yun's partner, Giant Hydra. 2-star Ancient Sacred Creature. Level, LV1. HP, 180,000, Mana, 9,000, Attack Power, 1200 to 1800. 1-star skill of this life, Ancient Poisonous Cloud. The ancient poisonous cloud sprayed by the giant Hydra, causing 1000% attack power damage for the first time to the creatures in it, and then causing 300% attack power additional damage every second. If the additional damage does not correspond to the ancient, the blood neutralization resistance cannot be eliminated, and the treatment cannot take effect. Cost, 900 mana. Natal 2-star skill, Evil Bite. The giant Hydra has evil power, each bite causes 2000% attack power damage. The evil power erodes the enemy, reduces the enemy's attribute by 3%, and can be stacked continuously. Natal Samsung skill, To be awakened. Feature 1, Ancient Sacred Creature, plus 0.3 * level, absolute damage. Feature 2, Super Recovery, recover 1% of HP per second after injury. The attributes and skills of the giant Hydra are too powerful. Li Yun praised sincerely. The basic blood volume and attack are at least several times that of the bloodthirsty tarantula, and the skills are all natal skills, which are of the same level as demons, and they are born with a 2-star level. Summon out the bloodthirsty tarantula for comparison. Then Li Yun summoned the legendary pet bloodthirsty tarantula from the pet space. A 4-meter-long giant tarantula, whose hairs are like steel needles, roared uneasily as soon as it appeared. Hiss! As if seeing a natural enemy, the bloodthirsty tarantula lowered its body and retreated behind Li Yun in fear. Li Yun calmed down and said, "Okay, you are all my partners, let's get to know each other and give you a name. The Hydra is called Xiaju, and the Tarantula is called Xiaolang. Roar! Hydra roared happily at Li Yun, and a wave of joy passed over. Hiss! The bloodthirsty tarantula neighed, and its body relaxed a little. Creatures of their level can understand the meaning of Li Yun's words. In the wilderness, Li Yun rode on a horse and headed towards the Swamp of Sorrows, with Little Nine and Little Wolf following behind without delay. Squeak! At this time, many small voices came from the wilderness, which seemed particularly strange in this silent wilderness. What is it? Li Yun felt something approaching quickly, and there were quite a few of them. Li Yun dared to stop to see what was causing the trouble. With the sound of breaking ground, a giant hedgehog emerged from the soil more than 10 meters in front of Li Yun. The giant hedgehog has a height of nearly 2 meters. The 1-foot-long spikes on the body are shining with a metallic color. The scarlet eyes are the size of fists, which have a strong sense of bloodthirsty. If this kind of ferocious giant hedgehog appeared more than a year ago, it would definitely make human beings terrified. But it's nothing now. Li Yun immediately saw the properties of a giant hedgehog. Magical mutant hedgehog. Grade, LV38. Blood volume, 1.4 million. 6000. 9:7800-9500. Skills, stinging and shooting, firing needles on the body surface, each needle causes 200% attack power damage to the enemy. Attribute, enchant hard skin, reduce damage received by 30%. 0. Explanation, infected by the power of demons, bloodthirsty and cruel, living in groups, the thorns have extremely high penetration. This attribute is comparable to a boss monster of the same level. Li Yun was taken aback. After the hedgehog appeared, without the slightest hesitation, the hedgehog flipped forward and shot towards Li Yun. Shhhhhhh. Wu Guang came with a scream of death in an instant. Heaven's fury! God's mercy! Li Yun's reaction is also very fast, and each skill is released extremely quickly. I saw a huge holy light cage descending from the sky, hitting the mutated hedgehog's head. -532,000. This instantly reduced the mutant hedgehog's blood volume by a third. At the same time, Li Yun was shot by several obscenities. -11,300. -12,400. Li Yun's blood volume was emptied by half in an instant. But in the next moment, it will be fully restored under the restoration of God's mercy. Xiaoju and Xiaolang both rushed over at this time, fighting together with the demonized mutant hedgehog. 3 seconds later, the demonized mutant hedgehog fell headlong in the holy light beam. Ding! Congratulations to the player for killing the demonized mutant hedgehog and gaining 38,000 experience, because the player leapfrogs killing monsters rewards 26,600 experience. With so much experience, the giant hydra has not been upgraded. It seems that the ancient sacred creatures are very unusual, and it is not so easy to cultivate. Puff puff! I saw demonized mutant hedgehogs emerging from the soil one after another. They stabbed their front fingers in unison, ready to attack people with a volley. Chapter 94. Blessed by the Holy Shield. Seeing that the situation was not right, Li Yun activated the defensive skills first, and then attacked. Blessing of Courage. Bombardment of God's Power. Divine energy balls fell from the sky, and each one covered a range of 30 yards, making the mutated hedgehog that fired its thorns restless. -72,755. -5.76 million. I saw damage emerging from the heads of these monsters one by one, and some of them were killed immediately after a critical strike. Since learning the divine bombardment, it has replaced Heaven's Wrath in Li Yun's mind, at least at the beginning of the long-range strike, there is no skill that can replace it. Heaven's Wrath is also very powerful, more reflected in its persistence. 10 magic balls smashed down in a row, and all the mutant hedgehogs in this area were cleaned up. Ding! Congratulations to the player for killing the demonized mutant hedgehog and gaining 3028,000 experience points. Since the player leapfrogged monsters, the reward experience is 26,600 points. Demonizing mutant hedgehogs brought a lot of experience, and dozens of monsters increased Li Yun's experience bar by 1/3. Those who have a relationship with demons are very powerful, and they can give a lot of experience. However, these 30 or so demonized mutant hedgehogs did not reveal any equipment or treasure chests, which made Li Yun a little disappointed. Thinking of the treasure chest, Li Yun curiously took out the magic treasure chest in the baggage. What can these treasure chests produce? Li Yun is also very confused about the global activities of this treasure box from heaven. Ding! Do you want to open the magic treasure chest? A magic treasure chest alone has no effect on oneself. It can't be traded, and it can't be dropped. It's better to use it. Open! Ding! Congratulations to the player for using the magic treasure box and getting the mana potion. As Li Yun's voice fell, the magic treasure chest burst into blue light, and then gradually disappeared in front of my eyes. Immediately, his hand sank, and a bottle of potion appeared in his hand, which was a potion that Li Yun had never seen before. Pure blue, served in a crystal bottle. Mana potion, restores 60% mana after use. Li Yun was also surprised when he saw the properties of this mana potion. It turned out to be a mana potion, which is not an ordinary thing. Generally, mana potions are obtained from powerful bosses. In the last days, there is no place like a game store to buy such items. A large part of the reason why players level up so slowly is because there are no healing potions and mana potions, and they have to calculate their mana before fighting monsters. After killing monsters, you have to wait for mana to recover before continuing, so skills such as mana awakening and mana recovery equipment are of high value. Now a mana potion was opened from the magic treasure chest. Mana potions are used at critical times to save lives or change the outcome of a battle. For Li Yun, there is also a demand. Wing magic equipment is very mana consuming, and it may be effective when used at critical times. After using the magic treasure chest, Li Yun also vaguely felt that the event of the treasure chest from heaven was not that simple. Magical treasure chests can produce mana potions, so how precious are the items and props that can be obtained from rare treasure chests, legendary treasure chests, and even holy god treasure chests. Li Yun became enthusiastic about this event, and couldn't help opening the scoreboard to check his global score ranking. More than 753.85 million. Hey? How come it's so low? You must know that the wave of demonized mutant hedgehogs killed just now are not ordinary small characters. Li Yun took a closer look, and finally found the clue. There was a display on the side, and the ranking was refreshed every half hour on the hour. That's the point, since I only killed one mutant mouse from the beginning, it's normal to rank so low. Li Yun didn't stay where he was for long, and led Xiaozhu, who had been promoted to a higher level, and the little wolf set off deeper into the wilderness. Looking at the map, it is only tens of kilometers away from the Swamp of Sorrows, and it is possible to encounter some powerful monsters at any time. As for why you don't fly in the sky, because the sky in the wild is a forbidden place among forbidden places, and there are all kinds of fierce flying mutant beasts infesting, once the flying objects encounter extremely tragic end. This is also the reason why Li Yun only dared to stay in a place as tall as a tree during his last flight. After walking for a certain distance, a swamp appeared in front of Li Yun. After Li Yun saw this swamp, his vigilance was raised to a high level. Only Xiaozhu was very excited, revealing that he wanted to go to the swamp to play. Li Yun thought for a while and agreed to Xiaozhu's request. Xiaozhu has gained 90,000 blood at the first level, and has 270,000 blood at the second level, plus 50% damage reduction. There shouldn't be any monsters in the swamp that can kill him with one blow. By the way, let it investigate the surrounding situation. The swamp is the natural host of the giant hydra. Puff! Xiaoju, who was swimming happily in the swamp, suddenly spewed out a poisonous mist from ahead. 34,000. The swamp there suddenly boiled. Li Yun became vigilant in an instant, drew out the ancient sword, and the wing magic tool light wings behind him spread out, ready to attack and help Xiaoju at any time. Ho ho ho! A giant crocodile's head suddenly turned out of the swamp, with tens of thousands of injuries constantly appearing from the top of the head. It opened its huge mouth, and bit Xiaoju forcefully. Xiaoju's body was not 1/3 the size of a crocodile, but he was extremely ferocious. His legs were constantly paddling in the swamp, and the 9 heads attacked continuously, biting the crocodile immediately. I saw mud and water splashing in that place, roaring noises continued, and injuries continued to float on the heads of the two. Soon Xiaoju gained the upper hand, because it has 9 heads, and every bite of a continuous attack costs 50,000 to 60,000 yuan, and the attribute of the giant crocodile is continuously reduced. Who the hell can stand it? In less than 10 seconds, the crocodile's blood volume was emptied, and it fell into the quagmire with a bang, splashing a lot of water. Ding! Congratulations to the player for killing the demonized mutated crocodile and gaining 40,000 experience. Since the player leapfrogged the monster, the reward experience is 32,000. Li Yun smiled. Xiaoju, a second-level player, has such combat power, it is indeed something to be happy about. It can be seen that the ancient poisonous cloud ejected by the small 2.79 has not completely dissipated, and has drifted to the shore with the wind. Sudden mutation. A not tall but very strong old tree suddenly appeared on the shore. It looked like it was hundreds of years old. The old tree ran back, obviously avoiding the poisonous cloud. What is this? Dryad. Li Yun followed the old tree with his eyes, and said to himself in surprise. I never thought that the ancient tree would come straight here, and an old face appeared on the tree, and said to Li Yun. Original race, I am a member of the Wood Spirit clan, a neutral and peaceful race, and I have no malice towards you. Can we say a few words? It turned out to be a member of the Spirit race and a member of the Wood Spirit race. Li Yun had heard people mention it before. This is a kind race, but this is the first time he has seen one alive. Yes. Li Yun said, I represent the earth, welcome your arrival, friendly sleepy spirit tribe. Chapter 95. Friendly wood spirit people. The ancient tree nodded, shaking off a few half-yellow leaves. It means that there are still unfriendly races coming. My name is Wilmzaka, you can call me Will. It is a great misfortune for this young planet to have leaked the interstellar anchor point just after entering the entry standard of the Great Interstellar Voyage. Will said with a full expression, emotionally said. For the vast majority of young planets, this is definitely a catastrophe, but it is also a tempering. A very small number of planets stand out in the disaster and become respected existences of all races in the universe. I hope your planet is such an existence. Out of the blue? How did the planet go ashore? Li Yun's eyes lit up, the news was really great. It seems that there are still many secrets behind the awakening of the Earth's will. Before this, Li Yun had never thought about this issue, but only looked at the various actions of the will of the Earth with his own eyes. Yes, in the big universe, every planet that breeds civilization may come ashore, and some planets have reached a certain level of natural ashore after tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years of growth. On the other hand, some planets are landed because of the rapid growth of other races under the oppression of the rapidly changing environment. I wish this beautiful water blue planet good luck. 7. Will said slowly, your strength is good, you are a powerful native race of this planet, I wonder if the will of this planet has awakened? I hope you can contact it and tell it that there are still some friendly outsiders who come here with kindness and compassion. I hope the will of the planet can reduce the rejection of friendly alien races. Let them stay longer. Li Yun thought for a while and said, yes, if there is a chance, I will convey your wish to the will of the planet. This water blue planet awakened its will a year ago, and issued many demanding tasks, but I don't know how to contact it. Li Yun said, for a friendly race like yours, once the will of the planet is understood, it will definitely not exclude you from staying. Awakened a year ago? And you can still issue missions? It's incredible that the will of this water blue planet is so strong. Will's tree body trembled slightly, looking particularly excited. Yes, the planet encountered a huge disaster at the beginning, and it used an ability to allow our original race to fight against the disaster. Li Yun said, then it seems that it fell asleep for a while, and after waking up, it started to issue tasks. It's amazing. This is an amazingly beautiful planet. Will sighed, the earlier the planet awakens, the stronger the will. Ordinary planets, if they can wake up after 10 years, they are already outstanding. If they can wake up after 5 years, they will definitely be able to go ashore. However, this planet's will be awakened within 1 year, and its potential is huge. It is amazing. Will swayed the branch, and continued, you are lucky to be born on this planet, little guy, but at the same time you are sad. Li Yun was puzzled. The newborn planet's will is ignorant, and the instinct to survive and go ashore will drive it to issue extremely difficult tasks to the strong in the original race, and the chance of falling is extremely high. This is the misfortune of you strong. Li Yun was silent. He thought of that mandatory task, the price of not completing it would be obliteration. At that time, he thought that one day he would be strong enough to get rid of the will of the planet, and he must make it look good. As you said, this kind of thing is indeed happening. Li Yun shook his head and sighed. Hehe, it seems that you have suffered from the will of your planet, little guy, ha ha ha. Will laughed loudly, not caring that this is the swamp of sorrows, and there will be demons haunting it at any time. Mr. Will, please keep your voice down. There are many demons in this area. Li Yun's complexion changed slightly, and he quickly reminded in a low voice. Haha, don't worry, Mr. Mighty, who can complete the mission of the planet's will, with me here, those ordinary demons would not dare to come. Will said lightly. Li Yun's heart moved, and he hurriedly asked, Mr. Will, what is your strength? Hehe, I'll show you, little guy. With a creaking sound coming from Will's body, 7 natal skills phantoms appeared on the surface of his body. 7 stars. Li Yun was speechless. Awakened the 7 natal skills, that is the powerful existence of the 7 stars. This wood spirit clansman, Will, is actually 2 levels higher than the 5-star demon he met that night. How can this kind of existence not amaze Li Yun? Hehe, don't talk about 7 stars, so what if it's 9 stars? Will suddenly laughed, in this vast universe, it's just a starting point for the strong. What? 9 stars are the starting point for the strong? Li Yun was shocked. Although he has many skills, he has not comprehended a natal skill. Although his strength is not inferior to some ordinary demons who came to the earth, he can only show his prestige on the earth. Cosmic races must master natal skills in order to display their strength normally in the outer domain. This is what he overheard when he was working as a clerk when he was talking to his companions on the 2nd floor. Okay, knowing so much is not beneficial to you now, but will confuse you. Will said, shaking the branch. Mr. Will, I also ask you to teach me and guide the boy in the maze. Li Yun suppressed the shock, stabilized his mind, and said respectfully. Hehe, this is a young planet with unlimited potential, it is like a toddler now, it will make many mistakes on the way of growth. However, as a powerful native race on the planet, you must believe in it, assist it, and don't abandon it, otherwise you will regret it in your future growth. Will's eyes that seemed to be able to penetrate the world, looked at Li Yun quietly, and said slowly. Li Yun's heart was agitated, and Will's words were like a thunderbolt, piercing deeply into his heart. He had originally made up his mind that when he was strong enough, he would definitely escape. Since other cosmic races came to Earth, they would definitely be able to escape from Earth. Even if the strength is completely sufficient, the will of the Earth can be tamed or eliminated, and all people like him who are forced to perform tasks by the will of the Earth can be rescued. But hearing Will's words, his heart was shaken. The will of the planet conflicts with the powerful native races living on it. I have seen such tragedies many times during the evolution process. These all happened on young planets. However, whether such things are for the native races, or the will of the planet is a great injury, no one will be the winner. Will shook his head and sighed, his eyes looked up at the sky, as if recalling. After a long time, Will said, "This is a planet with very good potential, but it is also more likely to attract the coveted eyes of powerful and evil races. I regret the invasion and hope this planet can go ashore. For the sake of peace, I am willing to come out. A force. Make an effort." Li Yun was slightly taken aback. How could he contribute? Could it be that he had a task to hand over? "I have a task here, the strong of the original race. Are you willing to help me complete it? I will give you a satisfactory reward." Will said slowly.